Half-step martial god Wang Xian sacrificed his life to save ordinary people, succumbing to illness on his deathbed. It was only in his final moments that he discovered the mysterious painting that had altered his path in martial arts was a gift from a young girl who had long since passed away. This regret fueled his resolve to rewrite destiny when he was reborn. Tell me, was it really worth it? You were already a half-step martial god at the 8th stage, yet you chose to face a horde of alien beasts hidden just to save a few dozen mortals. And now, you've thrown away your own life. Was it worth it? In the sterile, all-white hospital room, Wang Xian, his body connected to countless tubes, gave a serene smile to the man beside him. It's not about worth. I started down the martial path too late and followed the old-school methods, so my bonus potential was already drained. Besides, as a martial artist, protecting the people is my duty. The machines beside him emitted faint pulses of life. Stop pretending. Do you think I don't know you? The man sneered. It's because Qin Yuding was among those people, isn't it? You've met no less than hundreds, if not thousands, of exceptional women over the years. Didn't you always love watching those silly short videos about roast chicken? That was to guard against the alien beasts from the charm tribe disguising themselves as human women to lure us. Wang Xian's words were cut off by a sharp shut up from the other man. After a moment of silence, Wang Xian sighed and began to reminisce. Back in high school, during the initial martial arts aptitude test, my innate vitality was measured at just 0.1, the lowest in the entire class. I was utterly hopeless. If it weren't for her painting, I might never have embarked on the path of martial arts. The letter, with an image of Wang Xian clad in a martial god's battle armor and wielding a divine weapon, had been like a glimmer of light in the darkness, illuminating his way forward. From that moment on, he worked tirelessly, waging battles on alien planets, and ultimately becoming a renowned half-step martial god in the Blue Star Martial Arts Alliance. Wait a second, the man suddenly exclaimed. Did you get that letter after PE class? That day, I saw Ye Miyue from another class secretly place it on your desk. Just a few days later, she died in a disaster. I thought that's why you shifted your feelings and became obsessed with Qin Yuding. Wang Xian's entire body trembled at these words. Impossible. She admitted it was from her. She lied to me. With one final roar of anger, the lines on the life monitor flattened forever. Xiao Xian, wake up. A familiar voice called out, and Wang Xian opened his eyes to find himself lying on the soft mat of the Northern Fist Martial Arts Hall. Standing before him were two faces he had longed to see again. Third uncle, you're not blind? Second brother, where's your prosthetic limb? His words left both men exasperated, and each gave him a firm knock on the head. Glancing at the phone screen, Wang Xian saw the date, December 1st, 2024, of the new martial era. He realized he had been reborn. On this very day, the S-class alien beast, Gale King Falcon, would attack Rongqing, resulting in thousands of casualties including Ye Miyue. Just as he was about to search for Ye Miyue, he was dragged into the martial hall's massage room. As the door opened, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted in, followed by a soft, slightly hesitant voice. Hello? I'm massage therapist number 8. It was her. Among the crowd, he searched for her 1,000 times. Suddenly, he turned around, and there she was working as a massage therapist. Wang Xian's mouth twitched slightly as he stared at the number 8 therapist in front of him. She was dressed in a standard, deep purple short-sleeved uniform and loose-fitting trousers, her high ponytail neatly tied back. A mask covered most of her face, and thick black-framed glasses perched on her prominent nose. Under the dim lighting, her features appeared blurry, especially as she kept her head slightly lowered. Wang Xian was certain that even her classmates from the same school and class wouldn't recognize her as the aloof and untouchable campus beauty Miyue. Yes, the moment he heard her voice, he recognized her. In his previous life, he might not have been able to identify her by voice alone, especially since Ye Miyue rarely spoke at school. And now, her voice was even softer, laced with a hint of nervousness. Yet, as someone who had once reached the level of a semi-martial god, Wang Xian's keen sense of perception remained sharp, even after being reborn into his younger, pre-martial arts self. To put it in perspective, Wang Xian could differentiate the gender of mosquitoes by the frequency of their wing beats around 450 Hz for females and 600 Hz for males with just a single sound. Such simple distinctions were nothing compared to the complex and varied sounds of mythical beasts he'd encountered before. Observing Ye Miyue's eyes, forehead, the distance between her brows, her hair, and her perfectly proportioned figure, combined with the fleeting panic in her watery eyes when she glanced at him, Wang Xian was 100% sure it was her. Ye Miyue walked to the bedside, pretending to look around, though her gaze lingered on Wang Xian, as if trying to confirm something. Suddenly, she murmured, "Sorry, I think I entered the wrong room." She placed the bottle of massage oil down and turned to leave, her movements hurried. Wang Xian's mind stirred a guess. It was indeed possible that the letter he received had been from Ye Miyue. At school, everyone knew her, but she didn't bother knowing others. Moreover, they weren't even in the same class. She shouldn't have known him. Yet her flustered behavior now suggested otherwise. Wang Xian couldn't help but wonder why would she know him when they had no interaction in high school? Clang. The door creaked open as Ye Miyue, about to leave, exhaled softly. But just then, a voice laced with a teasing undertone came from behind her. Nice disguise, campus belle. The voice carried an unsettling magnetism, like a devil's whisper, freezing Ye Miyue in her tracks. Her loose trousers tightened slightly as her body stiffened, outlining her curves. Wang Xian, taking in the sight, calmly stood up, walked over to her, and pushed the door shut with a click, locking it in one smooth motion. When he turned back to face Ye Miyue, the calmness in her beautiful eyes had been replaced by sheer panic. The sound of the lock seemed to shake her to her core. Her eyes widened further, fear turning into despair. Wang Xian glanced at the clock on the wall, stretched lazily, then pointed to the bed. Do I really need to say it? He asked lightly. Ye Miyue remained silent, neither responding nor moving, resisting in her own quiet way. Seeing this, Wang Xian said nothing more and took a step forward. At 185 centimeters tall, he exuded an imposing presence, his movements predatory like a tiger stalking its prey. Standing only 170 centimeters, Ye Miyue seemed like a frightened rabbit, retreating several steps in alarm. In just a few moments of back and forth, Ye Miyue found herself backed up against the edge of the bed, her back pressed to the wall with nowhere else to retreat. She immediately crossed her arms in front of her chest defensively, her eyes slightly reddened, giving off a look of defiant determination. Wang Xian glanced at her and, with a tinge of dissatisfaction in his tone, said, "What's with that attitude? You're the one giving me a massage, not the other way around. Can't you show a little professionalism?" Ye Miyue froze for a second before snapping out of it. She hurriedly picked up the bottle of nutrient lubricant again, clutching it as if it were her lifeline. If it was just a massage, she thought, that might be something she could handle. Seeing her fumbling to open the bottle's cap, Wang Xian asked knowingly, "How long have you been doing this kind of work?" "It's my first time," Ye Miyue murmured, her head lowered and her movements slowing. Wang Xian, already piecing things together, figured she was likely working part-time. His third uncle's martial arts gym often hired part-time massage therapists, offering high commissions despite its remote location. Being just a small martial arts gym in Rongqing, it didn't attract many applicants. Wang Xian speculated that this was probably why Ye Miyue had ended up here. In his previous life, he rarely visited the gym during his first 2 years of high school, let alone receive massages, so he wasn't too familiar with how things worked. "I haven't even taken off my shirt yet. Why are you in such a rush?" Wang Xian stretched out his arms lazily, acting like a lord. "Take it off for me." "That's not part of the service," Ye Miyue retorted stubbornly. "It's not, but," Wang Xian yawned, his tone casual. "With that attitude of yours, I guess it'll just take my time." Before he could finish, Ye Miyue's trembling voice interrupted. "It'll do it." Her hands clenched tightly, her gaze filled with a mix of anger and embarrassment. After a brief internal struggle, she reluctantly loosened her grip and removed Wang Xian's shirt. "No pants?" Wang Xian asked. Ye Miyue gritted her teeth and, with visible reluctance, crouched down slightly. Turning her head away and shutting her eyes tightly, she slowly pulled his pants down, leaving only a pair of boxers. Wang Xian lay face down on the bed, closed his eyes, and directed her. "Massage the spots I tell you. Don't mess up the application of the nutrient cream. Start with the depression located directly below the anterior edge of the lateral malleolus, at the outer side of the cuboid bone." As the nutrient cream was applied to his skin, Wang Xian felt a cool sensation. Tianbao nutrient cream. Infused with traces of natural energy, he glanced at the bottle, which bore no label, and thought to himself that this stuff must cost at least 3 to 5,000 yuan per bottle. It was high-quality material specifically designed for martial artists. Its external application was said to strengthen the body and enhance the muscles and bones. Regular massages never came with such premium products, so it was probably a little extra perk from his third uncle. The cream was excellent, but still, use more pressure, Wang Xian said lazily. 70% strength should do. The moment Ye Miyue began, Wang Xian could tell that her innate vitality was above average, around 0.5, with a physical strength of about 400 pounds more than sufficient for a massage therapist. "Stop, stop. I said more pressure, not pulling on me. You don't know the techniques. Fine, but can't you control your strength either? You know the basic fitness punches, right? Use the third move, horizontal strike Phoenix Eye. The force should come from the knuckles of your index finger. Remember to tighten your core, lower your arms, and twist your wrist." Ye Miyue's aptitude was impressive. With just a few pointers, she quickly caught on to the technique. "All right, next spot. The outer side of the lower leg, 7 inches above the tip of the lateral malleolus, behind the fibula. 50% strength. Use the 8th move of the fitness punches horse leap, kicking hooves stabilize your hips, or your elbow force won't be effective. From the area below the armpit to the lower edge of the scapular spine, there's a depression. Yes, right there. 60% strength. Second move of the fitness punches steady step, cloud fist. After about an hour, Ye Miyue was already panting, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She couldn't understand why following his instructions was so exhausting. Normally, practicing a few rounds of fitness punches wouldn't leave her this tired. Thud, unable to hold on any longer, she collapsed into a nearby chair, removing her glasses and mask to reveal her delicate, blushing face. The cool aloofness she usually carried was replaced by a touch of charm, purely from exhaustion. Her once snow-white neck was now flushed, with droplets of sweat cascading down like melted ice cream, tracing a path that hinted at her graceful curves. Wang Xian opened his eyes and turned to look at her, momentarily taken aback. Seriously? That big, he muttered. Time was up. Ye Miyue exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from her forehead. What's the rush? Wang Xian glanced at the time and said calmly, I want to extend the session. After a moment of silence, Ye Miyue stood up and took a step back, signaling her refusal. I don't have any strength left in my hands. Her hands trembled slightly, clearly drained. Wang Xian shook his head, his gaze slowly traveling up and down her figure before landing on her long, slender legs. A faint smile played on his lips. Your hands are out of strength, but don't you still have your feet? Ye Miyue froze, clearly caught off guard. Following Wang Xian's gaze, she looked down and leaned slightly forward. When her eyes landed on her own toes, she instantly understood. Her cheeks turned crimson as if splashed with red paint. Shaking her head like a rattle drum, her voice turned icy, sharp as winter's chill. No way. I refuse. Wang Xian smiled faintly, thinking to himself. In ancient times, feet were considered so intimate that only the closest people could see them, let alone, and in modern times, who in their right mind would use their feet for anything like that? I suggest you think it over carefully, he said, lying on the bed with his hands behind his head. He continued, the martial arts gym is run by my third uncle. Even if you're just a part-timer, your personal information is all recorded. Ye, the school beauty, you wouldn't want the entire school to find out tomorrow that you've been working as a... The impact of this statement was devastating. Ye Miyue panicked instantly. Wait. After what seemed like an inner struggle, she finally bent down, gently rolled up her pant leg, and revealed a section of her calf, as white and smooth as snow lotus root. Her pale skin, with faint blue veins trailing down to her instep, gave the impression of a rare and precious artifact. Come closer, Wang Xian said after a moment of thought. Put it on the bed, let me take a look. Ye Miyue widened her eyes. Don't look at me with that perverted expression, okay? Wang Xian adopted a serious tone. I need to check if there's any smell. Otherwise, what if you infect me with something? Tell me, doesn't that make sense? Ye Miyue was silent for a few seconds before reluctantly placing her feet on the bed and moving closer. Wang Xian leaned in, observing carefully with a furrowed brow. He examined them from every angle with a seriousness that bordered on absurd. Then, he fanned the air with his hand. A bit sour, ye the school beauty. Go wash them. Ye Miyue shot up immediately and dashed into the bathroom as if fleeing. Wang Xian clicked his tongue in mild surprise. He hadn't expected to see a martial spirit pattern on her soul. That's Writhe had been genuinely observing. On the bottom of Ye Miyue's foot was an extremely rare and special martial spirit pattern. In 2040, humanity discovered that awakening high-level martial talent resulted in the appearance of martial spirit patterns on the body. The phenomenon occurred because the latent power within drew the world's elemental energy to converge and form these patterns. Judging by the clarity of her pattern, it was at least the mark of a king-level talent. Wang Xian sighed softly. At the very least, her future potential guaranteed she could become a grandmaster of the seventh realm. Martial talent became the hallmark of the new era after the new martial calendar was established in 1912. Those born with martial talent possessed innate extraordinary strength, enabling them to train, unlock genetic potential, awaken supernatural martial skills, and embark on a groundbreaking path of martial excellence. This path was called New Martial. In contrast, those without martial talent who aspired to become martial artists had to endure grueling training in the harshest conditions, build their strength through painstaking effort, consume special diets to nourish their vitality, and practice excruciatingly difficult techniques. This arduous path was known as Old Martial. The new martial practitioners were the darlings of the era. The martial gods of the past all followed the new martial path. As for old martial practitioners, aside from Wang Xian, there was hardly anyone who had reached the 8th realm. But that didn't mean old martial was weak. Even in his previous life, the old martial arts remained powerful. However, few could master it because only a handful could endure the immense pain it entailed. Take, for instance, the seemingly simple presses Ye Miyue just applied to herself. In reality, this was a highly intricate method of unlocking meridians from the old martial arts. Unlocking meridians refers to activating the body's energy pathways, including the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary ones. These interconnected pathways are crucial for channeling the energy of heaven and earth. For an old martial arts practitioner to absorb this energy, they must unlock their meridians. Otherwise, they could never compare to the new martial arts practitioners. Each meridian contains numerous critical acupoints, some of which are life-threatening. A slight touch on these deadly points could result in death. Allowing someone to press these acupoints with hundreds of pounds of force is akin to knocking on the gates of the underworld. Combined with the infusion of energy from the nutrient paste, the pain endured is several times more intense than the breaking of an eggshell. Most people cannot withstand even a few presses. Only Wang Xian, while enduring such excruciating pain, could remain composed enough to guide Ye Miyue with precision, ensuring her movements were comfortable and effective. This highlights the unimaginably high difficulty of practicing old martial arts. By the 21st century, with the genetic evolution of the new generation, more and more people began awakening martial arts talents, leading to the gradual decline of old martial arts. Today, over 70% of students in a single school awaken martial arts talents, leaving few who pursue the old martial arts. At this rate, the day Ye Miyue awakens her martial arts talent during the second semester of her senior year will undoubtedly shock the entire city of Rongqing. In a small city, the emergence of even one person with king-level talent in a year is cause for celebration. The probability of someone possessing advanced martial arts talent is less than 1 in 10,000, while king-level talent is even rarer, less than 1 in a million. Wang Xian never imagined that Ye Miyue, who had tragically passed away in his previous life, harbored a martial arts talent surpassing the king level. Before long, Ye Miyue walked out. It seemed she had calmed her emotions and returned to her usual aloof demeanor as the campus beauty. Before starting her part-time job, the training instructor had advised her not to be afraid of anything. As long as the client didn't act inappropriately, she should treat it like massaging a piece of pork. And if it involved her feet, then just imagine stepping on a piece of pork, simple as that. As she approached calmly, Wang Xian made a gesture, but Ye Miyue didn't understand its meaning. Wang Xian rummaged through the drawer by the bed, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He then pulled something out and tossed it onto the bed. Put this on. Ye Miyue looked closely, and in an instant, her previously composed demeanor crumbled. Her watery eyes filled with embarrassment as she stared at the item, a pair of brand new black stockings, still in their packaging. She lifted her head, her glare sharp and furious, as if she could banish all indecency with her gaze. Wang Xian, however, maintained a serious expression. Don't look at me like that, as if I'm some kind of pervert. I'm asking you to wear the stockings for your own protection. Haven't you heard of maintaining proper boundaries between men and women? Besides, do you really want to step barefoot on a strange man's body? If you're fine with that, I'm not. I happen to have a thing about cleanliness. Ye Miyue was momentarily stunned after hearing those words. She slightly parted her lips, pondered for a moment, and then gave a gentle nod, indicating her agreement. Silently, she picked up the pair of black stockings and walked into the bathroom. Moments later, she emerged, her long, slender legs wrapped in the sheer black fabric as she approached Wang Xian. The sight was nothing short of breathtaking, a rare spectacle of beauty. The only regret was that she wasn't wearing a short skirt. Wang Xian lay back down on the bed, exposing his well-balanced and muscular back, resuming his previous position. This time, he intended to practice Zhuanggong, specifically the Hunyuan stance. When he asked if she had ever tried it, Ye Miyue admitted she wasn't very familiar with it. Wang Xian wasn't surprised by her response. Zhuanggong formed the foundation of traditional martial arts, though it had gradually fallen out of favor with time. Nevertheless, it retained certain core principles. Zhuanggong was one such element, typically taught to students after their vitality aptitude was assessed, primarily to promote physical health. However, in the era dominated by new martial arts, most students dismissed Zhuanggong, believing that awakening martial talents and mastering extraordinary powers rendered such practices unnecessary, much like the civilian fitness exercises that had also been overlooked. In truth, both the Hunyuan stance and fitness exercises were the result of decades of refinement, distilled from the essence of traditional martial arts by the nation. They were far from simplistic. Day after day, Wang Xian practiced the Hunyuan stance, eventually reaching the 7th realm and becoming a master of traditional martial arts. Later, he collaborated with many experts in the new martial arts and, through his own innovations, discovered that combining Zhuanggong with specific breathing techniques could significantly enhance the foundation and potential of new martial artists. This was considered a groundbreaking development at the time. After over a decade of testing, and following Wang Xian's extensive battles on alien battlefields, this discovery was finally validated. It was ultimately formalized by the 5 major martial arts committees of the Dragon Nation's highest administration, named the Hunyuan Breathing Methoda Foundational Practice, integrating the principles of traditional Zhuanggong and the genetic breathing techniques of new martial arts. Unfortunately, Wang Xian passed away before he could witness the widespread adoption of this breathing method. Stand properly. Stand firmly. Stand correctly, Wang Xian instructed. These are the 3 essentials of Zhuanggong. You need to take this seriously. Glancing back at Ye Miyue, he teased, aren't you the top student? Yet your Zhuanggong skills are so poor. You can't even stand steady. How are you supposed to step on me properly? Ye Miyue didn't respond, but a hint of embarrassment flickered in her eyes. While her stance was considered decent among her peers at school, it was far from satisfactory in Wang Xian's eyes. With one sweeping glance, he immediately noticed that her posture fell short of the standard. Lower your shoulders a bit more. If your hands feel weak, clasp them together tightly against your sides. And don't keep your feet so close, spread them apart slightly. Wang Xian instructed as he observed her movements. Soon, Ye Miyue, clad in black stockings, began adjusting her stance. Her entire body tensed like a drawn bow, and her previously loose pants suddenly outlined the perfect curves of her legs. A few minutes later, Wang Xian said, "Lift one foot and let me see." Ye Miyue obediently raised one foot. While her lower body remained stable, her upper body lost balance and started to sway slightly. In Wang Xian's eyes, her figure appeared irresistibly captivating, as if two nimble rabbits had suddenly sprung to life, bouncing lightly and gracefully. Wang Xian observed closely while offering corrections, sighing, "You've got a long way to go with your stance training. If there were proficiency levels, you'd just be at entry level 10050. After less than 10 minutes of standing in the posture, Ye Miyue's legs began to tremble lightly. Hearing Wang Xian's remark, she lowered her head, her ears turning slightly red. "All right, next, follow my instructions for breathing and energy circulation. Listen carefully. Focus your mind, guide your breath, let energy flow through your body, exert strength, ground yourself like the sea, and empty your thoughts." Wang Xian carefully explained the Hunyuan breathing technique word by word. Although the technique seemed simple with just over 100 characters, mastering it without guidance was no easy feat. After half an hour of instruction, Ye Miyue, with her sharp mind, had grasped most of it. With this newfound training method, Ye Miyue's stance became visibly more stable, and her energy flow improved significantly. Seeing that she had adapted well, Wang Xian yawned, ready to relax. Ye Miyue focused intently as she applied pressure with her foot, her expression serious and determined. It was hard to reconcile her composed demeanor with the fact that she was wearing stockings while massaging a man. The stark contrast between her earnest expression and the suggestive act created a peculiar mix of innocence and allure. Unbidden, an image of another figure surfaced in Wang Xian's mind. Glancing at the time and noting Ye Miyue's focus, a thought crossed his mind. As she shifted her weight for her next step, Wang Xian subtly adjusted his position. Her foot, slick with nourishing lotion, missed its mark and slipped. Thud! Losing her balance, Ye Miyue toppled onto Wang Xian's back. He felt as if his body had been struck by a soft, jelly-like force, bouncing slightly from the impact. "What are you doing?" Wang Xian immediately turned his head to see Ye Miyue's face flushed with embarrassment and panic. He demanded, "This is a legitimate martial arts school run by my uncle. What are you trying to pull?" Ye Miyue, her face burning red, waved her hands frantically. "I didn't mean to. Get off me. Taking advantage of me, huh?" Hastily, Ye Miyue stood up, her eyes welling with tears of frustration. She tried to lift her foot, but found it had gone numb. Wang Xian let out a casual, "Oh," and shifted his gaze behind her. Sensing his stare, Ye Miyue panicked, covering her backside with both hands. Without a word, she turned and hurried out, resolving that she would quit this part-time job and never return. Wang Xian, however, seemed to read her thoughts. He teased, "Leaving so soon? What do you think you're doing?" Ye Miyue halted, her voice lowering. Wang Xian smiled faintly as he pulled out a card from his pocket. "There's 30,000 in here," he said. Ye Miyue froze, shaking her head. "I don't want it." "Relax, you think I'm giving it to you for free? I'm signing up for a membership." Wang Xian chuckled. "You can come here on your days off, one massage a week, 1,000 in tips each time. Do it 30 times, and you'll have earned it fair and square." "I don't. Think it over." Wang Xian casually took out his phone, his tone indifferent as he navigated to the campus forum. "Yi Xiaohua, you wouldn't want to see news about yourself on the front page of the school forum tomorrow, would you?" Ye Miyue felt her scalp tingle as she scratched her forehead, a mix of shame and anger bubbling up. "You're taking too long." At her words, a mischievous grin spread across Wang Xian's face. "If you want a quicker way to earn that money, well, that's not impossible either." His eyes scanned her from head to toe. "I'll do the massage." Obviously, compared to other options, a massage instantly became the best choice. Wang Xian, with a look of disdain, handed the half-used bottle of Tianbao nutritional gel to Ye Miyue. "This stuff smells way too strong. I can't get used to it," he said. Ye Miyue glanced at the half-empty bottle and frowned slightly, without saying a word. It wasn't because she minded that it had been used by someone else, but because she knew it wasn't cheap. Even though it didn't have a price tag, she was aware of its value. As for it being too fragrant, Ye Miyue didn't really notice. She just thought it must be high-end, judging by the natural, pure scent it emitted. "I don't need it." Ye Miyue shook her head and declined. "Don't need it." Wang Xian gestured towards her hands and feet, teasing, "Loose tendons, weak strength, short breath. I'm worried that next time you try to massage me, I won't feel anything, but you'll end up all limp, collapsing onto me like earlier and taking advantage of me. I'm giving it to you for my own sake." With that, Wang Xian was the first to walk out of the room. As he passed by Ye Miyue, he casually tossed the Tianbao nutritional gel towards her. She quickly caught it with one hand, while the other clenched into a fist, unable to find a retort. As Wang Xian was about to step out the door, Ye Miyue extended her clenched fist and gave a few light swings at his back, letting out a soft hum. To her surprise, Wang Xian, as if he had spidey sense, suddenly spun around. "What's that? Planning to hit me?" he asked, startled. Ye Miyue quickly withdrew her hand, her head lowering almost into her chest as she mumbled softly, No, I wasn't." Wang Xian almost burst into laughter at the sight, teasing, "So, that cold and aloof demeanor you put on at school, it's all just an act, huh?" He remembered how at school, Ye Miyue was like a block of eternal ice, unapproachable, always with a stern face. Because of this, despite her immense popularity and stunning looks, she had very few admirers or friends, standing alone like a crescent moon in the dark sky. Just then, Wang Xian's second brother appeared at the doorway. "Xiao Xian, that sweet girl Chen Yuding is here to see you again." Hearing the name, Wang Xian froze for a moment as scattered memories flashed through his mind. "Oh, wait a second," he responded, then turned to Ye Miyue behind him. "Change into your training outfit and come out in a bit." Ye Miyue nodded, thinking that even if Wang Xian hadn't told her, she wouldn't want her schoolmates to see her in her current attire. Meanwhile, in the sparring hall at the center of the martial arts gym, a beautiful girl with her hair tied in a bun covered her mouth and giggled. "They'll have Wang Xian give us a private sparring package later. There are only 2 months left until the class divisions, so we need to train hard to get into the martial arts class next term." Her bright eyes and charming smile, paired with her curvy figure accentuated by her fitted training outfit, drew the attention of most of the men working out in the room. Even the 2 fighters sparring in the ring paused to glance at her a few times. Standing next to her were 2 other girls in blue and white school uniforms, looking puzzled. "Ting Jia, isn't the sparring package at this gym expensive?" one asked. "Yeah, I heard it's charged by the hour," the other chimed in. Chen Yuding, however, seemed confident. "As long as I ask, Wang Xian will agree," she said with a smile, adding, "This gym is owned by his third uncle. Plus, we can use all the training equipment here for free." "Wait, Ting Jia, are you guys?" The 2 girls exchanged glances, their voices trailing off. Chen Yuding quickly cut them off. "Don't start with those wild guesses. Nothing like that, okay?" Chen Yuding casually waved her hand and smiled, saying, "We're just classmates who get along well." As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 girls immediately showed expressions of realization, as if they had figured something out. "So that's it, Sister Ting's status is extraordinary. For her to come to this shabby martial arts gym, it must be to give Wang Xian some face." They couldn't help but laugh. "Hee, then we won't hold back. Even though it's a small, run-down gym, the training equipment here is really comprehensive, and there's even a small gravity chamber. TSK, the signature martial art here is the extreme steel crushing hand, isn't it? That's a foundational technique from the old martial arts school. Does anyone even practice this anymore? Who would bother with it? Once we awaken our martial arts talents and gain innate combat skills, why waste time on something like this?" Several gym students who were training nearby frowned slightly upon hearing this, but said nothing. Most of the students here hadn't yet awakened their martial arts talents. Soon, Wang Xian emerged. When he saw Chen Yuding, he immediately smiled. "Chen Yuding, come over and help me with some sparring." Chen Yuding caught sight of him, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Wang Xian paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on the girl, and couldn't help but reflect. In his previous life, because of a drawing, he had been her sycophant throughout high school and even into college. He had become slightly more self-aware during college, but only managed to shift from being a doormat to a nice guy. It wasn't until graduation, when he found out she married into a wealthy family, that he gave up. Afterward, he entered the alien battlefield, enduring decades of life and death struggles. Upon returning from the alien world, Chen Yuding, with her exceptional skills, remarried multiple times, amassed assets worth hundreds of billions, and was protected by several martial arts masters of the Seventh Realm. She established the Chun Group, a martial arts empire renowned throughout the Dragon Nation. If not for the catastrophic global calamity known as the Wailing Tide, which nearly destroyed the Chun Group, her status would have rivaled that of Wang Xian, who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts as a half-step martial god. Wang Xian thought to himself, when it came to manipulating men, Chen Yuding was unmatched in the Dragon Nation. But now, she wanted to spar with him? Wang Xian let out a faint, "Oh," then turned to his older brother, who stood beside him with a slightly darkened expression, and asked, "Brother, how do we charge for sparring packages at our gym?" His brother was momentarily stunned and looked surprised. He thought to himself, in the past, whenever this girl came to spar, Wang Xian never even considered charging her. Basic sparring is 500 per hour, intermediate is 1,000 per hour, and advanced sparring with an entry-level martial artist is 1,500 per hour, his brother replied with a cheerful smile. Wang Xian nodded and turned to Chen Yuding. "Then go to the front desk and make the payment." Chen Yuding froze for a moment, pointing at herself. You're charging me money? She asked. Wang Xian looked serious. What else? I never begged you to come, and I certainly didn't say it would be free. Besides, I already have a sparring partner. Even if you pay, you'll have to wait your turn. Chun Yuding trembled with anger, but a disdainful smile curled at the corner of her lips. You? Who else would ask someone like you, with a measly innate vitality of zero point 0.1, to spar? Honestly, if it weren't for the conditions at your family's gym, I wouldn't have bothered coming. Wang Xian spread his hands and stepped aside, revealing Ye Miyue, who was standing behind him in a white training outfit. In an instant, Chun Yuding and her friends were stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they exclaimed, "Impossible!" Ye Miyue walked forward, her expression as cold and unyielding as ancient ice, devoid of any emotion. Chun Yuding, however, was overwhelmed by her invisible aura and instinctively stepped back. The two protectors on either side of her also retreated a few steps without realizing it. At Rongqing Martial High, if Ye Miyue was the bright moon hanging high in the sky, then under her radiance, Chun Yuding was like a twinkling star. Without the moon for comparison, she shone brightly, but when placed next to the moon, her light seemed dim and insignificant. The moment Ye Miyue appeared, all eyes shifted away from Chun Yuding. Ye Miyue didn't say a word, yet her presence made Chun Yuding clench her teeth in disbelief. She could hardly imagine that the aloof Ye Miyue, who usually kept her distance from everyone, would be walking alongside Wang Xian, even if it was just for sparring. Tingjia, maybe we should just leave. The two girls beside her tugged on Chun Yuding's sleeve. She pulled her hand back and, as if playing her trump card, said, Wang Xian, in that case, don't bother bringing me breakfast anymore. From now on, I'll only let Li Zihong do it. Deal. Wang Xian clapped his hands and laughed. Looking back, even Wang Xian found it amusing how he had actually earned the privilege of fetching breakfast through such petty rivalry. Was I really that desperate back then? Chun Yuding was too furious to respond. After taking a few deep breaths, she let out a cold laugh. Fine. Honestly, I didn't even want to come today. I already had plans. And by the way, you're such a phony. With that, she grabbed her two companions and stormed off. Wait. Wang Xian's voice called from behind. But Chun Yuding, a smirk forming on her lips, didn't even turn her head and raised her voice. Even if you beg me now, I want. She was abruptly cut off. You forgot your jacket. This is a martial arts gym, not a dry cleaner. Chun Yuding froze, her breath hitching. With a dark expression, she marched back to the coat rack, grabbed her jacket, and fled the gym in embarrassment. After the trio left, Wang Xian's second brother, Wong Xien, gave him a look of surprise. Well, you're finally showing some backbone, huh? He nudged Wang Xian playfully and gestured toward Ye Miyue with a nod of his head, speaking in a low voice. Switching targets, are we? But let me tell you, this girl's way tougher than the one who just left. By the way, when did she start coming to the gym? Clearly, Wang Yin hadn't recognized that the poised Ye Miyue standing before him was the same person as the disguised number 8 technician from earlier. The difference in attire and demeanor was too striking. Chuckling to himself, Wang Yin didn't press further and strolled away. What are you standing there for? Wang Xian asked, glancing at Ye Miyue, whose expression remained unchanged though her posture was tense. Ye Miyue hesitated for a moment before walking toward the sparring ring. What are you doing? Didn't you say you just wanted to spar? Wang Xian chuckled. This silly girl, she actually took it seriously. Well, you'll have to pay first, he joked. Upon hearing this, Ye Miyue nodded and started heading toward the front desk. Wang Xian reacted quickly, grabbing her sleeve to stop her. Do you really think you have the energy to train right now? You're so clueless. It was only then that Ye Miyue seemed to realize something, her cheeks flushing slightly. It's getting late, I should head home. Wang Xian nodded and said nothing, following her out of the gym. As they walked, Ye Miyue noticed that Wang Xian showed no sign of turning back. Unable to hold it in, she softly mumbled, You don't have to walk me home. Wang Xian burst out laughing. Who said I was walking you home? Ye Miyue was also heading home, so it was just on the way. She hesitated, as if wanting to say something, then hurriedly took a couple of quick steps. Behind her, Wang Xian matched her pace, walking faster as well. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the subway entrance. Ye Miyue couldn't hold back and turned to glare at Wang Xian, her eyes clearly saying, Stop following me. However, Wang Xian came to a halt, his expression growing serious as he looked up at the sky, now tinged with a dusky yellow. Suddenly, a massive shadow swept across the crowd overhead, blotting out the sky. The already dim heavens seemed to be draped in a curtain of darkness. What was that? Could it be a beast? No way. How could there be such a huge creature? A plane? No, Shuangxing Airport in Rongqing is over 100 kilometers away from here, and this thing looked even larger than an aircraft. Run. As the shadow passed, the bustling street erupted into chaos. Many curious pedestrians immediately pulled out their phones to take pictures, but in the next instant, time seemed to freeze. People stopped mid-action. A quarreling couple pointed fingers at each other, their mouths open but no words coming out. An office worker eating beef offal paused, letting a hot piece of radish sit in his mouth without chewing. A passerby about to scan a shared bike's QR code suddenly found themselves unable to press the confirmation button. Though time hadn't truly stopped, their eyes gradually filled with fear as they felt the oppressive field of its glass beast's presence. Anyone below the 7th rank of martial arts mastery would be affected to varying degrees. Even ordinary people, from a great distance, could be paralyzed by its overwhelming aura. After the shadow passed, a fierce wind swept through. At the same time, a brilliant blue energy shield appeared in the sky above Rongqing. It was composed of countless hexagonal, transparent energy panels, resembling a protective turtle shell over the city. The creature was a Wind Falcon, an airborne anomaly species. Fully grown, it weighed over 200 tons, stretched at least 140 meters in length, and stood 50 meters tall. Its normal flight speed ranged from Mach 7 to Mach 10. Its piercing screech could shatter bulletproof glass from 10 kilometers away, and its falling feathers could easily slice through a skyscraper. The Wind King feathers surrounding its body also had the ability to block electromagnetic signals. Wang Xian seemed unaffected by the oppressive aura. His gaze remained fixed on the massive shadow, and he murmured softly, "What's bound to come has finally come." Glass beasts, also known as city-destroying beasts, posed a significant threat to small and medium-sized human cities. Their bodies could easily withstand the impact of intercontinental missiles, and typically only martial arts masters above the 7th rank could stand a chance against them. The current city defense forces were far too weak. Wang Xian's brow furrowed. Though, on the alien battlefields decades into the future, such beasts were considered mere small fry, they were still incredibly rare and terrifying on the current blue planet. Known for their speed, these rare beasts could accelerate during a dive from the atmosphere, reaching speeds exceeding Mach 30. Coupled with their exceptional stealth capabilities, even Longguo's most advanced anti-missile systems struggled to detect them. By the time you noticed one, disaster would already be upon you. Such was the terror of these beasts. Wang Xian recalled that years ago, a 7th-ranked peak martial arts master happened to be in Rongqing in the western Shu province when a Wind Falcon appeared. Shortly after its arrival, the martial arts master managed to slay it. Otherwise, the destruction wouldn't have been limited to just a few streets, and the death toll wouldn't have stopped at 1,000. Yet even so, boom, a deafening explosion erupted from the other side of the street, jolting the dazed crowd into action. Like a flock of startled birds, people scattered in every direction. Wang Xian spun around swiftly, grabbing the still-stunned Ye Miyue, and pulled her toward the interior of the subway station. Moments later, a tremor akin to an earthquake rippled through the ground. It was only after a long while, when the surroundings finally quieted, that the two cautiously climbed up from the dust-covered ground. As soon as they stood, sharp gasps filled the air, drawing everyone's attention upward. Ye Miyue glanced toward the scene across the street, instinctively covering her mouth as her eyes widened in shock. The ion defense shield above the city had been punctured with several gaping holes, and the bustling commercial street just a dozen meters away had been reduced to a ruin. What was even more horrifying was the suffocating silence that followed. The railing in the middle of the road now served as a stark dividing line, one side a semblance of paradise, the other a vision of hell. Amid the rubble, a few blood-red feathers drifted down silently, each one exuding an ominous, blade-like presence. The mere residual force from these feathers had obliterated the entire street, leaving almost no survivors. Wang Xian felt a heavy weight in his chest. He recalled reports from his previous life that mentioned casualties numbering in the thousands, though thousands could mean 1,000, or it could mean 9,000. At that moment, the loudspeakers outside nearby storefronts and the massive billboard atop the central skyscraper suddenly came alive with an urgent announcement. Attention! Attention! This is the Chengdu Defense and Security Bureau issuing an emergency alert. Our city is under its class beast airstrike. The area is now under temporary wartime status. Residents in Tianfu District, Hongqing District, Donglai Plaza, and surrounding areas, please proceed to the nearest air raid shelters for safety. Grandmaster Bai Hongtian has already engaged the enemy. Citizens, please remain calm. Martial artists below the 3rd realm are advised not to enter the disaster zone for rescue operations to avoid secondary injuries. Firefighting and rescue teams, special defense units, and ambulances will arrive at the affected areas within 30 minutes. The crowd on the street seemed to snap out of their daze, quickly forming orderly lines to head toward the nearby air raid shelters. Wang Xian glanced at Ye Miyue, who appeared unharmed, and let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, someone in the queue shouted, "Look! Over there in the rubble, there's someone alive." Everyone turned in the direction of the voice and spotted a small figure curled up on the 3rd-floor balcony of a collapsed shopping mall. The balcony hung precariously in midair, its surroundings charred and crumbling, with fierce flames and thick smoke obscuring the view. The speaker was evidently a martial artist with exceptional eyesight, as they had discerned that the figure was a child. The previously orderly line faltered, and a wave of murmurs spread through the crowd, though no one dared to step out of line. Someone finally asked, "Isn't there a martial artist above the 3rd realm here?" The question silenced the chatter instantly, leaving the crowd in heavy stillness. Just then, a woman turned to a burly man beside her and asked, Xiong, can't you try to save that child? You just need to climb over that railing, rush to the balcony, and carry the child down. It shouldn't be too hard, right? As she spoke, she gestured toward the railing in the center of the road that separated the two areas. All eyes fell on the burly man. His face stiffened, and he frowned, replying, Save them? We're just ordinary citizens. We should follow the broadcast instructions and not interfere with the rescue efforts. Don't create more trouble for the authorities. Do you even know what that place is? The burly man pointed towards the ruins. Glass beasts have a natural energy field. Even their fallen feathers exude an overwhelming aura and emit a unique ominous energy. Once this energy enters the body, it corrodes a warrior's flesh and mind, leading to a loss of self. Without professional combat gear or spirit armor to withstand the mental pressure, you, a mere woman, have no idea how dangerous it is over there. And if a few more feathers fall, you could die on the spot. The broadcast already warned us warriors below the third realm should not attempt any rescue. Before he could finish, the woman whispered, But aren't you a third realm warrior? The man froze for a moment before replying flatly, My vitality is at 989 points, just shy of 1,000. That doesn't qualify me as a third realm warrior. Warrior levels are determined by innate vitality. The higher the vitality, the stronger the overall abilities. The threshold for first realm warriors is 10 points, second realm is 100, and third realm is 1,000. But didn't you already pass the third realm warrior assessment? Hope flickered in the woman's eyes. The man turned red with frustration and shouted, If I die, what will happen to all of you? Leave now. The woman froze, falling silent. He's right. We shouldn't interfere, it's true. Going there now would only make things worse. This kind of rescue requires a professional team. The broadcast said they'd arrive within half an hour. Maybe they're already on their way, others chimed in. Their words seemingly aimed at comforting both the man and the woman, but also themselves. Yet, as they gazed at the barrier in the road, their voices grew quieter. Everyone knew the child wouldn't last half an hour. Life could slip away in mere minutes. But no one could be blamed. Among them, there were indeed third realm warriors. Crossing that barrier would have been effortless. However, the moment the glass beast appeared, it drained everyone's courage. Ye Miyue, it clutched Wong Xien's sleeve tightly, biting her lip as her gaze lingered on the ruins. Her thoughts were a mystery. That street was her usual way home. If only she had come earlier. Suddenly, the sleeve she was holding loosened. She turned to find Wang Xian had stopped walking, stepping out of the group and facing forward. Ye Miyue's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly grabbed his arm, panicked. Wang Xian, what are you doing? What do you think? Wang Xian's eyes were fixed ahead. Don't be reckless. Her heart raced as she grabbed his arm with both hands. This isn't something we can help with. I won't let you do something so foolish. This isn't just rescuing someone from drowning. Even third realm warriors wouldn't dare. She couldn't even fathom such an idea. Relax, I've got this. Wang Xian flashed a confident smile. Ye Miyue was momentarily stunned, but still didn't let go. Seeing this, Wang Xian didn't shake her off, but instead spoke slowly. Yi, let me ask you, who am I? She was taken aback. You're Wang Xian, a student at Rongqing Martial High. Wang Xian shook his head, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a folded piece of paper. Unfolding it, he revealed a drawing of a heroic-looking man. He grinned, pointing to the figure. I am the future martial god. Ye Miyue's eyes widened as she stared at the paper. Her mind swirled with emotions, leaving her speechless. Her grip on his arm loosened. As the future martial god destined to protect humanity and the nation, Wang Xian handed the drawing to Ye Miyue and slowly took off his jacket. If I turn a blind eye to those in need, if I cower in the face of beasts, he paused, meeting Ye Miyue's evasive gaze, then I would betray the aspirations of the one in this drawing. How could I ever become the martial god? Ye Miyue lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Take it. Wang Xian placed the drawing in her hands. Why are you giving this to me? She stammered, instinctively holding the paper. Keep it safe for me. When I come back, return it to me. With that, Wang Xian flung off his jacket and dashed forward. With a single leap, he braced his hand against the ground and vaulted over the 1-meter barrier. In that moment, he crossed not just from heaven to hell, but also over the wall of fear that had trapped everyone's hearts. Yi, saving you is because I am Wang Xian. Saving others is because I was once the first half-step martial god of the 8th realm in Blue Star's history. Look, someone's rushing over. Who is that boy? Is he out of his mind? Judging by his uniform, he's clearly a high school student. The procession was supposed to move forward, but all eyes were drawn to the scene. The moment Wang Xian dashed out, everyone around took notice. What initially seemed like two high school students whispering to each other turned into a spectacle as one of them suddenly bolted forward. More and more people turned to look, and the advancing line came to a halt. Some clutched the poles by the roadside tightly. Others lowered their heads in guilt and remained silent, while a few instinctively pulled out their phones. Most, however, shook their heads in disapproval, some sighing. and others even grumbling angrily, thinking it was sheer recklessness bordering on suicidal. A high schooler who hasn't even awakened any martial talent rushing in like that? He's courting death, someone muttered. I've been saying ethos blood-pumping martial arts anime should be banned. Filling students' heads with fantasies about saving the world, it's nothing but trouble. Another chimed in. This is just making the rescue team's job harder. And even if they get here in time, that kid won't survive. What a waste. Judging by his uniform, he's from Rongqing Martial High, one of the top schools in the province. What on earth are they teaching students there? Among the crowd, most voices were dismissive, with some even resorting to harsh criticism. Suddenly, a burly man let out a sharp roar, his voice cutting through the noise as he glared coldly at those speaking ill of the boy. You people, who don't even have the courage of a high schooler, what right do you have to spout such nonsense? His voice was like thunder, silencing everyone instantly. And what gives you the right to judge us? Someone retorted angrily, embarrassed. You're just a mere three-realm martial artist who doesn't even dare. Before the speaker could finish, the man locked eyes with him, his tone icy. You're right, I don't dare. But at least I don't soothe my pathetic sense of morality and responsibility by attacking others. You. The person was left speechless. The man's gaze swept over the crowd, cold and piercing. Those who met his eyes quickly looked down, unwilling to meet his stare. That's why none of you here deserve to be called martial artists. I admit, I'm not as brave as him. And none of the martial artists here are a match for that high school boy who just ran out. With that, he stepped forward, not looking back at the woman standing behind him. Xiaoli, take care of our son, he said. Xiongyu, the woman's voice trembled. The man smiled faintly, his tone softening. Oh right, let me tell you a little secret. What is it? She asked curiously. On the second layer of the front hall cabinet, there's a hidden compartment. Inside, there's a pair of shoes. If you check the soles, you'll find some money. Make sure to take it out, otherwise, you might never find it in this lifetime. With that, the man began walking steadily toward the barrier, his pace neither hurried nor slow, but firm and resolute. Behind him, one figure, then another, stepped forward to follow. They climbed over the barrier and entered the disaster zone. The man's body began to emit a faint, fiery glow, a manifestation of his externalized energy, hallmark of a three-realm martial artist. Only then did he exhale sharply, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. The other martial artists who followed him displayed similar signs of strain. Stepping into the disaster zone was an entirely different experience. A powerful and overwhelming pressure bore down on them instantly. In the distance, a few feathers faintly visible through the dust seemed to symbolize this oppressive force. The air in the disaster zone gradually filled with a faint reddish mist, a clear sign of the miasma emanating from the area. Regions invaded by exotic beasts often required a long recovery period of elemental energy before they could become safe for habitation again. This process was necessary to cleanse the miasma left behind by high-level beasts. The burly man took a deep breath and nodded to the group of three-tiered martial artists around him. Everyone, do your best. We may not be able to save the people, but at the very least, we can bring their bodies back. The group nodded solemnly, their hearts heavy with the grim reality. They knew that ordinary people stood little chance of surviving in such an environment. The boy they had seen earlier had run off quickly, and now, who knew where he might be? I don't see anything for now. The miasma is spilling out, much more intense than before. Our senses and vision are significantly impaired. If only we had a divine sense martial artist with us. Their mental strength far surpasses others at the same level, and they can sense targets instantly, even in conditions like this. Supporting each other, the burly man and the martial artists advanced cautiously. Meanwhile, Wang Xian ran through the ruins of the disaster zone with his eyes closed. The miasma surged into his body like a tide, but he paid it no mind, appearing even more exhilarated. At this moment, he felt as if he had returned to the alien battlefield, the place he had once called home. That battlefield had no trace of earthly elemental energy, only the dense presence of miasma. It was the main battleground for the myriad races of the cosmos, where even class exotic beasts were considered insignificant. Miasma. It was the only high-grade energy martial artists could absorb on the alien battlefield, scientifically known as spiritual miasma, one of the true universal energies. On Blue Star, people feared miasma because of its devastating effects on ordinary life forms. The bodies of ordinary individuals, and even mid to low-level martial artists, simply couldn't withstand it. Compared to Blue Star's elemental energy, this universal energy was far more difficult to absorb, control, and harness, yet its power was unparalleled. Wang Xian had long since mastered its use on the alien battlefield. Martial techniques fueled by spiritual miasma were several times more powerful, and if used for body refinement, the enhancements to one's physical form were exponential. Otherwise, how could exotic beasts become so formidable? However, the spiritual miasma exuded by high-level exotic beasts carried traces of the beast's own will, which could destroy a life form's consciousness. For martial artists on Blue Star, mastering or cultivating this energy was currently impossible. They could only avoid it. But Wang Xian was different. He felt no fear toward the will embedded in the miasma of exotic beasts. Even if the Wind King Falcon itself stood before him, he wouldn't so much as furrow his brow. He had thought that after his rebirth, it would take years before he could absorb spiritual miasma for cultivation. Yet here was an opportunity, much sooner than expected. Fortunately, the massage from Ye Miyue, combined with his own adjustments to his meridians, had allowed him to barely open his yang linking meridian. Without this, absorbing spiritual miasma would have been nearly impossible. Without an open meridian, forcing miasma into the body would destroy cellular structures, leading to death at best and a catastrophic bodily explosion at worst. But once a meridian was open, the situation changed drastically. All right, thin starry sky body refinement technique, activate. A faint smile curved Wang Xian's lips as he headed swiftly toward a third-floor balcony in the distance, silently chanting in his mind. Wang Xian had not forgotten his purpose for coming here to save someone. To be precise, the moment he stepped into this area, he moved steadily toward his goal. He was confident in his judgment. After all, if the person he was seeking were an ordinary individual, they would not have survived long under the assault of the spiritual fiend energy here. However, upon realizing that the individual might be somewhat unusual, he slowed his pace slightly. He also took the opportunity to cultivate in this place, ensuring he had sufficient strength for the rescue. The starry sky body refining technique was a method Wang Xian had developed after decades of martial arts mastery, integrating principles from various martial arts schools. It was designed to adapt to the alien battlefields and the combat against the myriad races of the cosmos. When perfected, this technique could transform one's body into a furnace of heaven and earth, forging a starry sky physique capable of swallowing stars and moons. Unfortunately, this state remained an ideal, never fully realized. By the time Wang Xian created this technique, pouring his life's effort into it, the years had already caught up with him. But now, the timing was perfect. The first step in the starry sky body refining technique was to absorb the immense energy of the universe, filling the body's 12 main meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels, a total of 20 meridians. These 20 meridians would then connect to form the divine meridian. Once the divine meridian was established, one would gain unparalleled strength and limitless potential. The body would no longer be constrained by the various energies of the universe, capable of harnessing and refining the power of the cosmos, transcending the ordinary. In simple terms, any form of energy could be forcibly absorbed and used for cultivation. With each step Wang Xian took, the spiritual fiend energy surged into his body through the Yongquan acupoint at the sole of his foot, traversing pathways such as Yangjiao, Jianjing, Yamen, and Fengqi, before finally reaching the Benshan acupoint on his forehead. As a form of cosmic energy, spiritual fiend energy was immensely destructive. As it passed through each acupoint, it ravaged the meridians like a storm, leaving them in ruins. Yet at the moment of destruction, Wang Xian used his breathing technique and recited incantations, harnessing the energy of the spiritual fiend to reassemble the meridians. Following their original pathways, the meridians were reconstructed into a new form, creating the divine meridiana fusion of cosmic energy and the physical body. The pain of tearing and reassembling the meridians was far beyond the limits of human endurance, and the risks multiplied exponentially. If opening the meridians was like testing the threshold of death, then forging the divine meridian through the starry sky body refining technique was akin to dancing in front of the king of hella reckless gamble with death. Only Wang Xian, as the creator of this method and someone with prior experience, dared to undertake such cultivation. Fortunately, the spiritual fiend energy here is much weaker, and the yang linking vessel isn't very long, with fewer acupoints to deal with. Wang Xian's eyes grew brighter, and his body felt increasingly lighter. His mastery of the primordial breathing technique had long reached a level where he could cultivate while walking, sitting, or lying down. Thus, practicing his self-created starry sky body refining technique did not require him to adhere to the rigid postures of traditional martial arts. With every step, alternating between stillness and motion, he was cultivating. Still, there's not enough spiritual fiend energy. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings before his gaze landed on a few scattered feathers not far away. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he walked toward them. The feathers, belonging to the Wind King Falcon, were massive, blood-red, and shaped like serrated blades, each resembling a giant broadsword, as tall as 2 people. These particular feathers were smaller, having shrunk without the supply of the Wind King Falcon's blood. Even so, without the spiritual fiend energy, they would still be considered top-tier materials back on Blue Star. Wang Xian stepped on one of the feathers, and in an instant, an enormous phantom seemed to emerge, roaring at him with an open beak. It was the lingering will of the Wind King Falcon within the feather. Wang Xian sneered disdainfully, poking the feather with his finger and instantly piercing it. He then stomped on it forcefully. Activating the starry sky body refining technique at full capacity, he began absorbing the spiritual energy within the feather. When the absorption was complete, A faint glimmer flickered in his eyes, and a powerful aura flowed through his entire body. The Yangwei Divine Meridian finally. It was complete. Clenching his fist, Wang Xian felt the strength surging within him and thought to himself, with my full strength, I should be able to deliver a punch exceeding 1,000 pounds. However, my overall vitality is only 0.5. Innate vitality represents a martial artist's potential, but vitality can be improved. The higher the innate vitality, the easier it is to enhance it later. Postnatal vitality, on the other hand, reflects a martial artist's overall life force, essentially, their combat power. For instance, Ye Miyue has an innate vitality of only 0.5, and her maximum punching power is limited to 500 pounds. She still has significant room for improvement. A martial artist with 1 point of vitality can achieve a maximum punching power of 1,000 pounds. As for me, even with just 0.5 vitality, I can unleash a punching power exceeding 1,000 pounds. In other words, under the same vitality conditions, my strength will always surpass others. This was the terrifying advantage of divine meridians cultivated through cosmic energy. Each meridian brought immense enhancements, showcasing the pure numerical allure of spiritual energy like this. Wang Xian mused to himself. Might as well make use of this. He picked up the massive feather from the ground, slung it over his shoulder, and walked toward the third-floor balcony, just a few steps away. Meanwhile, in the distance, a burly man clutched his chest, leaning weakly against a broken wall. He stared at Wang Xian in shock. This boy, he's still alive. Impossible. This was a disaster zone, filled with suffocating spiritual energy. As a martial artist in the third realm, he had already pushed himself to the limit, relying on external energy to shield himself from the spiritual energy as he struggled forward. Reaching this point, he was utterly drained, with barely any energy left. Yet this boy, with no protective energy around him, had walked here with just his physical body and completely unscathed. Could it be some kind of martial arts talent? No. Martial arts talents usually awaken near the college entrance exams. Even if he had awakened early, there's no way he could have made it here. Who is he? The man's thoughts were interrupted when he saw Wang Xian approach the feather lying on the ground. As the source of the spiritual energy, the man understood how dangerous it was, not just the energy itself, but the will of the glass beast contained within the feather, capable of turning even third-realm martial artists into mindless puppets in an instant. Yet Wang Xian seemed completely unaffected, even stomping on it without hesitation. The man faintly heard a feral, angry screech emanating from the feather, a remnant of the glass beast's will. Even from this distance, he felt his head grow dizzy, and his fear intensified. Bang! 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 Wang Xian stomped on the feather several more times, as if savoring this newfound power. In that moment, he shattered the man's understanding of martial arts developed over decades. A 17 or 18-year-old boy resisting the will of an glass beast. Impossible. The lack of spiritual energy shielding around Wang Xian could be attributed to some unique martial arts talent. But this, Lao Xiong, we can't hold on much longer. We have to retreat. A fellow martial artist called out weakly from behind. The man froze, his breathing quickened, his face flushed, and he remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if a ferocious predator had locked onto him. Snapping back to reality, he realized that Wang Xian was now glancing in his direction. His heart pounded in terror. He noticed me? In this foggy, chaotic disaster zone, as a third-realm martial artist with nearly 1,000 points of vitality, he could barely make out Wang Xian's figure from a distance. How did he sense me? Could his level be higher than mine? No, his vitality is incredibly faint, clearly just an ordinary high school student. His breathing grew even more erratic, as if death's toll had already begun to sound. Forget it. If he can make it through unscathed, that's good enough. Overwhelmed with shock, the man turned and left. Wang Xian waved his hand lightly, and the feather in his grasp parted the blazing inferno before him like a banana leaf, creating a pathway. He stepped through the flames like a god bathed in fire, entering the shopping mall. From the third-floor balcony, he heard soft sobbing. Looking up, he saw a little girl, delicate and doll-like, curled up in a corner. Her bright eyes stared blankly at him. The girl was wearing a tattered princess dress, and a sky-blue pendant hung around her slender neck, emitting a faint blue light that formed a protective barrier around her. She looked like a trapped little fairy in the midst of the chaos. With a gentle leap, Wang Xian landed on the third floor, crouched down, and extended his hand with a warm smile. Hey there, little one. Do you want me to take you out of here? On December 1st, 2024, my mom told me that my dad would come to see me today. I was filled with doubt. Did I hear her wrong? The last time I saw him was 5 years ago, on that night. It was my birthday. He came back, handed me a beautifully wrapped gift box, and gave me a warm hug. In that moment, I silently counted the time. It lasted exactly 3 minutes and 36 seconds. I can never forget it. That was the third time I had ever seen my dad. The first time was when I opened my eyes after being born, and the second was when I fell seriously ill at the age of 3. If it weren't for Mom frequently mentioning him, I might even doubt whether I had a father at all. I once asked my mom if dad was a hero because he seemed to have so much to do. Sweetheart, you mustn't blame him, she said. Blame him? Why would I blame him? I could count the times I met him on one hand. When I said this, Mom fell silent for a long time. I asked her again, what is a hero? A rare look of pride appeared on her face. A hero is someone who, in the face of danger, will do whatever it takes to save others from harm and turn the tide, she explained. I nodded and then asked, so if you and I were in danger, would Dad show up too? Of course, because your dad is our hero, she replied. In my heart, I decided I wouldn't blame him. At that moment, the world collapsed around me. Blood and flames intertwined, consuming everything in their path. The silence was deafening. Life lay dormant amidst the ruins, and the dark, blood-red atmosphere painted the surroundings like a scene from hell. Yet, I wasn't afraid because I believed my dad would come. I had been waiting for so long until the inferno of hell was torn apart. I didn't see my dad, but I did see my hero. Wang Xian looked at the little girl in front of him, with no recollection of her in his mind. He sighed. In his past life, too many lives had been lost in this disaster. In the chaos, apart from saving Ye Miyue, he could only manage to save one more person. The thought left him feeling a bit unwilling. The little girl didn't respond. Wang Xian waved his hand in front of her and shook his head slightly, guessing she was probably in shock. It made sense this place was like a living hell, with corpses and wreckage everywhere. He had grown used to it and felt nothing, but for a little girl to survive such a catastrophic situation was already a miracle. However, the necklace around her neck caught his attention. It wasn't an ordinary object but a rare martial artifact in the modern martial arts society, also known as a martial protective device. Martial protective devices are categorized by energy levels, corresponding to the ranks of martial artists, and are divided into multiple tiers. A device with an energy level of 100,000 is classified as a legitimate Tier 5 artifact. These devices come in various forms, offering functions such as attack, defense, disruption, amplification, transformation, and flight. High energy level artifacts typically require users to possess equal life force to operate them. For instance, a Tier 5 artifact with a 100,000 energy level can only be used by a martial artist with a life force of 100,000. Yet, the artifact on the little girl's neck was special. It was an unrestricted use artifact, capable of automatic defense without limitations. Such artifacts were exceedingly rare. Even ordinary people with no martial abilities could use them, as they would activate automatically when under attack. Without this artifact, it would have been impossible for the little girl to survive in such an environment for so long. But this thing won't last much longer. It's probably close to breaking. The Ling Sha has a highly corrosive effect on this modern high-tech combat gear. Luckily, it's just a few feathers. Are you from the rescue team? The little girl suddenly asked, her voice clear and melodious like a bell. Huh, you're still conscious? Wang Xian chuckled. No, I'm not. But let me get you out of here first. With that, he crouched down and motioned for her to climb on. The little girl shook her head and said seriously, Big brother, can you carry me? Wang Xian froze for a moment, looking at the 7 or 80-year-old girl in confusion. Why carry her? In fairy tales, the prince rescues the princess by carrying her. But I'm not a prince, Wang Xian replied. But big brother, you're my prince, the little girl said, leaving Wang Xian both amused and exasperated. So young, yet already so good at tugging at heartstrings. What would she be like when she grew up? Who taught you that? No way, he said, waving a hand dismissively. Then, with a shrug, he reached out, grabbed her by the back of the neck like a kitten, and lifted her effortlessly. This will have to do. The little girl tilted her head and looked at Wang Xian, not at all angry. Big brother, do you have a girlfriend? Don't worry, even if you carry me, I won't accuse you of harassing a minor. Wang Xian sighed. You're not even close to being a minor. You're just a little kid, barely past toddlerhood. At best, you're a child, he said, laughing despite himself. Sensing his thoughts, the little girl said earnestly, Big brother, do you think him very young? Wang Xian countered, you're only 7 or 8. Isn't that young? The little girl shook her head. But you're probably only 10 years older than me. 10 years is still a big age gap. That's almost a whole zodiac cycle, Wang Xian retorted. But if we're both martial artists, the little girl began, counting on her fingers, living to be 100 or 200 years old would be easy. By then, if you're 110 and I'm 100, you won't seem that much older than me. Wang Xian paused, momentarily struck by the logic. Still, no, he said firmly. The little girl sighed. Then, big brother, just carry me on your back. I'm not a kitten or a puppy. You holding me like that really hurts my self-esteem. You've got quite a lot on your mind, Wang Xian said, setting her down and crouching again. The little girl smoothed out her dress, brushed her bangs away from her forehead, and wrapped her arms around Wang Xian's neck, climbing onto his back. Wang Xian adjusted his grip to support her legs and leapt off the balcony. A radiant blue light enveloped them. Big brother, are you a martial artist? Not yet. I'm not a martial artist or part of the rescue team. Why do you ask? I know. You must be my future lover, reborn to come back and save me out of regret, right? Stop reading so many novels. Then why are you saving me? There's no reason to save someone. But no one else came. The little girl said softly, her voice tinged with disappointment. It's as simple as that. Wang Xian replied patiently, indulging her with back-and-forth conversation. Just then, a burly man emerged, collapsing against the railing. Fortunately, the first wave of the rescue team had arrived. Xionggu, a woman, her eyes brimming with tears, rushed forward and threw herself into his arms. The remaining crowd stood still, countless eyes filled with hope and longing. Half an hour had passed. Not only had the first rescue team arrived on the scene, but also the first journalists and security enforcers tasked with maintaining order. Amid the tense atmosphere, a calm yet slightly anxious voice reached the ears of the burly man. He looked Yupit was the classmate of the high school student. The surrounding martial artists could also feel the silent yet expectant gazes directed at them. One of the martial artists spoke softly. Sorry, we didn't find anything. As soon as the words fell, a heavy weight settled in everyone's hearts. Ye Miyue clenched her fists tightly, her vision spinning slightly, as if the world itself was tilting. In truth, this outcome was not unexpected, especially after seeing the condition of the several third-tier martial artists who had emerged, barely clinging to life, utterly drained. Even martial artists of their caliber could barely survive a trip through the disaster zone. How could one expect a young child and a high school student to endure? The burly man remained silent. He wanted to say that perhaps the boy was still alive, but he couldn't bring himself to raise false hopes only to see them crushed. Im Chung-woo, a security officer from the Tianfu District Safety Bureau. We are fully aware of the situation, said a man in a navy blue uniform, his expression both stern and respectful as he regarded the third-tier martial artists. Even if no one is found, it's not your fault. Any martial artist brave enough to enter a disaster zone under these conditions is truly admirable. From here on, leave the rest to us. With that, he sighed inwardly. With his experience in handling disaster zones, he understood the grim reality more than most. If this was a disaster zone caused by an A-class beast, the survival rate for ordinary people was around 10%. But in an S-class beast-induced disaster zone filled with deadly energy, the survival rate for ordinary people was almost zero. He could only hope that more of the martial artists would make it out alive. Just then, a startled voice came from nearby. Captain, we've detected a life signal. It seems like someone is walking out of the disaster zone. Chung-woo immediately turned to look, joined by countless focused stares. From the hazy ruins shrouded in mist, a figure gradually emerged, becoming clearer with every step. Silhouettes emerged faintly, cutting through the crimson mist, walking out slowly and steadily. In an instant, the entire crowd widened their eyes in disbelief, watching until he completely stepped out of the disaster zone. Boom. The crowd, who had been holding their breath, erupted into cheers and applause. Well done. I knew the kid could do it. People began to chatter amongst themselves, speculating that the boy might be one of the few survivors of this catastrophe. Those who had earlier claimed he was walking to his death now felt nothing but shame. When I become a martial artist, I'll do the same someday. All the previous doubts and words of discouragement now transformed into a celebration of life and defiance against adversity, as if the heavy clouds of fear and despair brought by this glass beast had been lifted. Even the martial artists who had ventured into the disaster zone were wide-eyed, some rubbing their eyes as if to confirm they weren't seeing things. Only the burly man let out a sigh of relief, silently affirming to himself that what he had witnessed inside wasn't an illusion. Chung-woo, a special enforcer tasked with maintaining order, immediately focused on the two figures, his expression filled with astonishment and an indescribable sense of shock. Captain, it looks like 5th grade combat gear, a team member reported. Chung-woo frowned slightly and hurried over, gesturing to block the reporters and media personnel who were attempting to rush forward. As he got closer, he saw that the rescuer was indeed a high school boy. His posture was upright, his features handsome, and there was a youthful aura about him that felt oddly familiar. Young man, are you all right? Chung-woo asked. Wong Xien shook his head slightly before setting down the little girl he had been carrying. However, the girl squirmed and clung to him, her voice tinged with reluctance as she said, Big brother, are you abandoning me just after we got out? It's safe here now, Wong Xien replied helplessly. Besides, I need to go home. The little girl, breathing weakly, still held on tightly to him. Nearby medical staff approached, ready to take the girl, but hesitated awkwardly, unsure how to proceed. Wang Xian, unconcerned with the attention, reached back decisively to grab the girl by the back of her neck, intending to lift her. No. The girl instinctively let go, jumping down from his back with a resigned look. Big brother, can you not do that? I don't want to look like a puppy in front of everyone. Wang Xian waved her off and was about to leave when Chung-woo cleared his throat and said, Young man, since you've just come out of the disaster zone, you should come with us for a health check. The disaster zone is filled with miasma, even with 5th grade gear. Some exposure is inevitable. I don't need it, Wang Xian replied, shaking his head. He understood that, as someone who cultivated using spiritual energy, any examination might reveal things he'd rather keep hidden, which would only create more trouble. There's no need to rush, Chengwu added. Young man, come with us to the bureau later. Your bravery will be officially recognized by the security bureau, and there's a reward for your actions. That's not really bravery anymore, Wang Xian thought. Risking one's life to save another goes beyond that. The dangers of the disaster zone were a death sentence for ordinary people. Moreover, he couldn't have known that the little girl possessed something as valuable as 5th-grade combat gear. Charging in was an act of sheer determination, fully prepared to face death. Such acts of courage and selflessness are rare and precious in any era. In modern society, where many pursue martial arts with selfish motives, this story could serve as an inspiring example. That won't be necessary, Wang Xian replied calmly. Wang Xian smiled slightly, his gaze calmly sweeping across the crowd around him. He spoke softly. I didn't come here for fame or fortune, nor do I wish to make a big deal of this matter. His words left Cheng Wu momentarily stunned, his brows furrowing slightly. Before Cheng Wu could respond, Wang Xian effortlessly parted the onlookers and walked away. His pace was steady, showing no hint of panic. Cheng Wu snapped back to reality and quickly followed, asking urgently, Young man, what's your name? Which martial arts high school are you from? His tone carried a mix of curiosity and anticipation, clearly eager to know which school in Rongqing had produced such an outstanding young talent. Without pausing or turning back, Wang Xian replied, Rongqing Martial Arts High School Number 7, Senior Year Class 4, last row by the window. This overly specific answer caught Cheng Wu off guard, and he chuckled a few times. This kid claiming not to want attention, yet providing such detailed information. However, the nosy reporters were not so easily deterred. Before Wang Xian could leave the crowd, the journalists, who had been held back by the police officers, surged forward like sharks scenting blood. Even with a few special martial guards nearby, it was hard to hold back the relentless wave of reporters. Wang Xian smirked inwardly, unfazed by the scene. In today's world, when a martial artist reaches the 7th realm, it naturally attracts widespread attention and congratulations. Families of influence, league officials, business tycoons, and provincial elites all come in droves. Compared to that, these reporters were nothing more than a minor nuisance. Just then, a male reporter in professional attire managed to break through the crowd and rushed up to Wang Xian. His movements were startlingly quick, and the microphone was almost at Wang Xian's face. Young hero, the reporter asked urgently. Who is that little girl to you? What made you risk your life to enter the disaster zone? Weren't you afraid of dying? Wang Xian paused slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the reporter. Instead of answering directly, he asked calmly, What did you just call me? The reporter froze for a moment before realizing. A young hero, of course. No. Wang Xian gently pushed the microphone aside, his tone steady. I'm not a hero. The reporter chuckled and pressed further. If you're not a hero, then who is? Wang Xian didn't answer immediately. First, he gestured toward the special martial guards standing nearby. Then, he pointed toward the distant medical staff working tirelessly. Finally, his gaze landed on the rescue teams risking their lives to handle the disaster. He spoke slowly. They are. The reporter stood there stunned, momentarily speechless. Even though he had prepared countless eye-catching, traffic-driving questions, he suddenly didn't know what to say. It wasn't just him, the entire crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Xian quickly made his way to the still-dazed Ye Miyue, grabbed her hand, and ran. The two weaved through the streets until they were far from the commotion, finally stopping at the next subway station. The golden glow of the setting sun cast a warm light on Ye Miyue's flawless face, revealing faint traces of dried tears. Wang Xian leaned closer with a teasing smile. Hey Yi, were you crying? I wasn't. Ye Miyue quickly turned away, taking a few steps to let the shadows hide her face. Wang Xian didn't press further. Instead, he extended his hand and said gently, Hand it over. What? Ye Miyue seemed momentarily confused, still shaken from earlier. You know what? After a moment of realization, Ye Miyue hastily handed over the jacket she had been clutching tightly, along with a folded piece of paper. Blushing deeply, she lowered her head and murmured, Here, it's yours. Wang Xian accepted the paper and softly said the words he hadn't had the chance to say in his previous life. Thank you. No need, Ye Miyue stammered. It was always yours anyway. With that, she hurriedly walked away, her face burning. Your house is nearby, Wang Xian said casually as he watched her retreating figure. Yi, remember to practice those moves I taught you. Ye Miyue froze momentarily before quickening her pace, as if trying to escape. Wang Xian called out again. If you don't improve next time during the massage. Before he could finish, Ye Miyue had bolted, disappearing from sight in a flash, leaving behind only a trail of embarrassment lingering in the air. Rongqing Security Bureau. By Hongtian. Cheng Wu, who had just returned to the bureau and hadn't even caught his breath, heard a woman's furious roar echoing from above. The voice, though faint and intermittent, made his brows furrow as he thought to himself. Who dares to directly call the Grandmaster by name in the bureau? No sense of decorum at all. If not for the Grandmaster stepping in today, Rongqing might have already plunged into chaos, with countless lives lost. Glancing at his colleagues in the bureau, all of whom were deliberately avoiding involvement, Cheng Wu understood the situation. He walked to the door of the lounge and caught a glimpse of the Seventh Realm Grandmaster, who had just fought fiercely against its glass beast and was now covered in wounds. His face was flushed as he growled in a low voice. I must deal with that beast immediately. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Don't talk to me about that. I just want to know, why didn't you save your daughter first? Standing opposite the Grandmaster was a strikingly beautiful woman, though her face now carried a frightening intensity. Cheng Wu's heart skipped a beat. He realized she must be the Grandmaster Bai's wife. If I had gone to save Xiaoxi first, even if it delayed me by just a few minutes or seconds, how many people in Rongqing would have died? I am a Seventh Realm Grandmaster. My duty is to the country and its people. The Grandmaster's sense of responsibility was unwavering, and Cheng Wu, outside the room, felt a deep respect. The woman, however, shouted furiously. If you can't even protect your own daughter, what right do you have to protect the country and its people? Pointing at him, she continued her tirade. The Grandmaster's expression was one of deep sorrow, but he remained silent. Cheng Wu, unable to bear the tension any longer, quickly stepped inside and said loudly, Grandmaster Bai, I have some good news over here, just now. The next day, at Rongqing Martial High School, Wang Xian, carrying a shoulder bag and holding breakfast, stood at the entrance, gazing at the familiar golden characters on the gate, feeling a flood of emotions. As he walked in, the familiar sights of the teaching building, the martial arts training grounds, the cafeteria, and even the frosty forest paths, all came together in his memory like a faded old painting. At the end of the painting stood a building, the Ifu building. The greatest distance in the world is you being here 60 years ago, and me being here 60 years later. Yet we both studied in the same Ifu building. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from the side. Hey, you there? The school strictly forbids martial arts students from climbing buildings. Which class are you in? Wang Xian turned to look and saw a somewhat handsome boy in the distance. With a light leap, the boy jumped up to the second-floor corridor, about 4 or 5 meters high, and glanced back down. Teacher, I'm from class 1. The patrolling teacher's expression softened when he saw him. Xia Xiqing, be more careful. Many passing students muttered under their breath. Xia Xiqing, that guy, always showing off. Damn, if your innate vitality was 0.6 and you managed to grow it to 1.2 in just one semester of senior year, you'd probably show off too. This guy's vitality has already surpassed 1, and he's so good looking. With martial arts talent like that, even if his awakened martial arts ability is mediocre, he could easily get into a top-tier martial arts academy. I have him on Feixing. He spent all of yesterday playing endless martial arts and won several solo rounds in the Shura mode. Wang Xian glanced over and vaguely remembered him. Xia Xiqing was the type of student who shone the brightest in high school, impressive grades, good looks, exceptional talent, and yet he didn't seem to put in much effort, often staying up all night gaming. Wang Xian often envied those so-called model students at critical moments. Back in his previous life's high school days, he felt a pang of jealousy towards them. However, over time, he encountered numerous martial arts prodigies. Even Xia Xiqing, who later awakened the advanced martial arts talent, Flamebone, seemed ordinary in his eyes. Wang Xian still remembered that Xia Xiqing eventually became a teacher at a prestigious university. Shaking his head, Wang Xian walked into the teaching building. As he approached the entrance of Class 9, he stopped and glanced inside the classroom. Ye Miyue was sitting in the center of the front row, wearing a school uniform that was washed so many times it had faded. She was quietly reading with her eyes closed, her demeanor obedient and composed. That seat, known as the throne of the class, wasn't a place just anyone could occupy. At the moment, she was the only one in the classroom. Wang Xian looked around, frowned slightly, and walked straight in. He tapped on her desk. Good morning, teacher. Ye Miyue instinctively responded, but when she saw who it was, she froze. Yi, looking pretty spirited today, Wang Xian said with a grin. Have you had breakfast? I have. She hesitated before replying. Where did you eat? He pressed further. The school cafeteria? Ye Miyue paused to think before answering. What did you eat? Noodles, she said. What kind of noodles? Beef. Her voice grew quieter with each word. Stop pretending. The cafeteria doesn't serve beef noodles on Monday mornings. Wang Xian exposed her lie without hesitation and placed the breakfast he was holding onto her desk. You didn't eat anything at all. The aroma wafted through the air. Ye Miyue shook her head, refusing. I don't want it. You'd better eat it now while no one's around. Wang Xian ignored her refusal as he turned to leave. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what might appear on the school forum today. Hey, you. Before Ye Miyue could stand up, Wang Xian was already out of Class 9. She frowned, staring at the breakfast in front of her. A pancake stuffed with 2 layers of juicy meat patties and a warm cup of fresh milk. The perfect energy boost for a student in the morning. After glancing around cautiously, she reluctantly picked up the pancake, nibbling at it like a thief. Her cheeks puffed out as she chewed, savoring every bite. When Wang Xian returned to Class 4, A few students had already arrived. A boy with a mix of mischief and charm leaned over, his expression one of surprise. Whoa, is the sun rising from the west today? You're not cutting it close for once. What are you doing here so early? Planning a rebellion? Wang Xian shot him a sideways glance, thinking to himself that this guy was his close friend, Zhou Shuquan. From afar, he looked plain. Up close, he had a touch of handsomeness. But on closer inspection, he was a mix of both equal parts good-looking and awkward. Zhou Shuquan excelled in both literature and martial arts, consistently ranking at the top. If Xia Xiqing was the prodigy of the martial arts academy, then Zhou Shuquan was its backbone, an elite of the inner circle. Meanwhile, Wang Xian at the time seemed to be nothing more than an outer sect disciple subordinate. Just felt bored. Wang Xian shrugged. Where's the breakfast you usually bring for Qin Yuding? Zhou Shuquan asked casually, assuming Wang Xian was just acting on a whim. Gave it to someone else. Who? Zhou Shuquan asked, intrigued. Ye Miyue from class 9. Zhou Shuquan froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. You gave it to Ice Queen Yi? What's the deal? Trying to freeze her into a popsicle with that breakfast? This guy really has a sharp tongue. The two exchanged a few biting words before more classmates gradually gathered in the classroom. Just then, a striking figure appeared at the doorway, instantly waking up several sleepy male students. Qin Yuding, though dressed in the standard school uniform as required, had clearly made some alterations. The once loose uniform now fit snugly, drawing plenty of attention. She walked into the classroom, her gaze sweeping across the room before finally landing on Wang Xian. Letting out a cold snort, she silently made her way to a seat in the third row. Following closely behind her was a tall boy with a few pimples on his face. He approached Qin Yuding with a smug expression and said, Xiaoting, I brought you breakfast today. His eyes flickered toward Wang Xian, his demeanor exuding the pride of a victorious general, shoulders squared and chest puffed out. Qin Yuding accepted the breakfast with a faint smile and softly said, Thank you, class monitor. Seeing her smile, the tall boy instantly lit up with excitement, as if he had been injected with a burst of adrenaline. Wang Xian, Zhou Shuquan muttered in surprise. Bro, isn't that your job? Looks like Li Zihong, that fool, has taken over your devoted admirer position. You used to be the one bringing her breakfast. Wang Xian replied casually. Why would a person compete with a dog for a spot? With that, he rested his head on his desk. Zhou Shuquan froze for a moment, then sighed. Damn, fair point. Up front, Qin Yuding cast a sidelong glance toward Wang Xian in the back. Seeing his indifferent demeanor, she frowned slightly and thought to herself. Humph, still acting indifferent? Let's see how long you can keep this up. Without further words, the group settled into their morning self-study session. Wu High School had morning self-study, but what was even more important was the morning broadcast martial practice. Not long after the session began, the sound of the broadcast outside signaled all classes to proceed orderly to the sports field at precisely 7 a.m. The martial practice involved a nationwide fitness routine called Giantiquan, strengthening body fist. As a prestigious high school, most students were decent at it, though only at a beginner's level. Giantiquan consisted of 10 forms, incorporating movements that engaged all the body's joints. Practiced poorly, it could still promote circulation and health. Mastered well, it could be used to fight beasts or even kill. The routine had a low threshold for entry but an incredibly high ceiling. However, most martial artists rarely reached its peak, as it required an exceptional understanding of martial principles. During the practice, each class had a leader, typically the student with the best skills. Being the leader was considered an honor. For example, Class 1's leader was Xia Xiqing, Class 4's was Li Zihong, and Class 9's leader was not Ye Miyue, but another girl. At the very front stood a teacher who served as a role model, his posture upright and expression stern. This was the school's discipline director, Zhou Dahai. First form, wind rises from Kunlun. The entire field fell silent, and only the booming voice of the discipline director could be heard. Wang Xian cast a glance at him. From the opening stance alone, he could tell that Zhou Dahai had an advanced mastery of Giantiquan. His skills were honed to perfection. With another decade or so, he might even reach the pinnacle. A martial artist at the third level of mastery, practicing Giantiquan to this extent, was already commendable. Many martial artists, upon reaching the first level, either focused on enhancing their martial talents or sparring with weapons, seldom continuing with Giantiquan. Wang Xian, however, had no further interest in watching. His gaze shifted diagonally across to a figure in Class 9, watching with great enjoyment. In the front row of the fourth class formation, Wang Xian's figure stood out conspicuously. His tall stature made him tower over his classmates, but at this moment, he was restlessly turning his head, glancing around. This action immediately caught the attention of the class model student, Li Zihong. Wang Xian, focus. Li Zihong snapped sharply as he turned to scold him. Your practice is already sloppy, and now you're looking around, ruining the class's discipline. Just wait until Cui Sanyan catches you. In truth, although Wang Xian's gaze wandered, his movements remained perfectly synchronized with the rhythm set by the instructor. Every action he performed was precise and flawless, though his demeanor gave off an air of nonchalance. Wang Xian understood Li Zihang's criticism, while someone like him couldn't perceive that Wang Xian's mastery of the fitness boxing technique had already reached the level of seamless integration of form and spirit. Even the instructor on the platform might not be able to discern it. Mind your own practice, Wang Xian responded calmly. You. Li Zihang frowned and huffed coldly. Here's some news for you. There's an in-class martial arts assessment today. If you keep slacking off during the exercises, just wait and see how Cui Sanyan deals with you. Speaking of Cui Sanyan, the 4th class's homeroom teacher, his nickname was well-earned. He had a knack for appearing out of nowhere, observing students from the back door or through the windows, as if he had a third eye, making the entire class feel perpetually uneasy. Wang Xian paid no attention to Li Zihang's threats. His eyes occasionally drifted toward Ye Miyue from class 9. At least she's practicing, he thought to himself with approval. The girl had clearly taken to heart the principles he had taught her about combining the Hunyuan breathing method with fitness boxing. She was fully immersed in her practice, oblivious to the attention of others. On the platform, the instructor, Zhou Dehai, was carefully observing the students from each class. A retired soldier in his early 40s, Zhou Dehai had over 2 decades of experience with fitness boxing. As a senior instructor at Rongqing Martial High, he understood the importance of this foundational martial art promoted nationwide. His gaze swept across the classes. Class 8's Zhao Jun was on the verge of reaching minor accomplishment. Class 3's Wu Bai had made no progress for months, still stuck at the beginner level. Class 4's Li Zihang showed some potential, but was held back by his scattered focus, while Class 1's Xia Xiqing, gifted with exceptional talent, had recently entered the realm of minor accomplishment. According to the standards of the Blue Star Martial Arts Alliance, whether in new martial arts or traditional forms, martial arts mastery was divided into 4 levels: beginner, minor accomplishment, proficient, and mastery. Internationally, these were simply referred to as 1st to 4th realms. Legend spoke of a level beyond the 4th realm, the pinnacle every martial artist dreamed of returning to simplicity. It was said that at this stage, even the most basic techniques could unleash extraordinary power. Zhou Dehai understood deeply that while fitness boxing was easy to pick up, reaching minor accomplishment required great effort. Even those with exceptional talent would need over a decade of dedicated practice to achieve proficiency. As for mastery, even among the nation's 7th realm grandmasters, few could truly claim to have reached that level. To reach the realm of perfection in the art of Jianti Quan, only a handful of individuals across the entirety of Longhua could hope to achieve such mastery. Xia Shiqin's accomplishments in this field were truly remarkable. This martial art distilled the essence of centuries-old techniques, forming a foundational practice. Among the entire senior year at the school, with over 1,000 students and 2.5 years of training, he was the sole individual to show considerable progress. As for the junior and sophomore students who had just begun learning, there wasn't much to discuss. At that moment, Zhou Dehai's gaze fell upon Ye Miyue from class 9, and he froze, startled. When had she achieved such progress? As the director of education, Zhou Dehai might not have been intimately familiar with every student's academic performance, but when it came to Jianti Quan, which he personally oversaw, he was an expert. He clearly remembered that Ye Miyue's previous level was only slightly above beginner. Reaching a stage of minor accomplishment should have required at least another year of rigorous practice, perhaps even until university. Ye Miyue did possess remarkable talent. Her humanities scores had consistently ranked 1st in the school, and her physical and martial arts abilities were also outstanding. However, Jianti Quan was no easy feat. Even at the university level, it remained a mandatory course. Many top-tier martial arts academies required mastery of Jianti Quan as a graduation criterion. But now, as Zhou Dehai observed her focused expression and her fluid, practiced movements, each subtly stirring the surrounding energy of heaven and earth, he couldn't help but question his own eyes. Could it be that she had experienced a sudden breakthrough? A faint smile appeared on Zhou Dehai's face as he felt a surge of relief. If this were true, her progress was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, only Ye Miyue herself knew the truth. Her mind was actually preoccupied with recalling the massage she had given Wong Xien the day before. Satisfied with what he saw, Zhou Dehai shifted his attention back to the other students. Suddenly, his body tensed, a sense of alarm rising within him. Without hesitation, he executed the 9th form, Huntian Rui, and abruptly stopped. Wait, this student's level. Why did it feel incomprehensible to him? Zhou Dehai's gaze was fixed intently on class 4, locking onto a single figure. At first glance, the student seemed to be methodically practicing the basic fitness boxing routine, with movements that were precise yet unremarkable, no different from the other students nearby. However, as Zhou Dehai focused more closely, he noticed something peculiar. The people around the student appeared to be subtly influenced, their movements unconsciously aligning with the student's rhythm. Each action began to harmonize, flowing together in a strange synchronicity. Although the energy of the world remained undisturbed, this silent influence sent a jolt through Zhou Dahai's heart was this a martial aura? His breathing quickened, and his eyes remained glued to the student. Zhou Dahai knew well, when a martial art reaches its pinnacle, demonstrated by a grandmaster of the 7th realm or higher, it can generate a powerful martial aura. This aura has the ability to subtly draw in those with lesser aptitude, allowing them to naturally grasp some of the deeper mysteries of the art. For this reason, many elite academies often invite grandmasters to lecture and perform, hoping to leverage their aura to elevate overall skill levels and improve graduation outcomes. But how could a grandmaster of the 7th realm or higher be so easily invited? Even at Rongqing Martial High, such an occurrence was exceedingly rare, perhaps happening once every few years. Yet here it was, right next to this strident impossibility. Zhou Dahai forced himself to dismiss the thought, muttering under his breath, "I must be seeing things." That student was none other than Wang Xian, but with an innate vitality of only 0.1. Even if he had mastered fitness boxing to perfection, it was inconceivable for him to generate any kind of aura. It was an absurd notion. Yet, as Zhou Dahai watched, the student's movements became increasingly fluid and natural. The more he observed, the more convincing it seemed. There was no stiffness, no hesitation, only seamless transitions, even in moments where the technique was less than textbook perfect. If this were the level of a beginner, it was still far from mastery. If it were considered a minor achievement, there should at least be some fluctuation in the world's energy. But there was none. The weight in Zhou Dahai's chest eased slightly. The hallmark of a minor achievement in fitness boxing was the ability to weakly stir the world's energy. When practiced to a refined level, Zhou Dahai himself could achieve that standard each finger, fist, kick, and elbow capable of producing energy blasts, a sign of condensed internal force. As for reaching the pinnacle, while he had never personally experienced it, he had witnessed such demonstrations before. The performer seemed to stand alone in the world, every move exuding boundless mystery and profound meaning. Yet this student's practice gave Zhou Dahai an inexplicable sense of uneasy and nagging suspicion that the boy might have altered the routine on his own. Rubbing his eyes, he refocused, only to find himself inexplicably drawn in. Could it be a return to simplicity? While there were superficial similarities, it was ultimately impossible. After all, even if someone had started practicing fitness boxing as a fetus, they could not refine this foundational art, which incorporates countless traditional martial techniques, to such a level. As the performance quietly came to an end, Zhou Dahai shook his head, lost in thought, and mocked himself for his wild imagination. Did today's fitness boxing feel smoother to you? Nearby, the students began murmuring, most of them from class 4. Yeah, I noticed it too. Do you think Mr. Zhou's skills have improved again? I wasn't paying attention to Mr. Zhou. I think maybe our fitness boxing proficiency has skyrocketed, and we've had a breakthrough. Someone's voice rose softly, filled with excitement and anticipation. Whispers surrounded Wang Xian, but he paid them no mind. Instead, he exhaled lightly, a refreshed and invigorated expression appearing on his face. The benefits of fitness boxing extended far beyond what others might imagine. Practicing it once in the morning can energize you for the entire day. Doing it before bed can grant you a night of deep, restful sleep. To achieve such effects, however, requires mastery. Otherwise, top universities wouldn't include health boxing as part of their graduation assessments. Frankly speaking, if an ordinary person were to practice health boxing consistently throughout their life, even without pursuing martial arts, they could live a long, disease-free life. At 7:30, after the morning martial arts practice, the formal classes began. This morning, there was a foreign language class, which everyone was looking forward to. Back in the classroom, Zhou Shuquan had already eagerly taken out his textbook, his eyes brimming with excitement. The foreign language teacher, Su Wei, was a beautiful woman in her early 30s with a graceful figure. Despite always wearing dark professional attire, she couldn't conceal the students' enthusiasm for her class. As for Zhou Shuquan, Wang Xian recalled that this guy eventually married their college professor, a divorced woman no less. He had a particular preference for women over a decade older than himself. However, the moment a bald head appeared at the classroom door, Zhou Zukin's excitement vanished instantly. The foreign language teacher was sick. The homeroom teacher, Chui Three Eyes, delivered the news in just 2 sentences before hurrying off, leaving the classroom in an uproar of groans and complaints. The reason was simple: martial arts testing had arrived. There were 2-part stance training assessment and skill evaluation. For most students, both tests were grueling, and with Chui Three Eyes' strict demeanor, their apprehension only grew. Zhou Shuquan let out a sigh. Even if the academic subjects only account for 30 in the martial arts unified exam, isn't this a bit much? He muttered as he got up and walked out of the classroom with Wang Xian. Slowly, they made their way to the martial arts training field. The school's training field was massive, at least several soccer fields in size, divided into various zones to prevent clashes between different classes. At the moment, not only Class 4, but other classes were also conducting their small monthly assessments. In senior year, these assessments occurred several times a month. The field was filled with an array of weapons: swords, sabers, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, throwing knives and various testing equipment. "Oh, Class 9 is here too," Zhou Shuquan said, patting Wang Xian on the shoulder. "Ye Bingshan is here, so maybe this test won't be so bad after all." Class 9 had a reputation for being predominantly female, with many standout students, earning it the nickname Ladies' Class at the martial arts school. And then there was Ye Miyue, whose name was known by all. At that moment, she was dressed in a fitted training outfit, her ponytail swinging, her slender figure exuding youthful charm. Even the training clothes couldn't hide her beauty. Her exquisitely delicate face, though calm and cool, still drew countless admiring glances from the students. In Class 4, only Chun Yuding could somewhat rival her. Wang Xian noticed that Chun Yuding's gaze quickly shifted away, clearly aware of his attention. "What are you looking at?" Chui Three Eyes barked. 3 minutes. Get to the locker rooms and change into your training gear." The boys bolted toward the locker rooms as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Before Wang Xian could step into the locker room, a familiar voice called out to him. Turning around, he saw that it was Chun Yuding. She held her practice uniform in one hand, slightly lifting her chin, a trace of pride flashing across her beautiful face. "With your previous performance, you'd barely last 2 or 3 minutes. Once you're done, go buy me some water. Don't forget to bring a few extra bottles, and I might forgive you. Oh, you've got hands and feet. You can go yourself." Wang Xian turned and walked into the changing room, silently thinking to himself that he didn't have time to buy her water. "Wait." Chun Yuding quickly stopped him, her phoenix-like eyes glancing at him with a hint of displeasure. "Cheapskate, how long have you even been bringing me breakfast? And you're already giving up? Think about it, if a girl were that easy to win over, would you even cherish her?" Wang Xian paused, looking at her calmly. At that moment, he had to admit, she had a point. "Besides, with grades like yours." Chun Yuding pointed a finger at him, her expression filled with frustration. "Even if I agreed to date you, could you get into the same college as me in the future? Sooner or later, we'd go our separate ways, and then break up. Everyone says persistence is the key to martial arts, but you can't even stick to chasing a girl. No wonder you've made no progress in martial arts for 2 years. And now, when I ask you to hold on a bit longer, you just give up? You even try to play hard to get. Is that fun for you? Do you think I don't see through your little games?" Clap, clap, clap. Wang Xian applauded, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. As expected of the woman who, in a past life, charmed her way into marrying into multiple wealthy families and eventually established the Chun Corporation in the martial arts world. This level of manipulation, your PUA skills were already evident back then. He thought to himself that Chun Yuding did make some valid points. Just as he was about to respond, her voice interrupted his thoughts. "Here." Chun Yuding pulled out a 100 yuan bill. "If you don't want to spend your own money, I'll give it to you. Even if you're just pretending, at least keep going. Otherwise, by the time you graduate high school, you'll have nothing to show for it, not even one thing you stuck with till the end." Wang Xian froze for a moment, sensing something off. Was she offering him money so he could pursue her? That didn't seem right. The Chun Yuding from his past life was far from a saint. Why would she do this? "What is it?" Finally having a change of heart, she scoffed, her tone cold. "I don't mean anything else, I just want you to try sticking with something for once." Wang Xian was silent for a few seconds, then shook his head. "Sorry, I really don't have time to buy you water. You'd better ask someone else." With that, he walked into the changing room. "You." Chun Yuding stomped her foot, her cheeks instantly flushing red, so angry she couldn't even get the words out. "You love pretending this much, huh? Let's see how long you can keep it up." 3 minutes later, the homeroom teacher, Chui Sanyin, glanced at the time and said calmly, "I won't go over the rules again. Begin the Hun Yuan stance." The usual standards applied. 20 minutes to pass, 30 minutes for excellence, and 40 minutes for a perfect score. At his words, the students' expressions changed, each reacting differently. Some felt hopeful, while others were filled with dread. "Teacher, wasn't the full mark standard 20 minutes before?" Li Zihong raised his hand and asked. Chui Sanyin frowned and replied, "That was then. In just over a month, you'll face the martial arts class assessment. This is the standard for that. If you want to join the martial arts class, this is a required test." The martial arts class, also known as the Martial Arts Accelerated Program, was a special program established at Wuhai to cater to top-performing students. Once admitted, students could skip most academic courses to focus solely on martial arts training. The school would also allocate additional resources and provide extra support to help martial arts students rapidly improve their vitality and martial arts skills. All major martial arts high schools in Rongqing had such programs. Generally speaking, joining the martial arts class almost guaranteed admission to a top-tier martial arts university, with some students even qualifying for direct admission. However, spots were limited. At Wuhai 7th School, with nearly 20 classes in the senior year, only 50 students were selected, roughly 2 per class. In all of Rongqing's martial arts high schools, no student didn't aspire to join the martial arts class. "Enough talk, start the stance," Chui Sanyin commanded. The students exchanged glances before stepping into their positions. Chui Sanyin stood expressionless, his shoulders relaxed, elbows dropped, his head lightly lifted as though suspended, his posture solid and immovable like a mountain. Every minute, their stances had to remain perfectly still. Any slight change would disrupt their balance, rendering their effort ineffective. He scanned the students one by one. In just 2 or 3 minutes, someone's legs began to tremble. Clatter. The weights on her head, shoulders, and thighs fell to the ground. 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Chui Sanyan frowned at the girl, Yuan Xian, and reprimanded her sternly. I know you don't plan to pursue martial arts and are aiming for the liberal arts path, but even for the academic exam, your physical fitness needs to meet a vitality level of 0.5. Your innate vitality is 0.2, and after 2 years, you've barely improved to 0.38. If you don't practice stances to enhance your basic fitness, it won't be enough for the exam. Teacher, I'll work harder, Yuan Xian replied helplessly as she stepped aside, her body drenched in sweat, her face pale. Suddenly, she glanced at someone in the crowd and muttered, that's strange. Wasn't Wong Xien always the first to give up before? As if he had heard her, Chui Sanyan paused and shifted his gaze to Wang Xian. He was genuinely surprised. This kid Wang Xian stood there calmly, like a statue, completely motionless. His body alignment was so precise it seemed measured with a ruler. Even his gaze appeared frozen, as if he had merged seamlessly with the world around him, utterly unshakable. What a perfect example of the Hun Yuan stance, Chui Sanyan thought in amazement. Time ticked by, and one student after another began to falter. 10 minutes passed a critical threshold, leaving half the students out. Among the crowd, Chen Yuding couldn't resist sneaking a glance at Wang Xian, who was not far away, and thought to herself, impossible. He hasn't fallen yet. Chen Yuding, focus. But just as she stole a glance, Chui Sanyan's sharp reprimand snapped her back to attention. The intense focus and concentration required in the stance training made every second feel unrelenting. Only the students who had already collapsed lay on the ground to rest, watching enviously as their classmates persevered. With the teacher present, no one dared to chat freely. After 20 minutes, the number of standing students halved again, leaving just over a dozen. By the 30-minute mark, every passing minute became a test of willpower. The weight pressing down on their heads, shoulders, arms, and legs, totaling hundreds of pounds, felt like a crushing mountain. By 35 minutes, only 5 remained. Chen Yuding, Zhou Shuquan, Li Zihong, the martial arts committee member Long Biao, and finally, Wang Xian. At the 36th minute, Zhou Shuquan finally collapsed. In the 37th, Long Biao followed. By the 38th minute, Li Zihong also fell. At this point, almost every gaze in the class was fixed on the 2 remaining students, especially Wang Xian. Lying on the ground, Zhou Shuquan was too exhausted to think clearly, but he couldn't help wondering, since when did your stance training become this strong? This feels so unfamiliar. Li Zihong, pale as ever, now looked even more drained. He stared at Wang Xian, feeling as though he were dreaming. Even if teacher Chui Sanyan were to intervene, he couldn't stop the quiet murmurs spreading among the students. When did Wang Xian become this powerful? His innate vitality is only 0.1, and I heard it hasn't improved to 0.2 in 2 years. He's been slacking off all this time. He used to last only 2 or 3 minutes, right? And now it's almost 40 minutes? Is his stance training a perfect score? Did he get possessed by a ghost or something? Don't talk nonsense. Chen Yuding said his family runs a martial arts school. Maybe he's been trained by a professional fighter. At this moment, Chui Sanyan had no time to address the students' whispers. His eyes were locked on Wang Xian. On the surface, the 2 remaining students seemed evenly matched, but Chui could see the truth. Chen Yuding was clearly at her limit, whereas Wang Xian appeared completely at ease. As the timer hit 40 minutes, Chui Sanyan lightly pressed the stopwatch. In the next second, Chen Yuding collapsed to the ground, the weights on her body clattering loudly as they fell. She barely had the strength to move, but she turned her head, her gaze fixed on Wang Xian, her eyes filled with astonishment. Wang Xian calmly straightened up, casually flipping the weights off his body with ease, catching them effortlessly before setting them aside with precision. Chen Yuding, full marks. Wang Xian. Chui Sanyan paused briefly. Full marks. The class erupted in shock. Now they could see the difference. Wang Xian looked like he could have kept going. Wang Xian glanced at Chen Yuding indifferently, saying nothing. Chen Yuding could stand for 40 minutes because 40 minutes was her limit. Wang Xian could stand for 40 minutes because 40 minutes was the maximum score. 10-minute break. Stay hydrated. Next is the skill assessment. Chui Sanyan's thunderous voice echoed as he glanced at the class before stepping out of the martial arts hall. Everyone snapped out of their daze and began discussing fervently. At this moment, Chen Yuding stood up, her gaze fixed on Wang Xian. The shock in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by disappointment. Wang Xian, what's the point of this? She asked. Wang Xian, however, simply picked up a towel, seemingly indifferent to her words. Chen Yuding said coldly. Fake as it gets. Did you take some temporary medication or something? Her words caused an uproar among the students. Li Zihong froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. So you did take something. With only zero point 0.1 vitality, how have you lasted this long? You must have used a vitality-boosting potion. Otherwise, your physical condition wouldn't support you standing in the Hunyuan stance for so long. The other students suddenly understood, nodding in realization. Someone chimed in. I knew it was odd. A month ago, his stance performance was worse than Yuan Xian's. How could he improve so much in just a month? It doesn't add up. That kind of potion must be expensive, right? At this moment, Zhou Shukuan frowned slightly and spoke. Stop making baseless accusations. It's just a test. Who would take such a potion? Li Zihong sneered. Baseless? Even you don't believe that. Spending big just to show off, who wouldn't? But what's the point? In an official test, who would let you get away with using that kind of potion? The side effects afterward. Shut up. Shen Yuding glared at Li Zihong, cutting him off immediately. Wang Xian, standing nearby, chuckled. You might as well provide some evidence. That would be more convincing. With that, he lost interest in the conversation. He never cared much for these assessments anyway. Attending school was merely an excuse to keep an eye on Ye Miyue. As for studying, forget high school, there wasn't even anyone at a university level who could teach him anything. Still, he would have to take the university entrance exam because one of the top martial arts academies held some crucial materials and treasures he needed. He missed out on them in his previous life, but he wouldn't let that happen again. I don't need any evidence. Chen Yuding sighed. Wang Xian, next up is the skills assessment. For that, even taking a potion won't help. The teacher will see right through you the moment they test your skills. You should come with me and explain everything to Teacher Cui now. He might still forgive you. Didn't you notice he left earlier? That was to give you a chance. Otherwise, if he exposes you in front of the whole class later, you might even face disciplinary action. By then, there'll be no way out. Temporary vitality-boosting potions were typically banned in schools because they caused irreversible side effects on students' bodies. Why you? Chun, why are you even helping him? Li Zihong's face darkened upon seeing Chen Yuding defend Wang Xian. Chen Yuding replied coldly, shut it. We're all classmates. Her imposing tone left Li Zihong both infatuated and frustrated. He could only mutter reluctantly, Chen is right. Enough. Wang Xian waved dismissively. I need some rest. Think whatever you want. With that, he walked away to get some water. Li Zihong shrugged. See? It's useless. Chen Yuding ignored Li Zihong and followed behind Wang Xian. Meanwhile, the students in Class 9 were having their own discussion. It's just a small test. Is it really necessary to take a potion? I know about vitality-boosting potions, but for it to make such a big difference, that must be some strong stuff. A girl chimed in. That Wang Xian guy is actually pretty good looking. How did I not notice before? Huh. You fangirl, that guy's a well-known slacker in Class 4. But Ye Miyue, sitting quietly nearby, had been watching Wang Xian's stance. Upon hearing the gossip, she stood up abruptly, her face expressionless, and stared coldly at the chattering girls. Can you not spread baseless rumors? The girls froze, feeling a sudden chill in the air. Awkward smiles replaced their gossip as the conversation quickly petered out. Only then did Ye Miyue walk away alone. Her tone wasn't harsh, but her natural aloofness, combined with her aura, made few dare to confront her heat. Wait a second. Chen Yuding called out to Wang Xian, who was gulping down water at the dispenser. What are you even trying to do? If you're really too embarrassed to. Chen Yuding interrupted herself, speaking calmly. How about I help you ask the teacher for a leave of absence so you can skip the skills assessment? Wang Xian glanced at the time, then smiled faintly. Thanks, but no need for now. Chun, you should go freshen up or change your clothes. He pointed at her training uniform, which was soaked with sweat, clinging to her frame and revealing the outlines of her undergarments, particularly the strap at the back. Chen Yuding's cheeks flushed slightly. When she looked up again, Wang Xian had already walked away. You've really disappointed me. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Before long, Teacher Cui, holding a long staff, re-entered the martial arts hall. Seeing the students already lined up and ready, he nodded slightly, showing no intention of saying much. Martial arts skills are different from stance training. This is one of the core components of the martial arts exam, Teacher Cui said slowly. Choose your weapons, and then step onto the stage in the order you fell earlier. He paused, scanning each student. The skills assessment is a key test of your comprehensive martial arts abilities. Do not entertain any wishful thinking, especially certain individuals. Wang Xian approached the weapon rack. The weapons before him, whether in terms of weight or material, felt remarkably authentic and solid. Most of them were blunt-edged, as they were meant for student practice, not actual combat. His gaze settled on a long spear, and for a moment, his expression softened, as if reuniting with an old friend. Indeed, in his previous life, he had been a martial artist who specialized in spear techniques. As the saying goes, a month for the staff, a year for the blade, but a lifetime for the spear. The sword is kept close at hand. Among the three primary weapons, blade, sword, and spear, the spear is the most challenging to master. Known as the ultimate weapon of ancient battlefields, perfecting spear techniques requires countless battles and life-or-death experiences. In his previous life, Wang Xian practiced the spear with the resolve to enter the interstellar battlefield. Decades of bloodshed had elevated his spear technique to the formidable 10th level. However, with his current body, achieving that level of mastery was impossible. Reaching the 10th level of spear techniques again was an unattainable goal for now, as it required at least the strength he had possessed in his previous life's 8th stage. Aside from spear techniques, Wang Xian was also adept at throwing knives. As for other weapons, his knowledge was limited, having rarely trained with them. His experience with them came only from sparring with high-level martial artists skilled in those weapons. Now, his eyes drifted to the blade and the sword. The sword was the most popular weapon among students and, more broadly, among modern martial artists. The reason was simple. The first martial god of the Dragon Nation had wielded a sword. The blade, on the other hand, was a less common choice among students. As for the spear, its practitioners were even fewer unless one aspired to join the military. It was unlikely to find many spear users in the entire school. Other weapons, such as hammers, axes, halberds, or fist blades, were rarely chosen unless someone awakened a specific martial talent suited to them. Having been granted a second chance at life, Wang Xian naturally decided not to pursue the spear again. For him, spear techniques offered no room for further improvement at this stage. Instead, he thought it wiser to take this period of growth to learn 1 or 2 new skills. With his deep understanding of martial arts and his innate combat talent from his past life, it wouldn't be too difficult. Besides, if he truly unleashed his spear techniques, even teacher Cui might struggle to withstand them. With that thought, Wang Xian picked up a Shochuan blade. This classic cold weapon from ancient Dragon Nation had been enhanced through modern technology, surpassing its ancient counterpart in hardness, resilience, and aesthetic appeal. Even as a practice blade without a sharpened edge, its sharp contours exuded a faint, chilling aura. Swordsmanship emphasizes intention, while blade techniques emphasize spirit. Cultivating one's spirit is key to mastering the blade. Just then, Cui Sanyan's voice rang out. You used fist blades in your first and second year, switched to the sword at the start of your third year, and now you're thinking of picking up the blade? Wang Xian replied, I used fist blades because my third uncle's martial arts school focused on fist techniques, and I was influenced by that since childhood. In my third year, after receiving that letter and pursuing Qin Yuding, I switched to swordsmanship. I pick what I feel like using. A blade is like a fierce tiger, while a sword is like a soaring phoenix. To master the blade, you must have the spirit of a tiger within you. If you've never trained in blade techniques, you shouldn't use this for your skill assessment, Cui Sanyan said, giving Wang Xian a meaningful look. Wang Xian shook his head, indifferent to the warning. Seeing this, Cui Sanyan didn't press the matter further. Before long, the rest of the class had chosen their weapons and gathered around the arena in a circle. This seemingly small martial arts arena, about the size of a basketball court, is packed with advanced technology. It is equipped with millisecond-level holographic scanning technology that can accurately assess a participant's skill score in real time during a match. It also gauges the vitality level of the fighter. There are only 3 such arenas in the entire city of Rongqing. Are you serious? Zhou Shuquan stood next to Wang Xian, speaking in a low voice while fiddling with a short sword in his hand. His peripheral vision kept drifting toward the arena. What? You're really going up there for an assessment? With a blade? He coughed lightly and continued. It's not that I don't believe in you, but Cui Sanyan is known for being intolerant of mistakes. If you can't even take a single move up there, it'd be embarrassing. Skill assessments like this are absolutely authentic, since it's a live evaluation combined with arena detection. That's why it's one of the martial arts exam components. If I can't handle it, then I can't handle it. I'll just work harder next time, Wang Xian replied calmly. In his mind, he had rehearsed countless scenarios of blade combat. As someone about to wield a blade for the first time, he had a general sense of what to expect. Zhou Shuquan was momentarily stunned. The response seemed reasonable, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what felt off about it. At this moment, Cui Sanyan had already leaped onto the arena. I'll only use the comprehensive strength of 1 vitality point. This is the basic requirement for the standardized test. The screen above the arena immediately displayed the information, Cui Guoyang, Vitality 1. As a third realm martial artist, Cui Sanyan naturally suppressed his strength for this type of assessment. Yuan Xian, you're up first, Cui Sanyan said indifferently, holding a long staff. Yuan Xian, gripping a long sword, hurriedly stepped onto the arena. The screen instantly displayed Yuan Xian, Vitality 0.39, which matched what Cui Sanyan had mentioned. Clearly, this homeroom teacher was highly familiar with the student's conditions and extremely responsible. Attack! Cui Sanyan stood motionless. Yuan Xian hesitated for a few seconds before charging forward, thrusting his sword. Unfortunately, Cui Sanyan didn't even move his staff. He simply clapped his hands, sending the longsword flying, and Yuan Xian stumbled backward, nearly falling off the platform. The stark contrast in skill was evident to everyone. Even with just 1 vitality point, which wasn't vastly different from most students, the gap in skill level was overwhelming. Yuan Xian couldn't even land a single move. Yuan Xian, swordsmanship score, 26. The screen behind the arena immediately displayed the result, a very low score, barely at the beginner level. As a liberal arts student, expectations weren't high. Chui Sanyan didn't comment much on it, though the stern look in his eyes sent chills down everyone's spines. His attitude toward Yuan Xian was relatively lenient. Next, Chui Sanyan's voice was cold and merciless. Yuan Xian, drained and unsteady, could barely hold his sword. With only 0.3 vitality, he couldn't even execute a single proper strike. I've said this hundreds of times. Blade techniques rely on spirit. If you don't even dare to look your opponent in the eye, what are you doing with a blade? Chui Sanyan pointed out each student's flaws with pinpoint accuracy, shaking his head repeatedly. As they say, weapons are extensions of fists and feet. These kids were barely at the beginner level of basic physical training. How skilled could their martial arts possibly be? Becoming a martial artist was never going to be easy. Most of them were likely waiting to awaken their martial arts talents, hoping for a sudden leap forward. Chui Sanyan sighed inwardly, feeling a tinge of melancholy for reasons he couldn't quite explain. Most students, while somewhat ashamed, weren't too discouraged. As he suspected, the majority were pinning their hopes on future talent awakenings. Only a small group of diligent students furrowed their brows, reflecting on their weaknesses. Chui Sanyan is way too strong, Zhou Shukuan muttered, rubbing his sore shoulder after barely managing to take 2 moves. His swordsmanship score had already reached 82, making him one of the top students in the class. Scoring 100 would mean officially entering the first rank of swordsmanship, a level where one could begin learning some solid foundational sword techniques. Next up was Li Zihong, another student with a score above 80. Unfortunately, no one managed to withstand 3 moves from Chui Sanyan. In fact, just forcing him to make a move was considered an achievement. That was until Chun Yuding stepped onto the platform. Chun Yuding, vitality, 1. A collective gasp rose from the crowd. Now, only 2 people in the class had yet to take the stage. She was the only one with a vitality level of 1. Others, like Zhou Shukuan, were around 0.7, comparable to Chui Sanyan. Chui Sanyan nodded slightly, showing his approval. After all, her progress by 0.2 was no small feat. He rarely praised anyone. Holding a longsword, Chun Yuding performed a standard sword salute and shouted, "Attack." As soon as the word left her lips, she charged forward like a javelin shot from a bow. Chui Sanyan was momentarily surprised by her significant improvement, but he remained still. Swordsmanship prioritizes intent, and at this moment, Chun Yuding was like an unsheathed blade, radiating sharpness. In just a few moves, bam, 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 the two exchanged 3 strikes. On the 4th, Chun Yuding released her sword, sending it spinning in an arc toward Chui Sanyan's right shoulder. His gaze remained steady as he effortlessly deflected the sword without dodging. However, Chun Yuding had anticipated this. She leaped lightly, caught the deflected sword midair, and executed a graceful 360-degree spin, thrusting the sword back toward him. Her elegant movements captured everyone's attention. Yet, it seemed as though Chui Sanyan had eyes on the back of his head. He swiftly reversed his staff grip to block the strike. With a subtle flick, he sent Chun Yuding retreating. Fortunately, her solid foundation allowed her to land steadily, using her sword to absorb the impact and stepping back to regain her balance. Chui Sanyan gave a faint smile, clearly pleased with her performance, but he pointed out, "Your strength is lacking. With vitality at 1, your maximum punching power should reach 1,000 pounds, but this strike barely used a third of that. That's your missing element. Otherwise, you could have lasted 10 more moves." At this moment, the screen displayed, Chun Yuding, swordsmanship skill, 99. The class erupted in astonishment. This level was almost equivalent to first-tier mastery, and she still had at least 6 months before the martial arts exam. Now, only Wang Xian remained in Class 4. Being the last to go, most of the students were waiting to see a spectacle. Using drugs to artificially enhance vitality was considered a futile and misguided approach, as martial arts skills had no room for falsification. Any issues would be detected the moment someone stepped onto the stage. Li Zihong, brimming with excitement, was about to make a snide remark but was silenced by a sharp glare from Chun Yuding. Meanwhile, in Class 9, most students had completed their evaluations and turned their attention to the commotion in Class 4, eager for some entertainment. Chun Yuding's gaze carried a hint of complexity as she looked at Wang Xian. Her peripheral vision seemed to catch sight of Class 9's situation. Sitting alone in a high seat, Ye Miyue appeared unfazed. Class 9's assessments were already complete, and it was now their free time. She didn't seem to mind the solitude. In fact, she seemed to relish it. Using a towel to wipe her forehead, she subtly glanced toward Class 4's stage. Spotting this, Chun Yuding's expression shifted slightly, and she thought to herself, "What are you looking at?" Was she waiting for him to embarrass himself? Chun Yuding scoffed inwardly, but kept her thoughts to herself. She quietly observed Wang Xian, secretly wondering if he truly had the courage to step forward. Chui Sanyan called out the name, "Wang Xian, you're the last one." Wang Xian nodded, picked up his blade, and headed toward the arena. In Class 4, there were only a handful of students practicing blade techniques. and their skills were generally mediocre. Mastering the blade required an imposing aura, something most seniors lacked, as many didn't even have the courage to face their teachers, let alone exude any sort of presence. Thus, excelling in blade techniques was an arduous task, unless one had years of rigorous training or came from a privileged background. Of course, there were skilled students in the school, but they simply weren't in class 4. As Wang Xian stepped onto the arena, he stood still for only 2 or 3 seconds before the results were displayed. Wang Xian, vitality 0.59. The students were stunned at the sight of the number. It wasn't particularly high. Most of their vitality levels hovered around 0.5, but considering Wang Xian's background, it was unexpected. Cui Sanyan's eyes flickered with surprise. Your last vitality test showed 0.17, with an innate vitality of 0.1. Your aptitude was already poor, and with 2 years of negligence, there was barely any improvement. Yet now, you've jumped by 0.4, a leap even greater than Chun Yuding, who had the highest improvement in the class. And with an innate vitality of 0.1, the difficulty of improving is exponentially higher. Li Zihong didn't hesitate to chime in. It's obvious she's definitely been taking enhancement drugs. What had only been speculation earlier now left even Zhou Shuquan at a loss for words, though he remained skeptical. Long Biao remarked, vitality fuels the blade. But even if Wang Xian's vitality is close to 0.6, I doubt he can withstand even a single move. On the arena, Cui Sanyan didn't comment further. He simply said, attack. Wang Xian gripped his Shochuan blade firmly. Suddenly, the unsharpened side of the blade caught the light, reflecting a chilling gleam that seemed to pierce into one's soul. Cui Sanyan's heart skipped a beat. The blade carried an unmistakable weight of presence. For reasons he couldn't quite grasp, this simple preparatory motion gave Cui Sanyan the eerie sensation of facing a ferocious beast on the verge of pouncing. In the next instant, Wang Xian's figure sped forward like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind a faint afterimage. So fast. This was the collective thought of everyone present. His speed seemed to surpass even Chen Yuding's by a fraction. Something felt off. Indeed, something was off. Cui Sanyan's pupils contracted slightly. Extreme speed. How could this kid achieve the peak speed of someone with a vitality of 0.59? Vitality reflected the physical capabilities of a martial artist, but these abilities fluctuated and varied. Reaching the absolute limit was no easy feat, just as strength had its limits. So did speed. Cui Sanyan didn't have time to dwell on the thought, as Wang Xian's blade came down in a textbook perfect execution of splitting Mount Hua. The core essence of blade technique's cleaving. Cleaving embodied the raw power of the blade. As the blade descended, it was like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Cui Sanyan's eyes lit up, and he raised his staff to block. Clang. The moment their weapons collided, a fierce, resonating vibration filled the air. What happened next left everyone in shock. Cui Sanyan, who had remained stationary the entire time, was forced back a step by the sheer force of the blow. In his eyes, a mix of astonishment and exhilaration flickered. Extreme power? This kid. He actually reached a limit strength of 0.59. No, it's impossible that he's using drugs. It's clear he's been honing his skills at this stage for a long time, building an incredibly solid foundation. The power in that strike I can feel easily 600 pounds. And with the added force from his blade technique, it might even surpass 600 pounds. What a strike. Like splitting Mount Hua with a single blow. Cui Sanyan smiled faintly. With a casual flick of his staff, he drew a circular arc in midair, effortlessly deflecting the blade. This move was familiar to many students. His staff technique could absorb the force of an attack, and once caught in its momentum, the opponent's weapon would almost certainly be disarmed. But Wang Xian had anticipated this. His hand never left the hilt of his blade. Instead, with a light tap of his toes, he repositioned himself midair and slashed downward again. Cui Sanyan's eyes lit up once more. This kid definitely doesn't look like someone handling a blade for the first time. Such rich combat experience he must have sparred with many skilled opponents to reach this level. Interesting, very interesting. For the first time, a spark of fighting spirit ignited within Cui Sanyan. He no longer stood still. Instead, his movements became fluid and unpredictable, as if he were a top spinning effortlessly within a confined space. He seamlessly countered Wang Xian's relentless, flowing strikes, one after another. At the same time, Wang Xian's understanding of blade techniques was rapidly improving. Though this was the first time he had ever wielded a blade, in this life or the last, his exceptional combat instincts and the presence of a skilled opponent accelerated his growth. No matter the skill or martial art, real combat is always the best teacher unless one has some kind of cheat code mastery. Meanwhile, the spectators below the stage were utterly speechless. The two fighters exchanged blows at such blinding speed that no one dared to blink, their very breath caught in their throats. Yet, the disparity in vitality soon became evident. Wang Xian's speed began to slow, and the power behind his strikes gradually diminished. Cui Sanyan, on the other hand, remained largely unaffected. Even with his vitality suppressed to level 1, his movements within the confined space were as elusive as a phantom, effortlessly neutralizing Wang Xian's attacks. In the blink of an eye, over 10 moves had passed. After another fierce clash, Wang Xian's expression remained unchanged, his breathing steady. He looked down at the Xiaochun Dao in his hand, silent but contemplative, as if on the verge of a breakthrough. Almost there. Cui Sanyan observed him closely, knowing Wang Xian was nearing his limit. At most, he could unleash one more strike. But breaking through CUI's third-tier staff technique combined with his precise footwork was utterly impossible. Wang Xian closed his eyes, gathering his focus. Then, abruptly, he shifted his stance and raised his blade for another strike. Cui Sanyan immediately recognized if this would be the final blow. The back of the blade gleamed with a thunderous, electric brilliance. That aura, even now, his momentum hasn't faltered? Cui Sanyan took a deep breath. One strike exhausts, the second strike wanes, and the third strike weakens. Yet this final strike still carries such force? But Wang Xian's swing wasn't fast. In fact, many of the onlooking students felt they could react in time. Cui Sanyan furrowed his brows, sensing something was amiss. Then, at about 5 steps away, Wang Xian suddenly lunged forward, raising his blade for a downward slash. It was the same opening move splitting Mount Hua. Again, Cui Sanyan thought to himself. Breaking this move would be child's play. Still, the fact that Wang Xian could muster this final strike was already impressive. However, just as the blade was about to fall, something was wrong. Cui Sanyan's eyes widened in shock. The seemingly slow and deliberate strike suddenly exploded with the force of a thunderclap, crashing down with the weight of 1,000 pounds. He's improved. This is the fast slow blade technique. Cui Sanyan raised his staff to block, but the combined speed and power forced him to stagger back several steps. Even his sturdy staff showed slight signs of bending under the immense pressure. Only after retreating 5 steps did Cui Sanyan manage to stabilize himself. With a final push, he sent Wang Xian flying backward. Wang Xian landed steadily, then casually flicked his wrist, sending his blade flying back to the weapon rack dozens of meters away. Without turning around, he said calmly, "I lost." At the same time, a bright 3-digit number appeared on the screen. Wang Xian, blade technique proficiency, 125, first tier. The moment this number appeared, the entire martial arts arena erupted in an uproar. Inside the martial arts arena, everyone stared in shock, unable to believe what they were witnessing. With just his first move, Wang Xian forced teacher Cui to retreat a step, an already astonishing feat. After all, none of them had ever managed to do that. But then, Wang Xian exchanged more than 10 consecutive moves with teacher Cui, his vitality barely reaching 0.6, and even managed to push teacher Cui back several steps. From start to finish, he never seemed to be at a disadvantage. The screen flashed with dazzling numbers, 125 points. First stage of blade technique. It was unbelievable. When had Wang Xian mastered blade techniques? At this stage, it seemed like only one student from class 10 had just reached the first stage of blade techniques. I feel like his first strike could have killed me in one blow. How could this possibly be the result of taking drugs? The crowd erupted into a flurry of shocked discussions. Some believed Wang Xian had taken performance-enhancing drugs, while others were convinced he hadn't. The undeniable evidence before their eyes felt like a hammer blow, leaving many with a sense of guilt. Most, however, were simply in awe of the battle they had just witnessed. After all, no one in the class had ever managed to exchange over 10 moves with teacher Cui. Hurrah! I told you. How could Wang Xian possibly be on drugs? Zhou Shuquan pointed mockingly at Li Zihong and his group, his face full of ridicule. What else do you have to say now? Li Zihong's face flushed red, partly because of the battle they had just witnessed, and partly because of Wang Xian's outstanding score. Chen Yuding stood there momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with both surprise and confusion. She stepped forward and said sincerely to Wang Xian, "I'm sorry for misunderstanding you earlier." Her gaze was genuine, as if truly apologizing. Wang Xian paused for a moment, shook his head, but felt a sense of strangeness in his heart. The Chen Yuding from high school didn't seem this mature. Could it be because of Ye Miyue? I want to ask you, who taught you your blade techniques? Chen Yuding asked softly. Wang Xian didn't answer. No one present would have known that the first time he touched a blade more precisely. From the moment he began fighting teacher Cui, his skills had been improving at an extraordinary pace. By the end of the battle, his blade technique had directly broken through the threshold of the first stage, and he even gained some new insights. Perhaps he needed some time to process this on his own. In a short while, he might even reach the threshold of the second stage. Thanks to his martial arts experience from his previous life, mastering other weapons indeed progressed much faster. Wang Xian remained silent, and Chen Yuding did not press further. Among the school's teachers, only the homeroom teacher of class 10 or instructors from external martial arts schools were skilled in blade techniques. Meanwhile, over in class 9, someone exclaimed, "Wow, this Wang Xian is kind of impressive. I've seen Pang Sandao from class 10 fight before, but it felt completely different." That guy's blade technique wasn't as domineering, it had a certain carefree air. Blade techniques rely heavily on presence. Without the right aura, it just doesn't feel the same. When Pang Sandao fought the teacher, he treated them more like a senior, holding back and being cautious. But Wang Xian just now didn't treat the teacher as a senior at all. He treated them like a real opponent. That being said, if he isn't on drugs, then his foundation training seems ridiculously strong. Not many in our class can even last 40 minutes, let alone so effortlessly. Something feels off. After all, there are so few people in the school who even use blades. At first, they thought knife techniques were far less elegant than swordsmanship, but at this moment, Wang Xian was giving them a lesson. Knife techniques could also display a unique charm. Unlike the fluid grace of swordsmanship, the domineering power of knife techniques felt as imposing as a mountain. Through the gap in her towel, Ye Miyue secretly peeked at Wang Xian and murmured softly, "Just like him. Equally domineering and unreasonable." "All right, gather up." Cui Sanyan waved his hand and took a deep breath. Compared to the other students, he saw things more clearly. He didn't know where Wang Xian had learned his knife techniques, but it was evident that at the beginning, Wang Xian's skills hadn't reached the first level. It wasn't until the moment his final strike landed that he stepped into that realm. Before that, Wang Xian had relied purely on his near 0.6 vitality and strength and speed to face off against Cui Sanyan without revealing any flaws. Cui Sanyan found it unbelievable. "You, a slacker who's been messing around for 2 years, where did you get such natural combat talent and experience?" Most students would show a flaw after just 2 or 3 moves. If not for that, they could have exchanged a few more blows with him. It could be said that Wang Xian had pushed his 0.6 vitality to its absolute limit, something nearly impossible for high school students. Even some professional martial artists might not be able to fully utilize their current stage's potential. In truth, Wang Xian hadn't even unleashed his full potential. With the enhancement of his divine veins, his punching force could reach over 1,000 pounds. If he struck with all his strength using the Shochuan knife, it would easily surpass 1,000 pounds. What he had displayed was merely the peak of 0.6 vitality in the eyes of his teacher, not his true limit. If he activated more divine veins, his strength would increase exponentially, and he could overwhelm skill with sheer force. Classmates, Wang Xian's progress teaches us an important lesson. Teacher Cui stood on the platform, his gaze deep as he looked at the students. Senior year is a critical time. It's never too late to embark on the path of martial arts. I know some of you are just waiting to awaken your martial talents, thinking that will change your fate. I won't deny it, but you must understand what can change your fate isn't just awakening talent. The students remained silent. It was clear that not all of them agreed with his words. "Oh, right. Teacher, just now you used your staff to draw a boundary and stayed motionless. Yet you effortlessly neutralized our attacks. How did you do that?" Zhou Shukuan interjected curiously. Cui Sanyan smiled and replied, "That's body movement, Fangcun level body movement. Fang Suan refers to the subtle space within a square inch, where even a speck of dust cannot settle. At this level, one can dodge even floating dust within that confined space." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, filled with awe and amazement. "That sounds incredible." Teacher Cui's expression turned serious. "But don't even think about mastering this level of body movement now. This is a technique only achievable at the 3rd stage of body movement. You're far from being able to perfectly control every part of your body. If you want to train your body movement, practice walking on plum blossom poles to improve your reflexes and speed. Your current goal should be achieving millisecond-level reactions at the 1st stage of body movement." Hearing this, the students couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. In simple terms, they hadn't even learned to walk yet, so they shouldn't dream of running. Fangcun-level body movement. Wang Xian smiled inwardly, recalling that he hadn't mastered it until near the end of his university days. After the quiz ended, the students gradually left the classroom, leaving only Wang Xian and Teacher Cui behind. Teacher Cui's eyes carried a mix of expectation and doubt as he asked softly, "Wang Xian, tell me honestly, have you awakened your martial arts talent?" Wang Xian was momentarily startled but then shook his head, his tone tinged with a hint of apology. "Sorry to disappoint you, Teacher Cui. I don't think I'll be awakening any martial arts talent." Teacher Cui nodded thoughtfully. He could understand why such a question arose. After all, when martial arts talent awakens, the latent power within the body surges, causing a significant leap in vitality. Even the awakening of a low-level martial arts talent could double one's vitality from 0.5 to 1. The stronger the awakened talent, the more remarkable the vitality boost. This was why countless students hoped for such an awakening, dreaming of defying destiny and changing their fate. However, in most cases, awakening martial arts talent required external guidance. If someone could awaken it independently, there was only one explanation: their martial arts talent was so extraordinary that the accumulated power within them could no longer be contained. Seeing Wang Xian shake his head, Teacher Cui did not press further on the topic. After all, Wang Xian's improvement in vitality wasn't particularly significant, and there could be other explanations. Teacher Chui's expression grew serious as he posed another question. Then what about your swordsmanship skills? Wang Xian paused and thought for a moment before responding. Actually, I've been playing an online game related to martial arts recently. Teacher Chui's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood. You mean Martial Arts Infinite, right? Have you been practicing sword techniques in the game? Martial Arts Infinite was a virtual competitive martial arts game developed under the guidance of the state and in collaboration with several major domestic gaming companies. While it couldn't perfectly simulate real-world martial arts combat, it achieved over 90 realism. The game aimed to enhance the martial arts foundation of the entire nation, attracting countless amateur and professional martial artists. Occasionally, players might even encounter a 7th realm martial arts grandmaster in virtual battles. Wang Xian replied casually. Not for too long, just recently. Teacher Chui, now excited, exclaimed, if that's the case, you definitely have a natural talent for swordsmanship. His tone became more serious. There's still over a month left. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Our class has 3 spots in the martial arts program. You should aim for one of them. He continued. By the way, since you've reached the first level of swordsmanship, you can theoretically start training in a basic swordsmanship technique. You should visit the school's martial arts library and choose one third-tier basic sword technique to study. His expression grew stern. Remember, only choose one. Don't be greedy. If you can fully master a basic technique within a month, your place in the martial arts program will be guaranteed. Wang Xian nodded slightly, silently taking note of the teacher's advice. Techniques labeled as martial arts inherently possessed significant destructive power. High schools typically only provided access to basic-level martial arts techniques. Beyond that were advanced techniques, which generally required a third-realm martial artist to practice. Even higher were superior techniques, usually reserved for 6th-realm practitioners. The pinnacle was the state-level martial arts techniques, of which there were only a few in the entire nation. These techniques were so powerful that they rivaled the legendary martial gods. Chen Yuding understood that without the presence of a martial god, mastering martial arts became significantly more challenging. Cultivation required not only reaching a certain level of skill, but also sufficient vitality to support it. For instance, if one only mastered a first-tier blade technique, attempting to comprehend more advanced martial arts might not be entirely impossible, but progress would still be slow, even for the most talented individuals. And even if they eventually succeeded, without enough vitality, the true power of the martial art could not be unleashed. After the short quiz, there was only one culture class left before it was time to head to the cafeteria for lunch. As the dismissal bell rang, students rushed out like a tide toward the cafeteria. However, Chen Yuding remained seated, quietly waiting. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Wang Xian a few seats away as he stood up and walked straight toward the back door. Her heart tightened, and she hurriedly called out, Wang Xian, what do you mean by this? Wang Xian turned slightly, his face full of confusion. I admit, I was wrong before. Chen Yuding said through gritted teeth, feeling aggrieved. But didn't I already apologize? Can't we just move on? I've rejected Li Zihong and many others. You said you wanted to have lunch with me at noon. I didn't agree back then because you had already brought me breakfast in the morning. I didn't want you to spend money on me again at lunch. But at the very least, you used to ask me every time. Now you don't even bother to ask anymore. Wang Xian frowned slightly, thinking to himself, how many foolish things did I do in high school in my past life? Chen Yuding's eyes began to glisten with tears, her delicate appearance enough to soften even the hardest of hearts. She continued, didn't you say it yourself? You were worried I'd waste money, so? Wang Xian casually replied, but, before he could finish, Chen Yuding interrupted, as if anticipating his response, so, if you ask me, I can pay for the meal. Do you really think I'm the kind of person who only spends other people's money? Wang Xian retorted, aren't you? Chen Yuding stomped her foot in frustration, her mix of shyness and anger making her look irresistibly charming. Fine. This time he'll pay, okay? From now on, he'll pay for lunch every day. She wiped the corners of her eyes and declared resolutely. Looking at her, Wang Xian suddenly understood something. In his past life, when he occasionally heard news about Chen Yuding remarrying, he always wondered how she managed to captivate a wealthy heir to the point of obsession, even to the extent of using unknown means. Looking at her now, he began to understand a little. Although in high school, she wasn't yet as adept at playing on a man's emotions, the seeds were clearly there. Sorry, I'm just more used to being on my own, Wang Xian said as he quickly left the classroom, a faint sense of unease about Chen Yuding lingering in his mind. Thinking back to his past life, he decided it would be best to keep his distance from her. When he arrived at the cafeteria, it was already packed with people. Wang Xian got himself a meal of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable for 30 yuan. Just as he was about to sit down, he paused, lost in thought. He ended up getting a second portion before leaving the cafeteria and heading straight to the rooftop of the teaching building. Before he even opened the door, he heard the faint sound of chewing. Pushing the door open, he saw Ye Miyue, sitting alone at the edge of the rooftop, holding a large white steamed bun in her hands. Her snow-white cheeks puffed up with each bite, resembling a little hamster. She seemed to hear the door and looked up, her eyes filled with surprise and panic. Wang Xian walked over and glanced at her lunchbox, which was filled only with pickled vegetables. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder Ye Miyue's innate vitality was only 0.5 during the high school entrance examination in her previous life. Even by her senior year, her vitality showed little improvement. Eating these kinds of food every day, how could it possibly nourish her body and mind? She should count herself lucky it didn't decline further. Vitality reflects a person's overall physical fitness. To enhance vitality, the key lies in exercise and diet. Even with rigorous training, a poor diet limits progress. And if the diet is subpar, the lack of nutrition can even lead to regression. No wonder her massage technique felt so weak and feeble. Wang Xian walked over with a stern expression. Eating this stuff? How are you supposed to give me a proper massage? You're not even qualified to be a technician. With that, he snatched the plain steamed bun and lunchbox from Ye Miyue's hands and replaced them with his own meal. "I'll eat this. You eat mine," he said, immediately biting into the steamed bun. In just a few bites, he had devoured nearly a third of it. That was mine." Ye Miyue's cheeks flushed instantly. She had already taken a bite of it, but she was too embarrassed to say so. "Yours, mine, whatever's in my hand is mine," Wang Xian declared as he quickly finished the bun, then commented, "I have to admit, this plain steamed bun is pretty tasty, though it's not very nutritious." Ye Miyue held the lunchbox in her hands, unsure whether to eat or not. The dishes prepared by the cafeteria auntie were truly tempting. From the tender braised pork to the fragrant drumsticks, everything looked mouth-watering. Seeing her hesitation, Wang Xian rubbed his hands together. "Waiting for me to feed you? All right, but remember to pay a service fee later." He jokingly reached for the chopsticks. "No, I'll eat by myself." Ye Miyue turned away, her face flushed, and began eating. She ate slowly, avoiding the best dishes like the braised pork and drumstick. Instead, she quickly finished the green stir-fried vegetables and most of the rice. Finally, she picked up a piece of braised pork. "Why aren't you finishing the rest?" Wang Xian frowned, having already finished his portion. "I'm full," Ye Miyue replied. Wang Xian glanced at her flat stomach, skeptical. "You're full? Who are you trying to fool? Wasting food is shameful." Ye Miyue shook her head and hesitated before saying, "I want to save it for later in the evening." Wang Xian didn't press further and instead changed the topic. "This morning at the martial arts field, wasn't I cool?" Ye Miyue froze for a moment, then turned her head away. "I didn't watch." Wang Xian chuckled and moved to sit at the other end of the bench. After a while, Ye Miyue pulled out a notebook. "These are some notes from cultural studies." Wang Xian raised an eyebrow, took the notebook, and flipped through it. He nodded in approval. While martial arts exams didn't heavily emphasize cultural subjects, they were still important. Poor scores in key cultural subjects could prevent someone from being admitted to a martial arts university. As he browsed, he noticed the notes were meticulously organized. Near the end, however, he found neatly written pages filled with details about various basic blade techniques, including introductions, annotations, and clear evaluations of their strengths and weaknesses. One technique, in particular, was marked with stars, as if it was specially recommended. Flowing blade technique, a third-grade basic martial art, is described as cutting water with a blade, only for it to flow even more. A single slash can split waterfalls and cleave through waves with unmatched power. If one can master the flowing cloud blade wave, its power rivals that of first-grade basic martial arts. At its peak, each strike surpasses the last, culminating in the ultimate slash, where the roar of the waves echoes through the heavens and earth, unleashing a force 5 times greater than the user's own strength. Wang Xian, no stranger to blade techniques, quickly recognized that this technique seemed well-suited to him. The notebook even contained detailed instructions. Martial Arts Room Number 3 on the first floor of the library, second to last row on the left. Wang Xian, this is so detailed. He turned to look at Ye Miyue. Her expression remained calm as she quietly tidied up her lunchbox, though her earlobes gradually turned a shade of red, resembling a crimson crystal. "Ye, you've put in a lot of thought," Wang Xian remarked with a smile. He didn't recall the earlier notes in the notebook, but the part about the blade technique was clearly written during the last class. "I listened to you." Wang Xian chuckled as he pocketed the notebook, deciding to start learning the flowing blade technique. He hadn't expected this girl to have such a keen sense for martial arts. The fact that she could immediately discern which technique suited him after seeing him practice blade techniques for the first time that morning was impressive. This level of insight and judgment in martial arts might even surpass that of teacher Cui. After school in the afternoon, Wang Xian headed straight to the library. Following the notes, he successfully found the manual for the flowing blade technique. Modern martial arts manuals typically come in the form of holographic projections, which can only be viewed and practiced within the martial arts rooms. They cannot be taken out. Additionally, practitioners are strictly prohibited from disseminating the techniques without authorization. For example, at his third uncle's martial arts hall, The signature technique, Supreme Monument Shatterer, requires core students to sign an agreement before training. Unauthorized sharing would lead to legal consequences. Of course, without the holographic demonstrations and the accompanying martial arts chants, sharing such techniques would be far from straightforward. Inside the martial arts room, a holographic image of a young man demonstrated the technique while reciting its chants. The flowing blade technique consists of three forms: clouds flowing like water, stormy winds and gloom, and roaring waves across the world. Each form is composed of multiple strikes, with the final form requiring at least 5 consecutive slashes to unleash the true power of roaring waves across the world. The energy manipulation involved is intricate, making it one of the more challenging basic blade techniques to master. Fully comprehending the entire set of techniques within a month is neither too long nor too short. But for Wang Xian, after watching the demonstration, he picked up a wooden practice blade prepared in the room. Running through the moves in his mind, he swung the blade in the next moment, his movements fluid like drifting clouds, his strikes seamless like flowing water. In the martial arts room, Wang Xian felt as though a wave of water surged around him, an aura created by the blade technique harnessing the surrounding energy. Next came stormy winds and gloom, where the water waves transformed into torrential rain and fierce winds, darkening the skies. Then, with a shift in his blade's momentum, the endless storm condensed into massive rolling waves, roaring throughout the room. After 5 consecutive slashes, an indistinct yet tangible blade aura in the shape of water formed on the wooden blade. The flowing blade technique was complete. Wang Xian let out a light chuckle and turned off the holographic projection. With just one session, he had comprehended the technique instantly. This blade technique is considered exceptionally outstanding among basic martial arts. After mastering it with ease, Wang Xian left the library. On his way home, he kept replaying and reflecting on the technique in his mind. With his martial arts knowledge from his previous life, he immediately recognized the unique aspect of this blade technique, practicing the form of the blade with the fluidity of water. Based on his current progress, if he could find a suitable sparring partner, achieving mastery within a month wouldn't be difficult. To quickly improve his martial arts proficiency, real combat is always the best approach. Having a suitable sparring partner would be ideal, especially one who is free and consistently available. Although his third uncle's martial arts school was a decent option, most of the students there practiced fist techniques, and sparring with a blade would clearly be unsuitable. Thus, he decided to look for opportunities online. Going to other martial arts schools would cost money, and Wang Xian felt it was unnecessary since he didn't have much money to spare. He thought of Wudao Wujian, located in the old district of Rongqing, Hailan Community, Unit 3, 10th floor, apartment 38. Once he got home, the first thing that came to Wang Xian's mind was this game. Excitedly heading to his study, he immediately put on his virtual headset and equipped his virtual martial gear. This house was left to him by his parents, and since he lived alone, he could play however he liked. The headset and matching gear were purchased when he had just started high school, costing him several thousand yuan. Most people in Longwa could afford it, which contributed to the game's nationwide popularity. You haven't logged in for 3 months. Bubble has prepared a return reward for you. Upon logging in, a notification sound greeted him. Wang Xian recalled that he had rarely played this game since his 3rd year of high school. High school didn't have strictly enforced evening study sessions, and even if they did, he would usually go back to practice martial arts. After coming home, he would either read novels or seize opportunities to beg Chen Yuding to let him accompany her to the martial arts school as her sparring partner. Even when he did log into the game, he mostly played its battle royale mode. This mode leaned more towards entertainment, as players' real-life martial arts skills were adjusted by the system, making it widely loved by the public. Bubble was the artificial intelligence AI in this game. He entered the solo martial arts arena ranked match, diving straight into the core gameplay. The solo martial arts arena ranked match was the game's most prestigious mode, where a player's real-life martial arts skills were unaltered by the system, with only a margin of error within 5. For martial artists below the 3rd realm, this 5 difference wouldn't matter much, but for those above the 3rd realm, especially beyond the 6th realm, even a 1 difference could be magnified significantly. Player vitality recorded at 0.5. It is detected that this is your first time entering the ranked match. Would you like to adjust your 5 senses? The notification sounded again. Note, the higher the 5 senses are set, the more realistic the experience will be, but the pain you feel will also intensify. Wang Xian chose to set all his 5 senses to the maximum. His current rank was bronze, with 0 wins and 0 losses, and the system began matching him with an opponent. Match found. Your opponent is I Am Little Roast Chicken, bronze rank, vitality 0.6, with a record of 5 wins and 2 losses. The moment the match was confirmed, Wang Xian felt his surroundings blur, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing on a martial arts arena. On the opposite side of the arena stood a man of modest stature. He gripped a long sword, his face concealed by a mask, and his long hair danced in the wind, giving him the air of a wandering swordsman. Wang Xian understood that the man's attire was merely a virtual costume, a game skin. The man let out a playful laugh, seemingly delighted to face a rookie with 0 wins, confident that victory would come easily. Wang Xian nodded slightly, and as soon as he spoke, the man dashed toward him like a flash of cold light. His movement was eerily unpredictable and remarkably fast. A glimmer of light flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. Indeed, anyone bold enough to compete in the martial arts ranking mode of this game was bound to be skilled. Although his opponent's vitality was only average compared to his classmates, his speed far surpassed anyone in his class. This demonstrated that the man could unleash at least 80 of his potential strength. Wang Xian remained calm and unmoving, standing still with his long blade held lightly at his side, waiting for the right moment. The nature of water is ever-changing, and so is the essence of the blade. In a split second, Wang Xian's blade surged forward, carrying an invisible momentum. The opponent barely managed to react, hastily raising his sword to block. But in the next instant, Wang Xian's blade descended like a relentless storm, fluid and seamless. Within just a few strikes, the opponent was overwhelmed, and with one final blow, he shattered into fragments of light, disappearing from the arena. The system notification appeared. Congratulations on your victory. Current record: 1 win, 0 losses. Win 9 more matches to advance to bronze. Wang Xian smacked his lips, secretly pleased. Although he hadn't fully executed the opening move of the flowing water blade technique, flowing clouds and water, his opponent had already been defeated. Battling others in online combat certainly had its own charm. The flowing clouds and water move emphasized continuous strikes, each seamlessly following the last, like an unending stream of water, gradually wearing down the opponent. The blade technique was indeed intriguing. In his previous life, he had always used a spear, but in this life, he could explore a variety of martial arts to enrich his understanding of martial philosophy. After his victory, Wang Xian didn't stop and immediately queued for another match. His second opponent had slightly better stats and vitality, but still fell to the full execution of flowing clouds and water. It wasn't until his fifth opponent that Wang Xian finally had the chance to use the second move, stormy winds and rain. This technique unleashed a flurry of blade shadows, as chaotic as wind and rain, blending illusion with reality. It was a semi-lethal move, difficult to defend against when executed as a sudden change after flowing clouds and water. With this move, Wang Xian secured another 4 consecutive victories. By now, he felt his understanding of the flowing water blade technique had deepened further. Unfortunately, no opponent had yet pushed him to use the final move. At present, he had only grasped the technique conceptually. If he could execute roaring waves across the cosmos in actual combat, he believed he could achieve mastery of the beginner's level within a few days. However, with his winning streak, his opponents were becoming increasingly formidable. The next 2 had vitality levels nearing 1, and most of them had mastered basic martial arts. The system notification appeared. You have achieved 9 consecutive victories. The next match will be your placement match. Do you wish to continue? Without hesitation, Wang Xian chose continue. The matchmaking began. Match found. Your opponent is Unyielding Tong Grandmaster, Bronze I, Vitality 1.5, Record, 58 wins, 3 losses. Seeing this information, Wang Xian froze for a moment, feeling a sense of disbelief. What kind of matchmaking system is this? He thought to himself. Shaking his head, he quickly realized that this opponent clearly didn't belong in this rank. It was obvious that this player was a high-level competitor taking advantage of lower-ranked matches after the seasonal rank reset. Meanwhile, in a Donai livestream room named Daily Fan Livestream, the camera was focused on the center of the arena. A handsome young man, smiling confidently, looked at the camera and said, "Don't worry, everyone. This season, I'm definitely climbing to gold rank. Of course, if I get matched to a rank below gold, my vitality will drop to match that level." As soon as he finished speaking, the livestream room erupted with activity. "Caodong, you really have no shame, do you?" one viewer teased. "You're a level 1 martial artist. With your experience and skills, beating lower-ranked players is like bullying noobs," another chimed in. "I love watching you crush them, it's entertaining." "Brother Tong, I don't ask for much. Just let me see your sister," another viewer shouted. "Caodong, if you lose, forget about the daily fan stream, just bring your sister on instead." The chat was instantly flooded with comments. Arena 186952, everyone, go challenge him. Just wait, Lord Tong will definitely mess up, he might fail in silver rank, but in bronze? No way, it's full of amateurs who can't even call themselves martial artists. "Old Tong, how about this, call me brother-in-law, and I'll move into your house," someone joked. Tong, I just wanna..." Seeing the chaotic barrage of comments, the handsome young man couldn't help but laugh. He was naturally optimistic, and the more viewers he had, the more enthusiastic he became about his martial arts training. "You guys really like my sister, huh?" He laughed heartily but thought to himself that his elder sister wasn't one to enjoy being in the spotlight. "Alright, enough talk, everyone. Time to match. Let's see who the lucky player is this time." Just as he finished speaking, the system notification sounded. Match successful. Your opponent is Chao Zhuo Tong. Vitality 0.5, 9 wins, 0 losses. Lord Tong froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Guys, 9 wins, 0 losses. This is a placement match. What do you think? Should I go easy on them and build some goodwill? He glanced at the chat, secretly pleased with himself. The matchmaking system must be trolling. How did someone get matched with Cao Dong? A viewer questioned. In the martial arts game, the matchmaking system ensured placement matches paired you with higher-ranked players to prevent easy promotions. Honestly, old Tong, I watched this guy's 9 matches earlier. That vitality, it's strong. You might not win. Please, even if he halved his vitality, he'd still dominate. Did you all forget that this guy is a top student at Tiandu Capital Martial Arts University? Someone reminded the chat. Cao Dong, I'm begging you, just let me see your sister. Yet again, the plea appeared in the comments. Lord Tong looked at the boy standing in the arena virtual avatar clad in various skins. Judging by the vitality level, the opponent was likely a high school student. In solo arena rankings, most high schoolers were in the bronze rank, with a few exceptionally talented ones reaching silver. The silver rank required a level 1 martial artist with a vitality of 10. Typically, when matched with higher-ranked martial artists, players would lower their vitality to make the match seem fair. And as a popular streamer, he was no exception. In reality, though, the gap in combat experience, martial arts strength, and mastery of one's limits was immense. Take himself, for example. He was already a level 1 martial artist, almost reaching level 2. Alright, buddy, how do you want to play this? Grandpa Tong straightforwardly asked. Should I lower my vitality a bit more? The opponent was momentarily stunned before replying. Do as you like. Grandpa Tong chuckled. It seemed the other player had already lost the will to fight. After all, as a bronze-ranked player with a dismal record, it was understandable to feel demotivated. Deciding to show respect, he refrained from using advanced martial techniques and sent a message to the livestream chat. This round, I'll take the opportunity to give everyone a little tutorial. Noticing that his opponent seemed to be a senior high school student, Grandpa Tong, as an older and more experienced player, thought it might be a good chance to offer some guidance to his younger viewers, many of whom were also high schoolers. With that, he focused his energy, and a long spear materialized in his hand. The opponent wielded a blade, while Grandpa Tong opted for the spear. His spear techniques were taught by his elder sister and were only at the first level, but they should be more than sufficient for this match. As the countdown began on the arena 3, 2, 1 when the countdown hit 1, the opponent, whose username was Chao Zhuo, transformed into a streak of light and charged forward. The blade's gleaming edge exuded an icy aura, startling even the livestream audience, who momentarily stopped spamming the chat. Grandpa Tong himself was taken aback by the opponent's speed. With vitality set at 0.5, the maximum achievable speed was 100 meters in 10 seconds. But reaching that limit was no easy feat. Grandpa Tong's expression turned serious as he explained to the audience. His opening move with the blade must be a martial technique, the flowing blade art. Wait a second, mastering a martial technique at just 0.5 vitality? And using it so proficiently? Could this kid be a prodigy? Grandpa Tong chuckled internally. Back when he was at 0.5 vitality, he had barely reached the first level of basic skills and only comprehended his first foundational martial technique when he was close to 1 vitality, let alone achieving such speed. Within a large province, martial arts prodigies of this caliber were rare. With this newfound understanding, Grandpa Tong felt slightly more at ease. Everyone, take note, he continued. The flowing blade art is a foundational blade technique that's notoriously difficult to master. The first move, flowing like clouds and water, is relentless once it locks onto you. The blade flows like water, continuous and unending. The best way to counter it is to break the momentum with the very first strike. As he explained, he raised his spear. Seeing the opponent's blade approaching, he executed a seemingly ordinary thrust aimed at disrupting the blade's momentum. Blade techniques rely on maintaining a continuous flow. Once that flow is disrupted, the subsequent moves lose much of their power, making the outcome of the match clear. However, Chao Zhuo seemed to anticipate this. His body shifted effortlessly, sidestepping the spearhead with ease. Grandpa Tong's pupils contracted. This kid's footwork was unusual. Before he could react further, the blade's relentless momentum surged forward like a flowing stream, wrapping around him. Bang! The blade's force, both supple and unyielding, carried a continuous energy that struck the spear, causing a faint ache in Grandpa Tong's grip. Something's wrong. The power behind this blade technique, how could it be this strong? Struggling to hold his ground with his superior vitality, Grandpa Tong silently cursed. If I'd known, I wouldn't have boasted earlier. Without using any martial techniques and relying solely on first-level spear skills, he was now being forced into a corner. The flowing blade art's trait of continuous attacks made it extremely difficult to create distance. Just hold on a bit longer. The real challenge of the flowing blade art lies in its final move. He probably hasn't fully mastered the entire technique, yet once he finishes the second move, he'll likely revert to the first to wear me down further. That'll be my chance to counterattack. He didn't use blades, but he had a clear understanding of the foundational techniques of swordsmanship. The flowing blade technique was undoubtedly one of the most challenging martial arts to master, especially the final move. The blade's momentum surged like a tide, and the accumulating force weighed heavily on Tong Laoi's heart. He calculated in his mind until the storm rages. Beneath the countless shadows of blades, it seemed as though all the accumulated energy was awakened, transforming into an endless drizzle of attacks. Tong Laoi narrowed his eyes, spinning his spear to barely deflect the move. At that moment, he let out a low shout, preparing to counterattack. But to his surprise, his opponent's blade swept horizontally, and the figure leapt high into the air, like a thunderous wave crashing down. A faint mist appeared on the blade, glowing with a brilliant azure light. Wave roars over the world. In midair, that opponent slashed twice in quick succession, each strike brighter and more powerful than the last. In an instant, the azure light transformed into a massive, solid wave of blades, crashing down like a tidal wave onto Tong Laoi's spear. The overwhelming force surged like a tide, instantly shattering Tong Laoi's grip and sending his spear flying. You have died. Hearing the notification in his ears, Tong Laoi took a deep breath, feeling an immense weight in his heart. He had lost. The livestream chat seemed to freeze in shock. This person was simply too strong. Tong Laoi was stunned. His opponent had clearly achieved near proficiency in the flowing blade technique, and yet their vitality was only 0.5. To execute a basic martial art so flawlessly at such a low vitality was an achievement beyond limits. Not to mention, their mastery of the flowing blade technique was so refined. Could this person be a prodigy of the old martial arts, or someone who had awakened a natural martial arts talent? Impossible. Those with naturally awakened martial arts talent would never have a vitality below 1. He frowned, puzzled. What was even stranger was that this individual seemed to have a deep understanding of spear techniques. In his first attack, the flat spear strike had been completely anticipated by his opponent. Otherwise, how could they have dodged it so effortlessly? Who exactly was this person? Ignoring the frenzy in the livestream chat, he sank into thought. This guy has decent skills, but he's clearly too arrogant. Wang Xian muttered, shaking his head as he removed his headset and logged off. The online battle had been highly rewarding for him. In the coming days, he only needed to digest what he had learned, and his flowing blade technique could advance from a beginner's level to a modest level of mastery. He would return to challenge again then. A few days later, at 4 a.m., by Xuanwu Lake near Hailong Community, the willow branches swayed gently, and water droplets sparkled in the early morning light. In a low-lying area along the lakeshore, a figure wielding a wooden blade moved with the ferocity of a tiger. The blade's momentum was like a rainbow, seemingly stirring up waves of water with each strike, as the morning mist gathered under the glint of the blade. Suddenly, the figure leaped lightly into the air and slashed 3 times toward the lake's surface. Whoosh! Invisible sword energy condensed in the air and instantly lashed out, carving 2 massive waves several meters high into the once calm lake. Huff! The figure sheathed the blade, gazing intently at the water with a slight nod. Amid the roaring waves, it was clear that the practitioner had achieved a minor mastery of the technique, able to unleash 3 strikes in succession, each amplifying their strength exponentially. The third strike alone reached 3 times the wielder's own power, a remarkable feat. The essence of martial arts lies in unlocking and amplifying one's potential to the fullest. For instance, if a person's maximum strength is 500 pounds, practicing martial arts could enable them to unleash far greater power. How much greater depends on the level of mastery. Basic martial arts, when fully mastered, can typically amplify strength by 3 to 4 times. However, the flowing blade technique, even at minor mastery, could already achieve a 3-fold increase. At its peak, it might even reach 5-fold, surpassing most foundational martial arts. This trait bears some resemblance to the extreme stone-crushing hand taught at Third Uncle's Martial Arts Hall. As a pure fist and palm technique, the extreme stone-crushing hand could potentially amplify strength 6-fold, though it is notoriously difficult to master and poses significant strain on the body. After sheathing the blade, Wong Xien jogged a few laps around the lake to warm up before heading off to school. It was Sunday, a week since the Wind Falcon's attack. As agreed, Ye Miyue would come by in the afternoon to give him a massage. On his way to school, Wang Xian's thoughts wandered. Over the past week, Ye Miyue had shown considerable progress. Every noon, he would sneak up to the rooftop to feed her and could sense her growing strength. As for the rest of his time, aside from the first day, Wang Xian had skipped morning study sessions entirely, spending most of his early mornings and evenings in quiet, secluded spots to practice and refine the flowing blade technique before heading straight to class. At precisely 8 a.m., Wang Xian arrived at school. Barely had he settled into his seat when Chun Yuding stormed over, her face filled with anger. Today, she wore her hair in a ponytail, looking even more youthful than usual. Her delicate figure and long legs still drew attention, exuding less allure and more vitality. Wang Xian, why haven't you been showing up for morning study or the early broadcast martial practice these past few days? She demanded. I overslept, Wang Xian replied casually. Don't give me excuses. Chen Yuding rapped her knuckles on his desk. Are you giving up on yourself again? Wang Xian froze for a moment, and Zhou Shuquan, sitting nearby, chimed in. You're overreacting, Chen Yuding. With Xian's talent, he's probably been practicing in secret. Just wait, he'll stun everyone at the next martial arts class selection. Right, Xian? He gave Wang Xian a knowing wink. Don't cover for him. Chen Yuding retorted with a cold snort. His blade technique has already reached the first tier, which means he can start training in foundational martial arts. But I check it has only been to the school library once to borrow martial arts texts. How much progress could he possibly make from just one visit? Perhaps they thought martial arts were just too challenging? On the other side of the room, Li Zihong was secretly enjoying the situation, thinking to himself. A few weeks ago, Xia Siken had been practicing martial arts and had borrowed books from the school library 3 times. He even consulted several teachers before he barely managed to master a basic martial art. If a genius like him needed 3 attempts, how could Wang Xian, even with some talent and blade techniques, manage to learn it in just one go without any guidance from a teacher? Zhou Shuquan remained silent. He had made significant progress this week and was close to reaching the first stage of mastery. He had also looked into the difficulty of martial arts training and found it to be indeed very challenging. Otherwise, the martial arts speed class wouldn't have had such a modest requirement, mastering just one martial art to gain entry. With less than a month left, the time was undeniably tight. He had tried practicing once, but gave up after realizing how hard it was, deciding to take more time to build a solid foundation instead. Wang Xian, don't give up just because you face some difficulties, Chen Yuding said softly in an encouraging tone. Martial arts may be hard to learn, but they require persistence and dedication. Besides, you don't even attend the morning broadcast exercises. How can that work? Her words made Li Zihong, standing nearby, feel a pang of jealousy. He thought bitterly to himself that Chen Yuding had never spoken to him in such a kind and supportive manner. Wang Xian frowned as he looked at Chen Yuding, feeling puzzled. This girl who had been a bit of a schemer in his past life was starting to seem different. Could it be that she had awakened early? And her fashion sense, her makeup, why did it all remind him of Ye Miyue? Not interested, Wang Xian replied dismissively, unwilling to elaborate further because it was pointless. The morning broadcast exercises, where students followed the physical fitness boxing routine led by the discipline director, Zhou Dehai, certainly helped others improve. But for him, attending those sessions made no difference. Instead, practicing on his own in the morning and then focusing on blade techniques was far more effective. Chen Yuding's delicate brows furrowed in frustration, as if she were about to get angry. But after taking a few deep breaths, she managed to hold it in. At that moment, the class bell rang, leaving her no choice but to return to her seat. Wang Xian, however, took his academic subjects seriously. In his previous life, his academic performance had been terrible. Now, having been reborn, while martial arts came naturally to him, academics still felt like navigating in complete darkness. The morning consisted of 3 cultural classes, and Wang Xian paid close attention, especially in history. In his previous life, his lack of cultural knowledge had been a major setback. On the alien battlefield, where he had followed the main forces, his ignorance of the terrain and context had left him wandering like a headless chicken, narrowly escaping dangers several times. While the history lessons didn't delve deeply into the alien battlefield, they covered the origins of martial arts and the changes in the world's elemental energy, all of which were closely tied to the emergence of the alien battlefield. After the 3 classes, the final session of the morning was a martial arts class. That day, it was a lecture session rather than practical training. Cui Sanyan walked into the classroom, his expression a mix of excitement and unease. Before we start, I have 2 announcements to make, he said after taking a deep breath. Tomorrow afternoon, which is Monday, everyone gets a half-day off. The class was stunned. Wasn't the half-day off usually reserved for weekends? What was so special about the coming Monday that they'd get time off? Cui Sanyan continued. The school has invited Bai Hongtian, a grandmaster of the 7th realm, to give a martial arts demonstration and lecture. So, tomorrow afternoon, everyone is to gather at the school field. The moment he said this, the entire class erupted into a commotion. A grandmaster of the 7th realm. In Longhua, their numbers are quite limited, especially in the western Shu province, where there might only be a handful. Yet, almost every single one of them holds an esteemed position as a national treasure. Most of the time, they are not even in the province, and their appearances are typically limited to occasional mentions in the news. Generally, only prestigious universities have the privilege to invite a 7th realm grandmaster to conduct martial arts lectures. For ordinary martial arts high schools, even inviting a 6th realm martial venerable is considered a rare achievement, let alone in a small city like Rongqing. Even martial arts high schools in the provincial capital, Huayang City, dare not claim certainty in inviting such a grandmaster. Could it really be true that our martial arts high school in Rongqing could invite a 7th realm grandmaster? Is this for real? A 7th realm grandmaster. They're the kind of figures you only see on the news. Does Rongqing number 7 high have the kind of connections to make this happen? A martial arts lecture by a 7th realm grandmaster, even if it's just a demonstration of a basic health-enhancing routine, the thought alone is inspiring. By Wang Xian, the revered master. Just a week ago, he slew the glass beast, the Wind Falcon, in the skies above Rongqing. I never imagined I'd have the chance to witness the presence of such a grandmaster during my high school years. Could it be that Principal Xia has such incredible connections? The students' faces were filled with excitement, and the entire class erupted into a buzz of chatter. It wasn't until Cui Sanyan coughed a few times that the noise gradually subsided. The stern-looking homeroom teacher, who was in his 40s, spoke slowly. Each class will send 2 to 3 students to the stage for a close-up observation of Senior Bei's martial arts demonstration. There might even be a chance to receive guidance. Our class has 3 spots. The students were momentarily stunned. This was an incredible opportunity. Even if they couldn't receive direct instruction, observing a grandmaster's demonstration would undoubtedly provide valuable insights, regardless of one's talent. Improving technique or gaining a deeper understanding of martial arts would come almost naturally. Teacher, these spots, Chun Yuding frowned and asked, are they related to the martial arts class spots? The school hasn't said, Cui Sanyan replied calmly. The martial arts class requires an assessment. As for these 3 spots, each class will select students based on their individual merits. Currently, the tentative spots are Chun Yuding, Li Zihong, and Zhou Shuquan. When Cui Sanyan announced these names, no one was surprised. After all, these 3 had consistently ranked in the top 5 over the past 2 years, both in innate vitality and academic performance. Similarly, they were the top contenders for entry into the martial arts class. So, as soon as the names were revealed, most students understood that the martial arts class spots would likely go to these 3 as well. Wang Xian wasn't surprised either, as in his previous life, it was indeed these 3 who had entered the martial arts class. However, as for Grandmaster by Hong Tian, this event didn't happen in his past life. Wang Xian couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could his rebirth have subtly altered the course of the world? If, Cui Sanyan's tone grew heavier, anyone among us can master a martial arts technique, then this spot could actually change. As he finished speaking, his gaze landed on Wang Xian, and the rest of the class also turned their eyes toward him. Clearly, Cui Sanyan's words were directed at Wang Xian. After all, in the previous small test, he was the only one who had demonstrated first-level technique proficiency. Teacher Li Zihong chuckled. Wang Xian hasn't even shown up for the morning broadcast martial arts sessions this week, and he's only been to the library once. How could he possibly master a? Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Yuding, sitting beside him, shot him a glare. She frowned and spoke anxiously. Teacher, didn't you say we still had a month? Cui San waved his hand to interrupt her. No need to argue. Wang Xian, what about you? Wang Xian shook his head silently. He had no intention of joining the martial arts class. If he did, even the winter break would be forfeited, as he would have to continue his training at school. But he had other plans for the break. The resources offered by the martial arts class held no appeal to him. They wouldn't be of any help. Furthermore, if he took a spot, it would inevitably push Zhou Shuquan, who was at the bottom of the list, out. He wasn't willing to do such a thing. As for the martial demonstration by the Grandmaster of the 7th realm, he wasn't interested either. In his past life, he had faced numerous Grandmasters of the 7th realm. It was nothing extraordinary to him. A mere demonstration didn't intrigue him. Perhaps a martial god's performance would pique his curiosity. Cui San let out a long sigh, his gaze filled with frustration and regret. After class, during the lunch break, Cui Guoyang walked into the school's conference room with a dark expression. By then, the room was already filled with the homeroom teachers of all the senior classes. At the head of the room sat Principal Xia of Wu High School and the academic director, Zhou Dehai. Cui Guoyang spoke in a deep voice. Principal Xia, I still want to fight for Wang Xian from my class even if he's not eligible to join the martial arts class. At least let him go on stage tomorrow. He has exceptional talent in ancient martial arts. The other homeroom teachers remained silent. Principal Xia, who was around 50 and had a scholarly demeanor, responded with a faint smile. Teacher Cui, do you think just anyone can receive guidance from a Grandmaster of the 7th realm? The homeroom teacher of Class 1 chuckled. Exceptional talent in ancient martial arts? A student with an innate vitality of 0.1. No matter how talented he is, his potential is limited. Besides, this is a new era. Who still dwells on such things? Exactly. 3 spots for your class is already quite generous. The homeroom teacher of Class 3 scoffed. Our class only got 2 spots, and you're asking for another? It's just a casual quiz. What does it prove? The homeroom teacher of Class 5 occasionally glanced at Principal Xia. Talent? Can he compare to Xia Xiqing? Speaking of talent in ancient martial arts, Xia Xiqing mastered a martial art in just 1 week. Now that's what I call exceptional talent. Cui Guoyang stared coldly at the homeroom teacher of Class 5. Xia Xiqing mastering a martial art in 1 week? What kind of conditions did he have? During school hours, he had teachers constantly guiding him. After school, he had personal tutors. His martial arts practice had no time constraints, and he could even request live demonstrations from experts. Before starting, he had professional guidance to build a solid foundation. And his meals and resources? Those were beyond comparison. But Wang Xian, a student who had wasted 2 years playing games, and yet managed to translate those skills into reality. If given time and proper guidance, it wouldn't be impossible for him to master a martial art in a month, but Cui Guoyang couldn't say any of this. No one had anticipated that the school would manage to invite a grandmaster of the seventh realm. His thoughts shifted to Principal Xia. The other homeroom teachers also turned their gazes toward him, curious about how he had managed to bring in such a distinguished figure. The school must be fair, Principal Xia said slowly. Since Senior Bai has agreed to come, we must put forward students who can represent us well. Otherwise, how would we maintain the school's reputation? Mr. Cui, let me ask you this. If you were a grandmaster of the seventh realm and came to a martial arts high school, only to find that one of the students you were supposed to guide was a poor performer who hadn't made any progress in 2 years, how would you feel? It's not only an insult to you, but also a sign of irresponsibility on the school's part. Everyone fell silent, acknowledging the truth in the statement. You all need to understand. Principal Xia looked at the group earnestly. This time, it's not just our martial arts high school that invited Senior Bai. Schools like Rongqing number 1 High and number 4 High, which are far stronger than us, also extended invitations. Yet, it's our number 7 High that managed to bring him here. They're all watching us. If they see us sending a student like that, what will they think? Cui Guoyang remained silent, simply observing the group. Well, suddenly, Zhou Dehai spoke up. I think that student Wang Xian. His thoughts drifted to a morning a week ago. That kid's fitness boxing routine had left a lasting impression. Even now, thinking back, he felt he had gained some insights from it. Over the past few days, Wang Xian's fitness boxing seemed to show subtle improvement. If he could observe it a few more times, he might even have a breakthrough. But who would have thought? The boy showed up on the first day and then disappeared for the rest of the week. So lazy. Director Zhou, what do you think? Teacher Cuy's eyes glimmered with a trace of hope. I think it's worth considering. Zhou Dehai coughed lightly. Principal Xia immediately vetoed the idea. The participants have already been decided. Let's leave it at that. Make sure your class is prepared tomorrow. We don't expect Senior Bai to give them any special attention, but at the very least, they shouldn't make a fool of themselves. Yifu Building, balcony. Wang Xian finished his meal and, basking in the sunlight, walked up to the rooftop. From a distance, he noticed a beautiful figure. Perhaps it was the better food over the past week, but Ye Miyue's complexion seemed much improved. Her skin was still pale, but her eyes now carried a hint of vitality. At the moment, she stood sideways near the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the distant clouds. The loose, blue and white school uniform could no longer hide her graceful waist and hips. Her jet-black ponytail swayed gently in the breeze, exuding the essence of youth. The girl closed her eyes, raising a hand to shield her forehead from the blazing sun, though it couldn't obscure the flawless contours of her face. Wang Xian walked over and suddenly said, "Thinking about what to wear this afternoon for my massage?" The unexpected voice startled the girl, who had been enjoying the afternoon sun. Ye Miyue's cheeks flushed slightly, but her tone remained cold. Work attire. As agreed, once a week. After all, we only get 1 day off per week. Wang Xian shook his head. No. Ye Miyue turned to look at him, and Wang Xian continued, "I'll give you a few options." He squinted, raising his fingers as he listed them off. 1. A JK uniform. 2. A professional pencil skirt. 3. A spaghetti strap black mini dress. Pick one. Ye Miyue's composure broke instantly. Embarrassed and annoyed, she glared at Wang Xian. Each option is more outrageous than the last. Who wears something like that to give a massage? None of those are happening. Wang Xian frowned in dissatisfaction. All right, how about this? I'll give you another option. You come to my house for the massage. As for what to wear, that's up to you. There are no security cameras at home, and you're less likely to run into familiar faces than at the martial arts hall. Ye Miyue considered this. Compared to the shameful outfits he had suggested, this seemed more acceptable. I can wear whatever I want. She confirmed. Wang Xian nodded seriously, as if to say, of course, it's entirely up to you. Only then did Ye Miyue softly agree. After all, if she could decide what to wear, she could just layer up more. That would solve everything. No problem. Watching Ye Miyue's adorable expression, Wang Xian chuckled inwardly. Ah, little one, once you're at my house, what you wear will no longer be your choice. After lunch, the afternoon was designated as rest time. In the senior year of high school, apart from the monthly holiday, students only had a half-day break on weekends. This brief respite was especially precious, and most students chose to relax. Wang Xian left the school, planning to head home and log into the solo arena to hone his fluid blade technique. To be honest, the allure of martial arts was utterly addictive, especially the exhilaration of mastering power. Wang Xian could clearly sense his progress. His understanding of blade techniques was so profound that it made him want to immerse himself in it every waking moment. However, just as he stepped out of the school gates, a crisp voice called out to him, Wang Xian. The voice was both familiar and unfamiliar. Wang Xian turned slightly and saw a little girl standing by the roadside, looking at him with a lively expression. She was dressed in a light blue fleece jacket, fluffy and soft, as though she were draped in clouds from the heavens. She wore a black pleated skirt paired with black thermal leggings and short boots, stylish yet playful, making it easy to overlook her young age. Her delicate face, framed by a knitted beret, was so striking it was hard not to take another look. It's you. Wang Xian immediately recognized her. Wasn't this the little girl he had rescued from the ruins on the day the Wind Falcon attacked? Wait, 7 or 8 years old, and she's dressed like this? He glanced at his own school uniform, then at the blue and white campus around him, momentarily at a loss for words. The little girl dashed over, her snow-white face beaming with a wide smile. I knew it. You didn't forget me. How do you know my name? Wang Xian looked at this girl who barely reached his shoulder, puzzled. He didn't recall leaving his name that day. I asked, of course. I was at your school gate, asking the senior students if there was a tall, handsome guy around 1.8 meters but with a sharp tongue and poor grades. Someone said there was one in their class, named Wang Xian. I asked about his seat, and they said it was by the window in the last row. Haha, I had a hunch it was you. As soon as you came out and I called, you stopped. The little girl chattered on proudly, her face full of triumph. How about that? Pretty clever, huh? You are too clever, Wang Xian replied with a helpless smile. You're not shy at all, are you? And how do you know my grades are bad? The little girl puffed up with pride and explained. That day in the ruins, I saw your vitality level was really tiny at first, probably only around 0.1 or 0.2. At your age, if that's all the vitality you have, it means your innate vitality is low. Martial arts are hopeless for you, and your grades must be terrible. Wang Xian's face remained expressionless, but he thought to himself, you hit the nail on the head, huh? It's okay. Small numbers are cute too. The little girl patted Wang Xian's arm generously, as though comforting him. You can see my vitality? Wang Xian asked. Typically, vitality could only be measured accurately using specialized instruments or estimated through extensive experience, like in his case. Yeah, I can sense it, the little girl nodded. Everyone can perceive it to some extent, but what they sense isn't a precise number, just a color, with varying shades for different people. At this point, the little girl gave Wang Xian a curious look but didn't elaborate further. A thought flashed through Wang Xian's mind. Had the little girl awakened her martial arts talent on her own? He recalled that day in the ruins when the girl claimed she could see the people outside the wreckage. A faint suspicion had arisen in his heart back then. If that were truly the case, it would be extraordinary. The little girl glanced around cautiously, seemingly observing her surroundings without providing an answer. Wang Xian decided not to press further. Though such a rare, self-awakened martial arts talent could be considered a national treasure, he had encountered similar cases in his previous life. So, what brings you to me today? Wang Xian asked. I came to play with you. The little girl looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I know you high school seniors get a half day off this afternoon. Can you play with me for the rest of the day? Wang Xian was about to decline, but the hope in her eyes made him hesitate. I have something to do this afternoon. Play with me for the whole afternoon, and I'll give you $1 million. The little girl cut him off, her voice crisp and firm. Well, it's not that important anyway. Wang Xian immediately nodded. All right. The little girl beamed with joy. You can call me Xiaoxi. Come on, let's go. She grabbed Wang Xian's hand and dashed off excitedly. Across the street, inside a luxury car, a dignified woman watched their retreating figures through the window. Her voice was calm but resolute. Cheng Wu, is that the boy you mentioned? The one who saved Xiaoxi? Yes, that's him. Cheng Wu replied, discreetly wiping the nervous sweat from his forehead. He glanced at the boy, who looked somewhat resigned, and thought to himself, he seems just like an ordinary person. The woman nodded slightly, and Cheng Wu finally exhaled in relief. He quickly added, I'm certain of it. The boy saved her purely out of courage. There's no ulterior motive. His family background is clean. His parents passed away when he was young, and his nominal guardian is his third uncle. Besides, there's no way he could know your daughter. The woman gave no further response, her gaze shifting to the school gates, her thoughts complex and unreadable. The afternoon passed quickly amidst Xiaoxi's laughter and excitement. The little girl was full of energy, dragging Wang Xian from one place to another, sometimes to the arcade, sometimes to an amusement park, and occasionally to stroll and snack along the streets. Xiaoxi had an astonishing appetite, constantly chattering about wanting to try all sorts of street food: grilled skewers, fried chicken, flatbread, bubble tea. Anything that smelled good, she insisted on buying, and whatever she couldn't finish, she handed to Wang Xian. Though these places and foods were already familiar to him, Xiaoxi seemed to be experiencing them for the first time, her excitement boundless. Wang Xian, I want that one. Xiaoxi stopped by a street stall, holding a spiral potato skewer in one hand, her eyes lighting up as she pointed to another stand. The sign there read, Extreme Challenge 10 attempts. A crowd had gathered around, making it hard for Wang Xian to see the details. But he could guess it was one of those classic street challenges, often difficult, but with enticing rewards. The prize Xiaoxi had her eyes on was an adorable snow leopard pendant. The two approached and observed for a while. Quickly understanding the rules, the challenger had to strike a punching strength tester 10 times, with each punch hitting a precise level of force. Martial arts abilities were strictly prohibited. If the force deviated from the required range at any point, the challenger would lose the chance to claim the prize. This looks pretty hard, Xiaoxi mumbled, nibbling on her potato skewer, a slight frown on her face. This level of precise control is no joke, someone in the crowd remarked. Even for professional martial artists, hitting it perfectly 10 times in a row is a real challenge. Indeed, compared to simply unleashing maximum strength, precision control is far more difficult. A martial artist with a vitality level of just 1 might be able to train and explode with a maximum force of 1,000 pounds. But to strike precisely with 153 pounds of force, they'd be lucky to get it right even once in 10 attempts. And this challenge demanded perfection, 10 flawless strikes with no room for error. At the challenge booth on the street, yet another challenger admitted defeat. Isn't that a student from Shu University? Someone in the crowd recognized him. A top student from a 985 martial arts university lost. He managed to hit the target 5 times in a row. That's already impressive. But the old booth master kept interfering on the 6th attempt. That's within the rules. Besides, shouldn't a martial arts university student be able to handle a little distraction? The Shu University student walked out of the crowd, his expression filled with frustration. His female companion tugged on his arm. Let's stop. No need to waste more money on this, she said decisively. But I can do it, Ching Ching. Let me try one more time. His voice trailed off as they walked away. At that moment, another young challenger stepped forward from the crowd, wearing the uniform of Tiannan High School, one of the nation's top-ranked high schools. Wow, a national key high school student. The onlookers immediately perked up with interest. In Rongqing, schools like Wang Xian's 7th high school were provincial-level key schools, and there were several across the province. But national key high schools? The entire Western Shu province had only 2. Tiannan High School, as one of them, was affiliated with Tiannan Martial Arts University, one of the top 5 martial arts universities in the southwestern region of the country. The young senior, wearing glasses, appeared calm and composed. He handed over 30 yuan to the booth master, put on the gloves, and prepared himself. The elderly booth master, likely in his 60s or 70s, smiled warmly and nodded before starting the count. From the very first punch, this high school prodigy demonstrated exceptional skill, each strike landing with remarkable precision. It wasn't until the 8th punch, where a mere 2-pound deviation cost him, that the streak was broken. Incredible. This is the closest anyone's come to winning. A high schooler outperforming university students. Well, it makes sense. Even the weakest students at Tiannan High can get into Shu University, one of the 985 schools. I heard the teachers at Tiannan High joke that if you don't work hard, you'll end up at Shu University next door. Does anyone actually complete this challenge? Someone wondered aloud. Maybe professional martial artists could. But why would a professional martial artist bother with this? Challengers came one after another, and the stall owner finally let out a sigh of relief. These days, high school students are proving to be even harder to deal with than college students. Xiaoxi watched with great interest before turning to look at Wang Xian. She thought to herself, Big Brother is a poor student. Even the genius from Yizhong couldn't do it. This is really asking too much of him. But let's give it a try. Wang Xian cleared his throat. After all, he had to do his best to meet the little sponsor's expectations. Big Brother, you can do it. Xiaoxi clenched her fists to cheer him on. Wang Xian stepped out of the stall. Seeing another student in a school uniform, the stall owner's expression changed briefly, then turned into a smile. From Qizhong, huh? Qizhong is nothing. Even the genius from Yizhong failed. And you, a nobody from Qizhong, dare to challenge me. In the martial arts circles of Rongqing high schools, there's a saying, Qizhong are the grandsons, Xizhong are the dads, and Yizhong's nobodies are the big bosses. It means that even the most ordinary student from Yizhong is considered superior to Qizhong and Xizhong. The stall owner felt a surge of joy. Someone had come to give him money. And upon seeing the young girl take out cash, his demeanor softened a bit. He even considered going easy on them by setting slightly easier targets. Grandpa, hey, race the money. Xiaoxi handed over 30 yuan. The stall owner smiled and said, all right, all right. Looking at the little girl, he suddenly thought of his own granddaughter and asked, what's your relationship with him? Xiaoxi answered seriously, I'm his girlfriend. The moment she said that, the expressions of everyone around them changed. They all began looking at Wang Xian with peculiar eyes. What was this? A child bride? Even the stall owner's face darkened. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Xian quickly interjected. She's my little sister. He glared at the little sponsor, who mischievously winked in response. The stall owner, now expressionless, called out 10 numbers. 69, 174, 248, 156, 265, 267, 346, 476, 99, 499. He even wrote them down on the side to ensure there was no confusion. The crowd gasped. Wow, going straight for the highest difficulty. The numbers were wildly inconsistent, making it much harder. Wang Xian glanced at the numbers casually, put on the gloves, and focused. Without hesitation, he threw 10 punches at the power tester, each one seemingly random and chaotic, as if he had completely given up. The entire process took no more than 10 seconds. The crowd was speechless. It wasn't until Wang Xian took off the gloves and walked directly toward the prize area that they snapped out of their daze. The stall owner was just about to stop him when the power tester, with a slight delay, displayed the 10 numbers: 69, 174, 248, 156, 265, 267, 346, 476, 99, 499. For a moment, the entire crowd collectively gasped. Everyone froze. Even the genius from Yizhong who hadn't left yet stared at the numbers in shock. Not a single mistake. Gulp. Everyone present couldn't help but swallow nervously. It wasn't until Wang Xian claimed his prize and left with Xiao Shi that the crowd erupted in a flurry of disbelief and astonishment. Is he cheating? No way. There's no way he's just a student. He must be a professional martial artist, and at a high level too. Damn, that was way too flashy. Wang Xian didn't even need half a minute to complete the challenge. It was nothing more than a trivial task for him. He effortlessly threw 10 punches, leaving the stall owner watching in disbelief. The owner muttered to himself, could this kid be a plant? What a freak. That snow leopard pendant is a genuine martial arts accessory. Even if it's just a low-level decorative piece, it's still worth tens of thousands. Who would use something like that as a setup? In the crowd, only the top student from first high school stared at the numbers on the strength tester, puzzled. A student from 7th high school could control their strength to such a degree? Could it be Xia Siken? Peng Sandao? No, they don't have that kind of skill. Who on earth is this person? Wang Xian handed the snow leopard pendant to Xiao Shi and smiled, saying, with talent like yours, how could you be a poor student? Xiao Zai's eyes sparkled like stars, and she began to feel indignant on Wang Xian's behalf. Wang Xian understood in his heart that while street challenges might be tough for most people, they were a breeze for him. In the world of martial artists, there's a special skill called absolute control, which allows one to precisely control their strength. Some might learn it at the 2nd or 3rd level, but he had mastered it in his past life. Challenges like this were far too easy for him. Xiao Shi happily held the snow leopard pendant, her face beaming with joy. Big brother, I might not have a million. She pulled out a small bottle from her pocket and exclaimed excitedly, but I have this. This should be worth $1 million. Wang Xian was momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Yuan crystal water, a highly concentrated liquid essence of Yuan energy, incredibly valuable. He took the bottle, weighing it in his hand, and thought to himself, this is worth far more than $1 million. 4 or 5 grams of Yuan crystal water was enough to make anyone tempted. Wang Xian glanced around and noticed a familiar luxury car. After a brief moment of thought, he said seriously, this is a great item, Xiao Shi. When you go back, please thank your parents for me. Xiao Shi nodded eagerly, then ran toward the car, climbed in, and waved goodbye reluctantly. Big brother, they'll come find you to play next time. Wang Xian waved back, understanding that saving someone wasn't about seeking a reward, but it would be impolite to refuse someone's kindness. Wang Xian accepted the bottle of Yuanjing water without hesitation, understanding that no one likes to owe favors, especially the wealthy and powerful. Glancing at the time, it was just past 4 o'clock. Wang Xian thought to himself that this bottle of Yuanjing water would be enough to unlock all of the 8 extraordinary meridians, except for the Ren and Du meridians. Carefully tucking the bottle away, he made a firm resolution in his heart. Before the martial arts examination in 6 months, he must fully open all 12 regular meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians. Additionally, he planned to use the star refining body technique to transform at least half of his meridians into divine meridians. Only by doing so could he lay a solid foundation for his future cultivation. The road ahead was fraught with challenges. The attacks of the Wind Falcon, the chaos in the Baitsong ruins, the deaths of hundreds of thousands in the Beast Tide, the massive tsunamis caused by Tukes-class ancient beasts in the eastern frontier seas, which dragged millions into the ocean's depths. The central demon suppression tower losing control, with beast souls wreaking havoc across a province for months, leading to continuous mutations and countless people losing themselves, even turning on their own. The demonic court emerging from the Central Asian wormhole, launching a war involving millions of demons and covering a third of the East Asia continent on Blue Star, even leading to the fall of a martial god. And finally, the catastrophic tide of despair originating from the alien battlefield, sweeping across all of Blue Star, claiming the lives of billions and leaving the planet on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, the looming threat of extraterrestrial colonization drew ever nearer. Wang Xian's gaze turned complex as he looked up at the vast blue sky, his mind churning with thoughts. That alien battlefield was the final trial for Blue Star, a place of relentless danger but also the starting point of the cosmic expanse. Scenes of catastrophic events that had been unstoppable in his past life flashed through his mind, filling him with regret. Yet, this time around, he was determined not to be powerless. He vowed to grow stronger, no matter what. Just as he calmed his thoughts, his phone screen lit up with a message from Ye Xiaohua. Where do you live? I'll come over later. Wang Xian's heart stirred as he calculated the time, thinking to himself that Ye Xiaohua was about to make a personal visit this time. Wang Xian sent the location of his home and then headed to the market to buy some groceries: tofu, potatoes, pork tenderloin, and beef. Unfortunately, technology had yet to advance to the point of mass-producing exotic beast meat. Carrying his groceries, Wang Xian returned home. For someone who had grown up alone, cooking wasn't much of a challenge, especially after decades of experience on the alien battlefield. In that resource-scarce environment, maintaining one's strength and satiating hunger often meant relying on whatever was available. After several major catastrophes, large numbers of exotic beasts began appearing on Blue Planet. While humanity gradually started producing edible exotic beast meat, most of it remained unusable due to the presence of spiritual contamination, rendering it almost entirely discarded. Many materials from exotic beasts' bodies were also tainted and difficult to purify, making the profits from hunting them minimal. Even so, Wang Xian hoped to utilize the star body refining technique to absorb the spiritual contamination through consuming exotic beast meat, thereby cultivating more divine meridians. His ultimate goal wasn't just to develop half of his divine meridians before the martial arts exam, but to transform all 20 of his meridians into divine ones. Back at home, Wang Xian began preparing the ingredients for dinner. Although he had eaten quite a bit in the afternoon, as a martial artist, those street snacks were barely enough to get by. Proper nutrition was still necessary. About an hour later, he finished cooking 3 dishes and a soup: stir-fried greens, braised beef with potatoes, shredded pork with green peppers, and cabbage tofu soup, all simple homemade dishes. Just then, the doorbell rang. Wang Xian opened the door and saw Ye Miyue, which brought a smile to his face. She was bundled up so much that she looked like she was guarding against thieves. Despite still wearing her school uniform, it was layered with what seemed like several sweaters, leaving only her clean and pretty face exposed. "I am just feeling a bit cold," Ye Miyue muttered softly. "Have you eaten?" Wang Xian asked. "Yes, I have," she stammered. "Ye the campus belle. If you keep lying to me." Wang Xian grabbed her and pulled her inside, handing her a pair of slippers. "I'll spill all your secrets." Her face flushed as she lowered her head in embarrassment. Wang Xian nodded in satisfaction. "Have you eaten?" "No," she finally admitted. Wang Xian looked pleased. "Perfect timing, I made some food." He gestured toward the table. Ye Miyue glanced at the dishes, and as the aroma of meat and seasonings wafted to her nose, her appetite stirred, but she didn't move. "What are you staring at? This isn't free, you know," Wang Xian remarked. "First, you need to eat well to have enough strength for the massage. Second, after the massage, we'll exchange martial arts insights. I want to see how much you've learned. Lastly, if there's still time, you can help me with some cultural studies." "Okay," Ye Miyue agreed immediately, her expression relaxing. Wang Xian's cooking skills were impressive, and she enjoyed the meal thoroughly. After finishing, she voluntarily washed the dishes and tidied up the kitchen until it was spotless. However, as she moved around, her cheeks turned bright red. The heat generated from the meal, combined with her multiple layers of clothing and the warmth of the house, made her feel increasingly flustered. She couldn't hold back any longer. It was too hot. By 6 o'clock, Ye Miyue finally gave in and took off a layer of clothing in the bathroom. Outside, Wang Xian immediately grinned, thinking to himself, "Gotcha. Dressing like that in my house, what's the point?" With that, Wang Xian led Ye Miyue into the training room inside the house. The training room used to be the master bedroom. It was spacious and, after being modified by Wang Xian, became a 20 square meter space suitable for basic skill training. After all, a 156 square meter house was quite large for one person to live in alone, and without some adjustments, many areas would simply go unused. "Let's start by checking your stance training and health-enhancing boxing," Wang Xian said, gesturing. Ye Miyue didn't refuse, as it was part of her job. She performed a set of health-enhancing boxing moves in front of Wang Xian and stood in a stance for 20 minutes. She also incorporated her special breathing technique. To describe it simply, her progress was remarkable. "Not bad," Wang Xian commented after giving her some brief guidance. After a week of conditioning and the assistance of the Hunyuan breathing technique, Ye Miyue's vitality must have reached 0.8. Such progress was astonishing. For an ordinary student, even a 0.01 increase in vitality in a week would be difficult, let alone 0.1. Wang Xian couldn't help but marvel at how impressive innate vitality and natural talent were. Coupled with the Hunyuan breathing technique, a foundational training method that surpasses modern techniques by at least 6 decades and blends both new and old martial arts, Wang Xian was very satisfied. After all, Ye Miyue was the first experimental subject for this technique. "By the way, have you learned any martial arts?" Wang Xian asked. "Yes," Ye Miyue thought for a moment. "For the past 2 weeks, I've been studying a sword technique at the library. What sword technique? The Liangyi sword technique. Have you mastered it? Not yet. Ye Miyue, already sweating from the stance training and health-enhancing boxing, felt uncomfortable despite having removed a layer of clothing earlier. She said, my teacher mentioned that this technique is quite challenging to master. With my aptitude, I should be able to grasp it in about a month if I work hard. Clearly, Ye Miyue's swordsmanship was already at an advanced level. Otherwise, she wouldn't be a top student at school. If not for her vitality limitations, she would likely surpass Xia Xiqing in skill. The Liangyi sword technique. Wang Xian murmured. If I remember correctly, it's a foundational sword technique known for its balance of hardness and softness, and its simple yet profound moves. It's slightly easier to learn than the flowing water saber technique. Ye Miyue was surprised. Aren't you a saber practitioner? How do you know about this sword technique? Of course, Wang Xian knew about it, just didn't know how to practice it himself. In his past life, he had encountered many opponents who used swords, and had even seen a sixth realm martial sovereign perform this foundational sword technique. Naturally, what that expert displayed was an unparalleled mastery of the technique, with incredible power and effectiveness. Any martial arts master, even if they don't practice a particular skill, would have knowledge and insight far beyond the average practitioner. As the saying goes, all paths lead to the same goal. Mastering one art leads to understanding many. Even if Wang Xian didn't practice swordsmanship, his speed in learning other skills wouldn't be slower than his progress with the saber. It's just that, for now, his interest lay with the saber. Show me what you've got. Perform as many moves as you can, Wang Xian said after a moment of thought. Ye Miyue nodded, focusing intently with no distractions. As a foundational sword technique, the Liangyi sword technique consisted of only 3 moves. However, its variations were fewer than those of the flowing water saber technique. Swordsmanship emphasizes intent. This technique, which balances hardness and softness, alternates between fast and slow movements, with elegant and graceful postures that align with the principles of celestial mechanics. The final move, in particular, merges the two opposing forces, creating a flurry of sword shadows all around. Ye Miyue had yet to comprehend this last move. What did your teacher say about it? Wang Xian asked. There are many skilled swordsmanship teachers at school, Ye Miyue replied after some thought. My teacher said that the final move requires an understanding of the concept of merging two forces. For the human body, one represents unity, while 2 hands represent duality. Holding a sword with both hands forms the Liangyi. To merge the 2 forces, both hands must be able to move independently and harmoniously. I can't quite manage that yet. That's correct, Wang Xian nodded, acknowledging the expertise of the high school teachers. Although I don't know how to train for that final move. He smiled slightly. I do know how to make both hands move harmoniously. It's all about developing the right feel. With that, Wang Xian stepped closer and stood behind Ye Miyue. Naturally, he reached out and gently took hold of her left hand. Ye Miyue was momentarily flustered, while Wang Xian's expression remained unusually serious. He controlled her left hand, gripping it firmly, while his other hand picked up a knife. Don't move, he said in a low voice. Next, you use the sword, and I'll use the knife. No martial techniques, just basic skills. For now, think of this hand of yours as mine. Understand? Ye Miyue was taken aback, but seemed to grasp his meaning, nodding slightly. Wang Xian held onto her hand and clashed his knife against her sword. Their proximity was close. Even though Ye Miyue had only removed 1 layer of clothing, Wang Xian could still feel the delicate curves of her back. Yet, he paid it no mind. As the knife and sword intertwined, Ye Miyue felt as if her other hand had lost control, a steady and solid force emanating from Wang Xian's palm. Clang, clang, clang. Before long, the wooden sword in Ye Miyue's hand was knocked away. The sensation made her close her eyes, as if immersed in the moment. That's right, Wang Xian smiled faintly. The key to mastering this sword technique is not to think of your other hand as empty, but to imagine both hands holding swords. Treat your hands as yin and yang, and as the sword moves, only then can you merge the two into harmony, creating a flurry of sword shadows. I understand now. Ye Miyue opened her eyes, her expression alight with excitement. Wang Xian nodded, quietly brushing her soft, jade-like hand before stepping away to observe her. Before long, Ye Miyue effortlessly executed a complete set of the yin-yang sword technique. Such remarkable intuition, Wang Xian remarked, marveling inwardly at how she comprehended the concept after just one explanation. Of course, compared to himself, her understanding might still fall a bit short. This demonstrated why the school placed such emphasis on having a grandmaster of the 7th realm provide guidance. In martial arts, reaching the 7th realm meant having extensive knowledge of various techniques. For a grandmaster, even a casual pointer on foundational skills could yield significant benefits. Those with slightly higher aptitude and insight could even achieve breakthroughs on the spot. Do you think this would greatly benefit the students? Wang Xian pondered. However, Asking a 7th realm grandmaster to teach basic martial arts at a high school felt akin to using a cannon to kill mosquitoes an utter waste of their time. Wang Xian. Ye Miyue's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile as radiant as a blooming white lotus. Genuine recognition and joy filled her voice as she exclaimed, "You're amazing." She hadn't expected Wang Xian to possess such exceptional talent in swordsmanship. The sword technique she had painstakingly studied multiple times, he had grasped effortlessly through mere verbal instruction. If he seriously studied this sword technique, he could probably master it after reading the manual just once or twice. For a moment, she even felt foolish by comparison. "Why don't you practice swordsmanship?" she couldn't help but ask. "Not interested," Wang Xian replied. Oh, Ye Miyue couldn't hide her disappointment. Such extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, yet he chose to focus on knife skills instead. It was hard not to feel it was a waste. Still, his knife skills were undoubtedly impressive, and his talent in that area was equally undeniable. "Are you going on stage tomorrow?" Ye Miyue asked. No, Wang Xian shook his head. Ye Miyue was momentarily puzzled. "Why not? Your martial arts talent is so outstanding. Why hasn't the class chosen you to perform? If a grandmaster guided you, mastering a knife technique would be easy for you. You'd surely qualify for the martial arts class and gain the grandmaster's favor," Wang Xian casually remarked. "Maybe it's because my innate vitality and overall abilities aren't up to par. Our class has 3 spots, which is too many. The other classes won't agree." Ye Miyue stayed silent, recalling Wang Xian's innate vitality and his struggling years in school over the past 2 years. "All right, time for the massage," Wang Xian said with a yawn, waving his hand dismissively. Ye Miyue nodded but suddenly lowered her head, looking hesitant and unsure of herself. "What? Having second thoughts?" Wang Xian asked. "It's not that. I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable. I want to go back for a bit and then come back later," Ye Miyue replied, her voice growing quieter as a blush spread across her face. "Go back for what? It's almost 7 now. The massage will take over an hour. Then we'll do some extra lessons until 8, and you'll head home by 10. If you leave and come back, there won't be enough time," Wang Xian said impatiently. "It's not that. Ye Miyue's face turned red as she struggled internally. She had just eaten, practiced stances, shadowboxed, and trained with her sword, leaving her sweaty all over. She felt sticky and uncomfortable, and the thought of getting a massage in this state made her uneasy. "Am I supposed to let him massage me while I'm covered in sweat?" she thought. "Just say what you need," Wang Xian asked seriously. After some hesitation, Ye Miyue finally lowered her head and murmured, I want to take a shower and freshen up." "Well, that's easy. I have a bathroom here," Wang Xian replied casually. "There are brand new towels and toiletries. But I don't have a change of clothes," Ye Miyue said hesitantly. "I've got clothes here. There's some my mom left behind," Wang Xian said, heading to the storage room. He returned with a neatly folded outfit and handed it to Ye Miyue. "If you need to change, use this. Don't worry, it's clean. I wash them regularly." Ye Miyue took the clothes and saw it was a short Jake-style skirt paired with black stockings. Her face turned crimson. "Your mom used to wear this?" "She wore it when she was younger." "Why not? Everyone has a youthful phase," Wang Xian replied nonchalantly. "But this looks brand new. You talk too much. Are you backing out now? Either you let me massage you as you are, or you clean up and wear this," Wang Xian said firmly. If it had been when she first arrived, Ye Miyue would have refused outright. But now, she felt she had no choice. Resigned, she took the clothes and walked into the bathroom, her face full of reluctance. Watching her, Wang Xian couldn't help but chuckle. "I told you, no matter how much you wear, it's my house. What you wear here is up to me." The sound of running water came from the bathroom, the rhythmic droplets stirring in inexplicable anticipation in Wang Xian. He returned to his bedroom and took out a bottle of Yuanjing water, a gift from Shaoxi. Shaoxi's family's wealth was unimaginable, and in this era, such an item was incredibly rare. It was a prized resource for high-level martial artists, nearly impossible to purchase on the market. "With this, I should be able to open at least 5 of the 8 extraordinary meridians," Wang Xian thought to himself. The yuan energy in the nutritional paste he had used before was barely enough to open the shortest meridian. But this bottle of Yuanjing water was 1,000 times more potent, more than sufficient to open some of the more challenging meridians. If used wisely, even the notoriously difficult Ren and Du meridians might not be impossible to clear. Wang Xian also took out a bottle of lubricant that Ye Miyue had brought from the martial arts center. Wang Xian had naturally discussed the matter of the payment with the martial arts school, as the money was transferred to Ye Miyue through them. He opened the small bottle, and a surge of overwhelming energy immediately poured out. Taking a deep breath, he carefully dripped a few drops onto the lubricant. This type of elemental crystal water was not suitable for direct application on the skin and contained only a limited amount, just a few dozen drops. When combined with an external lubricant for massage, it achieved optimal results. Dripping it onto the lubricant and massaging allowed it to penetrate the body effectively, a gentle yet efficient method. Alternatively, it could be used for soaking in a bath, yielding similarly remarkable effects. However, due to the intensity of the energy, it could even directly clear the meridians without the need for massage. Still, with Ye Miyue present, Wang Xian had no intention of taking a bath. Since massage was an option, why not enjoy it? Not long after, the bathroom door opened, and when Wang Xian turned around, his eyes lit up. The girl who had just stepped out of the bath was enveloped in a faint mist, her stunning face glowing with a delicate sheen. Her eyes appeared even more luminous and alluring. The tight white top she wore was slightly snug due to its size, accentuating her figure. Her high-waisted pleated skirt outlined her slender waist, graceful and delicate, as though she could be effortlessly held in one arm. Her long, straight legs were encased in black over-thinny stockings, leaving a glimpse of her fair, porcelain-like thighs exposed above. Ye Miyue walked out hesitantly, one hand tugging at the hem of her skirt, trying to cover the pale skin that peeked out. However, the fit of the outfit was just right, and her efforts were futile. Her shy demeanor only added a touch of innocent charm to her attire, making her all the more captivating. Wang Xian was pleased with the size he had chosen. Ye Miyue, on the other hand, was too embarrassed to speak. The length of the skirt made her uncomfortable, and she was certain she would never wear something like this in public. All right, let's get started, Wang Xian said, pulling out a diagram he had prepared. It was a proportional sketch of his body, with the massage points clearly marked. He didn't bother explaining much. A slight deviation wouldn't matter, as he was well versed in his own anatomy. Having gained some experience from last time, Ye Miyue quickly got the hang of it. Though the outfit made her uneasy, her focus and diligence allowed her to immerse herself in the task. Following Wang Xian's guidance, waves of pure, boundless energy seeped into key points of his meridians under her firm and skillful massage. The previously obstructed pathways, like long-clogged drains, were instantly cleared. The mix of sharp pain and overwhelming relief made Wang Xian inwardly revel in the sensation. In his past life, he had never used such high-quality elemental crystal water to clear his meridians. This water was not only concentrated with the essence of the world's energy, but also infused with extracts from rare energy-rich herbs, distilled into its purest form. No wonder it came with such a hefty price tag. One by one, his meridians were unblocked, and faint, subtle sounds seemed to emanate from his body. Focused on her work, Ye Miyue remained completely unaware of this. Wang Xian's body was becoming increasingly robust, seemingly at odds with his 0.6 physical strength level. The process of clearing the meridians didn't significantly enhance vitality. Only through cultivating divine meridians with spiritual energy could one achieve a substantial boost in life force. However, due to the yuan crystal water, every time a meridian was cleared, the water spread through Wang Xian's body via the meridians, enhancing his vitality. After an hour and a half, both the Yangqiao and Yinwei meridians were cleared, leaving Ye Miyue utterly exhausted. Wang Xian leapt up energetically, while Ye Miyue slumped weakly by the bedside, looking completely drained. She was puzzled. Wang Xian's vitality test showed only 0.6, yet his body seemed so strong, with certain areas appearing to harbor explosive power. What she didn't know was that the newly opened Yangwei meridian was filled with powerful spiritual energy, capable of unleashing incredible force. Although the newly opened meridians were not divine meridians, the cleansing effect of the yuan crystal water had brought his vitality close to 1. Wang Xian marveled inwardly at the wonders of yuan crystal water. The mere act of clearing meridians had resulted in such significant improvements. At this moment, Ye Miyue's face had regained some color as she tried to stand, but her strength failed her, and she nearly fell. Wang Xian quickly grabbed her arm to steady her. Their eyes met briefly before Ye Miyue hastily looked away and hurriedly left the bedroom, muttering about needing to go. Wang Xian offered to see her off and handed her a school uniform, suggesting she change out of her current clothes. Annoyed, Ye Miyue complained, but Wang Xian explained that there were too many clothes at home, and he hadn't found anything suitable earlier. Time flew by, and the next day, Wang Xian arrived at school feeling refreshed. As he approached the gate, he noticed a red banner hanging above that read, "Welcome Master Bai to our school for martial arts guidance." He couldn't help but chuckle to himself before walking inside. Today's atmosphere on campus was distinctly different. A banner swayed gently in the breeze at the entrance, and a group of reporters dressed in professional attire had gathered within the school. The reporters eagerly asked, "Students, who is the top-performing student in your school?" Several students quickly responded, "That would definitely be Xia Xiqing from Class 1. Another student chimed in, "Actually, I think Ye Miyue from Class 9 is also amazing." Really? The reporters seemed a bit surprised. "From what I know, Xia Xiqing excels in every area at the moment, and he has even mastered a set of basic martial arts." This comment made the interviewed students a little bashful. Another student added, "Actually, 1st high school and 4th high school also have students like that. I think Master Bai chose to come to 7th high school because our school has a better atmosphere." Hearing this, the reporters chuckled and asked in a more relaxed tone, "So, Who is the most handsome student in your school? That's hard to say. I think I'm pretty handsome, one student joked. Then the group began discussing. Xia Xiqing, for sure. He's got that idol-level kind of handsomeness. Actually, Pang Sandow from class 10 isn't bad either's just got a more rugged look. Then there's Wu Bai from class 3 is more of the scholarly, refined type of handsome. I think Wang Xian from class 4 is pretty good too. At this point, a girl blushed slightly and waved her hands hurriedly. It's Wang Xian from class 4. He's got that rebellious charm, and sometimes he even seems a bit melancholic. The reporters, sensing there might be an interesting story behind Wang Xian, asked, is Wang Xian a good student? Does he have any special talents? The girl quickly shook her head, and the reporters looked disappointed. They then asked, who's the prettiest, then? This question was almost unanimous. All the interviewed students answered in unison. That's definitely Ye Miyue. Before long, the school bell rang, signaling the start of class. The reporters handed out small gifts to the students and waved goodbye, saying, thank you for the interview. The students headed into their classrooms. The reporters, still puzzled, thought 7th High School seemed rather ordinary and wondered why Master Bai had chosen to come here. A nearby staff member smiled and said, maybe there are a few promising students at 7th High. The reporters shook their heads, unconvinced. From what I know about 1st High, there are many outstanding students there, some even have innate vitality levels exceeding 1. Mastering martial arts at this stage does show talent, but 1st High is full of students like that. Perhaps it's about connections or background. But Master Bai hates relying on those. He's the kind of person who doesn't tolerate any form of favoritism. The staff member nodded in agreement. The reporters remained skeptical. That is strange. Well, let's see how it goes. They're off this afternoon anyway, and we're just here to document things. The morning passed quickly. Zhou Zukin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As the bell for the last class rang, he couldn't help but complain to Wang Xian. Thank goodness we had Ms. Zu's class this morning. Otherwise, I'd have been daydreaming all day. Wang Xian chuckled. Knowing Zhou Shuquan wasn't alone in feeling this way, most of the other students were in a similar state. In this era of global martial arts, countless students were growing up immersed in the culture of martial arts. A grandmaster at the 7th realm was undoubtedly the pinnacle of martial achievement in the Long Kingdom. Wang Xian asked, why don't you seem excited at all? What were you up to last night? Zhou Shuquan said, I didn't even play games last night. I was so excited I couldn't sleep. He continued, last night, I dreamed that Ye Xiaohua came to my house to give me a massage. It felt amazing. Zhou Shuquan shook his head helplessly. You, my friend, are even better at dreaming than I am. He turned to Wang Xian, looking exasperated. At most, I dream about Teacher Su. But you dare to dream about Yi Bingshan. Honestly, no one would believe it. Hearing this, Chen Yuding frowned and glanced at Wang Xian, clearly unimpressed. She stood up, looking both disappointed and frustrated, and questioned him. Wang Xian, even though your innate vitality is low, you clearly have talent in martial arts. Why don't you put in the effort? Yesterday afternoon and evening, you had such a good opportunity to go to the library to study martial arts or consult with a teacher. And you didn't. I can't believe I even had some hope for you before. Without waiting for Wang Xian to respond, she walked out of the classroom, visibly disappointed. Nearby, Li Zihong was laughing slyly. What's so funny? Zhou Shuquan sneered. At least someone still has expectations for Wang Xian. Unlike you, who doesn't even qualify to be expected of anything. Li Zihong's expression darkened immediately. All right, let's go eat. Wang Xian said lazily, stretching with no interest in arguing. He pulled Zhou Shuquan along as they left the classroom. The cafeteria was especially crowded today. It was clear that the reason was the arrival of a grandmaster, and the school, in a rare act of generosity, announced that all meals were free today. Even Ye Miyue was dining with the students from class 9 in the cafeteria, rare sight in the school. Wang Xian thought to himself that the school's intentions were obvious. If the grandmaster noticed any student going hungry, it would be a huge embarrassment. After all, a grandmaster's perception could easily cover the entire campus. After finishing his meal, Wang Xian was about to head back to class when Chen Yuding suddenly appeared from a corner. Wang Xian, do you have a moment? She called out. Wang Xian raised an eyebrow and asked, are you going on stage later? Chen Yuding's expression was complicated as she slowly said, I'll find a chance to mention you to Grandmaster Bai. In front of everyone, he definitely won't refuse. When you get on stage, don't let anyone down. Her words left Wang Xian momentarily stunned. You want to help me? He asked. Why not? Chen Yuding glared at him fiercely. But by doing this, you're going against the school's arrangements. Wang Xian said with interest, studying her. Aren't you afraid the school will blame you? Chen Yuding's gaze was steadfast. As long as you perform well, the school won't have a reason to blame me. Don't you understand that? Wang Xian understood that this was essentially a gamble, betting on his ability to perform well on stage and earn praise from the 7th Realm Grandmaster. However, he couldn't help but wonder why she was willing to take this gamble. Was it based on his performance during last week's small test? Logically, Chen Yuding's impression of him should still be that of a lazy underachiever. Even if it had changed, it couldn't have changed much. He didn't say anything, just squinted slightly as he looked at her. Shen Yuding, seemingly flustered by his gaze, became visibly uncomfortable. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked, her voice tinged with irritation. "No, thanks," Wang Xian eventually said, shaking his head decisively. "I appreciate your kindness, but I'll pass." He had no intention of stepping onto the stage. Shen Yuding's face flushed red, her voice growing colder with anger. "Don't regret this. Missing this opportunity might cost you endless time to make up for it." With that, she turned and stormed off. Wang Xian watched her retreating figure and fell into deep thought, murmuring to himself, "How interesting." Back in the classroom, Wang Xian followed the group as they made their way in an orderly fashion to the school field. The field was already bustling not just with students, but also with special agents from the Rongqing Security Bureau overseeing safety measures. There weren't many reporters present, only a few representatives from formal news outlets. The soft, golden sunlight fell upon the eager faces of the crowd, painting a serene yet hopeful scene. At 1:30 p.m., the sky dimmed slightly. A figure descended like a fighter jet, halting midair before landing on the elevated platform at the front of the field. The gust of wind stirred by the landing turned the students' blue and white uniforms into a rippling sea. "Hello, students. I am Bai Hongtian," a hearty voice rang out, instantly igniting a wave of fervent applause. Wang Xian joined in, his eyes fixed on the master, Bai Hongtian. Bai Hongtian appeared to be in his early 40s, with a square face, thick brows, and phoenix eyes. He resembled a general from an ancient empire, battle-worn yet commanding. Despite the warm smile on his face, his presence exerted a subtle pressure on the students. Wang Xian thought to himself, Bai Hongxian's aura is so strong, must be on the verge of breaking into the 8th realm. Clearly, he's a peak master, not just someone who's recently entered the 7th realm. No wonder he managed to take down the Wind King Falcon so swiftly. During his speech, Bai Hongtian didn't seem to have prepared any notes. Yet, with his wealth of experience, his impromptu words were more than enough to captivate the audience. 30 years ago, I was still in the 4th realm, undergoing military training at Qinglong University in the capital. I was tasked with leading a group of first-year college students to the ruins of Daxing Mountain for training. Those students weren't much older than you are now. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to every student on the field. At the time, the Daxing Mountain ruins were an ancient site where exotic beasts had once roamed. The Martial Arts Alliance had classified it as a degrade site, meaning the most dangerous creatures there would only be degrade at most. Degrade beasts are roughly equivalent to someone in the 3rd realm, but in reality, most of the beasts there were only E or F grade. Considering the quality of Qinglong University's freshmen, they could barely handle its strength in numbers, after all. Qinglong University is the premier martial arts university in Longguo's capital, a dream institution for countless aspiring martial artists. Unfortunately, Bai Hongxian's tone shifted. Back then, martial arts exams weren't like they are today. There were no practical combat requirements. Most of those students had never killed an exotic beast before. At best, they'd fought holographic beasts in high-tech training rooms or virtual simulations. So, despite being top students at Qinglong University, they were utterly terrified in the ruins. This, in part, is why practical combat requirements were significantly increased in later martial arts exams. Many students burst into laughter. Bai Hongtian also smiled faintly. As their instructor at the time, he recalled how he too had once mocked those who faced challenges. Until one day, he led his students deep into some ruins and encountered a strange beast, the Tianshan Mashi. It was an A-class beast, which corresponded to the 6th realm. Everyone held their breath, thinking to themselves, this is a gap of 2 major realms. Are we all going to be wiped out? Even if we try to escape, how many of us could actually make it? Bai Hongtian paused and said slowly. At that moment, I was so scared I nearly wet myself. Everyone froze for a second, then erupted into laughter. Wang Xian chuckled as well, saying it was perfectly normal. He added, if we were to face alien species on the interstellar battlefield, even a grandmaster of the 7th realm would be terrified to the core. Bai Hongtian seemed a bit reflective. Facing a beast of that level, being wiped out would have been entirely expected. However, in his heart, he thought, if I die, it's fine. But what if there's a genius among these students? What if one of them could become a future martial god? Dying here would be such a waste. The battle seemed hopeless, but not fighting meant certain death. So, Bai Hongtian looked at his students and resolutely took the first step forward, even though it might lead to his demise. In that moment, he felt as though he had truly become a martial artist, realizing the essence of being a warrior finding life in the face of death. The students fell silent, their hearts surging with emotion. After a long while, one of them asked loudly, what happened next? Bai Hongtian smiled and replied, well, after fighting with the determination to die, I discovered that the Tianshan Mashi was actually injured, and its real combat strength was only at the class level. Once we uncovered this critical information, the freshmen began to rise to the challenge and fought alongside me. Together, We defeated the beast without any casualties. It ended quite uneventfully. 30 years ago, the students of Qinglong University were remarkably talented. At this moment, many students began to reflect if it were them. Would they have the courage to face such a challenge? Though the story was simple and the ending seemed ordinary, the danger and the courage to confront a life-or-death situation could only be truly understood by those who had experienced it. Especially the essence of being a martial artist finding life in the face of death. In the entire school, it was likely that no one could fully grasp this concept without first-hand experience. Wang Xian, however, had also comprehended it perhaps even earlier than Bai Hongtian. Bai Hongtian realized it during the Fourth Realm, while Wang Xian understood it after graduating from university, when he entered the interstellar battlefield as a mere second-realm warrior. Even then, his role on the battlefield was merely that of a backup pawn, a disposable soldier. After the speech concluded, it was time for the formal martial exhibition. Bai Hongtian stepped down from the stage to make preparations. Meanwhile, many students were still immersed in Bai Hongxian's story. Clearing his throat, the principal, Xia, took the microphone and announced, "I'm Principal Xia. Up next, Senior Bai will perform a martial arts demonstration at our school. He will need a moment to prepare." On the stage, Principal Xia, with his refined demeanor, addressed the crowd as representatives from each class began to step forward. Hearing this, the class teachers immediately looked at their students and gave a nod. Sparse figures emerged from the neatly arranged lines, each walking up to the stage with confident strides. This honor undoubtedly sparked envy among countless students, especially as most of the girls' gazes were fixed on Xia Xiqing. Almost every boy's gaze was fixed on Ye Miyue. At this moment, her attire was no different from usual, yet she exuded an extraordinary aura as she walked, like an invisible magnetic field drawing countless eyes toward her. As the practice of the Hunyuan breathing technique and body-strengthening fist gradually matured, Wang Xian nodded slightly, realizing that Ye Miyue could now barely guide the energy of heaven and earth to circulate within her body as she moved, creating a unique presence. Her recent diet had also rapidly enhanced her vitality, and with her mastery of a sword technique, her demeanor became increasingly cold and elegant, standing out from the crowd. Even Xia Xiqing frequently cast glances her way, though her aloof expression often made people instinctively hold back, as if she were a bright moon hanging high in the sky, meant to be admired from afar. As each representative took their position, a moment later, Bai Hongtian emerged from behind the platform, accompanied by a special security officer in a police uniform. Principal Xia and a group of homeroom teachers stood nearby, pointing at the representatives with anticipation as he said, "In the path of martial arts, these students are among the finest in our school." Bai Hongtian nodded, his gaze sweeping seriously over each student. Cui Guoyang from class 4 opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. After surveying the group, Bai Hongtian simply remarked, "Not bad." However, he suddenly frowned slightly and asked, "Is that all?" Principal Xia froze, momentarily at a loss. He had originally planned to discuss this beforehand, but the other party had arrived unexpectedly, and knowing Bai Hongtian's temperament, he had carefully selected these candidates without daring to include anyone unqualified. Bai Hongtian was silent for a moment, then glanced at the list one last time, nodded to the special security officer beside him, and stepped onto the stage. Slowly, he began, "Before we proceed with the martial arts demonstration, I would like to invite one more student to come forward." His words left everyone stunned, even the principal behind him, who couldn't help but feel puzzled. Who else hasn't come forward? The representatives from all the classes were shocked, and Principal Xia, along with the school leaders and homeroom teachers, exchanged confused looks. The reporters in the audience perked up, sensing that something significant was about to happen. Bai Hongtian continued, "A week ago, this glass beast, the Wind Falcon, attacked Rongqing. I was tasked with eliminating it." Everyone listened quietly, unsure of the Grandmaster's intentions. They were all aware of the incident. Although it had concluded quickly and the news hadn't been widely publicized, its impact on Rongqing was undeniable. "I fought hard to slay it." Bai Hongtian sighed heavily, his tone somber as he added, "But in the disaster-stricken area, almost no one survived. Ordinary people would never survive in a disaster zone struck by its glass beast. Even martial artists might not escape such a deadly threat. This kind of situation was truly beyond anyone's control." However, at this moment, Bai Hongtian's voice broke the silence. He mentioned a remarkable survivor, a child only 8 years old. Clearly, a child of that age couldn't have survived in the disaster zone alone. Bai Hongtian glanced around at the students present, his voice softening noticeably. "Class, do you remember the story I told you before?" The students all nodded in unison. The essence of a martial artist lies in facing death to find life. Bai Hongtian's voice grew more impassioned. "I must admit, I didn't grasp this truth until I reached the Fourth Realm. But I never imagined that someone your age could already understand it." He paused briefly before continuing. "The one who saved this child was a senior from class 4, grade 12 of this very school. On that day, with the resolve to face certain death, they charged into the deserted disaster zone and successfully rescued the child. These words sent a collective gasp through the crowd, a chill running down everyone's spines. Wong Xien in that instant, many seemed to grasp the truth. The entire field erupted into a frenzy of excitement and disbelief. Even the school leaders behind the stage stood frozen with their mouths agape, struggling to process the reality. Could our school really produce such a genius? A grade 12 student daring to enter a disaster zone created by its class beast? The homeroom teachers exchanged bewildered glances, questioning silently. When did we ever teach such courage? Even if we had, would anyone actually dare to do it? Wouldn't that be sheer recklessness? Yet at this moment, whether it was Principal Xia, the homeroom teachers, or the students in the crowd, they all understood. This was the reason they had come to this school. A single question lingered in everyone's mind. Except for Ye Miyue, was this extraordinary student? It was then that Cheng Wu, standing beside Bai Hongtian, spoke up. I am Cheng Wu from the Rongqing Security Bureau. Over the past week, as the disaster zone has gradually recovered, I accompanied a grandmaster here to deliver an honorary award and personal recognition to this student. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of pride swept over the students, filling their hearts with a sense of honor. So our school has someone this outstanding. Bai Hongtian's voice rang out loudly. So, from class 4, grade 12, the last seat by the window, this must be Wang Xian. Please come up to the stage. Boom. The crowd exploded in an instant. The moment Bai Hongtian finished speaking, Wong Xien felt an intense gaze, as warm and radiant as sunlight, directed at him. In truth, when he first saw Cheng Wu, he had already vaguely guessed something. He initially thought that after everything concluded, someone might approach him to give him some kind of award. But he hadn't expected Bai Hongtian to say it aloud at this moment, leaving Wang Xian feeling puzzled. Just for one person? If it's meant to set an example, it shouldn't require a 7-realm grandmaster speaking with such a tone, right? Unless a jolt ran through Wang Xian's heart, and he seemed to understand something. At this moment, all the students in class 4 had their eyes fixed on Wang Xian, too shocked to utter a word. Dude, you've been so low-key all this time, and now it turns out you're this incredible? Aside from that small quiz last time, Wang Xian had been practically invisible in class 4. Sure, he was a bit handsome, but in a prestigious high school, looks didn't really matter. Who would have thought he'd pull off such a feat braving a disaster zone to rescue people heroically? A 7-realm grandmaster personally inviting him? That was way cooler than any school-wide announcement. Wang Xian felt a bit helpless. He hadn't planned on stepping onto the stage, but since things had come to this point, he wouldn't back down. Rising from his seat, he walked toward the platform. At that moment, all his classmates' gazes were locked on him. Even the attention from the class representatives seemed unusually keen. Chen Yuding's eyes were complicated as she thought to herself. So that's why you turned me down. You must have known you'd be on stage already, didn't you? Wait, no, the school would have added a name to the list if they'd known. It seems the school wasn't informed either. As Wang Xian stepped onto the stage, Principal Xia, standing in the back, was filled with regret. Damn it, such a big deal happened, and you didn't say anything earlier? He shot a glare at Cui Guoyang, who could only feel helpless as well. I didn't know either. But Cui Guoyang's face broke into a proud smile. In his heart, he thought, this is my student. Regardless of his potential, grades, or talent, his character and courage surpass countless others. Forget the students, even the teachers wouldn't dare to enter a beast disaster zone to save someone. They simply wouldn't have the guts. Amid the crowd, only Ye Miyue didn't seem particularly surprised. Her shock had already been engraved in her heart the moment she saw Wang Xian charge alone through the crowd and climb over the fence back then. She simply gave him a subtle wink. Wang Xian, Cheng Wu said with a hearty laugh. It's not too late to find you now, is it? Wang Xian shook his head. Cheng Wu observed the composed and dignified young man before him and nodded with satisfaction. Based on today's events, it was clear this kid hadn't bragged about what he did that day. To risk his life to save others without seeking fame or fortune, and to go about his life as if nothing had happened. This kind of calm and humble mindset deeply impressed Cheng Wu. Cheng Wu glanced at Master Bai. Bai Hongtian personally took out the prepared certificate of recognition, walked up to Wang Xian with a smile, and said, Wang Xian, well done. To be honest, when I was your age, I wasn't as good as you. Wang Xian accepted the certificate modestly and replied, Master, you don't need to be humble. I don't think I'm better than you. After all, understanding the essence of martial arts can happen at any time. Bai Hongtian paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, nodding repeatedly. Aside from the certificate, Wang Xian also received a cash reward. Although the amount, provided by the Security Bureau, was not substantial, just a few tens of thousands, it carried significant symbolic value. Wang Xian carefully put away the certificate and prepared to step down, but Bai Hongtian stopped him. You don't need to step down. Someone who can comprehend the essence of martial arts has a talent that stands out in my eyes. Am I right? Bai Hongtian glanced at Principal Xia. Absolutely, absolutely. Principal Xia wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly added. Wang Xian has an exceptional talent for martial arts. As his class teacher, I can vouch for that better than anyone. No matter what kind of student Wang Xian had been before, or what his innate life force was like, in the principal's eyes now, Wang Xian was the brightest star of the school. Praise was inevitable. Cui Guoyang quickly nodded and briefly introduced Wang Xian's background. However, Bai Hongtian waved his hand, signaling that it was unnecessary. Everyone understood that Master Bai clearly didn't care about such details. After all, Bai Hongtian had traveled far and wide, encountering countless elite martial arts universities and geniuses. To put it bluntly, before awakening their martial arts talents, the dozens of top students on stage were not significantly different in his eyes. What he valued was Wang Xian himself. This naturally left some of the class representatives on stage feeling dissatisfied. They glanced at Wang Xian, their eyes showing traces of unwillingness. Sure, you were brave and fearless, risking your life to save others. We respect that, they thought to themselves, but when it comes to other aspects, that's a different story. One confident representative stepped forward and declared, I've wielded the blade for 60 years, mastering the pinnacle of 8th level blade techniques. When I awakened my martial arts talent, it was named the Tiger Soul Arm. Bai Hongtian took a step forward and added, I, too, have achieved 3 to 4 levels of mastery in sword and staff techniques. In short, while the blade is my specialty, I have also attained some proficiency in sword and staff skills. Today, during this martial showcase, I will demonstrate my signature extraordinary martial technique, the Tiger Soul Overlord Slash. Bai Hongtian's voice was filled with unmatched confidence. Extraordinary martial techniques are innate skills that martial artists acquire as their awakened talents grow stronger. These techniques often integrate with the martial arts the practitioner has trained in. Wang Xian glanced slightly to the side, contemplating the transition between traditional and modern martial arts. Extraordinary martial techniques represented a barrier that traditional martial arts could never overcome. Without the extraordinary power of martial arts talent, traditional martial artists could never possess such techniques, leaving them inherently without the most powerful moves. As Bai Hongtian finished speaking, he suddenly stepped forward, gripping an ancient yet futuristic-looking great blade in his right hand. The blade exuded an advanced technological feel, with intricate patterns etched into its surface, and was noticeably larger than an ordinary blade by 3 or 4 times. Its weight was unimaginable. As he moved, the sleeve of Bai Hongtian's right arm automatically retracted, revealing a muscular arm brimming with strength. On his arm, a tiger-shaped phantom roared vividly, as if alive. Through the hazy apparition, Wang Xian could distinctly feel a terrifying power coursing through his bones. This was an innate talent and advanced level talent, or higher. Among the myriad types of martial arts talents, innate body talent was the most common, representing the physical potential of an individual. Martial artists with such a talent often exhibited extraordinary strength when practicing corresponding martial techniques, their power surpassing that of ordinary practitioners. This was a hallmark of the new martial era. Particularly, this talent harmonized exceptionally well with numerous blade techniques. Although categorized as merely advanced, its true potential rivaled that of a king-level talent. Overlord Slash. Bai Hongtian's eyes were cold as ice, his arms brimming with boundless strength. Like a ferocious beast, he leaped into the air and swung his blade toward the heavens. A deafening roar tore through the entire campus, its echoes reaching miles away. As the blade descended, a crimson arc hundreds of meters long materialized in the sky, clearly visible to the naked eye, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The students present were left in shock, their breaths caught in their throats. Even Bai Hongtian himself seemed to vanish into the blade's radiance, transforming into a soaring, roaring tiger in the sky. Boom! The originally serene blue sky was torn apart by the slash, splitting into 2 vast seas of clouds stretching endlessly into the horizon. Under this overwhelming display of power, even the school leaders and class instructors trembled uncontrollably, struggling to remain upright. They hastily sat down. Countless students, shaken by the blade's force, crouched down instinctively, their eyes fixed upward. Some even collapsed to the ground. Xia Siqing, under immense pressure, trembled on his feet, barely managing to stand. In the end, he had to reach out and grasp the railing for support. He glanced around. As the top student of the 7th high school, he wondered who could remain composed in the face of such a terrifying blade technique. Then he noticed the expressions of others and turned his gaze to Ye Miyue, his heart skipping a beat. Ye Miyue's eyes were resolute, her posture not particularly upright, but unwavering nonetheless. She stood firm without relying on any external support, her gaze fearless and steady. Witnessing this, Xia Siqing gritted his teeth, released his grip on the railing, and forced himself to stand tall once more. His attention then shifted to Wang Xian, and this time, he was utterly stunned. Wang Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture as straight as a pine tree, his piercing gaze calmly fixed on the slash. He appeared completely unaffected, as though the overwhelming power had no impact on him whatsoever. Impossible. This was an extraordinary blade technique wielded by a grandmaster of the seventh realm. How could he remain unshaken under such a strike? And yet, there was even a hint of contemplation in Wang Xian's eyes. Bai Hongtian had unleashed his ultimate technique without reservation, a display of utter sincerity in martial arts. This single slash was clearly derived from the superior blade technique Overlord's Rend. However, the blade intent within was something Wang Xian had never encountered before. In his previous life, though he had never crossed paths with this grandmaster, he had faced other martial artists who practiced the Overlord's Rend. None of them had executed it with such flawless perfection. This slash was a seamless union of Bai Hongxian's talent and the technique itself, truly worthy of being called an extraordinary martial skill. At this moment, as Wang Xian observed this unreserved display, a sense of enlightenment surged within him, and even his hands itched to practice. His understanding of blade techniques advanced by leaps and bounds. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in the realization, as countless figures seemed to replay the mysteries of the slash in his mind. Wang Xian felt a wave of relief in his heart, deeply gratified by the martial arts insight he had gained. His blade technique had already reached the peak of the second stage. The flowing water blade technique, which he had just recently mastered, played out repeatedly in his mind, reaching a level of near perfection. However, constrained by the limited space, his blade intent, though fully unleashed, could not achieve its full potential due to his genetic talent lock being only partially activated. The power of this strike was merely 1/3 of its true capability. Even so, this fraction of his strength still left the onlookers utterly stunned, rendering them speechless for a long time. No one could fathom the true extent of the power wielded by this master Bai. The atmosphere at the scene was charged with lingering awe. That strike was like splitting mountains and parting seas. Had Rome City not been protected by a defensive shield, it might have been cleaved in two. Wang Xian silently reflected that participating in this high school martial arts exhibition was a bit of an overkill for someone of his caliber. After all, most of the students present were unlikely to grasp anything meaningful from this display, was the sole exception. Nevertheless, if this demonstration could ignite a passion for martial arts and inspire the students to strive harder, it would still be worth it. Bai Hongtian sheathed his blade and returned to his position, a faint smile on his face. It took some time for the crowd to recover from the overwhelming atmosphere. Bai Hongtian understood that the students were still in the foundational stages of their training, and it was almost impossible for them to comprehend the essence of his strike. He simply hoped it would motivate them to work harder on their martial path. The school leaders watched with hearts pounding in their chests, while the homeroom teacher of Class 10, despite possessing a fourth-stage blade technique, could only barely grasp the surface of what had just transpired. Next, it's your turn. Bai Hongtian gazed at the representatives from dozens of classes. After a brief pause, he continued, "At your level, you're likely still working on mastering basic martial arts. Here's what we'll do. I have experience with blades, swords, and staffs. Show me what you've got, and I'll offer some guidance based on what I see." Principal Xia, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and thought to himself, Master Bai is truly a generous and genuine person to be willing to provide personal instruction. Such an opportunity is priceless. The students stepped forward one by one, their expressions a mix of excitement and nervousness. Bai Hongtian patiently provided guidance, his discerning eye instantly identifying the problems each student faced in their martial arts practice. Even though most students practiced sword techniques, he handled their issues with ease. Every student who received his instruction gained valuable insights, and even those listening on the sidelines felt enlightened by his explanations. "Ah, you practice the blade?" Bai Hongtian's gaze landed on a young man named Pang Sandao after observing more than half of the students. A hint of delight appeared in his expression finally, someone who wielded a blade. Pang Sandao had a face as sharp and defined as if carved by a blade, bearing a slight resemblance to Bai Hongtian. He practiced the 8-slash blade technique. Confidently, he said that apart from the final move, which still needed some refinement, he had fully mastered the rest. Bai Hongtian nodded slightly and praised him, saying, "This blade technique is among the more challenging foundational techniques. To have reached the point where only the last move eludes you shows you have considerable talent." Hearing this, Pang Sandao gave a bashful smile. "Show me your technique," Bai Hongtian requested. Pang Sandao nodded and immediately demonstrated the 8-slash blade routine. Observing from the side, Wong Xien quickly understood why Pang Sandao had not yet perfected the technique. He noticed that Pang Sandao lacked a commanding presence. The 8-slash blade technique required seamless execution, and even the slightest error would drastically reduce its power. Wang Xian believed Pang Sandao's skill level was sufficient, but his darting gaze and lack of focus revealed an unsettled mind and unsteady energy, which always held him back from completing the final move. Wang Xian thought to himself that Pang Sandao might be more suited for staff techniques rather than blade techniques. A pity indeed. Bai Hongtian only needed a brief glance before nodding slightly. He then began offering guidance, demonstrating key points, and providing individual corrections. When it was Xia Siqing's turn, Bai Hongxian's eyes lit up with interest. The ink dot sword technique. Impressive, he remarked with a smile. This foundational sword technique was second only to the two-element sword technique in difficulty. Most students only began learning martial arts in their senior year, so for Xia Xiqing to master this technique was a clear testament to his exceptional talent. Xia Xiqing immediately straightened his posture with pride, and envious glances from his classmates followed. Although Xia Xiqing had a good grasp of the technique, Bai Hongtian identified several areas for improvement and gave him some pointers. Next came Ye Miyue. From the moment she raised her sword, Bai Hongtian was slightly taken aback, recognizing that she was performing the two-element sword technique, a foundational technique known for its high difficulty. As Ye Miyue continued, Bai Hongxian's surprise grew. By the time she flawlessly executed the final move, his expression turned serious. You've already begun to grasp the essence of it, Bai Hongtian said in a calm tone. As soon as he spoke, the representatives around them turned to Ye Miyue in astonishment. The leap from merely mastering a technique to beginning to grasp its essence was no small feat. This milestone indicated a genuine understanding of the martial art and marked the entry into a new realm of proficiency, where the technique's power could become extraordinary. The homeroom teachers also looked at the Class 9 teacher in surprise. After all, they were familiar with the abilities of students in each class. The Class 9 teacher wore a proud expression but felt a twinge of confusion. Just yesterday, Ye Miyue's progress had been far from mastery. How had she suddenly reached this level? Ye Miyue glanced briefly at Wang Xien before retracting her gaze. After returning home the previous night, she had practiced in secret and gained significant insights, even dreaming about martial arts. Now, as one of only 2 students in the school to have mastered a martial art, her proficiency had surpassed Xia Xiqing's, instantly drawing countless admiring eyes. Bai Hongtian offered her a few simple pointers, noting that once someone reached the entry level of a martial art, practical application became more beneficial than theoretical guidance unless they encountered a bottleneck. At the entry level, one's mastery might only be at 1, and only upon reaching 99 might guidance help break through. Therefore, he could only provide basic advice to help students deepen their familiarity with this new stage. After providing feedback to each student, Bai Hongtian finally turned to the last participant, Wong Xien. His gaze became more focused than ever before. Wong Xien, you haven't mastered any martial arts yet? If you have any questions or difficulties, I'll do everything I can to help you. His tone conveyed an unprecedented level of seriousness, and everyone present immediately sensed how much importance Bai Hongtian placed on this moment. In full view of everyone, Wang Xian shook his head and declined Bai Hongtian's guidance. He understood that, at this stage, there was nothing he needed to improve on, especially after his recent comprehension of the flowing water blade technique. No amount of guidance could compare to that epiphany. Bai Hongtian had already shown incredible sincerity by fully demonstrating the essence of his overlord blade technique. However, for the students present, unless one was an extraordinary genius, it would be nearly impossible to grasp its profound meanings. The fact that Wang Xian managed to gain even a small understanding was already an extraordinary fortune. Decline. The crowd was stunned upon hearing this. It was clear to everyone that Master Bai held Wang Xian in high regard, yet he had outright turned down such a rare opportunity. The representatives from the various classes exchanged bewildered looks. Their expressions varied. Class teacher Cui Guoyang was so anxious he felt his scalp go numb, wishing he could speak up on Wang Xian's behalf. The representatives from Class 4, especially Zhou Shuquan, were visibly hesitant to say anything. Principal Xia, sensing the tension, quickly intervened, his eyelid twitching as he worried about offending Master Bai. Well, Wang Xian's blade skills are indeed impressive, but since he's just recently broken through, he might not have had the chance to study the foundational martial arts yet. Ahem. So, hearing this, the students suddenly realized Wang Xian hadn't studied the basics of martial arts yet. After all, how could anyone expect a grandmaster of the 7th realm to teach foundational techniques on the spot? That would be a level of privilege few could handle. Master Bai frowned slightly. Is that so, Principal? Wang hasn't exactly skipped learning. Li Zihong, a classmate, interjected with a grin. About a week ago, he went to the library to study the foundational martial arts, but he only went once. He didn't elaborate further, but the implication was clear to everyone. Xia Xiqing had taken 3 sessions and several weeks to fully grasp it, while Ye Miyue, who was even more talented than Xia, required half a month. Wang Xian had only gone once, a week ago. That essentially meant no progress at all. Cui Guoyang frowned slightly upon hearing this. He had always felt regretful, but couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Logically, Wang Xian's talent in blade techniques should be exceptional. How could he have given up after just one session? Could it be he had mastered it in one go? That's impossible. Cui Guoyang shook his head in disbelief. Chen Yuding stared at Wang Xian, hesitating as her thoughts swirled. Suddenly, Ye Miyue spoke softly. Wang Xian is highly talented in blade techniques. He should be close to mastering them. I hope Master Bai can guide him further. The moment her words landed, the male students below were instantly petrified. This couldn't be real. I scolded Ye Miyue, speaking up for a male student, and in such a public setting? Impossible. It had to be a hallucination. Although Ye Miyue occasionally conversed with classmates, she had never actively spoken up for anyone before. This was nothing short of astonishing. The scene erupted into chaos. Ye Miyue's single sentence had caused an earthquake-like commotion. Chen Yuding's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Ye Miyue, her gaze growing increasingly complex. Li Zihong was equally dumbfounded, his jealousy surging to its peak, though he dared not say a word. Wong Xien cast a casual glance at the group, his eyes eventually settling on Ye Miyue. Ye Miyue's gaze flickered, unable to meet Wang Xian's eyes. Bai Hongtian, on the other hand, burst into hearty laughter and said nonchalantly, "Even if you're just starting out, I can teach you. What martial art have you been practicing? Show me." His meaning was clear. Even if Wang Xian knew nothing, Bai Hongtian was willing to teach him a basic martial art on the spot. Such attention from a grandmaster was rare, even for a model student known for heroic deeds. Wang Xian understood Bai Hongtian's intentions and resigned himself to the situation. He walked to the side, picked up a broadsword from the weapon rack, and weighed it lightly in his hand. In the next instant, he swung it with precision. Flowing water blade technique, first form, effortless stream. A pale blue sword aura emanated from the blade, cascading like flowing water, an art form in its own right. Almost the moment Wang Xian made his move, Pang Sandao couldn't help but exclaim, "That's the one I've always wanted to learn." Unfortunately, the difficulty of this foundational blade technique had been too high for him. After countless attempts that left him dizzy and frustrated, he had settled for the simpler 8 slashes technique. But now, seeing Wang Xian's seamless execution of the flowing water blade technique, Pang Sandao's mind was blown. This was no ordinary display, it was a mastery far beyond his imagination. Everyone's eyes were instantly drawn to Wang Xian's movements, their gazes wide with amazement, fully captivated by the flawless display of the flowing water blade technique. Amidst the storm-like atmosphere he created, Wang Xian's blade slashed through the air, with the sword aura cascading like curtains of rain. The interplay of solid and illusory strikes was so intricate that it left the onlookers in awe, their hearts trembling with the sheer brilliance of the technique. Wang Xian leaped into the air, vanishing into the storm of blade shadows he had conjured. For a moment, his figure seemed to disappear entirely. Then, in an instant, the rain-like shadows parted as a colossal wave of blade energy surged forth like a tsunami, rolling with unstoppable force. The sheer might of the blade aura was overwhelming, carrying an elusive yet powerful essence. Each wave of blade energy built upon the last, and by the fourth wave, a towering surge of pale blue sword aura rose over 10 meters high, resembling a true ocean wave. Boom! The final wave of blade energy struck with such force that it left a long, deep scar over 10 meters in length on the high platform made of the finest stone. The mark extended all the way to Principal Xia's feet. As the dust and smoke cleared, Wang Xian casually tossed the broadsword back onto the weapon rack with unerring precision. The entire field fell into a stunned silence. The crowd, mouths agape, was utterly speechless. Even Bai Hongtian couldn't conceal the astonishment in his eyes. Holy! This kid's flowing water blade technique. It's like perfection. Cheng Wu couldn't help but curse in disbelief. He was utterly shocked. A high school senior who had just started learning martial arts had managed to bring a basic technique to such a masterful level it was beyond comprehension. Pang Sandao took several steps back, his neck flushed, his breathing quickened, and his eyes vacant. The continuous 4 strikes of the roaring waves technique, executed with such mastery, how could this be? He couldn't accept it. According to the students in Class 4, Wang Xian had only attended 1 lesson and practiced for a week. Yet he had already elevated a blade technique to this level? For someone who also practiced blade techniques, how could the gap between people be this vast? At that moment, a thought crept into Pang Sandao's mind: never wanted to touch a blade again. It wasn't just him. Nearby, Xia Xichen's eyelids were twitching as he watched. Although he didn't practice sword techniques, he understood the difficulty of this blade technique. If someone had told him that a high school senior mastered such a skill to perfection within a week after just 1 lesson, he wouldn't have believed it. Even if the student was from the prestigious number 1 high school, Xia Xichen would still have his doubts. Unless that person had awakened an innate talent for martial arts, making such progress comprehensible to him. However, the reality before his eyes was beyond understanding, let alone for the other students, especially Li Zihong from Class 4. Li Zihong stood there in a daze, repeatedly telling himself, "This has to be a dream. I'm definitely dreaming." Meanwhile, Chen Yuding had been trembling in shock ever since Wang Xian made his move. It was only after the demonstration ended that she gradually calmed down, quietly observing Wang Xian as if deep in thought. Among the crowd, only Ye Miyue maintained a faint smile while watching, though she, too, felt an urge to throw a punch. How is he this strong? Ye Miyue pondered silently. Could he have lied to me yesterday, saying something about having weak innate vitality and limited spots available? If Class 4's homeroom teacher knew about this, the school would probably grant him a spot directly. He simply doesn't want to step onto the stage. It goes without saying that to reach this level of mastery, the only thing left to enhance is vitality. After all, even with a master's guidance, achieving such heights is incredibly challenging. Simply put, the more powerful a martial art, the greater the physical and vitality requirements. Even for basic blade techniques, unleashing their peak power demands a certain level of physical strength. Without meeting that threshold, no amount of comprehension would make a difference. Bai Hongtian squinted his eyes, closely observing the young man before him. His gaze carried a mix of astonishment at the boy's mastery of the blade and other complex emotions. Turning to Principal Xia behind him, Bai Hongtian spoke with a hint of meaning in his tone. I didn't expect your school to have such a martial arts prodigy. In all my years traveling far and wide, this is a rare sight. He wasn't exaggerating. Reflecting on his own youth, Bai Hongtian recalled that during this stage of life, he could barely grasp the flowing blade technique, and it was only after the martial arts exams that he reached a level of mastery. Although his martial arts talent wasn't considered exceptional, it was still decent for that era in Longhua. As for this young man before him, who had reached such a level within a week, it was truly unbelievable. Excluding supernatural factors like martial arts talent, Bai Hongtian could confidently say that this was the first time he had seen such a phenomenon. Principal Xia, too, thought to himself that in all his years as a principal, he had never encountered a situation like this. Wang, your primary focus right now shouldn't be on martial arts mastery. Bai Hongtian said insightfully with a smile. There's no need for further guidance. Just concentrate on improving your vitality. With your talent in martial arts, even if you awaken the weakest ability, your future won't fall short of mine. This was an exceptionally high compliment. However, Wong Xien smiled faintly to himself and replied, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, but don't even have the weakest ability. As the only martial artist in his previous life to reach the pinnacle of the 8th realm in the old martial arts system, Wang Xian understood deeply that the awakening of martial arts talent, this newfound extraordinary power, had nothing to do with an individual's aptitude in martial arts. This was an undeniable truth. Wang Xian's bravery in saving others and his noble character were a testament to this very principle. Principal Xia confidently stated, Our school will spare no effort in nurturing Wang Xian, and we eagerly anticipate his outstanding performance in the martial arts exam. Joking aside, he's the ace of 7th High this year. After years of being overshadowed by 1st High and 4th High, this is finally our chance to turn the tables. No more of that nonsense about 7th High being the underdog, 4th High the dominant force, and 1st High the lackeys acting superior. Everything is about to change. Bai Hongtian couldn't help but chuckle a few times, his eyes filled with anticipation as he said, I'll be watching closely. This year's martial arts exam will surely bring innovation. As one of the chief examiners of Western Shu, I will definitely be there. With the Grandmaster's visit to the martial arts demonstration concluding successfully, Wang Xian's name quickly spread across the campus. A hero who saved others without seeking fame. A martial arts prodigy whose brilliance couldn't be hidden. 7th High in Rongqing has spent 10 years sharpening its sword, ready to test its edge once more at Western Shu's martial arts exams. The reporters who had been following the demonstration from start to finish eagerly pinned down headlines capturing every moment of the event. After school, Chengwu approached Wang Xian with a cheerful grin and put an arm around his shoulder. Grandmaster Bai wants to have a private word with you, he said. Wang Xian didn't refuse and followed Chengwu to a special car with a license plate bearing black characters on a white background. Student Wang, Bai Hongtian greeted with a slight nod before continuing. Today's martial arts demonstration was arranged by your school. I wanted to have a private conversation with you. There's something I wish to say. Wang Xian nodded in response. After a brief moment of deliberation, Bai Hongtian spoke slowly. When you executed the final move of your flowing blade technique earlier, I sensed a trace of the essence of my transcendent martial skill, the Tiger Soul Overlord Slash. Have you seen me perform it before? Yes, Wang Xian replied candidly. Bai Hongtian's eyes narrowed slightly. So, did you gain any insights from watching me demonstrate it? Not exactly, just a little understanding. Wang Xian replied modestly. I'm still far from mastering it. However, deep down, Wang Xian thought to himself that he might be able to further comprehend Bai Hongtian's Overlord blade intent upon returning home and integrate it into his flowing blade technique, giving it new brilliance. Bai Hongtian felt a sense of relief and smiled, saying, For a moment, I thought you could grasp the essence of my Overlord blade intent just by watching me perform it once. That would truly defy the heavens, and even I wouldn't be able to accept it. He then added with a slight smile, One more thing. I want to thank you personally. Are you related to Xiaoxi? Wang Xian asked directly. Bai Hongtian nodded, somewhat surprised by Wang Xian's deduction. Yes, the little girl you saved is my daughter. Wang Xian acknowledged this with a simple, understanding now what he had only speculated before, that she was the daughter of someone influential. He had already guessed as much during the earlier demonstration. You don't need to thank me, Wang Xian said with a smile, shaking his head. After all, Grandmaster Bai, you owe me nothing. Why do you say that? Bai Hongtian asked curiously. You saved Rongqing, and, in doing so, saved me as well. I saved your daughter, so naturally, there's no debt between us, Wang Xian replied. With that, he opened the car door and stepped out. Inside the car, the two men sat in silence for a long time, unable to say another word. Wang Xian's words were indeed the truth. In both this life and the previous one, without Grandmaster Bai's intervention, countless lives in Rongqing would have been lost, and Wang Xian himself might not have survived. Upon returning home, Wang Xian didn't dwell on the day's events. Instead, he focused entirely on refining and consolidating what he had gained. Wang Xian's swordsmanship had reached the peak of the second tier, and the profound intent of the Overlord Blade from Master Bai ignited a longing for real combat within him. He pondered that while mastering intent was typically a domain of 4th or 5th tier skills, it wasn't entirely unattainable to grasp it earlier. Skill progression would eventually lead to that level, and he hoped to make slight improvements to his flowing blade style when it achieved a state of complete refinement. At this moment, he decided to hone himself through real battles, pushing his limits and raising his baseline abilities. A week had passed since he last logged in. As soon as Wang Xian entered the game, he was greeted with 99 friend requests, with the game's AI assistant incessantly notifying him. Upon checking, he realized they were all from his opponent in the final match last week, Tong Laoi, whose in-game name was unyielding to the end. Tong Laoi had persistently sent requests for an entire week, seemingly unwilling to accept his previous defeat. Wang Xian, still not over losing? Want another round? Wang Xian chuckled and accepted the friend request. Tong Laoi immediately messaged him. Finally, man. You've finally added me. I'm telling you, I need to reclaim my honor here. Plus, I'm a big streamer, you know. Wang Xian thought to himself that Tong Laoi was indeed a formidable player, though oddly, he hadn't logged in at all during the past week. Just as Wang Xian was about to reply, Tong Laoi sent him an invitation for a unknown duel in the personal arena. Without hesitation, Wang Xian declined. Don't waste my time. You can't beat me, he replied. Tong Laoi protested. Come on, I didn't even use my martial arts last time. How about one more round? Just one. Wang Xian smirked. Even if you use your martial arts, it won't make a difference. You might have had a slim chance back then, but now? No chance at all. After their last encounter, Wang Xian had already gauged Tong Laoye's skill level and felt it wasn't worth his time. He figured it was better to match with other opponents who might offer a greater challenge. Alright, how about this? If you beat me again, just once, I'll introduce you to my sister. Tong Laoi exclaimed, immediately sending over a stunning photo. Wang Xian paused. His interest peaked as he began to weigh his options. Not long ago, Tong was live streaming. Pointing at someone else's response, he pretended to be furious and shouted, "This guy's not playing fair. He beat me once and hasn't been online for a week." The truth is, ever since that day, he couldn't stop thinking about it, losing sleep over the incident. Though, to be fair, the stream that day was quite entertaining. Getting outplayed, the streamer embarrassing himself, it was exactly the kind of content the audience loved. Tong, I've been arguing with your haters on the forums, trying to prove you're not useless, but in the end, they convinced me otherwise. Have you been losing sleep over this? Tong asked with concern. Listen to me, that guy beat you once, and he's probably figured out you're a big streamer. He won't agree to play again. Otherwise, what would he brag about if he loses? Just sacrifice your sister. A young guy like that can't handle it, trust me. Why are you acting like you know everything? You seem to understand teenage boys pretty well. Look, cut in. Obviously, because I was one. You just want to see Tong's sister, don't you? What sister? That's my wife now. Watch your words. The chat instantly exploded with laughter. Tong glanced at the comments and immediately got the hint. After a bit of hesitation, he sent over a carefully prepared picture. It was a screenshot taken by a viewer during a previous stream. In that moment, his elder sister had accidentally appeared on camera, showing half her body and a partial side profile, which instantly left the audience in awe. In the image, the woman wore a sleek black martial arts outfit, pointing at the screen. Even with only half of her body visible, her stunning curves and flawless, cold side profile were unmistakable. Especially those eyes, which seemed to look at Tong with disdain, as if staring at trash. With one finger pointing at him, her expression exuded the aura of an aloof, world-weary queen. Not interested, you scoundrel. Tong froze for a moment, about to reply, when he noticed the other person's status change to matchmaking in progress. Do not disturb. What a pure-blooded, steel-hearted, straight guy. The chap burst into laughter again. Guys, he's not taking the bait. Tong coughed, thinking to himself. You fool, he's only here to fight. He's just a martial arts fanatic. If there were a goddess-like beauty in real life, he might show some interest. But online, who cares about that? Idiot, just admit you lost, and bring in some pros to mess with him. Someone commented in chat, and Tong seemed to have an epiphany. Wait, are all teenagers nowadays obsessed with martial arts? No, that can't be right. Just as he was about to find someone to help, He noticed the opponent's status had already returned to normal. That fast. Already done with the match? Checking the stats, Tong was slightly taken aback. Another victory added. I just watched the match. Tong, don't embarrass yourself. Can you really not beat him? I watched too. Honestly, if Tong goes up against him, it'd just be humiliating. Last time, Tong wasn't even trying, and now after just 1 week, he'd get destroyed if he took it seriously. Come on, are you all underestimating the level of Tiandu Martial Arts University? They've got proper combat training courses. If they're serious, it's no joke. Scanning the chat, Tong smirked and sent another message. Alright, how about this? If I lose, I'll find some real pros for you to play against. Deal. Not interested, scoundrel. How good are these pros? They're way better than me, but it's best of 3. Damn that Chao Zhe. Fine, call me Tong Grandpa then. As soon as he finished speaking, his opponent started matchmaking again. What a martial arts fanatic, Tong Grandpa thought to himself. After some contemplation, an idea struck him. He immediately messaged a player with the ID Shun Xing Sihi Xing. Tong Grandpa here, spectate me, hurry. Shun Xing Sihi Xing, get lost, he added in another message. Alright, got it, came the reply. A few seconds later, Tong Grandpa sent another message. Sis, this opponent of mine might know his way around weapons. How much does he know? Shun Xing Sihi Xing asked. Hard to say. You'll see for yourself. Help me out with some pointers when the time comes, Tong Grandpa replied. There was no response, but a sly grin crept across Tong Grandpa's face as he burst into laughter. Guys, this one's in the bag. I've got my sister to coach me from the sidelines. He was brimming with confidence as he continued. Lao Tong, you're such a rookie. Damn it. So this is how you're gonna play, huh? Damn Chao Zhe. This guy's definitely hacking, he cursed. Unbelievable, Lao Tong. You're putting on a real show. Couldn't sell your sister. So now you're using her as a cheat code. A newcomer asked, what level is your sister? Level? She's a 4th realm martial artist in her early 20s, got it. That's nonsense. Someone in their early 20s reaching the 4th realm, someone doubted. But Tong Grandpa knew it was no lie. He remembered Lao Tong once showing off his sister's martial artist badge, proving she was indeed a 4th realm practitioner, a true prodigy. Probably from some prestigious university. Hilarious. Best of 3. I already see the entertainment value. First round, I'll go all out and pretend I can't win, letting him think victory is in his grasp. Then, for the next 2 rounds, I'll connect with my sister, have her analyze his moves, and completely crush him for a comeback. He'll lose his cool. Such a rookie move, someone added. Now that you mention it, damn, it really is rookie level. Tong Grandpa scowled at the barrage of comments, thinking, what the hell? You all just assume I'm going to lose. Don't you know my skill level? Fine, watch me prove you all wrong. With that, he glanced at his opponent. 10 minutes had passed, and the guy had already won several consecutive matches. It was absurd. As soon as his opponent finished, Tong Grandpa immediately sent a duel invitation. Chao Zhe Wu accepted your duel invitation. Your opponent, Chao Zhe Wu, Bronze Eye, Vitality 1, 17 wins, 0 losses. Huh? His vitality increased by 0.4 in a week. Tong Grandpa was momentarily stunned. That's quick, he thought. Then again, with such a high aptitude for martial arts, it made sense. He was probably a top student at some elite high school. On the other side, Wang Xian entered the martial arts arena as invited. Spectators began gathering around the ring. He figured the opponent was probably some small-time streamer or internet personality. It wasn't surprising. In this era, martial arts influencers and celebrities were popping up everywhere. Ready to start? Wang Xian asked. Hold on a second, Tong Grandpa replied, scanning the spectators until his eyes landed on a figure dressed in black, wearing a mask. Satisfied, he nodded. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. When the final mechanical voice of the intelligent AI fell, Wang Xian gripped his long blade and launched forward like a rabbit, leaving an afterimage in his wake. With a vitality of 1 and no martial arts movement techniques, his peak speed was about 8 seconds per 100 meters, far beyond the limits of pre-recovery human capabilities. This kid's insane. His vitality increased so quickly, and he adapted just as fast, Tong Grandpa thought, astonished. Normally, after a vitality boost, martial artists needed time to adjust. The fact that he had risen so much in just a week suggested it was a recent achievement, perhaps even yesterday or today. Logically, it should have been difficult to perform at his peak right after reaching this level. But trying to end the fight quickly? That was underestimating him way too much. Grandpa Tong thrust his spear forward with a sharp motion. Though he was more skilled with a sword, he had, for certain reasons, mastered a martial art combining spear and staff techniques. As the saying goes, a spear strikes a line, a staff sweeps an area. This martial art merges the concentrated strikes of spear techniques with the wide-ranging attacks of staff techniques, making it exceptionally domineering for both unknown and group combat. It is a foundational martial art of remarkable power, blending the strengths of both weapons. At the same time, Wang Xian immediately recognized the first move of the Thousand Armies spear technique, lifting the mountain to embrace the moon. the moment his opponent initiated the attack. While a hint of nostalgia flickered in his mind, his movements remained swift and precise. Unfortunately for his opponent, his mastery of the spear technique was only at a moderate level. If he had achieved the pinnacle of perfection, he might have posed a challenge. Otherwise, the only way to defeat Wang Xian would be to exceed the very limits of vitality and defy the rules of combat. In the blink of an eye, the distance between Wang Xian and his opponent closed to 5 steps precisely within the attack range of the first move, lifting the mountain to embrace the moon. Grandpa Tong's eyes widened, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Everything was unfolding according to his calculations. In the next moment, the spear's tip surged forward with the force of a mountain, slashing through the air in a powerful arc. The gleam of the cold steel flashed menacingly as it came crashing down with unparalleled force. Wang Xian, however, merely smiled, his movements fluid and unbroken. With an almost effortless motion, he used the back of his blade to parry the strike. As the spear's tip descended, it seemed as though Wang Xian had already anticipated the trajectory. He released his grip on the handle, allowing the blade to follow the spear's movement. The sword curved gracefully, spiraling upward around the spear's tip. Grandpa Tong froze, stunned to feel his spear trembling violently in his hands. In the next instant, as the sword was flung into the air, Wang Xian leaped up and caught the spinning blade by its handle. Without missing a beat, he unleashed a seamless flow of sword techniques, each strike raining down like a storm. Before Grandpa Tong could even attempt the second move, winds and rains obscure the sky. He was entirely engulfed by Wang Xian's flawless barrage. The entire exchange lasted only seconds, ending in an instant defeat. Damn, that was awesome. Wasn't that the first move of the Thousand Armies spear technique? I've never seen anyone counter it like that with a sword before. Grandpa Tong, he totally saw through your moves. That's insane, barely anyone even knows the Thousand Armies spear technique, someone exclaimed in the live chat. While the observer had some knowledge of the technique, they knew that identifying flaws in combat wasn't something that mere understanding could resolve. Moreover, Wang Xian's effortless counter made it look deceptively simple, as if anyone could do it. This is definitely an improvement over last time. Last time, you only used a mid-level thrust from the basic spear techniques. At least this time, you managed to pull off an actual martial art move. Still, what a rookie. The comments in the live chat continued with playful banter. Grandpa Tong, however, remained silent, feeling a wave of uncertainty. Am I really that bad? He thought to himself. It took me half a year just to learn the Thousand Armies spear technique and 2 years to reach a moderate level of mastery. At school, apart from those monsters, barely anyone could handle the first move, let alone counter if this wasn't just blocking. This was a complete counter. Do you know what that means? It means surpassing my level by such a wide margin that my move was rendered completely irrelevant. And to do it with a sword, no less using a shorter weapon to break a longer one, staying calm while I moved aggressively. Having my advantage turn into a weakness, it's ridiculous. Hurry up, next round, Wang Xian said. After fighting for a while, he felt he was beginning to grasp the essence of the Tyrant Blade intent. Unfortunately, none of his current opponents could push him to fully unleash his flowing blade techniques and merge them with the Tyrant Blade intent. He sighed inwardly. The flawless fluidity of his blade techniques was overwhelming, but he yearned for a true master to challenge him. Grandpa Tong cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the black-clad spectator in the stands before glancing at the message panel. A sense of relief washed over him. As soon as the call connected, an icy, heavenly voice rang out, "Trash." The words sent a wave of satisfaction through him finally. He could hear Sister Tong's voice again. Unable to suppress his excitement, he responded eagerly, "Say another one. It's coming up." He could almost picture the other person's stunned expression, feeling secretly smug. To be honest, this is a bit shameless, asking for outside guidance. Grandpa Tong thought to himself. His understanding of Sister Tong assured him that even if he lost, he would fulfill her requests. Looking at the floating comments on the screen, Grandpa Tong asked softly, "Sister, how should I play the next round?" At this point, his confidence had completely crumbled. He even doubted whether his opponent was really a high schooler, because nowadays, aside from a rare few, how many high schoolers still practice with guns? Especially with such expertise. You're a blade player. Why are you obsessing over guns instead of sticking to blades? The cold voice replied. Yes, he knows his way around guns. He's decent. But you got countered because your gunplay is only at a basic level too weak. For the next round, as soon as he gets close, just use the final move of the Thousand Army Spear technique, the Sweeping Army Strike. Don't bother with any other moves, the icy voice instructed. Grandpa Tong tensed up. But if I use Sweeping Army Strike and he doesn't attack aggressively, and I can't follow up with another move, what if he exploits the opening? I know, the cold voice said with a slight frown. Listen carefully. After the Sweeping Army Strike, if he's not an idiot, he'll definitely target the opening in your back. When that happens, don't hesitate, use the basic spear technique's counter move, the return spear. You're such a waste, always relying on flashy, powerful techniques. Don't you realize that foundational spear moves are the cornerstone of everything? They can seamlessly combine with any advanced spear techniques. Grandpa Tong froze for a moment before breaking into a grin. You always have a plan, sister. This strategy within a strategy so cunning. With that, he turned to the comments and declared, guys, I just learned a new move. Victory is in the bag now. He quickly readied himself, starting the next round without delay. Wang Xian didn't hesitate, charging forward instantly to unleash his full blade skills. He believed that offense was the quickest route to victory. Waiting for the opponent to strike first wasn't his style, as most blade techniques emphasized relentless aggression. Sweeping army strike opening with a big move, as Wang Xian closed in, he noticed his opponent's spears spinning with impenetrable precision. He thought to himself, trying to lure me into close combat, planning to hit me with that reversal of heaven and earth move? He shook his head confidently. The reversal of heaven and earth within the 1,000 army spear technique was a formidable maneuver. If the opponent managed to get him into close range, there would be no way to counter it. But Wang Xian understood the principle behind turning the spear into a staff, which allowed him to fend off any close-range threats. He had no fear. Naturally, no one would attack Hedon, he thought. If not, the only option is to exploit the opening in the back. Still, Wang Xian mused. Even if he combines it with a return spear, this streamer doesn't have the skill or the brains to pull it off, does he? Leaping behind his opponent, Wang Xian waited for an opening in the spear's movements and swung his blade. As expected, just as he landed, the opponent's spear seemed to grow eyes, curving around his shoulder and thrusting backward. Without even turning around, the spearhead was already aimed at Hema textbook return spear. Wang Xian smirked. So, someone's coaching him, huh? Too bad, their skills aren't great. He sidestepped casually, letting the spear graze past him as if he had rehearsed the move countless times. Following up, he unleashed a wind and rain strike, his blade creating a storm of shadows that engulfed his opponent in an instant. You have been defeated, impossible. Grandpa Tong exclaimed in disbelief. You knew exactly how I was going to attack? Damn it, are you my sister's mind reader or something? He instinctively glanced at the black-clad figure in the stands, thinking, it's over, isn't it? Wang Xian yawned, feeling unimpressed by these petty tricks. So, where's the expert you were talking about? Grandpa Tong shivered, a sense of unease creeping over him. It's just a game, but why do I feel a chill down my spine? This isn't good. Sister seems angry. He hastily sent a comment. His usually proud sister never one to take a blow to her ego lightly, and his nerves grew taut. At that moment, the black-clad figure in the audience leaped down. Let me fight you, she said. Wang Xian glanced at the notification. Player Crane Form has sent you a duel invitation. Wang Xian did not refuse the challenge, as he was well aware that the opponent was the expert guiding the small streamer from behind the scenes. To him, the earlier tactic was nothing more than a small trick. If it had been anyone else, even a martial artist at the second realm might have suffered a loss. As for this Tong streamer, without suppressing their life force, they were actually just a first-realm martial artist. In other words, this strategy could potentially allow someone to defeat an opponent of a higher realm. If it were against someone of the same realm, victory would be almost effortless. As for the opponent using this kind of outside assistance, Wang Xian wasn't bothered. After all, streamers thrive on creating entertaining content, and winning or losing doesn't matter much to them. He nodded and accepted the challenge. The opponent wore an ancient black assassin-style outfit, with a mask covering their face and a neutral voice that gave no hint of their gender. But that didn't matter. What mattered was their ability to fight. Meanwhile, Tong Laoi announced in his live stream, brothers, I have to go watch my elder sister's challenge now. He cleared his throat and continued, my sister's solo matches are usually not open to visitors outside her friend list, so I'll have to leave you guys for a while. They'll report back with the results when I return. At that moment, the chat was filled with heated discussions as viewers were still savoring the brief but intense battle they had just witnessed. As soon as the streamer spoke, the chat exploded with messages. Come on, don't treat us like outsiders. Let your sister turn on spectator mode. That was insane. I'm really starting to get intrigued by this Chow guy. Please, Tong bro, let us watch. I just want to learn, nothing else. Imaging to see this. Tong lost both rounds so decisively, and I bet even those top-ranked players wouldn't have done much better in the second round. Tong Laoi glanced at the chaotic barrage of messages. Feeling a mix of anticipation and curiosity himself, he temporarily shut down the stream and entered his sister's private arena as a spectator. Not everyone likes being watched, and many people set privacy restrictions to limit spectators, just like his sister's arena, where only he and a couple of her friends were present. Tong Laoi noticed that one of them was his sister's admirer, and the other was more or less a close confidant. Both of them looked curious, their eyes fixed on the arena with evident surprise. Tong Laoi knew his sister rarely invited anyone for unknown sparring matches, so he was unsure who would emerge victorious in this fight. His eyes gleamed with curiosity, and he didn't bother greeting the other two. Instead, he silently looked forward to seeing how that Chow guy would perform. Yet, he couldn't help but feel it was almost impossible for him to win after all. He knew very well how strong and skilled his sister was. On the arena, the masked opponent, whose movements were as graceful as a crane, betrayed no emotion. This was a pure contest of martial skills. Wong Xien gave a slight nod, indicating he was ready anytime. The countdown above the arena began, and the opponent's hand materialized an ordinary spear. With the grace of a crane, she twirled her spear effortlessly, forming a dazzling flourish in the air. As the final second of the countdown ticked away, she lunged forward with explosive speed. At the same moment, Wang Xian charged ahead, refusing to back down. Both competitors moved simultaneously, one wielding a blade, the other poised with a spear. But as the saying goes, a master's skill is evident from the first move. She executed the opening stance of the Qianjun spear technique, lifting the mountain and embracing the moon. With a flick of the spear tip, it moved as swiftly and elegantly as an antelope's horn, vanishing without a trace. In that single motion, her body curved into two graceful arcs, resembling two bounding rabbits racing toward Wang Xian. Truly, she moved like a hare leaping into action. So, it's a woman, Wang Xian thought to himself, slightly taken aback. But he quickly acknowledged her skill. Mastering the Qianjun spear technique to this level was no small feat. Wang Xian's mind paused for a fleeting moment, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. Martial techniques, when executed, rely on perfect coordination of the entire body. Yet, during high-speed combat, the force distribution differs greatly from regular practice, often resulting in diminished power or even exposing weaknesses. This was why Grandmaster Tong preferred to remain still and wait for his opponent to act first, and why many lower-ranked martial artists avoided initiating attacks they sought to execute their techniques in their optimal form. However, pulling off a flawless move in high-speed combat required not only exceptional mastery of martial arts, but also superior agility. Wang Xian didn't retreat. Instead, he repeated an old trick, using the back of his blade to block her attack. At the exact moment the spear tip descended, he released his grip on the hilt and leapt lightly, preparing to catch the handle just as the blade was knocked away. His opponent's eyes remained icy and indifferent, clearly dismissive of him, as though he wasn't even worth her consideration. She abruptly released her grip, refraining from applying further force. Without her palm as a source of power, the lifting the mountain and embracing the moon technique instantly lost its momentum. But in that split second, her hand moved like an eel, sticking to the spear shaft and rapidly coiling around it several times. Just as her grip reached near the spear tip, she firmly seized the weapon again, channeling her energy into the next move. It was over. Reversing heaven and earth, she declared with a cold smile tugging at her lips. Grandmaster Tong marveled silently, deeply impressed. As expected of my elder sister, he thought. In her hands, the Qianjun spear technique displayed unparalleled fluidity, as though she were a machine perfectly designed for combat. Her transitions between moves were seamless, leaving no opening for her opponent to counter. Using the spear like a staff, she unleashed a horizontal strike with overwhelming force, accompanied by a visible surge of energy. At this moment, the distance between Wang Xian and her was no more than 2 body lengths. His blade had not been knocked away, but had instead fallen to the ground, leaving him separated from his weapon and in a perilous situation. Despite his experience in combat, Wang Xian felt no fear. His eyes remained locked on the incoming spear shaft. Reversing heaven and earth, in theory, was indeed an unbreakable move within the Qianjun spear technique, especially at close range. Her rapid transition between techniques clearly indicated she had anticipated this scenario. Wang Xian neither dodged nor flinched. His hand darted out like a swimming dragon, grabbing hold of the incoming spear shaft. The immense force sent him flying backward, but his grip on the weapon remained unyielding. She was momentarily startled, only to feel a powerful counterforce pulling her along as well. He dared to take on reversing heaven and earth hidden. Seizing the brief moment of descent, Wang Xian swiftly retrieved his fallen blade from the ground. She let out a cold snort, showing no mercy as she sent Wang Xian hurtling into the air with another strike. She knew that if he dared to counter, she would not only sustain significant damage but also lose her advantage. Without hesitation, she leapt gracefully like a crane, her spear transforming into a soaring dragon. The spear tip, now akin to a dragon's tail, lashed out toward her airborne opponent. This move was no longer part of the Qianjun spear technique, but instead derived from the foundational Yunlong spear technique. Her mastery of martial arts was clearly at an extraordinary level, leaving onlookers in awe. She's incredible, me elder sister, Grandmaster Tong watched with mounting excitement. Yet, before he could fully revel in the spectacle, in midair, the figure of the Chow bandit performed a graceful flip, their long blades slicing through the air with a move as fierce as a storm. The woman, whose movements resembled a crane, had a fleeting look of surprise in her eyes. She hadn't expected her opponent to still unleash such martial prowess at this moment. Yet, a desperate struggle was ultimately futile. Your flowing blade technique has not reached its pinnacle. It's truly ineffective. With the might of her dragon's tail swing, her long spear surged forward, overwhelming the flurry of blade shadows in an instant. The difference in their levels was laid bare at this moment. However, hidden within the cascade of blade shadows was the formidable wave of the cosmos. Behind the myriad blade strikes, a surge of energy, akin to the roar of crashing waves, suddenly slashed forth, vast and overwhelming like a tidal wave. The crane-like woman thought to herself with calm detachment, "It's useless." Her spear's momentum remained undiminished as she watched quietly. One strike, two strikes, three strikes. Finally, her spear, like the tail of a cloud dragon, sent the blade flying. She thought to herself, there should be one more strike, right? The flowing blade technique, refined to such mastery, was indeed impressive. So young and already a prodigy with the blade, it's no wonder he's so proud. Yet, she remained utterly composed. Catching her long spear midair, she twisted her body and lunged forward, delivering a decisive strike. Proud Dragon's turn. For a brief moment, a burst of energy split the air, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar. It was the final technique of the Cloud Dragon spear art. Her entire figure transformed into a streak of azure light, thrusting directly at her opponent. At that instant, the fourth strike of the wave of the cosmos was unleashed. The moment this strike came forth, an overwhelming, domineering aura filled the air. Everyone present froze in collective astonishment. What the? Tong Laoi trembled, muttering to himself, that blade, it couldn't be. Boom. The blade struck, cutting through the dragon's energy, sending shockwaves surging outward as the two figures swiftly separated. The crane-like woman looked at the information displayed above the arena, her once calm gaze now filled with shock. She stared at the unassuming swordsman not far away and forced out two words, blade intent. The final strike of the wave of the cosmos actually contained blade intent. Her first reaction was disbelief. Blade intent is typically only comprehended at the fourth stage of martial cultivation, requiring years of immersion in one's craft. Even she had yet to fully grasp the intent of her spear techniques, falling just short of perfection. But this man had used a foundational technique like the flowing blade style to manifest blade intent so domineering and perfectly aligned with the essence of wave of the cosmos. No, could it be you just comprehended it? In an instant, she understood. If he had already mastered blade intent, he would have used it from the beginning. There was only one explanation. He had been using this battle, to achieve enlightenment. You intentionally put yourself in extreme danger to comprehend it. Her eyes widened. This was a cruel and ruthless method of combat, one that only existed on the battlefield and required unparalleled talent. Who exactly was this man? She glanced toward the spectator seats, where her useless younger brother, Tong Laoi, sat with a bewildered expression, clearly just as clueless. Where did this genius even come from? He muttered. Wang Xian shrugged, fully satisfied with the outcome of the battle. His goal had been achieved, had completely grasped by Hongshan's overlord blade intent, and seamlessly merged it with the flowing blade technique. At this stage, the manifestation of intent didn't directly amplify the power of his moves, but it was a breakthrough nonetheless. Wang Xian dismantled his opponent's energy flow by applying psychological pressure, indirectly enhancing his own strength. Ultimately, it was his mastery of blade intent that intimidated his opponent, not because the opponent's techniques were weaker than his. Typically, only fifth-level martial artists can unlock the 5 genetic chains of talent. Through intense mental focus and heightened brain activity, they can truly integrate intent into their martial arts, leading to significant power boosts. Therefore, martial artists generally begin to comprehend intent at the 4th level. However, some prodigies may start exploring intent as early as the 2nd or 3rd level. Once they reach the 5th level, their martial intent and techniques merge seamlessly, resulting in a dramatic surge in their power. The government does not encourage prematurely grasping martial intent, as it is deeply intertwined with an individual's mindset, comprehension, and life experiences. Without sufficient experience, attempting to understand intent could lead to mental instability. Some spend their entire lives pursuing intent, only to lose their sanity. Thus, it is generally recommended to develop intent only after reaching a certain skill level, such as the 4th or 5th stage, to ensure safety. One more round, said the opponent, whose movements resembled a crane, after a brief moment of silence. No, that's enough. Wang Xian waved dismissively. He had achieved his goal and was quite satisfied. Next, he planned to use the Yuan crystal water to continue opening his meridians and then practice some secret martial techniques or movement skills. Unacceptable, the crane-like opponent said firmly. You've only won one match. Let's go again. I won't lose this time. If the opponent had been a 4th or 5th level martial artist who had grasped intent, then there wouldn't be much point in fighting. But at the Life Force stage, where they weren't even true martial artists yet, the gap in understanding intent wasn't that significant. Besides, she wasn't unfamiliar with martial intent. She had simply failed to consider it earlier, especially since her opponent's blade techniques, though proficient, weren't superior to her own. With this realization and mental preparation, she was confident it wouldn't be as easy for him to win again. No, You can't beat me, Wang Xian said coldly. Huh. The opponent let out a mocking laugh. You think you're the only genius here? Who isn't a genius? Fine then. How about this? Well, settle it in one move. If I lose in just one move, I'll admit defeat, Wang Xian proposed calmly. The opponent frowned slightly and was about to respond when Wang Xian interrupted her. Just follow my lead. He glanced around, preparing for another round of reversal, just like before. What are you trying to do? The crane-like opponent asked, puzzled. Just do as I say, Wang Xian said firmly. The opponent said no more. As before, she leapt into the air with a swift movement, her cold gaze sweeping across as she executed the reversal of heaven and earth technique. Wang Xian, too, reached out to grab the incoming staff, mirroring the previous exchange. The scene unfolded exactly as before, with the turning point arriving once again. Under the force of this move, he was sent flying, seemingly in a dire situation. However, this time, whether the reversal of heaven and earth could be broken depended on who was on the receiving end. In the instant he grabbed the staff, Wang Xian's hand gave a subtle shake. In the next second, he seized control, reversing the situation. With a sudden upward thrust of the staff, he launched a counterattack. The tip of the staff pointed directly at his opponent, executing a flawless, lifting the mountain to embrace the moon. In an instant, she let out a gasp of disbelief as the move sent her flying. This moment was even more shocking than witnessing his mastery of intent earlier. Her technique, the supposedly unbreakable reversal of heaven and earth, had been defeated. Clang! She landed heavily, and the staff's tip struck the ground beside her, the trembling weapon seeming to echo the immense power of that move. Even the arena shook from the impact. Sorry, but when it comes to staff techniques, you stand no chance, Wang Xian said, casting one last glance at his opponent before logging off without hesitation. Besides, I'm not interested in sparring with someone who's already injured. The three spectators in the arena were left stunned. This guy really was skilled with the staff, but what level of mastery was this? None of them could comprehend it. Elder Tong, watching from the side, trembled all over. Injured? My sister's injured? He wanted to ask more, but his opponent had already logged off and left the arena. All he could see was his sister's dazed expression, her lips trembling as she murmured in disbelief. So this is it, the legendary martial arts realm returning to simplicity. Grandpa Tong touched his nose, not daring to interrupt his elder sister's thoughts. It wasn't until he suddenly realized something that he thought to himself. Today is truly an eye-opener. In the audience, a woman dressed in a lavish courtesan-style outfit slowly walked down. Her attire was both ornate and alluring. Grandpa Tong immediately recognized her. It was Su Jie, his sister's semi-close confidant. Su Jie, what do you think? Grandpa Tong asked eagerly, his eyes fixed on the courtesan-like figure. Su Jie smiled faintly, narrowing her eyes. Little Tong, are your eyes working? Did you not understand what just happened? Humbly, Grandpa Tong inquired. How did my sister's heaven and earth reversal technique get countered? He honestly didn't quite understand. Su Jie chuckled and shook her head. That move can't be countered. The truth is, martial arts just isn't your strong suit, she said, before continuing. The opponent's 1,000-army spear technique has already reached the realm of returning to simplicity. Grandpa Tong froze for a moment, wondering, is there really such a martial arts level? He had always thought the rankings in the Martial Arts Alliance were just for show. Su Jie nodded firmly. Of course there is. Once someone reaches that level, any technique can be transformed into something extraordinary. Even the most basic martial arts can exhibit power comparable to advanced techniques. The way that person just turned the tables, disarmed your sister, and easily countered heaven and earth reversal shows that his 1,000-army spear technique has truly reached the realm of returning to simplicity. There was a hint of admiration in Su Jie's tone. Grandpa Tong was inwardly stunned, thinking, damn, I get it now. To win, you could practically win the first fight anytime. No, wait, you could win at any moment. Su Jie glanced at Grandpa Tong and asked, where did you meet that senior master? Now look, your sister's confidence has taken a hit. President Yin, may I interview you? How does it feel to be crushed so thoroughly? She pretended her hand was a microphone and held it up to his sister, who stood tall and slender like a crane. Grandpa Tong was momentarily dumbfounded, thinking, senior master? Me? I'm just a high school student. Surely there's some mistake. A high school student? Do you think your sister would believe that? Grandpa Tong looked at his sister, who was silently staring at him. She said calmly, give me his friend request. My, Su Jie teased with a laugh. It's the first time I've seen you take the initiative to add someone. You don't really think he's just a student, do you? It didn't matter. The crane-like figure of his sister clenched her fists and declared resolutely, I just want to fight him. But you can't beat him, the other replied coldly. Even if I can't beat him, I still want to fight, she said, unwavering. Grandpa Tong scratched his nose and reluctantly forwarded the friend's request. Just then, Su Jie suddenly spoke up. Actually, I have a way for you to defeat him. Both of them turned to look at her. The crane-like figure of his sister frowned and said, you? I could fight you one-handed, and you still wouldn't get close to me. You think you can beat him? Su Jie nodded confidently and smiled smugly. I do. Let's hear it, his sister said expectantly. Look at his name Cao Zhe Wuwa, Su Jie suggested. What about it? Both were puzzled. Cao Zhe was a notorious lecher in history. Naming himself Cao Zhe Wuwa suggests he probably has a similar nature deep down. Next time you fight him, wear something more revealing. Show a bit of cleavage and maybe some leg. When his attention wavers. Before she could finish, the crane-like figure of his sister cut her off angrily. Get lost. Grandpa Tong listened from the side, secretly thinking, Su Jie, you really are something else. Unfortunately, she wasn't interested in any of that. Ahem. After all, he had already tested it with his sister's photo. Speaking of which, sis, he said you were injured. What's that about? Grandpa Tong suddenly recalled something and asked. Injuries in real life could reflect in the game, but he hadn't noticed anything at all. Even the brothel's top courtesan standing nearby, with a posture as graceful as a crane, looked at her with curiosity. It's nothing. He's just spouting nonsense, she replied calmly, her expression unchanged. However, her heart was in turmoil. She was indeed injured, but it wasn't an ordinary wound. Not even those closest to her could detect it. After all, in real life, she faced numerous opponents daily in battles, and none of them had noticed anything amiss. Yet, an online swordsman, who had only fought her twice in the virtual world, could somehow tell? How was that even possible? Even if he possessed some extraordinary talent related to vision, it shouldn't be feasible to discern her real-life condition through the internet, right? Unless it was purely a deduction? But during their encounters, she hadn't shown any abnormalities. Who was this person, really? At this moment, her heart was filled with curiosity. Wang Xian lay on his bed, reminiscing slightly as he thought to himself. It's been ages since I last handled a spear. The Qianjun spear technique was a foundational martial art he had practiced for the longest time in his past life. It was a battlefield-oriented technique, and also the first spear technique he had ever learned. Even though he later mastered a national-level spear art thanks to his late-blooming talent and aptitude, he could never forget the Qianjun spear technique. To him, it was the true, white moonlight of spear techniques. Of course, it wasn't the only spear martial art he had refined to a state of ultimate mastery. Thinking about it now, he suddenly felt a bit uninterested. Nowadays, blade techniques seemed more intriguing. The next morning, after his morning exercises, Wong Xien arrived at school. As he sat down, he noticed 2 letters sealed with hearts in his desk drawer. Love letters. Wang Xian sighed inwardly. I can't believe I actually received love letters. He didn't have to think too hard to figure out that it must have been because of yesterday's events. Don't bother looking, I sent both of them. Zhou Shuquan, sitting nearby, said. I just wanted to surprise you. More like shock me, Wang Xian replied. Zhou Shuquan chuckled sheepishly. After what happened yesterday, if you didn't get at least a couple of love letters, wouldn't you feel a bit disappointed? He finished with a look of envy. In high school, no one else could pull off what Wang Xian did, earning public recognition for bravery and catching the attention of a grandmaster. TSK. Even if Zhou Shuquan could relive his high school years, he wouldn't come close to achieving that. All right, spill it. Who sent them? And how much did you charge as a middleman? Wang Xian asked with a grin. 300 each. Zhou Shuquan laughed before clearing his throat. One from class 7, one from class 11. They both know me and asked me to deliver them quietly. I took a look for you. Both girls are stunningly beautiful, but honestly, you wouldn't be able to handle them. Better let me take care of it. Wang Xian laughed, but didn't take it seriously. In fact, he could feel the change in his classmates' gazes since arriving at school that day. But he didn't feel uncomfortable. After all, in at most half a month or even just a few days, everyone would return to the dull and repetitive routines of high school life. Time passed quickly. Over a month later, on January 17th, 2025, the first semester of senior year was coming to an end. On this day, Li Zihong, Chen Yuding, and Zhou Shuquan stood in front of the class. On the podium, Teacher Cui Sen announced calmly. The 3 of you have passed the martial arts class test. The 3 of them collectively let out a sigh of relief. 2 days before the semester ended, the school conducted a final, simple test for each class representatives, and all of them passed thanks in part to receiving guidance from a grandmaster. Wang Xian, however, hadn't participated in the test. To be precise, after the grandmaster's demonstration that day, the school had already approved his early admission into the martial arts class. Tomorrow is the start of the holiday, Teacher Cui Sen said, addressing the students. The winter break is only 1 month. After that, there will be less than 4 months until the college entrance exams. I hope you don't think of this as a time to relax and slack off in training. For the 4 of you who joined the martial arts class, take a day off, and then report back for additional training the day after tomorrow. The accelerated martial arts program won't waste the opportunity that the winter break provides. If you want to surpass others, you'll have to put in more effort than everyone else. Wang Xian was silently calculating in his mind and decided not to join the martial arts class. During the winter break, he already had other plans and couldn't stay at school for training. Over the past month, with the help of that magical yuan crystal water, he had managed to open all the meridians in his body except for the Ren and Du meridians. His vitality had skyrocketed to 3.2 as a resultant improvement far beyond what simply opening the meridians could achieve, entirely thanks to the effects of the Yuan crystal water. Wang Xian understood well that if the Yuan crystal water were used to continuously nourish rather than open the meridians, its effect on enhancing vitality would be even more significant. However, for him, the importance of opening the meridians was unparalleled. During the upcoming winter break, he planned to leave the city of Rongqing and head to a special relic site of exotic beasts. There, he hoped to find an opportunity to open the Ren and Du meridians and search for spiritual energy to transform the 7 open meridians into divine meridians. Of course, before embarking on this adventurous journey, he needed a week to prepare thoroughly. Therefore, he was determined not to waste his precious time on martial arts class training. As the school bell rang, Teacher Cui asked Wang Xian and 3 other students from the martial arts class to stay behind and led them to the school's martial arts training room. Inside, nearly 50 people had already gathered. These were all the members of the martial arts class. At the front stood Director Zhou Dehai, his eyes scanning the crowd. Teacher Cui briefly introduced, "The martial arts class is led by Director Zhou Dehai. From now on, all your training and any questions you have in the martial arts class will be handled by Director Zhou. Although today marks the start of the winter break, Director Zhou has some instructions for you new students." With that, he left the training room, leaving the space to Director Zhou. Clearing his throat, Zhou Dehai got straight to the point. "I won't waste time with unnecessary words. The day after tomorrow at 8 a.m., you are to gather at Rongqing Skyblade Club. There, we will begin unified training. The main training will include high-gravity chamber training, holographic intelligent exotic beast adaptation training, and a segment of movement technique trap training." Hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up, their excitement barely contained. While the school did have a gravity chamber, its range was limited to 5 times gravity or less. For students with vitality levels above 1, such training had minimal effect. High-gravity training had become a crucial step for their advancement. However, due to the school's limited resources, students often had to join martial arts gyms or clubs to access such training. Wealthier families could afford to purchase high-gravity chambers directly, but for most families, this was a significant expense. Equally exciting was the holographic intelligent exotic beast adaptation training, a high-level training program entirely unavailable at school. Although the entertainment mode in martial arts unlimited featured holographic exotic beasts as wild creatures, those were merely preset data models with little real training value. Holographic intelligent exotic beasts, on the other hand, were different. Equipped with a certain degree of AI intelligence, these beasts were constructed through complex algorithms. While their strength couldn't compare to real exotic beasts, they provided invaluable combat experience in a safe environment. As for movement technique training, it was far more challenging than weapon skills, and the corresponding martial arts were much more profound and difficult to grasp. Wang Xian was no stranger to these. His third uncle's martial arts gym offered everything except holographic intelligent exotic beasts. However, compared to the facilities at the Skyblade Club, his uncle's gym undoubtedly fell short. The Skyblade Club was founded by Zhao Gang, a former 9-realm martial god, and had over 1,000 branches across Longhua. Zhao Gang, as the second martial god in Longhua's history, was renowned for his unparalleled mastery of both blade and sword, earning him the title of a legendary figure. The school has partnered with the Skyblade Club, allowing students in the martial arts class to access the club's training resources. This collaboration is a significant boost for the class, showcasing its solid foundation. Even students from well-off families found themselves eager to take advantage of this opportunity. After Zhou Dehai finished his explanation, he added a few more details before dismissing everyone. As Wang Xian was about to leave, he noticed Ye Miyue still standing in place. He walked to the training room's entrance and waited for a moment until he heard voices from inside. Ye Miyue was speaking with the teacher, asking, "Teacher, can I skip tomorrow's training?" Zhou Dehai frowned and replied, "I know your situation. In this martial arts class, apart from Wang Xian, your overall abilities surpass Xia Xiqing's. Your vitality has already reached 2.8, and training in the gravity room will help you improve even faster. Why wouldn't you want to go?" Listening from outside, Wang Xian shook his head. Based on his own perception, Ye Miyue's vitality had already surpassed 3, comparable to his own after using Yuan crystal water. Ye Miyue's innate vitality was exceptionally high. Her physical growth was astonishingly rapid, and she harbored martial arts talent surpassing the king level. With the assistance of the mixed Yuan breathing technique, her rate of improvement was downright frightening. Wang Xian thought to himself that once his divine veins were activated, he'd still be able to handle this little girl with ease. At that moment, Ye Miyue softly said, "The Skyblade Club charges fees." Zhou Dehai was momentarily stunned before chuckling wryly. "You silly child, it's just a few thousand. They're only charging a token amount. Normally, using the club's training equipment would cost tens of thousands in monthly membership fees. A few thousand for an entire winter break's access? Without the school's connections and resources, This wouldn't even be possible. That amount doesn't even cover equipment maintenance costs. Besides, I know your family situation isn't great, but didn't the school also award you the highest level scholarship? Zhou Dehai paused, pondering for a moment, and figured there was no need to worry about such a small amount. However, Ye Miyue anxiously replied, I still think. I'd rather not. Zhou Dehai seemed to realize something, hesitated for a moment, and then sighed. Think it over. If you decide, join us tomorrow for the training. With that, he exited the classroom. As he left, his peripheral vision caught sight of Wang Xian, but he pretended not to notice and hurried away. Wang Xian also acted as though he hadn't seen anything, remaining in place. Shortly after, Ye Miyue walked out, her head lowered, her expression somewhat downcast. Bang! Ye Miyue bumped directly into Wang Xian, startled. This girl seemed to have grown a bit more mature. A few days ago, when she gave him a massage, he hadn't noticed. She quickly stepped back a few paces, trying to maintain her composure as she asked, Why? Why haven't you left? Wang Xian stroked his chin and suddenly said, The membership fees I paid for you at the martial arts center after the last massage, those should be used up by now, right? How many times have you gone? Ye Miyue's face turned red as she softly replied, 8 times. Let's renew it, Wang Xian suggested. Ye Miyue shook her head like a rattle. No, it's too much. She felt that her massages weren't worth the price Wang Xian had paid. He had spent 30,000, which meant she earned at least 3,000 per session, far more than the martial arts center's professional therapists. All right then, how about this? Besides massages, you can come over to my place every now and then during the winter break to do some chores, cook, clean, that sort of thing, Wang Xian said, calculating the time on his fingers. Just for the break. But I won't pay you. Ye Miyue looked up, sneaking a glance at Wang Xian. She didn't refuse immediately, but thought for a moment before softly agreeing. All right. During the previous massages, she had already felt like she was taking advantage of him. Although Wang Xian sometimes found excuses to make her wear that embarrassing outfit, at least he had never crossed any boundaries. Hearing her response, Wang Xian couldn't help but laugh. You think I'd just take advantage of you for free? Please, I'm not that kind of guy. I can cover the training fees for you. He didn't ask where her previous earnings had gone. Instead, he simply decided to handle it directly with the school. All right, it's settled then. Remember, if I don't see you the day after tomorrow. Wang Xian shot her a look that clearly implied, you know what'll happen. Then he left. Ye Miyue stood there, dazed, her watery eyes reflecting Wang Xian's retreating figure. Wang Xian knew nothing about Ye Miyue's family. The girl had never mentioned anything about her personal life. Since she chose to remain silent, Wang Xian didn't feel the need to pry. However, he understood deep down that when someone avoids talking about their family, it's often for a reason, perhaps a father addicted to gambling, a mother battling a serious illness, estranged siblings, or a broken home. His phone vibrated, displaying a new message from his third uncle. Xiao Xianzi, the year is drawing to a close. Your teacher has granted you a day off tomorrow. Don't forget to visit your parents' graves. Wang Xian silently calculated the dates and replied with a simple got it. As night fell, Wang Xian sat in front of his computer, searching for information about the Heavenly Blade Club. In his previous life, he had crossed paths with the club's fighters but had never delved deeply into their background. After all, most of his post-college years were spent on the interstellar battlefield. After browsing through online materials, a contemplative look flickered in his eyes. As expected, the Heavenly Blade Club indeed possessed martial arts secrets related to blade techniques. These secrets were an integral part of the modern martial arts system, essentially passive abilities that, once mastered, could yield significant results. They were the culmination of extensive research by countless martial artists, refined over the course of many years. The club's most renowned secret technique was called Butcher's Beast Dissection. This skill originated from an ancient martial artist named Pao Ding, who developed the intricate dissection method through years of slaughtering exotic beasts. The technique's effect was straightforward yet powerful. Those who mastered it would experience a significant boost in their blade techniques when hunting exotic creatures. Unlike other martial arts, secret techniques were not divided into levels, but instead depended on proficiency. They weren't limited by one's aptitude, either. To advance in Butcher's Beast Dissection, there was only one way: continuously hunting exotic beasts. Each kill would slightly improve proficiency, and once enough beasts were slain, the technique could reach its pinnacle. Modern martial artists coveted such secret techniques. Their greatest appeal lay in the guarantee of tangible rewards for effort, making some of these techniques even more valuable and sought after than traditional martial arts. However, the training process was far more grueling. Time was the most precious resource, and hunting exotic beasts inherently involved facing life or death situations. If I could acquire this secret technique, Wang Xian thought to himself, it would greatly enhance my blade training. Although this technique was one of the most accessible within the Heavenly Blade Club, obtaining it required meeting one of two conditions: either making significant contributions to the club or signing a contract with them. For a student, both options seemed out of reach, as signing a contract required becoming a professional martial artist. Still, it wasn't entirely impossible. The next day, as Wang Xian approached the martial arts hall, he heard his third uncle's booming voice from inside. I'm not exaggerating, me nephew was even featured as a young hero on Rome City's news. Wang Xian's nephew had earned the favor of Bai Hongtian, a grandmaster of the seventh realm. With confidence, old Wang declared, choosing my martial arts school is definitely the right decision. Don't worry, the martial arts exam? With my nephew's current potential, even if his awakened talent turns out to be lacking, he could still easily get into a 985 university, not to mention the top 5 elite academies in Longhua. When the graduation banquet comes around, you all better show up. At the door, Wang Yin, Wang Xian's second cousin, shook his head helplessly and followed old Wang towards the cemetery. Wang Xian nodded. As his guardian, his third uncle naturally stayed informed about school matters. Although Wang Xian didn't live with him, they occasionally had meals together, and the school would always notify his third uncle first if anything came up. This arrangement was undoubtedly beneficial for the martial arts school. While his third uncle was only a second-realm martial artist and lacked significant competitiveness in Chengdu's martial arts scene, he had managed to build a modest reputation, which attracted a handful of members. By the way, you've been making quite the progress lately, Wang Yin remarked with a smile. People are starting to speculate whether you've already awakened your talent early. Even your eldest sister came to ask about it. Wang Xian shook his head. His eldest sister, the third uncle's daughter, was also a martial artist but was currently studying at a top-tier university in another city. The two chatted casually as they made their way to the warriors' cemetery on the outskirts of Chengdu. Following the customs of Western Shu, it was tradition to visit the graves of deceased relatives before the Lunar New Year and offer paper money. Kneeling before his parents' graves, Wang Xian silently thought, Dad, Mom, in burning this paper money for you, I wonder if what I sent last year was enough. This year, they'll burn more for you. I might not be able to come back during Qingming festival. He arranged the paper money in a circle, lit it on fire, burned incense, and bowed. Both of his parents had been martial artists who served in the same team as his third uncle. They had died defending the city during a beast riot. Wang Yin also knelt beside him, joining him in the memorial. About 2 hours later, Wang Xian gathered himself and left the cemetery with his second cousin. Instead of returning home, they bought a large assortment of gifts and headed to an old district of Chengdu, where a rehabilitation center was located. The center housed disabled and incurable martial artists, including several former teammates of Wang Xian's parents. Every year before the new year or on specific occasions, his third uncle would bring them here to visit. The martial artists in the rehabilitation center had mostly lost their mobility. Some were in a vegetative state, while others suffered from dementia due to chronic pain or injuries. The somber scene was a stark reminder of the harsh realities faced by modern martial artists. Wang Yin asked, Are you still planning to donate money to those few patients this year? Your strength has grown, and you'll need to spend money on yourself in the future, even though you've only been donating a few tens of thousands each year, he trailed off. He'll donate, Wang Xian replied after a brief pause, nodding firmly. In his previous life, he had given up on himself during his first 2 years of high school, believing martial arts to be a dead end. His grades had plummeted, but his character had remained intact. Ultimately, this resolve had led him to the alien battlefield. Back then, he had donated part of the money his parents had left him. Thinking that he wouldn't be pursuing martial arts anyway, Wang Xian decided to donate the money to those in need. He resolved to contribute the goodwill he had shown over the years by visiting patients at the nursing home. Using the prize money he had won, which amounted to tens of thousands of yuan, not a huge sum, but sufficient as a reward, decided it would be meaningful to donate it to them. You kid, Wang Yin chuckled, rubbing his eyes. You're a natural-born martial artist. The two of them headed to the nursing home office and followed the procedure to make the donation. Every year, you come here to donate anonymously, never leaving your name. The director of the nursing home, an elderly lady over 80 but still vigorous due to her martial arts background, was deeply moved by the gesture, even though the amount wasn't substantial. Leave your name, so at least some of the patients' families can thank you. That's not necessary, Wang Xian replied with a smile. Their families probably aren't well off, so there's no need for thanks. The old lady sighed. Actually, it might not make much difference. There's one patient who doesn't have much time left. Treating them would cost a fortune, and even then, there's no guarantee it would work. There's no medicine for it. Wang Xian and his brother exchanged a glance and fell silent. What illness is it? His brother asked. Beast cancer, the old lady said in a somber tone. Wang Xian frowned slightly and left the nursing home, his heart heavy. About an hour after they left, a light figure hurried into the nursing home. Granny. The old lady looked up and said, Xiaoyu, you're here? I'm afraid your father. I know. Xiaoyu lowered her head and sighed. Ah, martial artists. Everyone only sees the glamorous side, but apart from the government, who else cares about this small rehabilitation home for disabled martial artists? By the way, that kid who donated money the past few years came again this year. Such a kind-hearted child, never leaving a name. The old lady remarked with emotion. January 19th. Wang Xian took line 9, past 4 stations, and arrived at the Skyblade Club. Wang Xian entered the club's lobby, greeted by a bustling crowd of students. The atmosphere was lively and energetic. Zhou Shuquan waved at him, and Wang Xian walked over, catching snippets of chatter along the way. The students here weren't just from Qizhong. There were also participants from Xizhong, Wangfu Martial High, and seemingly other major high schools as well. Conversations buzzed around the room, with mentions of the Rongqing Divine Sword Club branch affiliated with Yizhong. The Divine Sword Club was the largest martial arts club in Longhua, renowned for its formidable strength, even surpassing that of the Heavenly Blade Club. Listening to the murmurs, Wang Xian felt no inclination to join the discussion. It wasn't until over 10 minutes later, when Ye Miyue entered the lobby in her simple school uniform, that he nodded quietly to himself. Zhou Dehai counted the students and announced, "All right, everyone's here. Follow me and get ready to enter the training mode." The students nodded in response, quieting down as they followed Zhou Dehai and a club staff member into the elevator, which took them straight to the 5th floor. The Rongqing branch of the Heavenly Blade Club occupied an entire standalone building with more than 20 floors. Starting from the 5th floor, the training facilities were extensive and impressive. A staff member briefly introduced the training procedures, supplemented by Zhou Dehai's explanations, and the group quickly caught on. The gravity training room offered 2 options. The first was 10 times the normal gravity. Students were required to fully perform a learned martial technique under this condition for it to count as successful training. The faster they completed it, the higher their score. The staff member smiled and explained that the scores were merely the club's evaluation of their performance and wouldn't affect their access to training equipment. Everyone nodded in understanding. The second option was 20 times gravity, but it was restricted to students with a vitality level of 5 or above and was temporarily unavailable during the winter break. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Isn't 10 times gravity already too much?" The staff member replied that while 10 times gravity could be barely tolerated by an ordinary person, performing martial techniques in such an environment was nearly impossible. Even martial artists with a vitality level of 2 or 3 would find it extremely challenging to move in such conditions. Zhou Dehai explained, "You have the entire winter break to achieve this goal. You just need to perform one complete martial technique. Don't worry about the power." Despite his reassurance, the daunting challenge left many students feeling the pressure. The staff member, glancing at a transparent tablet, smiled and said, "Based on past data, the fastest time to achieve this goal in 10 times gravity was by a student from Xizhong, who took about 15 days. Meanwhile, a genius from Yizhong, part of the Rongqing Divine Sword Club, achieved it in just 7 days when his vitality level was around 5.2 at the time." He adjusted his glasses and said, "7 days?" The dozens of students in the martial arts class exchanged bewildered glances, finding it hard to believe. That was way too short. Next up was the holographic AI beast training. The staff member smiled faintly and explained, "Currently, only the AI model of a first-tier saber-toothed wolf is available. All you need to do is defeat one in the holographic environment, and the training will be considered successful. This saber-toothed wolf model has only about 1/3 the strength of a real beast." The students in the martial arts class looked at each other again, thinking to themselves, "This shouldn't be too hard, right?" Zhou Shuquan smiled confidently and said, "Given that it's only 1/3 of the strength, I think we can handle it right now." The other students also felt it wouldn't be too difficult. The staff member simply smiled without responding. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. The 5th floor was spacious and well-lit, with a large screen at the center. On the screen, a student was facing off with a ferocious giant beast. "Tan Tianzi, come on, man, you got this," someone shouted. "Damn, after 2 hours in the gravity chamber, you're definitely the best from our school. Don't let an AI model take you down." Another student added, "That saber-toothed wolf looks pretty realistic. Wait, Tan, why aren't you moving? Do something. Teacher, what's wrong with Tan?" A group of students in martial arts uniforms were watching below the screen, their faces flushed with excitement and nervousness. Wang Xian and his friends happened to witness the scene as well. On the screen, the boy stood frozen, his gaze cold but his body trembling slightly. Fear filled his heart, unable to withstand the immense pressure of the beast's presence. Wang Xian thought to himself, "Of course he can't move. The hardest part about facing a beast isn't the fight itself, it's overcoming the fear inside." 10 seconds at most. Wang Xian silently counted. On the 9th second, the saber-toothed wolf roared. Tan Tianzi flinched, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. The next moment, the beast lunged forward, tearing him apart in one swift move. The scene left the students watching in shock and horror. Then, suddenly, the saber-toothed wolf leaped toward the screen as if it were jumping out. "Ah, it's coming out. Run," someone screamed. But in an instant, the model dissolved into a stream of data symbols, leaving everyone still shaken. The boy who just challenged the model is the top student in the martial arts class at 4th High School, the staff member said with a pleasant smile, looking at Wang Xian. "He has a vitality level of 3.5, has mastered a basic mountain driving staff technique, and is at the early stage of mastery. Yet, he couldn't even last a single move. The students gasped upon hearing this. The difficulty of this training suddenly seemed even higher than they'd initially thought. Defeating one of these AI models within 7 days now felt like an almost impossible task. And the true strength of real beasts? No one knew for sure. Chengdu had a special protection system in place, so even if a beast attacked, most people wouldn't feel its presence. At that moment, the students, who had been living relatively sheltered lives, finally began to grasp the true power of these beasts. The staff member continued, "For students like you, our Skyblade Club offers AI beast model challenges. Before the martial arts exam, the more AI models you defeat, the more rewards we will provide. If you achieve 10 consecutive victories, we will pre-sign a graded investment contract with you." Zhou Dahai nodded in agreement, saying, "Holographic AI beast training will be a key focus of your future cultivation. Because in this year's martial arts exam, the weight of practical combat scores has increased to 40. The score distribution now consists of 10 for academic subjects, 30 for skills and martial vitality, and 30 for innate talent strength. Previously, practical combat also accounted for 30, but with the 10 increase, it has become even more significant, reflecting the nation's growing emphasis on real combat. In fact, Wang Xian knew that in a few years, this proportion might rise to 60. This year's reform in the martial arts exam is a clear signal, indicating that in the future, a massive influx of exotic beasts will storm Blue Star like a tidal wave. As for the final part of the body movement training, the staff member explained, "You need to survive in a simulated battlefield filled with a barrage of bullets and gunfire to succeed. Generally, we recommend completing gravity training and movement training before challenging the holographic intelligent exotic beasts." As another door on the floor opened, a young boy walked out with a somewhat awkward expression. It was Tan Tianza from 4th High School. "Teacher, I want to give it a try," Xia Xiqing said, his eyes burning with determination as he looked at the large screen. "Anytime," Zhou Dahai nodded slightly, but he reminded, "However, it may affect your condition." Xia Xiqing glanced at Tan Tianza before stepping into the simulation room. 15 seconds later, he walked out, his face pale with anger and frustration. "Everyone dies so quickly? You need to defeat 10 of them just to get the lowest level investment contract?" Zhou Shuquan clicked his tongue in disbelief. "I feel like even an entire winter break might not be enough to succeed." With only 3 to 4 months left before the martial arts exam, the overwhelming aura of the exotic beasts was the main challenge. Xia Xiqing frowned and said, "I couldn't stop the fear in my heart and didn't even dare raise my sword to face them. Of course, their speed was incredibly fast too. Defeating 10 just for the lowest level contract feels completely unfair." "The lowest level ding grade contract," the staff member said calmly. "Every year, we invest 5 million in each of you under this contract. This does not include the tailored combat gear, genetic enhancement potions, movement techniques, basic energy cultivation methods, or the exclusive martial arts secrets of our Skyblade Club." Hearing this, everyone gasped. The contract was far more generous than expected. "All you need to do," the staff member continued with a proud expression, "is contribute a certain number of points to the club each year after becoming a martial artist in college. The contract begins at a minimum of 3 years. The staff member added, "Currently, in Rongqing, among high school students in the past 10 years, only 2 have earned our ding grade contract." This statement made everyone present realize that even the lowest level contract was no small feat. "All right, you've all heard the training instructions." Zhou Dahai clapped his hands. "Go change and get ready." The group dispersed quickly, except for Wang Xian, who stayed behind. "Do you have something to say?" Zhou Dahai asked with a slight smile. "Yes," Wang Xian nodded. "I have a request." "Go ahead." "Well, after today, I'd like to temporarily stop attending the training sessions," Wang Xian said, coughing lightly. Zhou Dahai looked at him, utterly baffled. "What do you mean? What are you planning? Principal Xia has repeatedly emphasized that you're our school's ace. Whether we can outperform 4th High and 1st High this year depends entirely on you. And now you're telling me you don't want to train? Are you out of your mind?" "No way." Zhou Dahai flatly refused, lowering his voice as he continued. "What's going on in that head of yours? Let me tell you, Principal Xia and I have been working hard to secure a ding grade contract for you with the Skyblade Club. We even lowered the requirements for you as long as you make it through winter break and meet just 2 of the training goals. The Skyblade Club, out of respect for Grandmaster Bai, will consider signing you. With those resources, you'll undoubtedly soar in the martial arts exam." Wang Xian remained silent, understanding that this was indeed a rare opportunity. At that moment, a hearty voice called out from afar. "Old Zhou, you're here? Is this the kid, Wang Xian? Not bad. Not bad. Looks like a promising talent." Wang Xian turned around to see a middle-aged man with a commanding presence approaching. "Vice President Zheng?" Zhou Dahai immediately waved and smiled. "What brings you here?" This man was Zheng Changhong, the deputy head of the Skyblade Club's local branch and a disciple of Bai Hongtian. The two shook hands and exchanged a few pleasantries. "I overheard your conversation just now." Zheng Changhong looked at Wang Xian with a kind expression. "My master has mentioned you to me. Why don't you want to train?" Are you facing any difficulties? If so, feel free to tell us. Wang Xian thought for a moment and then replied honestly, these training sessions aren't particularly helpful to me right now. Hearing this, Zhou Dehai was stunned, and Zheng Changhong was also taken aback. Seeing their silence, Wang Xian continued, how about this if I complete all the training tasks you mentioned, Mr. Zhou? Can I skip the rest of the winter break training? Zhou Dehai was about to speak when Zheng Changhong raised a hand to stop him. All right, well do as you say. Xiao Bai, prepare the training content immediately. The staff member nearby acknowledged the order, gave Wang Xian a strange look, and left. Seeing this, Wang Xian finally went to change his clothes. The staff at 4th High School announced apologetically, the holographic intelligent beast challenge requires recalibration and is temporarily unavailable. They continued to explain. However, the gravity room and movement simulation room are still accessible. At the Skyblade Club, the staff patiently explained the reason for the recalibration to the dozens of students from 4th High, saying, it's not an equipment issue, but to ensure the accuracy of the beast models and avoid discrepancies during the challenges. With a smile, one staff member added, I doubt anyone can succeed in the challenge right now anyway. Does a slight data discrepancy really matter? One student asked, puzzled. Others chimed in. It's not that big of a deal. The experience of challenging the holographic intelligent beasts is exciting. Everyone wants to try it. They were well aware that frequent challenges could cause data fluctuations in the beast models, but they didn't believe it would have a significant impact. The staff nodded in agreement and then mentioned, later, students from 7th High will directly challenge this beast model. A tall, sturdy boy interjected with a grin. 7th High Xia Xiqing, right? I know him only lasted 15 seconds. He turned to a calm-looking boy beside him and added, our Tanj lasted nearly a minute on his first attempt, didn't you? Tan Tianza, the central figure of 4th High's martial arts class, waved dismissively and said, enough talking. To the gravity room for training. His commanding presence silenced the others. He then asked the staff, who from 7th High is taking the challenge? 7th High's Wang Xian. The staff member replied after a moment of thought. He might be stronger than Xia, but it's unlikely he'll succeed on his first try. Having worked at the club for years, the staff member had seen many martial arts prodigies from top high schools and understood the difficulty of the holographic intelligent beast challenge. Wang Xian, Tan Tianza nodded in acknowledgement. I heard that he mastered a fundamental blade technique to perfection in just 1 week at 7th High. I really admire him. With anticipation, he asked, can you notify me when he starts the challenge? I'd like to watch. The staff member smiled and replied, you can watch directly on the big screen in the hall, but there's a 30-second delay from the real-time battle. Tan Tianza nodded appreciatively. Thank you. The time to change clothes passed quickly. While changing, Wang Xian deliberately waited for Ye Miyue. Her martial arts uniform was a soft white, and her hair was tied into a playful and refreshing bun. As Wang Xian approached her, he casually said, hey, race a key to my place. You'll cook tonight. I've already bought the ingredients and put them in the fridge. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Ye Miyue standing there in surprise, a hint of astonishment flickering in her eyes. Ye Miyue quickly reached out to catch the key, glanced around, and hurriedly returned to the changing room. She discreetly placed the key into her backpack. At that moment, Chen Yuding had just finished changing and walked out of the room with a slight frown. Spotting Wang Xian's retreating figure, she couldn't help but jog a few steps to catch up. Wang Xian, she called out. Wang Xian paused slightly but didn't turn around. What is it? He asked. Lowering her voice, Chen Yuding spoke with a touch of mystery. I've got a way for you to secure a Class D contract with the Skyblade Club in just 2 days during this winter training. Wang Xian turned to look at her, a playful glint flashing in his eyes. I don't have any particular demands. Chen Yuding's gaze wavered, and her tone became sincere. Just spend this winter break training with me. All I ask is that we're assigned to the same gravity chamber if you have the time. She trailed off, her cheeks flushing slightly as she lowered her head. What's your method? Wang Xian asked with interest. While he wasn't too familiar with Ye Miyue's family, he knew Chen Yuding's background well. An ordinary middle-class family. To obtain a Class D contract with the Skyblade Club, the requirements were clear. High school students had to achieve 10 consecutive victories against simulated beasts before the martial arts exam. Even schools with connections could only secure opportunities under these conditions, and they still needed to meet the training results set for the winter session. And how exactly is someone like you, Chen Yuding, going to help me get a Class D contract in just 2 days? Wang Xian asked. Chen Yuding responded confidently, that you don't need to worry about it. Just trust me, I've got a way. My request isn't too much, is it? Not too much at all, Wang Xian nodded. The tenfold gravity chamber of the Skyblade Club was spacious enough to accommodate over a dozen people training at the same time. With only 50 students in the martial arts class, dividing them into 4 gravity chambers wasn't a big deal. Being assigned together wasn't exactly a tall order. But, Chen Yuding, seeing you like this, so humble it feels a bit unfamiliar, Wang Xian said bluntly. Is it because I've changed that you find it strange? Chen Yuding lowered her head slightly, her tone carrying a hint of apology. Wang Xian shook his head firmly. This winter, I won't be able to train with you all. Why not? Qin Yuding's voice stiffened, her eyes revealing confusion. You won't even agree to this. You'll find out soon enough, Wang Xian replied without elaborating, turning to walk toward the main hall of the floor. Shortly after, the class regrouped, and their instructor, Zhou Dehai, gave instructions. Everyone except Wang Xian, proceed to your assigned training. Your names are written outside gravity chambers 6 through 10. Head directly to your designated room, and don't wander into others' chambers to disrupt their training. Wang Xian, come with me. With that, Zhou Dehai led Wang Xian away. The others were puzzled but didn't dwell on it. Are you ready? Zhou Dehai asked. I'm ready, Wang Xian replied. Zhou Dehai guided him to a private gravity chamber and gestured for him to enter. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Dehai turned and headed toward another room. Inside the chamber, Wang Xian found nothing but a weapon rack. He stood in the center, made a hand gesture toward the surveillance camera, signaling he was ready to begin. In a nearby room, Deputy Minister Zheng Changhong observed the young man through the monitor, a small smile forming on his lips. He knew that Wang Xian only needed to pass 2 tests within a day. As for the holographic intelligent beast challenge, failure wouldn't be a big deal. His only concern was that Wang Xian might be overly confident and end up discouraged. Completing a martial arts routine in a tenfold gravity chamber? That's no easy feat, Zheng Changhong thought to himself. In recent years, students who could freely move on the first day in a tenfold gravity chamber were already considered exceptional. It wasn't until he saw the young man pick up a long blade and signal readiness that he turned to the staff beside him. Start it. Understood. Initiating tenfold gravity. The moment the words fell, the screen seemed to distort slightly before instantly returning to normal. On the screen, the young Wang Xian stood motionless, as if frozen in the river of time. Zhou Dehai frowned as he stared at the screen, silently contemplating. As expected, it's not that easy. The school's gravity chamber only goes up to 5 times normal gravity, but now it's suddenly increased to 10 times. Just adapting to this would take considerable time. Zheng Changhong seemed to notice Zhou Dehai's concern and offered a soft reassurance. No rush, this is just the first attempt. Before he could finish his sentence, the figure of Wang Xian on the screen suddenly came to life, moving as if infused with energy. His movements were as swift as the wind, and the long blade in his hand flowed like water. A seamless and fluid set of blade techniques unfolded before their eyes, every move flawless and imbued with profound meaning. The expressions of everyone present instantly grew serious as they fixed their gazes on the figure moving effortlessly in the gravity chamber. Each of them was inwardly overwhelmed with astonishment. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Zheng Changhong asked in a serious tone, Xiao Bai, are you certain the gravity switch in the chamber is on? The staff member snapped out of his daze and hurriedly checked the instruments, stammering as he replied, It's on. It's on, no problem. All the indicators are normal. The data here shows that his flowing blade technique is completely smooth, without the slightest hesitation or a single misstep. It's exactly identical to the standard demonstration blade technique. Based on the intensity of the final move, the data suggests his mastery is nearing perfection. Evaluation score, full marks. The moment the staff member finished speaking, he froze in place, seemingly unable to believe his own assessment. Hiss. Both Zhou Dehai and Zheng Changhong took a sharp intake of breath, their shock written all over their faces. Not long after, Wang Xian walked out of the gravity chamber. His expression was calm, as if the astonishing performance earlier was nothing out of the ordinary. With a hint of regret, he remarked, if there were 100 times gravity, that might be enough to get a slight sense of what it feels like on an alien battlefield. He shook his head as he spoke, showing no signs of discomfort. You know, Wang Xian began to analyze thoughtfully. Training in this kind of environment is definitely beneficial for martial artists. Under high gravity, the latent energy within a martial artist's body merges more rapidly with their physical form. Especially when practicing martial arts, the intense full body movement can quickly enhance their overall abilities and vitality. He paused briefly before adding, but for me, it's not very useful. My body doesn't contain much energy. I only have a divine vein with Ling Sha. And Ling Sha, as a powerful cosmic energy, isn't affected by gravity at all. Of course, practicing martial arts in this environment can still help refine one's martial arts realm. It's just that, my flowing blade technique is already close to perfection. There's not much room left for improvement. Wang Xian stepped into the room and gently knocked on the door, snapping Zhou Dehai and Zheng Changhong out of their reverie. Teacher Zhou, Minister Zheng, let's move on to the next task, he said. Zheng Changhong, jolted back to reality, responded with excitement. All right. I'll arrange it immediately. Teacher, your eye for talent is incredible. To have discovered such a gem hidden in the depths of number 7 high school. The next task was agility training, which would take place in a large room known as the Agility Simulation Chamber. Upon entering, Wang Xian saw that there were multiple challenge environments to choose from. Tigerland Landing unlocked, Blitz Pearl Alley locked, Falcon pursuit battle locked. Wang Xian thought to himself. These simulated battles must be based on historical war scenarios. Back in those war-torn times. The first scenario is the classic beachhead assault. It describes a period of war when large numbers of troops landed on Tigerland Beach by ship. The beach was already fortified with countless trenches, and the chaos of gunfire turned the landing into a hellish challenge. The overwhelming firepower created an impenetrable web capable of devouring any soldier attempting to land. With the physical prowess of modern martial artists, if one were placed in that era and managed to evade these firearms and successfully land within a certain time frame, it would be considered the pinnacle of movement techniques. In this simulation, the martial artist's speed, reflexes, observation, evasion, and perception are all put to the ultimate test. It's a comprehensive evaluation of agility, rather than merely relying on speed. Generally speaking, achieving the first level of movement techniques what is often referred to as millisecond-level reflexesis, the basic requirement to pass. With several rounds of rigorous training, most can clear this simulation with relative ease. The real challenge, however, lies in reaching this level in the first place. Millisecond-level reflexes, with a response time of 50 milliseconds (0.05 seconds), far exceed human limits during the era of such battles. Breaking through the defenses of Tigerland Beach with innate abilities alone was utterly impossible, leaving only the option of overwhelming numbers and luck. In other words, even a martial artist at the first stage may not necessarily reach the first level of movement techniques. For those not at the first stage, achieving this level of agility is even more challenging. While many excel in martial arts training, only a rare few truly master movement techniques. Inside the room, Zhou Dehai and Zheng Changhong stood side by side, their faces lit with excitement. After passing the first training exercise, their confidence in Wang Xian had clearly grown. Wang Xian gestured toward them, signaling the start. Begin. Zheng Changhong commanded with a wave of his hand. Instantly, the staff activated the simulation. In the blink of an eye, the walls and ceiling of the room transformed into holographic projections. Storm clouds churned, and the air was filled with the rapid bursts of gunfire. Countless bullets, like fiery serpents, tore through the air, exuding an aura of death, each one a cold, merciless blade harvesting lives. The boy in the simulation, however, remained calm, his expression unchanging and his steps steady. With every step forward, dozens of bullets whizzed past him, yet none struck a critical point. His figures seemed to flicker, leaving faint afterimages in the simulation, as if he had barely moved at all. This was the hallmark of millisecond-level reflexes. Zhou Dehai couldn't help but laugh heartily. I knew it. This kid's movement techniques must have reached the first level. He's clearly familiar with this battle. I bet there's similar training at Third Uncle's martial arts school, that much I can understand. Zheng Changhong, however, frowned slightly, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. It's not just first-level techniques, there's a hint of bullet time from second-level techniques in his movements. Zhou Dehai quickly dismissed the notion. Don't overthink it. His physical condition can't support that kind of instantaneous reflex enhancement. True bullet time is out of the question. The two debated for a moment before Zheng Changhong reluctantly conceded. After all, second-level bullet time required an extraordinary burst of high-intensity reflexes, effectively slowing down the enemy's movements to dodge fatal attacks, a feat that demanded an exceptional physical foundation. Before long, Wang Xian completed the agility training with ease, finishing in 13 minutes and 32 seconds without taking a single hit. Xiao Bai, one of the staff members, reported the results with astonishment in his eyes. This is the highest record in our history, about a full minute ahead of the second-place score. That second-place score had been achieved by a student from a prestigious high school during a previous test. Behind these numbers was Wang Xian's unwavering composure and steadiness. A bit of an overachiever, isn't he? Zhou Dehai remarked with a laugh. Zheng Changhong, however, looked on with a serious expression, fully aware of the weight behind this accomplishment. All right, next up is the final challenge, Wang Xian said, collecting himself. With a swift movement, he stepped forward, ready to face the next test. The two took a deep breath and exchanged a glance. Could it be this kid actually pulled it off? Just then, Xiao Bai, a staff member, hurried over. Minister Zhao from the Divine Sword Club is on the line. Zheng Changhong raised an eyebrow. He was all too familiar with the overt and covert rivalries among the clubs in Longhua, not to mention the fierce competition between their divisions. He said in a low voice, "Put him through." On the other end of the line came a hearty laugh. Old Zheng, spit it out already. Honestly, I wasn't too eager to call you. Minister Zhao said with a hint of smugness in his tone. You know, today's the first day the martial arts class from Yizhong came to train at our club, right? This time, Yizhong has some real talent. You might not believe it, but on the very first day, someone already passed both the gravity training and the agility training. Haha, but you didn't see that coming. Zheng Changhong's lips twitched slightly. Normally, he would indeed be surprised. But today he asked calmly. And then? Minister Zhao clearly paused for a moment. Don't play it cool with me. I know all about your Skyblade Club's records. The best anyone's done on gravity training was 7 days, set by Yizhong in the past. Too bad your club's still a bit behind. Look at how much progress Yizhong has made since they started choosing us. Zheng Changhong chuckled lightly. So, you called just to tell me that? If this call had come an hour earlier, he might have been shocked, or even jealous. But now it was just whatever. What about the holographic intelligent beast challenge? Zheng Changhong pressed further. Minister Zhao's tone faltered. You're so impatient. Within 2 days, I guarantee it'll be done. Yizhong's got several promising students this time. So it's not done yet, huh? Zheng Changhong retorted mockingly. Oh, acting all high and mighty now? Fine, I won't bother you anymore. Let's talk in a couple of days. With that, he decisively hung up the phone. Beside him, Zhou Dehai smiled knowingly, fully aware of the competitive relationship between the two clubs. Of course, it was a healthy rivalry. Zheng Changhong waved his hand. Let Wang Xian take on the holographic intelligent beast challenge. The staff member nodded in agreement and turned to leave. As he passed by a particular gravity training room, he discreetly waved. Inside, Tan Tianzi immediately noticed and calmly walked out. Is it time? Tan Tianzi asked. Yes, the staff member replied. Let's exchange Feishin, Tan Tianzi suggested. The two quickly swapped contact information. Suddenly, the staff member's phone buzzed with a notification. He opened it to find a 500 yuan red envelope from Tan Tianzi. Wow, this is too generous. The staff member looked a bit embarrassed. Tan Tianzi smiled and waved it off. It's no big deal. With that, he headed straight for the central hall, his gaze fixed on the large screen. The building was unusually quiet at this time. Most people were training in the gravity rooms, and the holographic intelligent beast challenge area was deserted. Before long, the screen flickered to life. Tan Tianzi squinted, staring unblinkingly at the display. Over the past month, he had heard the name, Wang Xian from Qizhong, more times than he could count. Initially focused solely on Yizhong, he had little interest in whatever talent Qizhong might produce. But now, let's see what you're really made of, Tan Tianzi murmured to himself, his eyes glued to the screen. On the display, the figure of a young boy appeared in the center of the scene. Opposite him stood a model of a saber-toothed wolf, a first-tier beast that had once left Tan Tianzi deeply unsettled. Though classified as an entire beast, the lowest level in the martial arts alliance, even such low-level creatures had claimed countless warriors' lives. However, to everyone's surprise, before the battle even began, the door of the holographic intelligent beast simulation chamber opened. Wang Xian walked out calmly and entered another room. Tan Tianzi frowned, puzzled. What's going on? Could it be he failed? The footage on the large screen had a 30-second delay, designed to prevent external parties from using extraordinary powers to interfere or cheat. Tan Tianzi stared at the screen, calculating in his mind. The opponent had already finished, while he was just starting to watch. Did this mean a failure in just 30 seconds? He shook his head, thinking that this performance wasn't much better than Xia Xiqing's. As Tan Tianzi prepared to leave, the saber-toothed wolf on the screen suddenly let out a deafening roar. Even through the screen, its overwhelming aura made Tan Tianzi involuntarily furrow his brow. In the next instant, the saber-toothed wolf transformed into a blur of motion, lunging fiercely at the young man. Tan Tianzi held his breath, his eyes fixed on the scene before him. The young man remained completely still, not even raising his head to look at the approaching beast. Instead, his gaze was focused on the large blade in his hands. Just as the wolf's claws were about to tear into his body, the young man, as if he had anticipated it all along, nimbly sidestepped and unleashed a thunderous slash with his blade. The flash of the blade was instantaneous. The wolf's head fell cleanly, severed from its body. The saber-toothed wolf's form disintegrated into fragments of data, vanishing into the air. The young man, expressionless, sheathed his blade and disappeared from the holographic environment. Tan Tianzi stood there, stunned, his mind blank. This wasn't a failure in 30 seconds, this was a success in 30 seconds. And he hadn't used any martial techniques, just a single, straightforward slash. What kind of slash was that? The timing was impeccable, the precision unparalleled, as if it were a stroke of divine genius. Tan Tianzi couldn't find the words to describe it, feeling nothing but awe. In the observation room, Zhou Dehai and Zheng Changhong both swallowed hard, their eyes glued to the screen as it faded to black. It was too fast, unbelievably fast. At that moment, Wang Xian pushed the door open, breaking the silence in the room. Zheng Changhong snapped out of his daze, forcing a smile as he said, Come, Wang, follow me. I've got something important to tell you. He grabbed Wang Xian and led him away, pulling out his phone to make a call as they walked. A cheerful voice answered on the other end. I just hung up, and now you're calling again? What's up? Zheng Changhong steadied his emotions and spoke in a casual tone. I didn't mean to bother you. It's just that we had a student from 7th high school here who completed 3 training challenges on his very first day. Kids these days are getting more and more impressive. Don't you think so, old Zhao? There was a long silence on the other end before an explosive roar came through. Nonsense. I don't believe it. Zheng Changhong hung up immediately, feeling immensely satisfied. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. The students from 7th High School gathered to rest and eat. Suddenly, Zhou Shuquan asked, "Teacher, where's Wang Xian? I didn't see him in any of the gravity chambers during this morning's training." The other students looked puzzled as well. Indeed, none of them had seen Wang Xian all morning. Zhou Dehai glanced at the martial arts class students with a complicated expression, trying to maintain his composure as he said, "Wang has already passed the Skyblade Club's 3 training challenges. He probably won't be coming back this winter break." As soon as the words left his mouth, dozens of students froze in shock, collectively exclaiming, "What?" Zhou Dehai was reluctant to share the news with everyone because he knew it would inevitably dampen their spirits. However, if he kept silent, the students' future absences would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Zhou Shuquan scratched his head, looking a bit confused. "Teacher, is this for real?" The dozens of students in the martial arts class began murmuring among themselves, exchanging puzzled and incredulous glances. "No way. We just got started. How can it end already?" Xia Xiqing felt a surge of heat in his chest, almost suffocating. He thought to himself, among the 3 training programs, especially the holographic intelligent beast challenge, he was the only one who had experienced it. None of his classmates could understand the fear of facing a beast better than he did. Just imagining standing in front of a 3-meter beast with razor-sharp, barbed fangs, fur bristling like needles, and bloodthirsty eyes was enough to make anyone tremble. Even knowing it was just a simulation couldn't erase the intense pressure. According to his plan, it would take at least 10 days to adapt to the training. Only after adapting could he engage in combat. And even then, victory wouldn't come on the first attempt. He needed to practice his movement techniques and martial skills. Otherwise, even if he dared to fight, he'd be taken down in one swipe just like Tan Tianzi had been. By his calculations, the earliest he could defeat the saber-toothed wolf would be around the 25th day, just in time to complete the challenge before winter break. As for his classmates, they might not even finish all 3 training programs during the holiday. Completing 2 would already be a significant achievement. And now, you're telling me that on the first day of training, Wong Xien already completed it? The thought was mind-boggling, as if they'd just created their characters in a game, and Wong Xien had already beaten the final boss. It was unbelievable. Only Chun Yuding's expression revealed a complex mix of shock and understanding. She seemed to grasp something. "No wonder you said that. So he planned this from the start?" "Teacher," Ye Miyue suddenly spoke softly, "can I watch his holographic intelligent beast challenge?" The other students chimed in eagerly. "Yes, yes. We want to see it too. Teacher, please let us watch." Zhou Dehai sighed and shook his head. "There's nothing worth watching. Finish your meals and continue your training. If you see it, you might not be able to sleep for days." That single strike, Zhou Dehai recalled the scene vividly. An ordinary, techniqueless slash had ended the battle. Even now, it seemed unbelievable. That strike looked so simple, even giving the illusion of, "I could do that too." But as the saying goes, 10 minutes on stage requires 10 years of practice. What had Zhou Dehai seen in that moment? An in-depth understanding of the saber-toothed wolf's behavior, precise timing, solid foundational skills, and an extraordinary level of focus and composure. Each of these qualities required years of training, especially the last one. If someone was born with such abilities, there was no doubt they possessed a frightening talent for combat. Understanding all this, Zhou Dehai looked at the students discussing among themselves and thought silently. It would only make you feel the vast gap between yourselves and him. It's better if you don't see it. Meanwhile, Zheng Changhong felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction in his heart. Zheng Changhong stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in his 10th-floor office, gazing down at the bustling streets of Rongqing. A satisfied smile unconsciously curled at the corners of his lips. As the deputy director of the Tiandao Club, he had held this position for many years, but never before had he felt such exhilaration as he did today. His thoughts drifted to the Xinjiang Club, the rival that had been locked in both open and covert competition with him for years. He pictured his opponent's face, surely twisted in frustration at this moment. What thrilled Zheng Changhong even more was the feeling that he had stumbled upon a true gem. "Teacher, your judgment is truly remarkable," he silently praised in his mind. Turning around, his gaze landed on Wang Xian, who had just stepped into the office. Waving his hand, Zheng Changhong called out toward the door, "Xiaobai, bring Wang Xian some food. He'll eat here." "Understood," the secretary replied before leaving. Zheng Changhong carefully studied Wang Xian, his eyes gleaming with appreciation. The young man was well-proportioned, with handsome and defined features. What impressed him most, however, was the calm and composed expression on Wang Xian's face, showing no trace of excitement despite the intense training test moments earlier. This steady confidence only reinforced Zheng Changhong's belief that he had discovered a true talent. "Not bad, not bad," Zheng Changhong nodded approvingly. "Next, while you're eating, I'll go over our club's contract with you." He pulled out a contract from his desk drawer, one he had prepared in advance. Originally, the plan was to finalize this after the winter break, depending on Wang Xian's performance. But now, everything had been fast-tracked. The terms have already been explained to you by Teacher Zhou earlier, Zheng Changhong said. Wang Xian gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Zheng Changhong began patiently outlining the details of the Ding-level contract. This type of agreement was typically designed for low to mid-tier martial artists with potential and was rare for high school students. For most students, many of the clauses would be of limited practical use. He elaborated on the contract's terms and their significance. Martial arts techniques, for instance, required hand-to-hand combat with beasts to truly master something nearly impossible for high schoolers. Yuan force cultivation methods could only be practiced by martial artists who had reached at least the first stage, and gene enhancement potions would only be effective after awakening innate abilities. Even combat gear required the strength of a first-stage martial artist to utilize effectively. In other words, Zheng Changhong summarized, the most valuable part of this contract for an ordinary high school student might just be the 5 million in funding. However, he glanced at Wong Xien meaningfully. For a genius, all of this is invaluable. He went on to explain that the club had decided to offer the contract because Wang Xian had been highly regarded by a grandmaster of the 7th realm and endorsed by the principal of 7th High School. Initially, the plan was to wait until after the winter break, after Wang Xian had completed 2 training programs. But now, on his very first day, Wang Xian had completed 3 programs, far exceeding expectations. As for the obligations outlined in the contract, they were relatively straightforward. They primarily involve participating in club activities, such as testing newly developed martial arts techniques and providing feedback, forming teams to clear beast infestations outside the city, mentoring newcomers, and testing new equipment. The contract would last for 3 years, with annual funding provided. If Wang Xian's abilities improved, he would also be eligible to request additional resources. So, Wang Xian, what do you think? Zheng Changhong asked with a smile. Very impressive. Wang Xian nodded in approval. He was well aware that, in his previous life, he hadn't even qualified to join a club during university, let alone receive any funding. Yet, despite his appreciation, a trace of hesitation lingered in his expression. Zheng Changhong, quick to notice Wang Xian's reluctance, asked, "What's on your mind? Do you have any conditions? You should know that this Ding-level contract is already quite generous for a student. In fact, it doesn't even align with the club's standard rules. If it weren't for Bai Hongtian and the 7th High School principal's endorsements, the club's headquarters might not have agreed to offer a contract to a high school senior who hasn't yet awakened his martial talent, even with your outstanding performance today." "It's not about conditions," Wang Xian said slowly. "I have a request." Raising an eyebrow, Zheng Changhong gestured for him to continue. "Let's hear it." Wang Xian pointed at the contract on the table, his gaze firm as he said, "I'm not signing this contract. Can it be left for the other students in our class?" Zheng Changhong was momentarily stunned, his brows furrowing as if he doubted his own ears. Reflexively, he repeated, "This contract was personally secured for you by Principal Xia and Master Bai." Wang Xian responded calmly, "If I pass this opportunity to someone else in the class, as long as they meet the requirements, they can sign it too, right? There shouldn't be any issue." Zheng Changhong hesitated for a moment. "It's possible, but..." Before he could finish, he suddenly realized something, his eyes widening in surprise as he looked at Wang Xian. "Wait, are you saying?" Wang Xian's lips curled into a faint smile. "I never said I wouldn't sign the contract." Zheng Changhong's frown deepened, and he spoke in a serious tone. "But there's only one contract. Securing even one is already extremely rare. Even the Xinjian Club, despite their high regard for Yizhong, wouldn't easily issue a second one. Headquarters would never approve it due to the risk involved." He elaborated. "If the signee fails to awaken their martial arts talent, the investment over the next 3 years would be wasted. While the students in the martial arts class are top-notch and the chances of not awakening are slim, it's not entirely unprecedented. In a country as vast as Longhua, there are countless similar cases." At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, and a staff member entered, carrying a hearty lunch. Wang Xian stood up, took the tray, and began setting the utensils. As he did, he murmured thoughtfully, "Isn't there another way to sign the contract?" Hearing this, Zheng Changhong's eyes widened in realization, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "Are you planning to challenge 10 holographic intelligent beasts in a row?" "Exactly," Wang Xian nodded. "Another way to secure a Grade D contract is to directly meet the club's requirements. Before the martial arts exam, any student who can achieve 10 consecutive wins in holographic challenges will qualify." "Impossible," Zheng Changhong exclaimed, standing up abruptly. His voice rose sharply. "That's completely unattainable." His reaction wasn't without reason. Zheng Changhong explained. "In the past decade, only 2 people in Rongqing have managed to accomplish this, and even they only did so right before the martial arts exam, after countless failures." He further detailed the difficulty of the challenge. For a high school senior to defeat 10 holographic intelligent beasts consecutively is equivalent to taking on 2 real class beasts back-to-back. Even if you gather dozens of seniors, they might not be able to defeat a single class beast, let alone 2 in a row. Zheng Changhong continued. "If you awakened your talent early, you might manage to defeat 1. But 2, definitely not. And 10, the challenge becomes exponentially harder due to the immense strain on your body. Wang Xian, chewing on his rice, mumbled nonchalantly. You won't know until you try. It's worth a shot, isn't it? Zheng Changhong sighed helplessly. Trying is fine. Failing a holographic challenge only causes some mental fatigue. But Wang Xian, you don't understand how hard this is. He pointed out sternly. First, your physical condition won't hold up. You might defeat 1, 2, 3, even 4 beasts. But by the 5th, you won't even be able to lift your blade. Wang Xian nodded, indicating he understood. Zheng Changhong pressed on. Your vitality is just above 3. Your body can't endure the strain. At this stage, for a student, this is an impossible challenge. After a brief pause, Zheng Changhong added, a few months from now, with your impressive blade skills, if your vitality increases to 8 or 9 before the martial arts exam, then I'd say you'd have a very strong chance of succeeding. Wang Xian squinted slightly, a sly smile playing on his lips. So, what if the challenge rules were adjusted? Instead of fighting 10 consecutively, how would you change it? Zheng Changhong asked curiously. Make it a single challenge against 10 at once, Wang Xian said casually. Zheng Changhong's jaw dropped, rendered speechless for a moment. He struggled to respond, finally stammering. Wait, hold on. You can't be serious. Are you intentionally making things harder for yourself? This isn't just a test of endurance. It's like climbing a mountain. 10 saber-toothed wolves together are almost equivalent to facing 3 genuine class beasts in terms of combat power. Perhaps that's a slight exaggeration, but even facing 2 at once would be an almost impossible feat for a high school student. Even those 2 who signed the contract earlier wouldn't find it easy. And 10 wolves attacking at the same time? Unless you've got 3 heads and 6 arms, anyone would be brought to their knees. Difficulty is relative sometimes. Approaching a fight from a different angle makes things simpler. After finishing his meal, Wang Xian let out a satisfied burp, then fixed his gaze on Minister Zheng. Minister Zheng, how about letting me give it a try? Zheng Changhong didn't say much. He simply nodded. Xiao Bai, go prepare the holographic simulation chamber. The staff member, Xiao Bai, responded in a low voice. Sure. His face was pale, and his hands and feet trembled slightly. It had been a long time since any student dared to take on this challenge. The atmosphere was heavy and tense. You take a rest. They'll go discuss this with Lao Zhou, Zheng Changhong sighed, and turned to leave. Not long after, Zhou Dehai rushed into the office, his face filled with shock as he stared directly at the boy leisurely sipping tea. Wang Xian, are you out of your mind? This is practically a death wish. His voice carried both helplessness and alarm. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Teacher, don't make such a fuss. It's just a challenge. If I lose, no big deal, I'll take a break and bounce back. This isn't a joke. Do you even understand how hopeless it feels to face 10 saber-toothed wolves in a simulation? Zhou Dehai's gaze was complex as he looked at him. Wang Xian shrugged. I've never seen it myself, but I've faced a tide of thousands of class beasts alone before that was far more despairing. He elaborated further. If I fail, they'll sign the contract. But if I succeed, the contract can go to someone else in the class. It doesn't necessarily have to be Ye Miyue. Zhou Dehai snorted quietly, inwardly speculating that the boy probably wanted to leave it for Ye Miyue. After all, she was progressing the fastest and had the greatest potential to achieve her goals. Finally, Zheng Changhong nodded in agreement. All right, you can try, but don't get your hopes up too high. You have no idea how overwhelming it is to face 10 saber-toothed wolves. Wang Xian nodded, his expression serious. True, I've never witnessed it, but I have a good idea. In the afternoon, Wang Xian arrived on the 7th floor, entering a sealed chamber specifically designed for holographic simulations of exotic beasts. There were no other students around. The 8th floor above was reserved for warriors training. This particular challenge was intended for class beasts and was notoriously difficult, typically involving 7 or 8 beasts at once, sometimes even more. Participants were usually seasoned fighters of at least the first rank. At this hour, most people were still resting after lunch. After shutting off the large screen, Zheng Changhong glanced at Xiao Bai and activated the closed holographic challenge system. Everything's ready, came Xiao Bai's voice through the communicator, though it was slightly shaky. Moments later, all preparations were complete. The observation room was now empty except for Zheng Changhong and Zhou Dehai. Even Xiao Bai had quietly exited. There was no need for such secrecy, but Zhou Dehai understood Zheng Changhong's reasoning, was worried that if Wang Xian actually succeeded, the news might leak and cause a stir. For them, this challenge was more about testing Wang Xian, a trial of sorts. In the tense silence, Wang Xian was about to face his true test. Zheng Changhong shook his head helplessly. As the vice president of the club, he was well aware of the importance of commercial vigilance. He glanced at Wang Xian inside the holographic simulation pod, waiting for him to prepare. Wang Xian gave a slight nod, and in an instant, the surrounding light transformed. The battlefield shifted into a dense jungle, a typical terrain for saber-toothed wolves. In the dim forest, 10 pairs of eyes locked onto him from various directions. The sound of rushing wind, accompanied by wolf howls, created an unsettling atmosphere. Two saber-toothed wolves suddenly leapt out from the forest. Wang Xian did not draw his blade, but instead evaded their attacks with effortless precision. Moments later, three more wolves charged toward him. Despite their massive size, the saber-toothed wolves were incredibly agile, with physical structures vastly different from ordinary beasts. Only AI trained with extensive data could replicate their movements with such accuracy. Their razor-sharp claws could tear through towering trees from a dozen meters away. Yet, Wang Xian continued to rely solely on his evasive maneuvers. In the observation room, Zhou Dehai and Zheng Changhong watched the screen intently. With Wang Xian's agility, he could indeed dodge the attacks of one, two, or even three wolves for a short period. However, these saber-toothed wolves were intelligent, logical creatures. Eventually, they would attack in unison, leaving him no room to escape. Sure enough, before long, all 10 wolves howled in unison and charged at Wang Xian in perfect coordination, sealing off all potential escape routes. Unless he possessed a third-tier mastery of spatial footwork requiring vitality levels exceeding 100, there was no way out. The two men held their breath, their eyes fixed on the screen as the 10 wolves closed in, now just 10 steps away from Wang Xian. For saber-toothed wolves, this distance could be covered in a single leap. The moment of crisis was upon him. Just then, Wang Xian suddenly drew his blade and leapt into the air, becoming a fleeting shadow. The blade's afterimages filled the sky, and a tidal wave of overwhelming blade energy surged in all directions. It was the Dominator's blade intent, a force that roared like a tsunami, shaking the heavens and earth. For consecutive strikes, executed without pause, stacked like crashing waves, creating towering surges of blade energy that engulfed everything around. Simultaneously, the blade's momentum poured forth like a collapsing mountain. It was as if an unstoppable warlord wielded the blade, and under the force of the blade waves, the 10 charging saber-toothed wolves froze in their tracks. A hint of fear flickered in their bloodthirsty eyes. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sound of 10 shattering impacts echoed as the wolves, mere steps away from Wang Xian, were instantly consumed by the raging blade waves. Wang Xian landed softly, sheathed his blade, and walked out of the room. By unleashing his fury and annihilating all the saber-toothed wolves in one decisive move, he had demonstrated the optimal solution to this challenge, the Dominator's blade intent. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the two onlookers were utterly stunned, their minds completely blown by what they had just witnessed. On the 7th floor of the Tian Dao Club, the elevator doors slowly opened, and a composed young man with steady steps walked out. Brother Yuan. The receptionist's eyes lit up, and they quickly greeted him warmly. The young man gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping across the spacious lobby before settling on the large screen in the center that had suddenly gone dark. He furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Why is the screen off?" The receptionist explained, "It seems someone is challenging the holographic intelligent beast. People challenge it every day. Does the screen need to be turned off for that?" The young man chuckled lightly, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "I'm not sure. It was instructed by Minister Zhang." The receptionist answered honestly. "Oh, I see." The young man nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, the doors of the training room swung open, and a group of martial artists poured out, quickly surrounding the young man. "Brother Yuan. Brother Yuan is here? Come, let's fist bump. Brother Yuan, your aura feels even stronger now. Almost at the second stage, right? No wonder you're directly signed by the club. Us contract workers can't even compare. Brother Yuan, what are you training today? Let me assist you." The training rooms on the 7th floor primarily catered to first-stage martial artists. Most of them, however, were contract workers affiliated with the Tian Dao Club, using this opportunity to gain access to training facilities. Brother Yuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "They'll be heading out on a mission soon, and the higher-ups asked me to select a few teammates and bring along a rookie." As soon as he said this, the crowd instantly became excited, eagerly volunteering. Pick me, pick me. Me. I have a vitality score of 75 and am about to unlock my first genetic lock. I'm definitely strong enough. Brother Yuan, you specialize in blades, focusing on offense. I'm skilled with staves, and with my intermediate talent, Mountain Bone, I excel at defense. I can definitely shield you from any harm. Brother, my martial talent may only be the low-level glass hand, but I practice the Yuan Qi technique. I specialize in recovery and healing. You can't leave me out. Rookies just get in the way. I'm experienced. I've explored ruins twice, and have over 130 hours of combat against glass beasts. With your strength, let me handle the rookie." Brother Yuan listened quietly, then asked calmly, "Have you all passed the beginner-level holographic intelligent beast challenge? The one with a 30-minute time limit?" As soon as he finished speaking, the once eager crowd fell silent. At least 90 of them sheepishly lowered their hands. Only the self-proclaimed veteran maintained a proud expression, keeping his hand raised. A round-faced girl in the crowd smiled awkwardly and explained, "Brother, not everyone is as strong as you. For us first-stage martial artists, it's not that easy to pass the challenge." Unlimited time would be one thing, but with a time limit and 10 consecutive battles without a single mistake. Brother Yuan shook his head helplessly. Sorry about that, then. The veteran interjected with a smile. It's not really their fault. They're all young, and most of them have only just stepped into the first stage. They're practically rookies themselves. It's normal for them not to succeed. At that moment, the door to the holographic challenge room suddenly opened, and a young boy emerged, his face expressionless as he walked straight toward the observation room. The veteran waved at the boy and called out with a grin. Hey there, how did your challenge go? Did you fail? How do you feel? Those saber-toothed wolves aren't easy to handle, huh? Did you get stuck around the 7th or 8th one? The boy paused mid-step, thought for a moment, and replied calmly. It was all right. I gave it my all and barely succeeded. The veteran's smile froze instantly. Brother Yuan looked at the boy with some surprise, then glanced at the darkened screen, his expression thoughtful. Young people these days are truly remarkable. The veteran gave an awkward smile, a trace of complexity flashing in his eyes. Turning to the young man beside him, his tone held a hint of admiration. But compared to you, Brother Long Yuan, there's still a bit lacking. After all, you managed to slay 10 real saber-toothed wolves in a row. The young man, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around to look at the man called Brother Yuan, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Your name is Long Yuan. Brother Yuan was momentarily stunned, then nodded with a hint of confusion. The young man responded with a soft, oh, his tone carrying a trace of respect. That's impressive. With that, he turned and walked away, his figure quickly disappearing from sight. Wang Xian pushed open the door to the observation room and stepped inside. The room was filled with smoke, and Zhou Dehai and Zheng Changhong were sitting in chairs, staring blankly at the ceiling. They were puffing away at their cigarettes, their eyes vacant, as if reflecting on the experiences of their lives. Frowning slightly, Wang Xian asked in confusion, what's going on with these two? Zheng Changhong took a deep drag of his cigarette and exhaled slowly, his tone tinged with a sense of melancholy. You know, the path of martial arts isn't for everyone. Holding the cigarette between his fingers, he continued. Take me for example. I trained under Teacher Bai for 2 years. Teacher Bai thought I had potential. Those 2 years, I didn't fail to grasp the intent of the Overlord Blade because I couldn't comprehend it. It's just that I enjoy nurturing talent more. But teaching is too dull, so I chose to join the Skyblade Club. Over the years, I've discovered quite a few promising martial artists for the club. That's my proof. Zhou Dehai nodded in agreement. Exactly. Everyone has their own strengths. Martial arts isn't really my forte, either. Even though I'm a 4th realm martial artist, I never aim to grasp the essence of intent. My strength lies in teaching and recognizing potential. Back in school, I had my eye on Wang Xian from the start. The two exchanged a glance and threw their arms around each other's shoulders, as if finding a kindred spirit. They resembled two comrades in adversity, consoling each other in a quiet corner, trying to heal their wounded pride. Watching this scene, Wang Xian was baffled. Mr. Zhou? Minister Zheng? What are you two talking about? The two men turned to look at Wang Xian, their faces suddenly lighting up with relieved smiles. But as they laughed, tears unexpectedly welled up in the corners of their eyes. What is going on with you two? Wang Xian asked, even more puzzled. It's nothing. We're just happy, Zheng Changhong said, wiping the corner of his eyes and trying to regain composure. Come on, Wang. Let's go sign the contract. If given another chance by the heavens, the two of them would never want to relive what had just happened. It had been far too demoralizing. Zheng Changhong roared inwardly. Dear heavens. I've been practicing martial arts for 25 years and have been in the 4th realm for over 5 years. And yet, I've barely scratched the surface of intent. As they walked, Zheng Changhong replayed the earlier scene in his mind, feeling deeply shaken. An 18-year-old student had managed to comprehend the Overlord Blade intent in just a month, seamlessly integrating it with his own martial arts. What was even more terrifying was that this young man possessed unparalleled combat talent, a true prodigy in battle. Recalling the earlier fight, which seemed like it had been calculated with utmost precision, Zheng Changhong suddenly understood. No wonder this kid dared to challenge 10 saber-toothed wolf models simultaneously. No wonder he only dodged and didn't attack at first. It was all to set up for that earth-shattering final move, using the Overlord Blade's intent to intimidate the attacking wolves, then unleashing a single, devastating strike, with waves shattering the heavens, to annihilate them all in an instant. Zheng Changhong was certain that if Wang Xian had challenged the wolves one by one, he wouldn't have succeeded. But geniuses are geniuses. They turn the impossible into the possible, daring to achieve what others wouldn't even attempt. As for Zhou Dehai, he didn't even want to talk about it anymore. Earlier, he had been worried that showing Wang Xian's video of slaying the saber-toothed wolves to the martial arts class students might crush their confidence. Well, now the boomerang had come full circle. As a martial artist who had also been in the 4th realm for years but had never touched the threshold of intent, the feeling was devastating. For a brief moment, Zhou Dehai thought to himself that it wouldn't be so bad if Wang Xian didn't return during the winter break. At least their dignity could remain intact. The process of signing the Grade D contract went exceptionally smoothly. Wang Xian quietly calculated in his mind it was time to report back to headquarters. Just then, Zheng Changhong's gaze fell on Wang Xian, and his tone carried a sense of gravity. Before the martial arts exam, I've decided to upgrade your contract to Grade C. This statement was like a thunderclap, exploding in Wang Xian's mind. Among the 4 standard contracts used by the club, a Grade C contract was already beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists in the first or second realm. It required immense personal potential and the successful completion of certain special evaluations. Typically, only those with extraordinary talent awakened to their abilities would qualify, and such prodigies were often fiercely contested by other clubs. Admiration flickered in Zheng Changhong's eyes. In his view, Wang Xian already possessed the potential to qualify for a Grade C contract. If he could awaken even more formidable talents, the possibilities for his future would be limitless. Having worked at the branch for many years, Zheng Changhong had never encountered someone with such an extraordinary aptitude for martial arts. It was said that at some top universities, many sophomores and even freshmen had the ability to comprehend martial intent. But that was in a university setting, where conditions and resources were incomparable. Wang Xian, however, was still just a high school student. Even more astonishing was the fact that after Bai Laoshi had demonstrated an extraordinary martial skill, the Overlord Saber, intent only once at number 7 high school, Wang Xian had managed to grasp it. Such talent was nothing short of astonishing. Zheng Changhong's tone became more serious. If any other club approaches you, I hope you'll consider carefully, Wang Xian. Wang Xian responded with a relaxed smile. I've already signed the contract. Zheng Changhong gave Wang Xian a deep look, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Clubs have ways to terminate contracts and poach talents. Even though today's events had no third-party witnesses, he was well aware that if Wang Xian truly wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Zhou Dehai, watching the two finalize the contract, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The school had entrusted him with the task of ensuring that Wang Xian signed with the club over the winter break. Now that the biggest task was complete, he could relax a little during the upcoming training sessions. Just as he was about to leave, Zhou Dehai suddenly thought of something. Turning back, he asked, by the way, are you sure you want to offer the contract agreed upon by the school and the club to the rest of your class instead of directly giving it to Ye Miyue? That contract includes a recommendation from Grandmaster Bai, and you are entitled to choose its recipient. Wang Xian shook his head firmly and replied, no need. Teacher Zhou, you don't understand Ye Miyue. If you hand it directly to her, she won't accept it. Someone like Chen Yuding might take it without hesitation, but Ye Miyue would definitely refuse, even vehemently. A knowing look flashed in his eyes as he continued. Because not many people like receiving charity. Only by putting the contract out there for anyone to compete for, allowing her to surpass her classmates through her own efforts, will she truly acknowledge and accept it. Although Wang Xian had only been reborn for a few months and hadn't spent much time with Ye Miyue, he had already figured out her personality. Zhou Dehai nodded and said no more. In fact, this was a good thing. It could inspire the martial arts class students to push themselves harder. However, he still didn't understand why Wang Xian was going out of his way to do this. After all, it was obvious to anyone that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. Zheng Changhong began explaining the contract details. Next, the scholarship funds indicated in the contract will be transferred to your account within a few business days. As for the other benefits, what do you want for now? Your movement technique level allows you to train in suitable basic martial movement skills. Gene activation potions won't be necessary since you haven't awakened yet. As for martial arts secret techniques, most of them are currently beyond your ability to practice. Wang Xian suddenly interrupted Zheng Changhong, his gaze resolute as he said, no, I want your club's Pao Ding Jieshou. Pao Ding Jieshou. Zheng Changhong's voice carried a distinct tone of surprise. Zheng Changhong was momentarily stunned upon hearing those words, his brows furrowing tightly. He took a deep breath and said slowly, this martial arts secret technique, Butcher's Beast Dissection, is indeed powerful, but it requires actual combat with real exotic beasts to practice. Holographic intelligent beasts can't be used to train this technique. His expression turned serious as he continued explaining, holographic intelligent beasts are merely models with certain combat capabilities of exotic beasts. They lack the physical structure and data of real beasts. Without a physical form, it's naturally impossible to practice Butcher's Beast Dissection. Wang Xian listened, a faint, meaningful smile curling at the corner of his lips and a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He spoke softly. That's why I want to ask for your help. Zheng Changhong immediately became vigilant, narrowing his eyes at Wang Xian. Don't tell me you want me to help you get a martial artist permit to enter ruins or unregulated areas. Before Wang Xian could respond, Zheng Changhong suddenly stood up, his face darkening. No way, absolutely not. His voice was resolute. He quickly explained, to enter special ruins or unregulated areas to hunt exotic beasts, you must have a martial artist's permit. It's not required to leave the city, but the moment you step into those dangerous areas, You must show the permit to the local defense forces. His tone grew even more severe. The state can't just stand by and watch people throw their lives away, especially underage students who don't know much about the outside world. If they act on impulse, the consequences could be disastrous. Zheng Changhong emphasized, holographic intelligent beasts are completely different from real exotic beasts. He declared firmly, getting a martial artist's permit is easy, but I absolutely won't let you take such a risk. Wang Xian remained calm, pointing at the contract on the table. Isn't it the club's obligation to help martial artists obtain permits, as stated in the contract? Zheng Changhong was momentarily at a loss for words, reluctantly admitting, that is indeed an obligation. He rubbed his temples in frustration. There's a loophole in the contract. But you're not an ordinary person. You're still just a student. He muttered to himself, a ding-level contract. Only 2 people have signed one in the past decade. Who would have thought you'd want to run off somewhere? No wonder no one noticed this loophole next time. We must add a clause like, if Party B is still a student, the club reserves the right to refuse. With a heavy sigh, Zheng Changhong added, though to others, such a clause might seem bizarre. But often, there's a reason behind peculiar rules. After a moment of silence, Zheng Changhong spoke in a low voice. There's one condition. Wang Xian raised an eyebrow. What is it? If I'm to help you get the permit and let you go, you must join a team. Otherwise, I absolutely won't agree, Zheng Changhong said with uncompromising firmness. Wang Xian nodded, agreeing readily. All right. But inwardly, he was already calculating how to find an opportunity to slip away later. At that moment, Wang Xian recalled the man named Long Yuan from earlier, his gaze growing contemplative. His thoughts drifted to the ruins he planned to visit the Bone Blade graveyard. On the surface, this Flevel ruin seemed unremarkable, with occasional appearances of Flevel exotic beasts, and had already been explored extensively by many martial artists. However, in his past life, this ruin had been the site of an event that shocked the entire Western Shu. It was said that someone had used an unknown method to open a hidden door within the ruins, obtaining a legendary demonic blade called the Bloodthirsty Frenzy Blade. After acquiring the blade, the man lost his sanity and began a killing spree. Within just 2 years, his strength skyrocketed from the first realm to the third realm, an astonishing speed. Mastering a strange and lethal blade technique, he went on to slaughter over a dozen fourth realm martial artists and countless others, earning the title Demonic Blade of Western Shu. Later, this man joined a cult, and in his quest to break through to the sixth realm, he even plotted against the entire Western Shu city. His actions eventually provoked a seventh realm grandmaster to personally intervene. After a half-month-long chase spanning thousands of miles, the grandmaster finally killed him. If not for this intervention, countless lives in the city would have fallen victim to his blade. Upon examining his corpse, it was discovered that his entire body had been corrupted by the sinister energy unique to exotic beasts, leaving him neither fully human nor beast. This incident, which unfolded over 3 to 4 years, left a profound impression on Wang Xian. Though he didn't know all the details, Wang Xian knew that man's name was Long Yuan. Wang Xian's decision to leave Rong City had 2 purposes. First, to train in the martial arts secret technique, Butcher's Beast Dissection, which he was about to acquire, and second, to search for the demonic blade imbued with sinister energy, the Bloodthirsty Frenzy Blade, the source of all the chaos. As evening fell, Wang Xian pushed open the door to his home, greeted by the faint aroma of dinner wafting through the air. Changing into his slippers, he quietly stepped across the entryway. Through the lattice door of the kitchen, he caught sight of Ye Miyue, busy at work. She was still dressed in her simple school uniform, with an apron tied over it. At that moment, Ye Miyue carefully scooped a spoonful of clear soup, gently blew on it, and brought it to her lips. She pursed her lips, savoring the taste, and as her furrowed brow gradually relaxed, a small, satisfied smile appeared on her face. Wang Xian quietly approached and asked softly, "Does it taste good?" Startled, Ye Miyue instinctively replied, Let me try a spoonful too," Wang Xian said as he moved closer to her. Before Ye Miyue could react, as she dipped the spoon back into the pot, Wang Xian lowered his head and slurped the soup clean from the spoon. She froze in place, her cheeks flushing slightly as she quickly withdrew the spoon, thinking to herself, "That was the spoon I used. How could he?" Wang Xian smacked his lips and commented, "A bit bland, but it'll do." Ye Miyue shot him a glare, clenching her fists but unable to argue. She was well aware of Wang Xian's exceptional cooking skills, and compared to him, her abilities were still far from impressive. "Another spoonful," Wang Xian said, holding out his hand. "I'm just a bit thirsty." Silently, Ye Miyue grabbed a new spoon. "Why switch?" Wang Xian raised an eyebrow. "I've already used that one. What are you trying to do?" He pointed at her teasingly. "Are you secretly trying to savor my saliva? Ye Miyue, please don't do anything so weird." Ye Miyue was so exasperated she felt drained of energy, as if Wang Xian had stolen the words she wanted to say. Pointing at the spoon, she tried to defend herself. "I used it first." Wang Xian, however, remained unfazed. "What do you mean? Yours or mine?" In my house, everything is mine. Just use this one. That single statement left Ye Miyue speechless. After dinner, Wang Xian lounged lazily on the sofa, his eyes following Ye Miyue as she tidied up the dishes. In her apron, she seemed to have completely shed her usual aloof demeanor. Her cheeks, flushed with a healthy glow after the meal, exuded an air of homely charm, like a little chef in her element. Wang Xian thought to himself, it'd be even better if she weren't wearing her school uniform. Suddenly, Wang Xian realized that in just a few days, this delightful scene might no longer be there. After finishing up in the kitchen and taking off her apron, Ye Miyue couldn't help but ask, "You're not planning to come back after this, are you?" Wang Xian nodded. "Of course not. I'm going to have some fun. I worked so hard to surpass everyone who it, so I could give myself a proper winter break." Ye Miyue was silent for a moment before saying, "Mr. Zhou mentioned that if anyone in our club completes the 3 training tasks during the winter break, they'll qualify for a level D contract with the club. Haven't you signed a contract with the club yet?" Wang Xian chuckled inwardly. This girl is sharp. She's already starting to suspect something. He gave her a pitying look. "With my skills? Of course, the club begged me to sign a contract. Unlike you all, who still have to work hard to complete the training. Ye Miyue, you'd better keep at it. If someone else surpasses you, you won't even get the chance to massage my shoulders in the future." Ye Miyue turned her head away with a soft huff, muttering under her breath, "I don't want to massage you anyway." Wang Xian tilted his head deliberately, pretending not to hear. "What? You want to massage me now?" "No, no, your skills are too poor. I don't even feel anything anymore." He stood up. "Let's go. It's getting late. He'll walk you home. As for the massage, let's wait until you're more skilled." Ye Miyue hesitated for a moment before finally nodding obediently. A few days later, inside the training room, Wang Xian sat with his eyes tightly shut, visualizing a figure in his mind wielding a long, slender butcher's blade. In the figure's hands, the blade moved unpredictably, its light agile and dazzling, slicing through one exotic beast after another in an instant. Detailed anatomical diagrams of various beasts appeared in his mind, densely intertwined like a spider's web. Each diagram contained intricate and exquisite dissection techniques, vividly lifelike. At the same time, a pure white energy crystal quietly appeared in Wang Xian's mind. "This is the secret technique Butcher's beast dissection," he confirmed silently to himself. When he opened his eyes, Wang Xian's expression was serious. The way this secret technique was transmitted was highly unique, completely unlike ordinary martial arts. All it took was to consume a memory crystal, which stored an abundance of knowledge. Once ingested, the crystal would instantly connect with the neurons, sensing the practitioner's progress in mastering the technique. It would gradually integrate with the body as training advanced. Ultimately, when the technique reached its peak, the crystal would merge entirely, becoming an inseparable part of the practitioner's being. The principle was relatively straightforward. Whenever a practitioner used a blade to slaughter exotic beasts, their internal mechanisms would operate at high speed, neurons would metabolize rapidly, and feedback would continuously flow to the crystal. During this feedback process, the crystal would fuse with the body, and this fusion was the process of enhancing the secret technique. Wang Xian had encountered secret techniques in his previous life. Although he hadn't practiced many due to limited resources, he was well aware of their intricacies. He also understood that secret techniques had no fixed levels, only varying degrees of proficiency. Success depended entirely on diligent practice. Of course, memory crystals were extremely costly, especially those for rare secret techniques, which were incredibly difficult to obtain. Now that the crystal had provided him with foundational knowledge, the next step was to kill exotic beasts to further integrate and improve. In addition, Wang Xian needed to prepare a weapon, not a standard combat tool, but a special concealed weapon, throwing knives. Throwing knives were rare and challenging to master in martial arts. Wang Xian's proficiency with them stemmed from his overall expertise in concealed weapons. Of all such tools, throwing knives were his weapon of choice for a simple reason. They were straightforward and intuitive. Compared to other concealed weapons like cold spikes, plum blossom needles, or flying stones, throwing knives were far more direct. More importantly, in his previous life, he had mastered a long-lost national treasure martial art known as the immortal severing throwing blade manual, the heart as the sheath, the will as the blade, severing cause and effect, cutting through the cycles of reincarnation. This was the foundation of his exceptional throwing knife skills. After all, he had spent a lifetime mastering firearms, and without extraordinary talent, he wouldn't have been able to excel in both disciplines. To practice this martial art, Wang Xian had dedicated years to honing his skills with concealed weapons, eventually reaching the pinnacle of the 8th level. Only then did he barely qualify to begin training in the immortal severing throwing blade manual. Unfortunately, this lost martial art had 9 levels, and he had only grasped the first 3. While this was considered a solid foundation, he was still far from mastering it. The first level of the immortal severing throwing blade manual was called Shadow Pursuit and required only 3 throwing knives. Each knife had to be inscribed with blood, infused with spiritual energy, and kept close for nurturing. At sunrise, one would chant an incantation to absorb the essence of morning dew. Once unleashed, the first knife would pursue its target's shadow, the second would deliver a fatal blow, and the third would sever the soul, leaving the enemy with no way to escape or evade. Using 1,000,000, Wang Xian crafted 3 throwing knives, which became one of his hidden aces. The first stage of this martial technique did not demand much from a warrior's physical capabilities. However, the second stage, requiring the simultaneous control of 9 throwing knives, began to place clear demands on physical endurance. By the third stage, physical strength alone was far from sufficient, and the difficulty increased exponentially. The training for this martial technique grew progressively more challenging, and even for the fourth and fifth stages, Wang Xian had not yet discovered the methods. Even martial god-level warriors might struggle to master it fully. With just the first 3 stages, Wang Xian once used his 8th-stage strength to unleash 3 consecutive knife techniques, chasing shadow, breaking dawn, and splitting light, forcing even 9th-stage martial gods to avoid direct confrontation. Now, mastering just the first stage, chasing shadow, would be enough for Wang Xian to dominate the lower 3 stages of martial arts. However, throwing knives were consumables, their inherent limitation making them suitable only as a trump card rather than a regular tool. Aside from the throwing knives, he used the remaining 4,000,000 to purchase auxiliary items like yuan crystal water to aid his cultivation, helping him unlock his run and do meridians and enhance his vitality. Next, he prepared suitable attire since identity matters when venturing out, needed a plausible cover story. Finally, he picked out a few extra knives as backup weapons. Beyond that, there were numerous miscellaneous details to handle. Everything was ready exactly 1 week later. A staff member handed Wang Xian a martial artist identification document. "Mr. Wang, your martial artist registration is complete. However, you cannot present yourself as a student. The government prohibits high school students from entering unregulated wilderness areas or certain secret ruins. So, I've registered you as a contracted martial artist of the Heavenly Blade Club under the name Wang Feng. Check the document for the detailed identity information. There's a reason behind these regulations," the staff member said with a tone of resignation. But where there's a policy, there's always a workaround. It's still possible to arrange small-scale approvals within the permitted scope. Many wealthy families, for example, have their children start honing their skills early by venturing out to hunt exotic beasts. After all, martial exams require practical combat experience. Although these exotic beasts are not as dangerous as those in the wild, the young masters are usually well protected by experienced warriors, minimizing life-threatening risks. The warriors take the real risks, while the young masters simply gain experience. Compared to others still struggling against holographic simulated beasts, these young heirs effortlessly take down one beast after another. The staff member chuckled. "It's truly remarkable." As per Wang Xian's request, he was assigned to the squad where Long Yuan was located, joining as a new recruit from the club. This arrangement stirred some old memories for Wang Xian. Shaking his head, he slung his travel bag over his shoulder and headed toward the outskirts of Rome City. To enter unregulated zones or secret ruins, one must use designated vehicles and rail lines. After verifying his identification, the Rome City Border Defense Bureau informed him, "Based on your team's current strength, you're only permitted to enter the Worm Valley town within the unregulated zone, where F-class exotic beasts have been spotted. 2 secret ruins are currently open: the Shadow Wolf Cavern, which is closer, and the Boneblade Tomb, slightly farther away. If you wish to explore other areas or ruins, please apply at the Defense Bureau in the city's western district." Unregulated zones are essentially large-scale, open maps. As the border officer finished speaking, Wang Xian stepped into the outskirts of this restricted zone. From here, his journey of adventure was about to begin. Ruins and secret realms are essentially small-scale instances. Inside the Defense Bureau, an officer in uniform handed over his identification to the group before him, a slight smile on his lips, his tone relaxed. "As for the reward mechanism, you should be able to find all the details on your phones." He glanced at the few standing in a line, his gaze locking onto a determined young man. "Long Yuan, are you the team leader?" The young man, exuding confidence, nodded with a faint smile. "Yes, I am." The officer stared intently at him before continuing. "Your vitality is nearing triple digits. As the team leader, you must ensure the safety of your teammates." His tone carried a warning. Whether you're in an unregulated zone or within the ruins, every teammate lost will drastically reduce your chances of survival. The officer gave a slight nod. "Once you're ready, take the Z-150 Express shuttle to head out." Long Yuan turned around in response, his gaze settling on the 3 teammates behind him. His voice was steady and commanding. "Everyone, have you decided which ruin to explore?" One of them was the first to speak. "How about Shadow Wolf Cavern? I killed the most saber-toothed wolves during the holographic intelligent beast challenges." Another immediately objected. "No way. The pollution level of beasts in Shadow Wolf Cavern is too high. We wouldn't last long in combat." The third person added their suggestion. "Boneblade Mound is too easy. Wouldn't it be better for training? Nearby, Wang Xian observed the discussion quietly without intervening. Among the three, one was the veteran who had approached Wang Xian at the club the other day. The other tall man with a buzz cut and a woman with twin ponytails were hired warriors from the Tian Dao Club. Both appeared sharp and efficient. You've got to consider the rookie, the veteran said with a grin, placing a hand on Wang Xian's shoulder. The rookie just completed the beginner-level holographic intelligent beast challenge, mostly fighting saber-toothed wolves. Shadow Wolf Cavern might be dangerous, but with the team leader around, it's the perfect opportunity for him to experience real saber-toothed wolves. Before the conversation could continue, a group of agile warriors approached. Leading them was a young man with a cold and arrogant demeanor. He scanned Long Yuan's group and spoke with a faint smile. You should head to Boneblade Mount instead. If you go to Shadow Wolf Cavern, you won't encounter any beasts. He paused, then added with a meaningful tone. Because I'll be clearing out the entire cavern until the next cycle of beasts appears. The buzz-cut man glared at him, his temper flaring. And who do you think you are? There are at least dozens of beasts in Shadow Wolf Cavern's outskirts. How many can you even take down? He was about to continue his tirade when the cold young man ignored him entirely, turning to leave. Behind him, a group of warriors draped in black cloaks followed him towards the station entrance. Stop talking. The veteran quickly grabbed the buzz-cut man, whispering in warning. That's the young master. The others seemed to understand instantly. Young master referred to noble scions from influential families or financial conglomerates out on training missions. Long Yuan pointed to the young man and his cloaked warriors, speaking softly to Wang Xian. They're probably all third realm experts, just pretending to be first realm warriors. Wang Xian nodded, his sharp eyes recognizing a familiar face among the group. The buzz-cut man fell silent, muttering under his breath. So what if you're rich? His tone was full of frustration. Well, it seems we don't have much of a choice. Long Yuan shrugged helplessly. Boneblade Mount it is. He paused, then turned to Wang Xian. Unless we head to an unregulated zone, like Worm Valley Town. Wang Xian finally spoke. That place is vast, with plenty of beasts, though they're scattered and not fully explored yet. Only grade beasts are there. We might even discover some rare treasures. The veteran and the others nodded in agreement. After all, it wasn't necessary to explore ruins. Unregulated zones offered a different kind of thrill, no competition from others, and the excitement of uncharted territory. Boneblade Mound, on the other hand, had long been thoroughly explored by countless warriors. You're new to this, Wang Feng, Long Yuan said, shaking his head seriously. Beasts are far from simple. While the ones in Worm Valley Town might be low level, there are over a dozen species, each with unique abilities, traits, and strengths. Even I can't guarantee handling them all. A smile played at his lips. So, let's stick to Boneblade Mount. It's straightforward, with fewer beast types. Most importantly, it's safer. Wang Xian looked at Long Yuan and smiled in agreement. All right, let's go. Destination, Boneblade Mount. The group boarded the steel-forged train. As soon as they stepped inside, a sweet yet slightly tense broadcast voice echoed through the carriage. Dear passengers, welcome aboard the Z1150 Warfront train. This train will pass through the ruins, Shadow Wolf Cavern, Boneblade Burial Ground, Wind Eagle Gorge, Tiger Roarpool, and its final destination, Bug Valley Town, located in an F-class, unregulated zone. The total travel time is 78 hours, with a 30-minute stop at each station and a half-day stop at the final destination. The next departure will be in 1 week, so returning passengers are advised to plan their schedules accordingly. The announcer continued. According to Border Intelligence, Shadow Wolf Cavern has recently experienced an elemental energy tide, resulting in the mutation of over 10 saber-toothed wolves into two-headed aberrant wolves, with vitality levels nearing double digits and a high danger rating. Wind Eagle Gorge has seen the emergence of 5 aberrant-colored wind demon eagles, with vitality levels exceeding triple digits. Martial artists below the second realm are currently advised against entering these areas. Tiger Roarpool has produced a Crimson Blood Mountain Lord, with vitality exceeding 5 digits. Its blood is highly volatile and can trigger a martial artist's internal energy, inciting intense desires. Extreme caution is advised. The infection level of this ruin has reached 69 and is increasing by 0.01 daily, officially upgrading it to a class large ruin. Meanwhile, Bug Valley Town has reported the appearance of miniature winged aberrant beasts, named Tycho cicadas by the Sichuan Aberrant Beast Research Institute. These creatures are highly elusive and emit a drumming cicada song that can shatter a martial artist's mental defenses from a kilometer away, inducing hallucinations. The sweet broadcast voice looped continuously throughout the train, while the passengers in the carriage seemed somewhat apprehensive. Wang Xian had boarded the third carriage, where a small squad was stationed. The compartment was filled with grumbling and complaints. Hearing the announcements, everyone couldn't help but feel uneasy. These ruins were ever-changing, and the mutations of aberrant beasts were particularly daunting. Tiger Roarpool has actually become a class large ruin. An experienced passenger exclaimed. I remember it was just a class ruin half a year ago. Now it's class. Doesn't that mean only 5th realm martial artists can handle it? That Crimson Blood Mountain Lord, with vitality over 5 digits, is terrifying. The infection level nearing 70% means there's not much elemental energy left in the ruin. Replenishing supplies inside will be critical, a crewcut man said with a grin, turning to Wang Xian. But what does that have to do with us? We're just 1st realm martial artists. We can't worry about all that. Besides, the Boneblade burial ground hasn't seen much change, which works in our favor. Exactly. A twin-tailed girl added with a hint of schadenfreude. That young master earlier, heading to the place with the mutated two-headed Wolvesh, looked so cocky. A week later, they'll probably have to carry him back out. Wang Xian replied. With a 3rd realm martial artist protecting him, there shouldn't be too much trouble. 3rd realm fighters are quite capable. They can project elemental power, and the stronger ones even start learning advanced martial techniques. Even if glass ruin spawns a few mutated creatures, at most they'd become E-class aberrant beasts. 2nd realm fighters might struggle, but for a 3rd realm, it's a piece of cake. Are you guys also heading to the Boneblade burial ground? Another squad captain on the train suddenly grinned. What a coincidence, we're going there too. This squad, dressed entirely in black combat gear, comprised 2 men and 2 women. They looked quite young, likely university students, though probably not from a top-tier martial arts university. Hey, so we're all headed there, huh? The captain of the other team stood up as well, looking around with a smile on his face. This team's attire was flamboyant, with some even carrying firearms, clearly a ragtag group rather than a cohesive unit. The captain, wearing slippers and appearing about 28 or 29 years old, gave off a laid-back vibe. However, anyone daring enough to wear slippers out in such situations surely possessed exceptional skills. Teams in uniform were typically composed of fixed members. Long Yuan also stood up, waving his hand as he said, bringing along rookies, huh? That place is a bit safer. Haha, we've got rookies too. Hey, you over there, come out and say hi to everyone. The captain in black pointed at a freckled, timid-looking boy in his team. The boy awkwardly waved his hand and said in a faint voice, hi, everyone. He seemed socially anxious, constantly rubbing his head as if to mask his nervousness. Hello, I'm a rookie in the Yunlai squad. You can call me Xiao Rong. At this moment, a beautiful girl with a clear voice stepped out from the ragtag team and added, I'm still a bit short of becoming a level 1 martial artist. Despite her modest statement, her eyes exuded a distinct confidence. Wang Xian could sense confidence reminiscent of a top student, perhaps one from a prestigious high school. The teams were all composed of young people, making it easy for them to strike up conversations. Since they were all heading to the Boneblade tomb and bringing rookies along, there was a sense of camaraderie among them. Before they knew it, several hours had passed, and they had grown more familiar with each other. A level 1 martial artist is hardly a veteran, the pretty girl teased. Have you cleared the beginner-level holographic beast challenge? Aren't you worried about getting into trouble? Not yet, Xiaorong shook his head. I always get taken out by the 8th beast. The veteran originally intended to offer some advice, but suddenly remembered that the girl didn't look older than 20. When he was her age, he could barely defeat even one holographic beast. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Ah Bing, the freckled boy introduced himself with a silly grin. I'm 19, just started college, and barely managed to beat the beginner-level holographic beast challenge last week. Are you a freshman at Shu University? Xiao Rong teased with a grin. Shu University's martial arts program isn't great, but keep it up. Thanks. The boy's face turned red with embarrassment. Xiao Rong then turned her gaze to Long Yuan, her eyes settling on the veteran. Is this guy a rookie? She asked. The veteran was taken aback. Why me? You just don't look very strong, she replied. The veteran was speechless and pointed at Wang Xian. Sorry, but this guy over here is the rookie. Xiao Rong looked surprised. Really? Doesn't seem like it. The others also glanced over curiously. Xiao Rong looked Wang Xian up and down and smiled. This handsome guy here gives off a really strong vibe. Wang Xian smiled wryly. Your instincts are sharp, worthy of a top student from first high. Reaching the 8th holographic beast challenge in just a week is about 80% of my ability. The veteran burst into laughter. Looks like students from first high are pretty impressive after all. At that moment, an alarm sounded throughout the train. Attention, a swarm of frank blood bees is approaching the train, located between cars 3 and 4. Approximately 200 in number. The train will immediately reduce speed and proceed cautiously. Martial artists in car 3, please move to the roof and prepare for battle. The train had been traveling for several hours. Long Yuan paused to think, somewhat surprised that it was such a weak type of beast. They're labeled as franked, but their vitality is only around 7 or 8, and their speed is comparable to that of a newly advanced level 1 martial artist. The only issue is their large numbers. The captain in black mulled it over and suggested, how about letting the rookies handle it? Blood bees are mutated local wildlife, not true relic beasts, so they're quite different. Sounds good, Xiao Rong said excitedly, glancing at Ah Bing and Wang Xian. Let's make it a little competition. Consider it a warm-up appetizer before entering the relic. Plus, we can earn some battle merits. In unregulated areas, beast attacks on trains were a common occurrence. Typically, the soldiers on board would handle them, but if the numbers were overwhelming, they would enlist the help of the passengers. After eliminating the attacking beasts, participants would be awarded battle merits. These merits were highly valuable, as they could be exchanged with the military for battlefield martial arts techniques, secret skills, genetic enhancement methods, and more. They were considered a rare form of currency. All right then, Wang Feng, why don't you give it a try? Long Yuan said. Go for it, Xiao Fengzi. Don't hold back. A twin-tailed girl rubbed her hands together, looking at Wang Xian with a slightly infatuated expression. She laughed and added, if you get hurt, he'll take care of you. She even reached out and made a grabbing motion in the air. Wang Xian, he replied helplessly. Come on, sis, tone it down a bit. The twin-tailed girl's specialty wasn't offense or defense, but a unique ability called Liuli Hands. Her foundational martial art was a rare healing-based yuan energy technique known as the vital energy method. Whenever she activated the technique, massaging acupoints with her hands, she could rapidly stimulate the yuan energy within a martial artist's body, accelerating recovery from injuries and restoring combat strength. The train came to a slow halt, and the three swiftly climbed onto the roof. In the distance, countless red dots of light were moving rapidly. As the lights approached, the group finally saw clearly these were blood bees, each the size of a fist, with needle-like sharp stingers and wings that shimmered with a crimson hue. Their flight speed was astonishing, reaching up to 20 meters per second, comparable to the speed of a first-tier martial artist. Ordinary people couldn't even track their movements with the naked eye. Be careful, the veteran warned from the window. Though these blood bees are fast, their defense is fragile. However, their stingers are incredibly lethal, with accuracy rivaling a sniper rifle. If you get stung more than 5 times, even a first-tier martial artist would collapse from exhaustion. If either of you get stung 3 times, come back for treatment immediately. You know so much? The black-clad captain asked in surprise. Get stung over a dozen times, and you'll know just as much, the veteran replied flatly, though a hint of bitterness lingered in his tone. The black-clad captain patted the veteran on the shoulder. Don't worry, our Bing is strong. Taking down 10 or 20 blood bees shouldn't be a problem. His thick skin can probably handle 5 or 6 stings without issue. If his movements are precise, he'll only take 1 or 2 hits at most. The slipper-clad captain chuckled. In my estimation, our Xiao Rong could take down 50 blood bees and only get stung twice unless she pushes herself too hard. I don't buy it. The black-clad captain shook his head. A rookie taking down that many? In the end, it'll be up to us to step in. The slipper-clad captain simply smiled without replying. Long Yuan pondered for a moment. The rookie in our team, I don't know much about him. He's probably not as skilled as the 2 in your team. He truly knew very little about Wang Feng. Only that he had passed the beginner-level holographic intelligent beast challenge and specialized in blade techniques with first-tier agility. No worries, rookies all start out like this, the black-clad captain said with a grin. Look, Bing is making his move. The young man, Bing, charged into the swarm of blood bees without hesitation, wielding twin hammers. Roar! He let out a thunderous shout, swinging his hammers with the force of a storm, completely ignoring defense and relying solely on brute strength to attack. Though he was stung several times within moments, the usually shy youth managed to take down over 20 blood bees with his unique hammer technique and ferocious roar. What a brute! Xiao Rong sighed softly, shaking her head. She then drew a long spear and leaped gracefully into the swarm. Her spear danced like a dragon, and in the blink of an eye, over 10 blood bees were caught in the flurry of her spear strikes, shattering like falling leaves. That's the 1,000 army spear technique, the black-clad captain exclaimed in shock. No wonder you said she could take down over 50 blood bees. This is battlefield martial arts, highly effective in group combat. That move, sweeping the 1,000 armies, has at least reached the minor mastery level. What's even more impressive is that she's using an ordinary spear, not a specialized combat weapon. Only then did Long Yuan and the others realize Xiao Rong's exceptional skill. After all, martial artists who practice spear techniques were already rare, and while the 1,000 army spear was considered a foundational spear technique, it was a true battlefield martial art. The foundational martial arts techniques, typically exclusive to the military for exchange, were unavailable to schools. Looks like another young master, the veteran remarked with a faint smile, assuming the newcomer was here for training. The group nodded in agreement, seemingly finding the reasoning plausible. Eventually, their gazes turned toward Wang Xian. Standing atop the train, Wang Xian drew a short blade and faced the swarming blood bees calmly and methodically. His movements were neither hurried nor sluggish, and his blade was sharp, yet unassuming. For every blood bee that approached, he killed it. When 2 came, he felled them both. Though his pace was slow, he employed no martial arts techniques, exuding a sense of simplicity that was oddly captivating. Long Yuan frowned slightly, pondering. His blade technique seems unusually advanced. How advanced? The veteran asked. Hard to tell, possibly, at level 3, Long Yuan replied. The flip-flop wearing captain's expression turned more serious as he commended. Impressive. He's got solid fundamentals. Long Yuan was momentarily stunned, thinking, only level 3? No wonder I can't gauge it properly, it's the same level as mine. Naturally, it's harder for me to judge. Time passed slowly. After slaughtering over 60 blood bees with her sweeping attacks, Xiao Rong returned to the carriage, clutching her arm, exhausted and drained of energy. Not bad, right? She said proudly, but was met with silence. Instead of praise, she noticed everyone in the carriage crowded by the windows, their expressions tense. Even the injured soldier lying down had half his head sticking out, his wide eyes staring intently. What's going on? She approached the window, her breath catching slightly. Outside, the newcomer Wang Feng was still standing in place, surrounded by a downpour of blood bees. Yet his short blade moved like an umbrella, its sharp, precise arcs slicing through every bee that came near. Each blood bee he struck was cleanly severed into 2 symmetrical halves at the midsection. The scene was both precise and elegant. At this moment, Wong Xien was deeply immersed in refining his secret technique. The fusion of his memory crystal and neural pathways was accelerating. With every blood bee he killed, his understanding of the creature's anatomy grew, and his experience surged. Though relying on blood bees to advance his butcher's beast dissection technique wasn't the most efficient method, the sheer quantity would inevitably lead to progress. Through the integration of his memory crystal and neural pathways, Wang Xian could sense his mastery of the technique improving. The progress of butcher's beast dissection was tightly connected to the variety and number of beasts slain. He calculated that killing 200 blood bees should bring his memory crystal's fusion rate to 3, after which further progress would plateau. Thus, he resolved not to let a single one escape. As the slaughter continued, the short blade in Wang Xian's hand became increasingly soaked in blood. Subtle strands of energy seeped from the blood bees' corpses. Though the spiritual energy they contained was too sparse, perhaps even 200 bees couldn't rival the effects of a few breaths in the Wind Falcon's disaster zone. Still, any gain was better than none. Spiritual energy, as a form of cosmic power, was notoriously difficult to replenish. Wang Xian had refrained from using the spiritual energy stored in the divine meridian he had cultivated precisely for this reason. Once depleted, it couldn't be restored. This cosmic energy could amplify martial techniques several-fold, granting overwhelming dominance among Blue Star warriors. It was his ultimate trump card. For now, he resolved to absorb whatever he could. The sparse spiritual energy was subtle enough to go unnoticed by others. After killing over 100 blood bees, Wang Xian's blade began to slow slightly, with around 100 bees remaining. Sensing this, several teams prepared to climb onto the train to assist. The black-clad captain even called out, "Brother, that's enough. Leave the rest to us, we'll help you finish them off." But before he could finish, Wang Xian shouted, "Stay back. Don't steal my experience points." With that, his short blade swept out in a storm-like arc. The blood-drenched blade transformed into a flurry of star-like shadows, cutting down the remaining 100 or so blood bees in an instant, determined not to let anyone else claim even one. The air filled with fragments of dismembered bodies, forming a bloody circle around him. Inside the carriage, the black-clad captain and the flip-flop-wearing captain exchanged bewildered looks with Long Yuan's group. The black-clad captain pointed at the unharmed Wang Xian, his mouth twitching. "You call that a rookie?" Long Yuan, the veteran, the crew-cut man, and the twin-tailed girl exchanged speechless glances, unable to respond. "You've killed about 200 blood bees, and 20 points of merit have been recorded on your magnetic crystal card." On the train, a staff member in military uniform handed a translucent card to Wang Xian. Even before reaching the ruins, he had already earned 20 merit points. A veteran nearby pointed at Wang Xian, grumbling in disbelief. "Kid, there's no way you're a rookie." "Xiao Feng, spill a tear, you some young master from a wealthy family." Wang Xian retorted. "If I were a young master, my family would at least hire a few second-realm martial artists." He smiled helplessly and said, "Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm just a first-realm martial artist. Really didn't mean to trouble you all, too bad." Feng didn't even get stung a few times. The veterans bantered and teased each other while recalling the earlier scene, feeling a wave of shock within. This was especially true for the other 2 squads, who couldn't help but feel deeply deceived. The captain in black felt a strong sense of malice directed at him from the freelance martial artists, and thought to himself, "Seriously? Don't go around calling someone who can effortlessly accomplish something that even the 4 of us university students can't do a rookie. That's just unfair to us college kids." He knew very well that Wang Xian had single-handedly killed 200 blood bees, with the final strike being an instantaneous kill. His blade technique was so refined, it bordered on perfection. Even university students in their sophomore or junior years who practiced the flowing blade technique might not reach his level. "This kid is pretty impressive." The captain in sandals rubbed his stubbly chin, remembering that Xiao Rong had only managed to kill 50 or so, just a quarter of Wang Xian's tally. He teased, "Captain, come on, don't use your elementary school math skills to measure a martial artist like me." Xiao Rong, holding her magnetic crystal card, noticed it now contained 5 merit points. For a rookie, earning 5 merit points before even entering the ruins or the unregulated zone was already remarkable. According to military regulations, killing a single beast with a life force in the double digits would earn 5 to 10 merit points. 50 blood bees were roughly equivalent to 10 beasts with higher life force levels in the ruins. Reaching this level meant she could already contribute to output in grade ruins, a feat no rookie could achieve. But someone even stronger had appeared. Those 5 merit points now seemed somewhat insignificant. Xiao Rong's eyes showed a hint of thoughtfulness. She admitted to herself, "He's definitely a bit better than me." But she secretly felt relieved, thinking, "Luckily, no one at my school is this strong yet." Xiao Rong smiled confidently. Well, maybe there was someone, but they were still slightly behind. Young martial artists who could join a club were indeed remarkable. When traveling, it was best not to casually mention your school. "Oh, I almost forgot." The group chatted about this and that. About 10 hours later, they arrived at their first stop, the Shadow Wolf Cavern. Only one squad disembarked. It was the one led by the aloof young master. As expected, no other squads accompanied them to the Shadow Wolf Cavern. In the 3 train carriages, the other squad captains all smirked and shook their heads. Shortly after passing the Shadow Wolf Cavern, the surrounding terrain grew desolate. Another 10 hours later, the train encountered a beast attack. This time, the beasts were stronger, nearing a grade strength. As a result, soldiers from the train and 2 squads from the second carriage, mostly second realm martial artists, were deployed to handle the situation. After this incident, the train finally returned to normalcy. By the 24th hour of their journey, they finally arrived at their destination, the Graveyard of Blades. The Bone Blade Tomb, an F-class small relic, is renowned for its 3 distinctive terrains. In the Forest of White Bones, countless skeletal remains of exotic beasts and warriors intertwine, forming an eerie stone forest. These bones, infected by the beast's essence, can freely fuse together, transforming into unique bone beast weapons. Most of these creatures boast vitality exceeding 15 points, with advanced ones reaching an astonishing 50 points. The Blood-Weeping Pool is a crimson lake spanning 100 meters in diameter, with blade puppets corrupted by malevolent energy buried at its bottom. The lake's surface is adorned with ever-burning ghostly flames, which possess a highly corrosive effect on ordinary materials. When the blade puppets emerge and are touched by the flames, their vitality can surge to over 60 points. The Broken Blade Cliff lies in the deepest part of the Bone Blade Tomb, a perilous precipice inhabited by iron-eating worms that feed on metal. These creatures have spent years devouring the weapons embedded in the cliffside. Interestingly, as long as no weapons are drawn, the worms remain unaware of one's presence, making this area relatively safe. Many social media-savvy warriors consider this spot a must-visit, marveling at the tomb's unique Spectacle Blade Mountain and Sword Sea. At the entrance, 3 teams parted ways. The Long Yuan team headed for the Forest of White Bones. The Slippers captain decided to challenge the blade puppets in the Blood-Weeping Pool, while the black-clad captain planned to enjoy the breathtaking view of the Broken Blade Cliff first. The Bone Blade Tomb has multiple entrances, and choosing the right one can save a considerable amount of time. Once inside the relic, gravity began to shift. This is a typical characteristic of an F-class relic. Although the change was subtle, it was enough to make one feel the oppressive weight of 4 to 5 times normal gravity. Wang Xian walked second in line, his gaze fixed on Long Yuan ahead of him. He pondered silently, thinking that if everything unfolded as expected, the Long Yuan before him would discover and unlock a special hidden door during this exploration. This would lead him to obtain the bloodthirsty blade, after which he would embark on a killing spree, ultimately becoming the infamous Blade Demon of Western Shu in later generations. However, the critical question remained. How did Long Yuan discover and unlock a hidden door that had eluded so many other warriors? Hidden doors and relics are essentially spatial rifts, often closely tied to the relic's history and rules, with activation methods that are often bizarre and unpredictable. Even more unsettling is the fact that what happens after opening one is entirely unknown. Wang Xian knew little about Long Yuan. According to the information provided by the club, Long Yuan's background seemed straightforward: an orphan, a school dropout, self-taught, and later inexplicably recruited into the Heavenly Blade Club. Yet, such apparent simplicity often concealed deeper complexities. As Wang Xian was lost in thought, Long Yuan suddenly spoke. "Wang Feng, you've been practicing the butcher's beast dissection technique, haven't you?" Wang Xian was momentarily startled but then nodded in acknowledgement. The deduction wasn't surprising, as they were all contracted warriors of the same club and had mastered this secret technique. The other team members exchanged knowing looks with Wang Xian. Long Yuan's lips curled slightly into a smirk as he said, "In that case, when we reach the Forest of White Bones, you can take care of most of the bone beasts." We'll handle the aftermath. You're new. After all, it's good to get more practice. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and replied modestly. How could I possibly refuse? You've all been helping me out so much. Xiao Fengzi, you're too polite, said the seasoned fighter with a smile. If you don't mind the effort, it's us who should feel embarrassed. Once we're done with the bone soldiers, let's head to the white bone forest and take on the blade puppets. Long Yuan added. Dissecting different beasts helps the crystal fusion process move faster. Though the blade puppets are a bit trickier, don't worry, we've got your back. The twin-tailed girl and the crew-cut boy nodded confidently. Wang Xian acknowledged with a simple response, and the group stepped into the white bone forest. The moment they entered, the harsh sound of bones grinding against each other echoed from all directions. Wang Xian gave a slight nod to the others before charging ahead. The bone soldiers were peculiar beasts, devoid of flesh, consisting solely of skeletal frames. Their bone structures were remarkably precise, hardened over years of absorbing the world's energy and faint malevolent aura, making them nearly indestructible. While not particularly powerful, these creatures wielded weapons, though their sluggish reactions were a notable weakness. As Wang Xian entered the fray, he was like a wolf among sheep. Though his speed couldn't match his earlier encounters with the blood wasps, his exceptional blade techniques and agile movements allowed him to navigate the skeletal battlefield with ease, like a dragon weaving through chaos. His mastery of blade techniques had already surpassed the third stage, significantly amplifying his combat prowess. His flowing water blade technique was nearing perfection, needing only a worthy opponent to truly test its limits. The unique bone structures of the bone soldiers accelerated his progress in the dissection technique training. Taking down one bone soldier yielded the same benefits as slaying 10 blood wasps. Wang Xian understood that if they could clear this entire forest of bone soldiers, his skill progression could advance by approximately 10%. These relic beasts were no ordinary foes. The bone soldiers' unique nature caused faint strands of malevolent energy to dissipate upon their defeat. As he fought, Wang Xian pondered, thinking to himself, the more I kill, the closer I might get to forging a second divine meridian. Yet, he was keenly aware that, out of the 8 extraordinary meridians, he had only cultivated one so far. There was still a long way to go. Meanwhile, his teammates trembled slightly as they observed the battle. Wang Xian, wielding his short blade, dove into the swarm of dozens of bone soldiers like a dragon playing amidst shrimps, seemingly born for battle. Not a single bone soldier could lay a finger on him. His short blade, as if imbued with its own spirit, cut through the air, painting a breathtaking and fearsome spectacle. The most remarkable part was that Wang Xian wasn't using any advanced martial arts techniques, only basic blade techniques. What he demonstrated was pure mastery of the dissection technique. Wherever his blade struck, the bone soldiers disintegrated into piles of pure white bones. At the edge of the battlefield, the veteran murmured, if this wasn't a bone beast but just an frank exotic beast, I'd seriously doubt he's even a first or second realm warrior. His tone carried a hint of reverence, as though the opponent before him was a battle-hardened master. The crew-cut guy and twin-tails girl wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in unison. Long Yuan silently observed the scene, saying nothing. The battle raged on for an entire day, and the memory crystal's fusion rate astonishingly reached 15%, far exceeding Wang Xian's expectations. Although the fight itself wasn't particularly exhilarating, Wang Xian felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. After all, battles on the alien battlefield could last for months, and since his rebirth a few months ago, this was the most gratifying combat he'd experienced. Sparring with others always required some restraint, but in the boundless martial virtual world, he could unleash his full power without holding back. As night fell, the twin-tails girl began inspecting Wang Feng's injuries. Unable to hold back, she teased, little brother, you've been fighting all day, and you only ended up with a scratch? You're making me look useless here. Could you at least get hurt a little? A wound on your arm, chest, or thigh would be acceptable. Her playful tone carried a hint of fascination, as though she was tempted to peel off Wang Feng's clothes and give him a thorough massage. Meanwhile, the crew-cut guy, his hands resting on the back of his head, reflected on the earlier battle with a sigh. This time was so much easier. The last few times, we were completely exhausted, and we couldn't even scavenge a few bone fragments. However, the bone beasts of the white bone forest were nearly wiped out now. He thought to himself that under normal circumstances, it would take an elite first realm team at least 2 or 3 days to clear this area. The white bone forest must be some sort of graveyard, right? The veteran suddenly remarked, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. But I don't see any inscriptions. I wonder what was buried here in the past. The crew-cut guy stood up and began recounting a tale. It said that this bone blade burial ground was once a grand tomb, holding the remains of an unknown entity. Every generation, there was a guardian of the tomb, someone with immense power but also cursed to eventually die here, transforming into a monster that retained memories of their past life. The veteran seemed to have some knowledge of this and asked, the type of monster you're talking about, would that be the blade puppets from the blood pool? The crew cut guy nodded. Exactly. Blade puppets are humanoid exotic beasts formed from the mutated corpses of human warriors. They're tougher to fight than typical frank exotic beasts. But they have one fatal weakness: if you pierce their mouths, you can kill them instantly. That's what makes the Bone Blade burial ground relatively manageable. He continued. Over the years, the Bone Blade burial ground has seen only one significant change, and that was decades ago. Wang Xian's curiosity was piqued. What kind of change? The crew cut guy's voice carried a mix of tension and anticipation as he replied. Among the blade puppets in the blood pool, a rare active blade puppet appeared. The crew cut man lowered his voice mysteriously and explained to the group. The so-called active blade puppets are those that retain the intelligence they had before death. While their bodies have decayed, their brains remain sharp. Recalling his knowledge of the grave of blade puppets, he continued. These puppets not only possess bodies as powerful as exotic beasts, but they can also perform peak-level human martial arts. Even at the strength of just one realm, they are enough to strike fear into anyone. The group gasped in shock and asked in unison. They can actually use human martial arts? Narrowing his eyes, the crew cut man replied gravely. That's right, and their strength is formidable. It's said that back in the day, it took the sacrifice of several squads just to take down a single active blade puppet. Wong Xien pondered silently to himself. Active blade puppets? That was something from decades ago. The twin-tailed girl shook her head and interjected. The world is completely different now. Back then, many human martial artists were still practicing old martial arts, relying solely on techniques to temper their bodies. Nowadays, more and more martial artists are born with innate talents. With those talents enhancing their abilities, the power of old martial arts is nothing compared to what it used to be. If it were now, a single squad should be able to handle an active blade puppet. Long Yuan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Not necessarily. Don't forget one important rule about relics: dynamic changes. What if one of those blade puppets turned out to have martial arts talent as well? The group gasped again, acknowledging the gravity of the possibility. Over the next 2 days, they wiped out all the remaining skeletal beasts in the Forest of Bones. On the third day, the group arrived at the pool of weeping blood. As they approached the lakeside, a heavy stench of blood assaulted their senses. Suddenly, a loud roar mixed with a foul wind jolted their senses. Before long, Wang Xian spotted blade puppets floating on the crimson water of the pool. Their faces were so decayed they were unrecognizable, their bodies covered in festering flesh, and each carried a massive, rusted blade on their backs. Same routine, as always. I'll go first. If I get tired, you can take over, Wang Xian said as he charged forward. The fresh scent of a living human immediately drew the attention of over a dozen blade puppets, who lunged at him. As Wang Xian fought them off, he assessed their strength. He thought to himself, they're definitely stronger than before, but still far from a true human martial artist. In battle, martial artists rely on more than just their bodies, they rely on their minds. These puppets may have powerful bodies, but they lack the agility of thought. Even so, the immense gap in vitality meant that Wang Xian couldn't come out of the fight unscathed this time. Yet, as his skill in dismantling enemies grew, he methodically dismembered the blade puppets one by one. Just as Wang Xian finished off a batch of blade puppets, a terrified shout suddenly rang out in the distance. Run! Everyone turned toward the direction of the voice and saw the sandal-wearing squad leader and his partner sprinting toward them, carrying the unconscious Xiao Rong in their arms. Chasing closely behind was a blade puppet with a sinister grin in its eyes, wielding twin blades and stepping across the blood-streaked waves of phosphorescent fire. Behind the active blade puppet, a dozen more blade puppets followed closely, clustering around it like subordinates. An active blade puppet. This was unbelievable. The seasoned members exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with confusion. It was hard to believe that an active blade puppet actually existed. I'll handle the big one, Wang Xian said firmly, scanning his teammates. Captain, can you cover them? No problem, right? This is an active blade puppet. Give me 30 seconds, he added. Wang Xian nodded slightly, and the others did the same, silently calculating 30 seconds should be enough. Wang Xian charged forward, switching his short blade for a long sword, and stood his ground steadily. The active blade puppet was immediately drawn to him, letting out a sinister laugh as it lunged toward him. Wang Xian remained motionless, closing his eyes as he thought deeply. The flowing blade technique, I should have already perfected it by now, right? His palm lightly brushed the blade's surface as countless techniques played out in his mind, all merging seamlessly into his body. Alright then, let's see the pinnacle of mastery wave roar of the universe. Suddenly, Wang Xian's eyes snapped open, and he leaped into the air. Falling leaves froze midair, while his frosted blade wove afterimages of cold light. 5 arcs of blade energy unfolded in cascading layers, crashing forward like waves of the East Sea pounding against a cliff, one wave barely subsiding before another surged forth. The force of the blade was as heavy as black iron, plunging deep into the abyss. Wave roar of the universe. As the fifth slash struck, Faint frost cracks appeared along the blade's edge, and the air erupted with a sound like fabric tearing in midair. Before the active blade puppet could even counterattack, the wave of blade energy transformed into a bronze prison, collapsing with a thunderous crash. The foul stench from the puppet's decaying flesh was shredded into fine mist by the blade's force. In an instant, the active blade puppet was dismembered into a pile of decayed meat under the relentless assault of the blade waves. Only its eyeball remained on the ground, still holding the eerie grin it had in life. At that moment, the other teammates had just regrouped with the slipper-wearing captain and Xiao Rong. Seeing the aftermath, they were utterly dumbfounded. Weren't you supposed to hold it off for 30 seconds? How did you manage to kill it in 30 seconds instead? Blade puppets with vitality above 70 far surpass ordinary ones. While they possess a certain degree of intelligence, it remains limited. Wang Xian relied on his mastery of the art of dissection and his unparalleled flowing blade technique, adhering firmly to a philosophy of striking to kill in one blow. He had no interest in entangling with these exotic beasts and sought only to end battles in the quickest, most efficient manner. Though such a strategy carried risks, the greater the danger, the more focused Wang Xian became. This allowed his flowing blade technique to reach its peak, effortlessly cutting down his opponents with a single strike. However, a sense of doubt crept into his mind. In Xiao Rong's team, the sandal-wearing captain was clearly a two-realm martial artist. By all accounts, someone of that caliber shouldn't have been forced to flee by a single active blade puppet. Just then, someone in the group suddenly grew alert and shouted, "Watch out! The active blade puppet can explode." Spread out quickly. The group swiftly retreated as the dismembered puppet's body ignited with phosphorescent flames, erupting in mushroom-like blood mist. The explosion reverberated, and a dense, malevolent aura engulfed Wang Xian's figure. The group was shaken to their core by the sight. Within the blood mist, Wang Xian seemed lost in thought, realizing that the active blade puppet harbored such intense malevolent energy rivaling even the aura of the Wind Falcon. Yet, its strength was only at the first realm. This spiritual malevolence was not innate to the puppet itself. Could it be that a beast comparable to the Wind Falcon was buried here? Wang Xian silently pondered. If true, his visit here was undoubtedly the right choice. Even without obtaining the cursed blade, the spiritual malevolence alone could allow him to forge several divine veins. Otherwise, relying solely on killing first-realm beasts to absorb spiritual malevolence would take an inordinate amount of time. Wang Xian sealed off his five senses, letting his soul divine vein circulate slowly as it absorbed the spiritual malevolence from the blood mist. Moments later, he emerged from the mist, his face pale and his body visibly drained. The group in the distance cheered in relief and amazement, astonished that he had survived the explosion. Long Yuan's eyes gleamed with an odd light as he rushed forward to catch the staggering Wang Xian. "You took down an active blade puppet with one strike and still made it out alive? Are you all right?" he asked in astonishment. "Just barely. I don't think I can fight anymore," Wang Xian replied with a faint smile, his voice weak. At that moment, a twin-tailed girl approached, her expression filled with concern. "Little brother, come here. Let your big sister heal you," she said gently. However, her energy-transmitting technique couldn't neutralize the malevolent aura, so she urged the group to return quickly. Her gaze flicked toward the sandal-wearing captain, her tone turning serious. "This is the second active blade puppet we've encountered. We ran into one yesterday too. Xiao Rong killed dozens of blade puppets, but was ambushed by that active one. If the sandal-wearing captain hadn't saved her at the critical moment, she might not have survived. But no one expected that after the Deathblade puppet was destroyed, it would unleash a massive surge of malevolent energy, causing the contamination level of the Weeping Blood pool to skyrocket. Both Wang Xian and Captain Slippers suffered significant injuries. Wang Xian glanced at Captain Slippers, who nodded solemnly, his expression grave. The last time an active Deathblade puppet appeared was decades ago. Captain Slippers coughed a few times and said in a low voice, "Our luck is terrible this time. We need to get treatment immediately. If the malevolent energy fuses with our bodies, it will alter the genetic chains hidden in our talents, possibly even devouring them. If we end up infected with beast cancer, we're as good as done." Everyone took a sharp breath. Beast cancer is one of the biggest challenges in both the medical and martial arts worlds today. Its cause is relatively straightforward, absorbing the malevolent energy released by various mutant beasts. Once this energy enters the body, there's a high likelihood that the innate power of a martial artist will be consumed, altering their genetic chain and leading to a semi-beast transformation, showing traits of mutant beasts before ultimately being consumed by the malevolent energy. This is why, after the mutant beast attack on Rung City, martial artists below the third realm were prohibited from entering the disaster area. Third realm martial artists can project their vital energy outward to barely resist some of the malevolent energy, but those below the third realm are highly susceptible to infection, ultimately developing beast cancer. This terminal illness, which directly alters genetic material, is nearly incurable in the present day. Many disabled martial artists in rehabilitation centers owe their condition to this devastating disease. Wang Xian, of course, understood this well. In truth, beast cancer is not so much a disease as it is a leap in life form, though 99.99% of people fail in this transformation. This failure occurs because martial artists' bodies cannot withstand the spiritual malevolence. However, due to Wang Xian's practice of the star body refining technique, he had unlocked the divine veins and gained some understanding of spiritual malevolence, allowing him to absorb it for cultivation a rare and absolute success in this leap. Unfortunately, the unique nature of the star body refining technique makes it unsuitable for gifted martial artists, as spiritual malevolence is destructive to innate martial talents. Since Wang Xian lacked martial talent, he was immune to this destruction, making the technique inapplicable to others. Still, in this era, as long as the infection hasn't persisted for too long and the exposure isn't excessive, it is possible to gradually recover with treatment. The veteran urged, "We need to leave the ruins and wait for the return train outside. Staying here any longer gives me a really bad feeling." This unease seemed to weigh on everyone, especially the veteran, who had experienced many ruin explorations and clearly trusted his instincts. Thankfully, the crewcut man suddenly spoke. "These active Deathblade puppets don't seem to have the martial talent the captain mentioned. It seems the dynamic evolution rules don't apply to every ruin." Martial talent in a Deathblade puppet? Captain Slippers froze for a moment. How could such a puppet exist? Would it still even be a puppet? "I don't know." The captain shook his head. The crewcut man thought for a moment. "I suppose it's theoretically possible, but it doesn't seem likely." Hearing this, Wang Xian couldn't help but tease. "Wow, you're really setting up a flag now, aren't you?" Just then, Long Yuan put Wang Xian down and, with a cheerful smile, looked at the group. In a light-hearted tone, he said, "Oh, they exist. They've already appeared." The group immediately tensed up and asked in unison, "Where?" Long Yuan didn't answer directly. Instead, he walked to the side, picked up the twin blades left behind by the Deathblade puppets, and squinted at the group with a sly smile. "I am one." As soon as he finished speaking, a chill ran down everyone's spine, and they shivered. "Brother Yuan, don't joke about something so horrifying." Twin Tails quickly interjected, her face pale. Long Yuan said nothing, letting out a long howl instead. In an instant, the weeping blood pool seemed to boil. One by one, Deathblade puppets emerged from the blood-red lake as if responding to a command. The group's pupils shrank to pinpoints, unable to believe what they were witnessing. How many years had it been? Long Yuan's gaze landed on Wang Xian, his voice turning deep and coarse. "Heaven hasn't abandoned the Tomb Guardian clan, letting me find such a perfect scabbard." Ha ha. As he spoke, an ominous and decaying blade aura surged from Long Yuan, withering the surrounding weeds and filling the air with death, resembling the Deathblade puppets in every way except for his unchanged appearance. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes, his guard up. "Run!" the veteran shouted angrily, realizing that Long Yuan's target was Wang Xian. Wang Xian's heart tightened as he prepared to flee, but Long Yuan laughed maniacally. "Where can you go? After slaughtering bone beast soldiers all day, I've already been affected by the malevolent energy. Today, I absorbed the Deathblade puppet's energy as well. It's already inside me. You're all doomed. Without the blood of new era martial artists, the demon blade will never awaken." Long Yuan's voice grew fainter, echoing in the air. Wang Xian felt a slight tremor in his heart. So it was him, Long Yuan, the one who obtained the bloodthirsty blade in his previous life. This wasn't just someone with the same name. What kind of demonic blade was this? The veterans present couldn't comprehend, but they knew one thing. The Long Yuan standing before them now was no longer the same as before. A living blade puppet with martial arts talent? What kind of monster was that? Wang Xian stepped forward nonchalantly, waving his hand behind him, signaling for the others to leave quickly. "No way." The three with buzz cuts gritted their teeth. "He's right," the flip-flop-wearing leader said, casting a heavy glance at Wang Xian. "If we don't leave now, we're all going to die here. If we can escape the ruins, make it to the next station, and wait for the train to return, we might still have a chance to inform the soldiers and get them to intervene. Otherwise, I can't even begin to imagine what will happen next." As a second realm martial artist, his foresight far surpassed that of the first realm veterans. He had already sensed the eerie abnormality of the skeletal blade graveyard. Wang Xian waved his hand again, his tone resolute. "Go now." The group clenched their teeth. The buzzcut man turned back as he ran, shouting, "Xiao Fengzi." Long Yuan is a master of dual blades. His innate talent lies in his ice and extremely rare advanced ability called the Insightful Eye. It allows him to see a martial artist's physical structure and pinpoint their weaknesses instantly, especially the flaws in their techniques. Also, his best blade technique is the 8-slash blade from the basic blade arts, which he's perfected to the pinnacle. The buzzcut man seemed to know Long Yuan's martial journey inside out. "How do you know so much?" a veteran asked in surprise. "Back at the club, Brother Yuan was kind of my idol," the buzzcut man said in a low voice. His blade skills were unmatched. He was diligent and eager to learn, often guiding us mercenaries who were terrible at blade techniques. He was really good to us. But why would he become an active blade puppet of the skeletal blade graveyard? The Tomb Guardians, what are they? He didn't know, nor did he dare to think further. All he could do now was run with all his might and pray that the train would return quickly. The group left swiftly, leaving Wang Xian gradually surrounded by blade puppets. Long Yuan looked at Wang Xian, his deep voice carrying a strange undertone. You don't seem surprised at all. Wang Xian thought to himself. To be honest, a little, but not much. After all, in your past life, you were the blade demon of Western Shu who shocked the world. No matter what you've become, it's understandable. Besides, according to the final information from the previous life, Long Yuan's body had been dissected into something neither human nor beast. Becoming a living blade puppet with martial arts talent now actually makes more sense. But it doesn't matter, you're as good as dead anyway. Long Yuan's twin blades danced as he suddenly leaped into the air, charging at Wang Xian like a bolt of lightning. The 8-blade, wind-breaking continuous strike. The twin blades moved like crescents, connecting seamlessly. Blade light fell like arcs of a moon, carving out an almost tangible brilliance of unparalleled sharpness. In nearly a single breath, 8 continuous slashes descended in succession. As a blade art focused on chain strikes, the 8-blade could reach up to 8 consecutive slashes. Once executed, its power multiplied, making it nearly unavoidable. The only option was to take it hidden, though doing so was incredibly difficult. At this moment, Long Yuan, who was nearing the strength of a second-realm martial artist, unleashed this perfected 8-blade. Combined with his blade puppet-like physical prowess, it exuded an overwhelming force that seemed to obliterate everything in its path. Wong Xien remained silent, gripping his long blade as he swung it gently, unleashing a technique called Tempest in the Shadows. Instantly, the curtain of rain transformed into blade shadows, and the overwhelming energy of the blades surged forward like an unending stream. 2 distinct waves of blade energy collided in midair, erupting into a powerful shockwave that sent the surrounding blade puppets staggering and tumbling. As the dust began to settle, Long Yuan stood in place, his twin blades trembling slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. You shouldn't have the strength to fight back. You've been infected by malevolent energy and have fought continuously. A mere warrior with a vitality of less than 10. How could you possibly wield such power? Indeed, in that clash just now, he had been at a disadvantage, something he deemed nearly impossible. As the shockwave and dust cleared, Wang Xian's figure emerged slowly. A crimson, blood-colored pattern, like a radiant neon glow, rose from beneath his feet, spreading across his back as his entire body exuded a terrifying aura. Gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, Wang Xian felt the surge of power coursing through him. The sensation of unlocking his divine meridian was exhilarating, as if he had finally returned to the peak of his past life. Cosmic energy flowed steadily through his yang linking vessel, spreading throughout his body. Why was unlocking a divine meridian said to rival the strength of genetically gifted warriors? Because once the latent cosmic energy within a divine meridian was activated, the body could unleash an extraordinary power comparable to breaking the genetic lock of a gifted warrior. This was the very foundation that had allowed him in his past life to use old martial arts to ascend to the 8th realm and even spar with 9th realm martial gods. He had walked the path of old martial arts alone, and at that time, on Blue Star, there wasn't even a grandmaster of the 7th realm in old martial arts. Just like now, with a vitality of barely over 6, unlocking the cosmic energy within his yang linking vessel instantly multiplied his vitality several times over. And this was only the result of unlocking a single divine meridian. Combined with the immense power of cosmic energy, any martial technique he executed would be exponentially enhanced. With this dual amplification, he was able to easily repel Long Yuan with a single move, despite the vast difference in vitality. Witnessing this power at this moment, Wang Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He moved like a meteor, his blade like a raging dragon. The pinnacle of his flowing water blade technique, amplified by cosmic energy, made every strike feel as though it carried the weight of a mountain. With one move, roaring tides overturned the heavens. He sent Long Yuan retreating 100 steps, his entire body covered in countless blade wounds. Even the twin active puppet blades Long Yuan wielded snapped under the sheer force, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. In just a few moves, Long Yuan's injuries worsened significantly. His eyes seemed to reflect the spinning of invisible gears as his thoughts raced wildly. Impossible. Impossible. There's not a single flaw. What on earth is inside your body? Those golden, glowing threads. It's the unlocked divine meridian. Though it's only one for now, it's enough to dazzle you, Wang Xian thought to himself. However, once the divine meridians of the 8 extraordinary meridians were fully formed and merged into one, hidden within the physical body, even when activated, such advanced martial talent might not be discernible. Just unlocking the meridians was no easy feat with the help of that vial of energy crystal water. and the 4 million he had invested, nearly 10 million in total, had finally unlocked all 8 meridians. As for the excruciating pain endured during the process, he had long since cast it aside. At that moment, realizing he was no match, Long Yuan suddenly leaped into the blood pool, thinking to himself, "If you want to kill me, it won't be that easy." Wong Xien took a deep breath. It became clear that Long Yuan was about to open the secret door of this place. As expected, it seemed that his discovery in a past life was not accidental but deliberate. Being the blade puppet of this place, he naturally knew the long-sealed and hidden secrets here. Wang Xian did not stop him, as his goal was also the cursed blade. If he had to open the secret door himself, it would likely take a great deal of effort to locate it. Moments after Long Yuan submerged into the blood pool, the surface of the lake began to churn, and a deep rumbling sound came from beneath the ground, as though something had been unlocked. At the same time, the blood-red water began to recede. Countless blade puppets froze in place, trembling as they knelt down in reverence, facing the bottom of the lake as if in worship. Soon after, the lake's water disappeared entirely, revealing an ancient blood-copper gate at the bottom. The gate was engraved with the image of a colossal primordial beast, its mouth open as if to devour the heavens, exuding an aura of destruction. Long Yuan stood at the entrance and slowly pushed the gate open. The trembling of the blade puppets grew more intense, as if they were terrified of what lay beyond the gate. As the door creaked open, a sliver of blade energy escaped. The blade puppets instantly went berserk, howling and fleeing in all directions. Long Yuan sneered, "If you run now, there's still time." With that, he stepped through the gate. Wang Xian, of course, had no intention of fleeing. If Long Yuan were to acquire the cursed blade and continue to grow unchecked, it would undoubtedly lead to even greater trouble. Without hesitation, Wang Xian leapt forward, landing precisely in front of the gate, and stepped through. The moment Wang Xian entered the gate, the ancient blood-copper door mysteriously sank back into the lake bed. The blood-red water rose once more, and everything vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, in a mysterious space, Wang Xian found himself surrounded by broken blades and shattered swords. Countless warriors, some standing, kneeling, or crawling, appeared frozen like statues, as if this was a true graveyard of the fallen. This was the hidden space beyond the secret door of the Bone Blade tomb from his past life. At the forefront, an ancient blade of crimson and black hovered midair, emanating a tangible and menacing bloodlust from its surface. By now, Long Yuan had reached the blade. Taking a deep breath, he gently grasped the cursed blade. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically, and visible blood-red demonic flames rose from his body. If Wang Xian had been capable of holding his own against Long Yuan before, perhaps even overpowering him, now that Long Yuan wielded the cursed blade, his strength had ascended to the second realm and was still climbing. Under normal circumstances, with only one divine vein activated, Wang Xian had little chance of victory. "You really had the nerve to follow me here. I'm impressed," Long Yuan said, his voice returning to normal. His gaze fell on Wang Xian, with a hint of reminiscence, though it seemed this was the end of the road. Wang Xian's expression remained calm and unshaken as he looked back at him. So, you know about the Bloodthirst Blade? I didn't expect that," Long Yuan said, startled. In that very moment, Wang Xian struck. With a swift movement, a gleaming light shot forward like lightning, piercing through the layers of demonic flames and aiming straight for Long Yuan's forehead. The silver streak cut through the air, leaving no trace behind. This was Flying Star Pursues the Moon. Shadows leave no trace, an unerring technique that determines the heavens. The first form of the immortal slaying flying blade art, Shadow Pursuit. After over a week of nurturing, the 3 throwing knives showed some promising results. Wang Xian fixed his gaze on Long Yuan's forehead, his composure unshaken, as though everything was under his control. The first level of the immortal slaying throwing knife technique was not overly complex. The 3 knives, crafted with $1 million investment, boasted material quality comparable to first-tier martial combat gear, perhaps even slightly superior. Although these knives lacked the infusion of spiritual energy and couldn't truly rival combat gear, the sheer financial investment ensured their durability exceeded that of ordinary first-tier martial gear. After all, even a first-tier combat tool costing tens of thousands was considered expensive, whereas these intricately forged knives, valued at $1 million, were naturally extraordinary. After more than a week of nurturing, Wang Xian had engraved them with his blood, and the knives had achieved initial efficacy. At dawn, as the blazing sun rose, he recited an incantation, absorbing the spiritual energy of morning dew. With a swift surge of energy, the silver arc of a throwing knife pierced through Long Yuan's forehead. The knife's shadow was imperceptible, yet the blood-red patterns on its blade had already shattered. Unfortunately, Wang Xian's strike was too swift. The second knife hadn't been launched before Long Yuan froze in place, his aura dissipating. A trace of regret flickered in his eyes. These three throwing knives were Wang Xian's crucial trump card for dealing with dangers beyond his current strength. When all three knives were unleashed together, even a third-tier martial artist wouldn't escape death. Wang Xian's cautious nature ensured he seized the perfect moment, leaving Long Yuan no chance to wield the demon blade or undergo a berserk transformation. Though this single knife was expended, it was well worth the cost, as these weapons were consumables by nature. Wang Xian approached silently but maintained a safe distance, ready to counterattack at any moment. Long Yuan was now kneeling weakly on the ground, his body as fragile as the sculpted swordsman surrounding them. He appeared utterly vulnerable. Wang Xian watched him quietly and asked, "So, was your goal this blade?" Long Yuan did not answer. Instead, he let out a sudden laugh. Despite the piercing wound on his forehead, no blood flowed, and his aura continued to dissipate, consistent with his nature as a living blade puppet. Blade puppets were bloodless constructs, humanoid beasts long since corrupted. Wang Xian, well-versed in the immortal slaying throwing knife technique, knew that the immense force carried by the knife upon penetrating the forehead would have shredded Long Yuan's body. The fact that Long Yuan could still speak clearly indicated he was no longer a living being. Moreover, the demon blade seemed to be imbuing him with a strange power, sustaining him. To Wang Xian's surprise, Long Yuan suddenly tossed the demon blade. It traced a parabolic arc through the air before embedding itself in the ground near Wang Xian. "But think carefully," Long Yuan rasped, his voice hoarse and his time seemingly running out. "Once you take hold of that blade, you will never escape it for the rest of your life." His words, both ominous and foreboding, hinted at an inescapable fate for Wang Xian. Deep in thought, Wang Xian frowned slightly, recalling the deeds of this blade master from Western Shu in his previous life. A vague understanding began to take shape in his mind. Wang Xian reached out without hesitation and grasped the bloodthirsty blade before him. The blade itself was an eerie dual color. The silver edge stood in stark contrast to the blood-red blade. Ancient patterns covered its surface like a complex map, outlining a mysterious design. The most striking feature was at the hilt, where a ferocious beast's mouth was engraved, its open jaws revealing sharp fangs on either side, exuding an aura of savage bloodlust. The lines on the blade resembled veins, connecting the body of the blade to the beastly mouth at the hilt. This unsettling design was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. The moment Wang Xian gripped the handle, a surge of overwhelming will and deep-seated fear engulfed his mind. In his thoughts, a colossal beast suddenly appeared, its massive maw gaping wide as if to devour the heavens and obliterate all in its path. Wang Xian mused to himself, "So that's it. This is the X-class beast, Long Shao Tianzhu. I never expected this blade to have such a profound origin." At the same time, fragments of ancient memories began unlocking from within the blade, flooding into Wang Xian's consciousness. He calmly absorbed these revelations, deciphering their meanings one by one. X-class beasts, with power comparable to an 8th realm martial artist, were the kings among their kind. Wang Xian recalled catastrophic events from his past life, including the devastation caused by two X-class beasts in the eastern seas, where they unleashed towering waves that annihilated countless lives on Blue Star. Inside the demonic blade resided a sliver of will from an X-class beast. The history of this beast stretched back to ancient times. Though not as formidable back then as it would later become, it was already a fearsome creature. Periodically, it would emerge to wreak havoc upon the land. After arduous and grueling battles, ancient martial artists managed to sever one of the beast's fangs during a fierce confrontation. To ensure the creature could no longer harm the world, they enlisted the greatest blacksmith of their time to forge an extraordinary demonic blade using the beast's fang. Because the blade contained the beast's fang, it gained the uncanny ability to absorb blood and transform it into its own power. However, it also carried a dreadful curse. The wielder would endure the torment of the beast's malevolent while hidden within the fang and risk losing themselves to the chaotic energy they absorbed, ultimately becoming a mindless killing machine. To counter this threat, the martial artists of that era established a special order known as the Tomb Keepers. Each generation of Tomb Keepers was tasked with wielding the blade, becoming its human sheath to suppress the beast's influence. When a Tomb Keeper died, their body would be returned to the blade's burial ground, transforming into a blade puppet. Before their death, they were required to select a successor to wield the blade. Otherwise, an unclaimed demonic blade would emerge, bringing disaster to the world once again. As time passed, countless wielders and human sheaths came and went. Yet, the beast itself never truly perished. With the resurgence of spiritual energy and the advent of alien battlefields, the beast evolved into an even more terrifying X-class creature. Meanwhile, the blade's burial ground gradually fell into obscurity, and the Tomb Keeper's existence was buried under the sands of time, forgotten by future generations. This was the origin of the bloodthirsty blade. The moment Wang Xian finished absorbing this knowledge, Long Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter carried a blend of complex emotions: sorrow, joy, surprise, regret, and an almost imperceptible trace of relief. Wang Xian slowly opened his eyes, a mix of emotions stirring within him. It seemed he hadn't lost his sanity after all. Long Yuan let out a strange, triumphant laugh and said arrogantly, "You are truly extraordinary after absorbing so much demonic energy outside. You've come out unscathed. Even the malevolent energy within the cursed blade hasn't affected you, ha." His laughter was wild and piercing. Wang Xian stared at him, his mind clear. "Your goal wasn't to kill me. From the very beginning, you wanted to lure me here. You've been testing me, trying to see if I'm worthy of becoming the sheath you keep talking about." Long Yuan responded with manic laughter. "That's right. Ever since I awakened, I've spent years searching, and at last, I've found a sheath that's barely acceptable. How could I let you die? Wang Feng, you've exceeded my expectations. Become the guardian of this tomb, become the sheath, and you will forever bear the curse of the bloodthirsty blade. This place will be your eternal grave. You, too, will become nothing more than a puppet of the blade." When Long Yuan finished, his gaze seemed to grow calm, exuding a fearless serenity. Wang Xian didn't reply, though inwardly he was pondering, "Should I truly hate you?" It was as if Long Yuan had seen through his thoughts, and he smiled as he asked, "Do you regret it?" Wang Xian shook his head slightly, though deep down, he felt no regret at all. In fact, he felt like he had struck gold. The curse of the bloodthirsty blade was nothing short of incredible. This blade could absorb blood and convert it into power. By slaughtering more and more monstrous beasts, he could perfectly absorb the spiritual energy within them and convert it into his own strength. With this, he wouldn't even need to worry about the depletion of spiritual energy and could rapidly cultivate his divine veins. Wang Xian thought to himself, "This blade is practically tailor-made for me." Initially, his desire for the cursed blade stemmed from the belief that it contained an immense reservoir of spiritual energy, which could help him quickly forge several divine veins. However, he never expected it to come with such a powerful curse. Yet to him, all the supposed negative effects of the curse turned out to be advantages. As for the torment, spiritual cultivation was the ultimate pleasure. Of course, this kind of enjoyment was exclusive to him and the lingering will within the blade. Sorry, but X-class beast is really just not up to the mark, Wang Xian thought to himself. Only the highest rankings class beasts could rival a martial god. Perhaps the will of such a beast could pose a slight mental challenge to him in his current state. But as for the remnants of will from lesser beasts, unless the beast's original form unleashed its full spiritual pressure before him, they were utterly insignificant. Wang Xian even felt a strange urge to experience such a formidable will firsthand, savoring it for a moment. Wang Xian asked, "How do I get out of here?" The space in this place was bizarre. While he had gained insights from the Demon Blade's experiences, he still knew little about the specifics of this blade tomb. "Insert the blade into the groove at the highest point," Long Yuan said calmly, pointing toward the highest spot in the graveyard. "The passage will open on its own, but whether you can leave or not is uncertain." Without responding, Wang Xian walked directly to the highest point and gently inserted the blade sheath into the groove. In that instant, the ground rumbled with a deafening roar, and an ancient corridor appeared before him. The corridor was dark and eerie, exuding a deep and terrifying aura from within. Wang Xian focused his gaze on the corridor. Its surface seemed unremarkable, but the walls on either side caught his attention. The left wall bore a long blade mark, while the right depicted a strange beast. Each blade mark corresponded to a unique beast. "This is the corridor of blade intent." Long Yuan's voice was low and resolute. Each blade mark was left by a tomb guardian before their death. Within these marks lies the harrowing battles of generations of tomb guardians as they dissected and slew these beasts. With every blade mark you pass, you will face a recreation of their fight with the beasts. Only by perfectly replicating the battle faced by that generation's guardian can you move on to the next mark. Otherwise, forcing your way through will result in instant death from the blade intent contained in these 101 marks. This is the trial every tomb guardian must endure, the Blade Zen trial. Wang Xian glanced at Long Yuan without a word and decisively approached the first blade mark. There was a clear groove on the mark. He placed the demon blade into it. In an instant, the intent of the blade mark spread, making Wang Xian tremble. Before he could react, a shadowy beast lunged at him. Narrowing his eyes, he raised his blade and struck, causing the beast's shadow to vanish instantly. However, in the next moment, the beast reappeared. "It's useless," Long Yuan reminded coldly from afar. "You must dissect it like a master butcher. Only by perfectly dismembering them can you truly defeat them and replicate the battle from that time." Wang Xian remained silent. He had only tested whether Long Yuan's words were true, and now it seemed they were. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xian suddenly raised his blade. The silver edge gleamed, and with a series of intricate, rope-like movements, he expertly dismembered the beast before him. The blood-drinking demon blade fell from the groove in the wall, signifying that he had completed the trial of the first mark. Without hesitation, Wang Xian moved toward the next blade mark. "Interesting," he thought to himself. Although the beastly shadows were not real, perfectly replicating those past battles allowed his mastery of the dissection technique to skyrocket. Could it be that this secret skill was tied to the Tomb Guardians? These beastly shadows could only be defeated by replicating the Guardians' battles and perfectly dismembering them. Otherwise, no matter how many times they were slain, they would reappear. Was this trial designed to rapidly hone the dissection technique? Of course, it also tested a warrior's blade skills. Overall, success still depended on the dissection technique. Blade mark after blade mark was unlocked by Wang Xian as he faced one battle after another. As he delved deeper, the difficulty increased. The beasts grew larger, their structures more intricate. Even though they lacked real power, facing a 10-meter tall, medium-sized beast with such a complex anatomy made delivering a single clean strike incredibly challenging, let alone achieving perfect dissection. Perfect dissection means every strike must precisely hit the weak points of the beast. Wang Xian was well aware that even the slightest mistake would require starting over, underscoring the sheer difficulty of the task. Yet, if successful, his mastery of the art of beast dissection would advance by leaps and bounds. Time flowed like water. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Meanwhile, Lao Shou and the others were growing increasingly anxious. How could we not find him? They muttered in disbelief. Wang Feng clearly fought Long Yuan here. Even if something went wrong, there should be some trace left behind, right? In just 2 or 3 short days, all evidence had vanished without a trace, leaving them utterly baffled. Lao Shou's group waited patiently for nearly 2 days, up until the train's return trip. They even enlisted the help of dozens of soldiers aboard the train, conducting a thorough half-day search and turning the blood-weeping pool upside down. Yet, they found no signs of life. Countless possibilities flashed through their minds. Perhaps Wang Feng had opened a hidden door in the ruins, entering an unknown space. Maybe he had left the area altogether. Or, in the worst-case scenario, he might have already met his demise elsewhere. The group struggled to accept any of these outcomes. Driven by determination, they searched the ruins tirelessly for an entire week. It was only when their food supplies were depleted that they were forced to return to Rong City with heavy hearts. How are we supposed to report this to the club? This pressing question haunted the minds of Lao Shou and his companions, leaving them restless and uneasy. A month passed quietly. At the end of the blade intent corridor, Wang Xian gazed at the final blade mark, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He had lost track of how much time had passed, knowing only that he had been tirelessly overcoming the hidden challenges within each stroke of the blade marks using his beast dissection technique. By now, his mastery of the technique had reached 90 proficiency. If he could conquer this final blade mark, it would likely improve by at least another 5. This meant that the secret skill was nearing its pinnacle. Wang Xian couldn't help but feel amazed. Under normal circumstances, even with relentless hunting of the beasts within the ruins, such rapid progress would have been impossible. Reflecting on the past, merely hunting those soldier beasts had already boosted his proficiency by 10 in one go. Yet, if he were to hunt the same type of beasts again, even killing dozens of them might not yield a 12 improvement. The more one hunted the same kind of beast, the slower the progress became. Thus, once a certain type of beast was hunted too frequently, it would no longer provide any benefit. Only by constantly seeking out new, stronger beasts could one maintain steady progress. Moreover, as one approached the later stages, enhancing such secret skills became increasingly arduous. Only by continuously raising the strength and diversity of the beasts could one ensure that progress didn't stagnate. Following this method of cultivation, reaching perfection in this secret skill would typically take several years of arduous effort for warriors below the 3rd realm. However, Wang Xian had nearly mastered the technique in just a month, thanks entirely to the miraculous blade intent corridor. The 108 blade intents represented 108 distinctly different beasts. Judging by the forms of these blade intents, the beasts they depicted must have been incredibly formidable during their lifetimes. After all, to serve as a tomb guardian, wield a demonic blade, and become a sheath for the blade, one would need extraordinary abilities. As he stepped out of the corridor, Wang Xian's gaze fell on the weakened and barely breathing Long Yuan, slumped against the wall. Remarkably, this being hadn't died. Perhaps due to the unique attributes of blade puppets. Even with its body severely damaged, as long as it wasn't completely dismembered, it could retain a sliver of consciousness. However, Long Yuan had lost all combat capabilities at this point. That single strike of the immortal slaying flying blade technique had nearly obliterated Long Yuan. Interestingly, during this time, all the food Wang Xian had consumed was provided by Long Yuan, or rather, by the hidden reserves of food in this space. The supply was so abundant that it could sustain a person for several years. Wang Xian speculated that the existence of this food was likely intended to allow the Tomb Guardians to survive long-term in this place, honing their blade skills continuously. At that moment, Long Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and stared weakly at Wang Xian. Struggling to speak, he asked, "Which one are you on?" "Just the last one left," Wang Xian replied calmly, a flicker of determination in his eyes. How long has it been? Long Yuan continued, his voice tinged with a faint curiosity. The preserved food hidden in the corridor had been consumed by Wang Xian nearly 30 times. He ate it once every day, and now a full month had passed. At this moment, Long Yuan gazed toward the corridor, his voice slightly hoarse. The final blade mark there was left by the very first tombkeeper. It was the only trace of a battle against the legendary dragon Xiao Taotai. Wang Xian understood didn't need to defeat this ferocious beast, nor could he. His task was simply to replicate that historic battle as closely as possible. Wang Xian silently approached the final blade mark. The moment the cursed blade fit into the groove, a deafening roar erupted, shaking the air. He looked up to see a towering figure 100 zhang tall, its massive body looming like a mountain, its gaping maw seemingly ready to swallow the heavens and earth. This was the dragon Xiao Taotai of the first generation. Though it had not yet reached its ultimate level form, its sheer size was already overwhelming. Wang Xian shook his head slightly, wondering how much despair the warriors of old must have felt when facing such a beast. Yet, despite their despair, they managed to sever its tusks and even forge them into a weapon to slay the creature. The ultimate truth of martial arts, though embrace death, to find life had long been woven into history. Wang Xian sighed softly, gripping his short blade. He seemed to transform into the first tombkeeper, engaging in a fierce battle with the massive apparition. Meanwhile, outside the corridor, Long Yuan waited in stillness, uncertain of how many days had passed. His eyes were closed, his breathing imperceptible. Occasionally, he would open his eyes, a flicker of contemplation crossing them. If he fails, then it will be my turn, won't it? Long Yuan murmured to himself, chuckling quietly afterward, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. At some unknown moment, a figure emerged from the corridor of blade intent, accompanied by a flash of reflected light. Long Yuan paused, realizing that this was the sign the blade corridor had been unlocked. For years, no tombkeeper had managed to open the corridor and leave the blade graveyard in such an honorable manner. You've succeeded, Long Yuan said, looking at the figure. His expression was more relaxed than it had ever been. Yet, though the blade corridor was open, there remained one final gate. Wang Xian looked at him, understanding that the key was not the cursed blade. I know the key, Long Yuan said, glancing at Wang Xian with a calm demeanor. It's simple. Use the method of dismemberment, take me apart perfectly. Extract my bones, craft them into a sheath, and insert the key to unlock it. He spoke as if it were a trivial matter, as though he had long been prepared. In other words, truly kill me. Wang Xian remained silent for a long time, merely drawing the cursed blade and lightly running his fingers along its edge before speaking. From the beginning, you never intended to leave here alive. Everything you've done was just a way to seek death. Long Yuan froze for a moment, then smiled and said nothing. If I don't become the sheath, you won't find the next wielder of the blade. Wang Xian stared at him, fully aware of the consequences. Once the cursed blade was unleashed, the devastation would be unimaginable. You have no choice but to remain the blade's wielder, to become the sheath for this cursed blade. But you know that the blade has tormented you for too long, and your body has already mutated. You're afraid that under the blade's influence, you'll turn into a mindless killing machine. So you've avoided wielding it unless absolutely necessary. Exactly. Long Yuan admitted it. In a past life, he had done just that, causing endless slaughter. Wang Xian seemed to see it all, walking to his side and closing his eyes slightly as he recounted an unrelated story. You fear it. You dread it. You don't want to tarnish the legacy of the tombkeepers, the last of your line. You were born to eliminate the dragon Xiao Taotai, to save the world. So you designed this entire scenario for me. You wanted me to become the blade wielder and, in the end, kill you, granting you release while passing on the tombkeeper's duty. This blade corridor, it was never the only way out. It was just an excuse you created to ensure I completed the trial and became the perfect tombkeeper. Wang Xian stopped, while Long Yuan pointed into the void and closed his eyes. Kill me. I don't want to become one of those blade puppets. Do it while I still have my consciousness. He continued, there's no such thing as living blade puppets. What you call blade puppets are just monsters fully corrupted by the malice of the blade. The only reason I've survived this long is that the cursed blade has been sustaining me with its bloodthirsty energy. Now that the blade has changed hands, it'll soon become nothing more than a blade puppet. Very well. Wang Xian held the cursed blade, closed his eyes, and swung it in a single motion. In an instant, Long Yuan's body was perfectly severed, his final expression one of pure, childlike innocence. Wang Xian whispered softly, Long Yuan, the last tombkeeper of this era, the future blade demon of Western Shu, may you rest in peace. Rongxing, Tian Dao Club. Tan Tianzi closed his eyes, the image of Wang Xian's decisive slash against the wolf from number 7 high school replaying in his mind. The air was thick with the scent of blood as the wolf's shadow lunged toward him. He suddenly opened his eyes, drew his long blade, and struck down with force. The saber-toothed wolf was barely split in two, dissolving into particles and vanishing in the holographic environment. The challenge timer froze at 47 seconds. He stepped out of the room. Tanj, that was insane. You took it down with just one strike? His classmates buzzed with excitement. Just half a month ago, Tanj could defeat the saber-toothed wolf, but it took him several minutes. Now it only took seconds. I think Tanj could even try the beginner-level holographic intelligent beast challenge. Absolutely. He could take them down one by one with ease. If he passes that, he could sign a contract with the club. The classmates chimed in, convinced that only Tanj had a real shot. Listening to their flattery, Tan Tianze remained expressionless, but he sighed inwardly. He knew that what he had achieved today was something Wang Xian had accomplished effortlessly a month ago, and even then, Wang Xian's performance was far beyond his current level. Over the past month, Tan had trained relentlessly, going through grueling martial arts sessions in the gravity room and agility challenges, dedicating all his time to holographic intelligent beast challenges. Yet, he still couldn't replicate Wang Xian's unsparing strike. His progress had plateaued, and he suspected that only innate talent could push him further. He shook his head in frustration. Amid the chatter, someone suddenly spoke in a lowered voice. Tanj, I heard someone from number 7 high school signed a contract with Tian Dao Club. Was it Wang Xian? Tan Tian's heart skipped a beat. Frowning, he said, but I didn't see him coming to the club to train over the winter break. Where did he go? No, it wasn't him. It was Ye Miyue, someone explained. Oh, that's probably because Master Bai gave a martial arts lecture at number 7 high. Tan Tianze replied indifferently. I thought someone had passed the beginner-level holographic intelligent beast challenge and directly signed a grade D contract with the club. But how could that be possible? There's no way anyone from number 7 high could pull that off. Well, over at number 1 high, I heard someone there managed to take on 9 beasts in a row in the beginner-level holographic challenge at Xinjiang Club. They'll probably sign a contract before the martial arts exam. Another classmate remarked in awe. That's impressive, Tan Tianze said, though he didn't seem particularly surprised. His mind was still fixated on Wang Xian's incredible strike. He thought to himself that if his own vitality and endurance were higher, he'd have a good chance of defeating 10 holographic intelligent beasts in a row. With that in mind, the prodigy from number 1 high didn't seem that extraordinary after all. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor of the club's office building, Zheng Changhong handed a contract to the young girl in front of him with a smile. Congratulations, Yi, you've officially signed a contract with our club. Ye Miyue took the contract and carefully reviewed each clause. Suddenly, she pointed to one of the terms and asked, Mr. Zhou, Minister Zhang, I've heard about this contract before, but wasn't this clause absent in previous versions? The clause stated that if the signee was a student, the club reserved the right to withhold issuing a martial artist certification before they entered university. Oh, yes, Minister Zheng's expression stiffened slightly. Yi, are you thinking about applying for a martial artist certification? Sorry, regulations prohibit that. Besides, the country strictly forbids high school students from obtaining a warrior's certificate to enter any ruins or unregulated areas. No, I just wanted to ask. Ye Miyue shook her head. Minister Zheng let out a sigh of relief. That's good. After signing the contract. Yi, you can leave first. I need to discuss something with Minister Zheng. All right. After Ye Miyue left the room, Zhou Dahai's expression turned grim. Still no news about Wang Xian? Zheng Changhong's lips twitched. No. You. Zhou Dahai pointed at Zheng Changhong, furiously shouting. He's my student. Even if he signed a contract with you, how could you let him venture into unregulated areas to hunt exotic beasts? The country has clearly prohibited this. It was his request. Zheng Changhong gave a bitter smile. At the time, the club didn't refuse either, as it wasn't specified in the contract. Besides, I assigned him to one of the club's elite squads from the First Realm. The ruins they were exploring were supposed to be safe, the so-called Bone Blade Tomb. And now, Zhou Dahai's voice was sharp. It's been a month, and there's no news, no contact, not even a satellite signal. We've already sent 2 elite squads to search the Bone Blade Tomb, Zheng Changhong sighed. Believe me, I'm just as anxious as you are. I approved his entry, so I bear responsibility. But so far, there's no bad news, which is at least something. Do you really believe that? Zhou Dahai was furious. A student who hasn't even reached the First Realm, wandering in ruins and unregulated areas for a month, what are the odds of survival? His uncle has called several times already, Zhou Dahai added, his tone heavy. I don't even know how to respond anymore. Zheng Changhong stayed silent. He was already fully aware of what had happened. A few weeks ago, only 3 members of Wang Xian's squad returned. They reported the situation to the club and requested a rescue mission. The revelation had terrified Zheng Changhong. He could never have imagined that Long Yuan, a member of Wang Xian's squad, was actually a living blade puppet from the Bone Blade Tomb. What made things worse was that Wang Xian had stayed behind. How could someone like him possibly handle that situation? Now, a month had passed, and repeated search efforts had yielded no results. Honestly, the chances of survival were slim. Just thinking about it made Zheng Changhong's scalp tingle. If Grandmaster Bai asked him about it, how would he explain himself? For the past month, he had barely slept or eaten. Well, there are temporary safety camps in unregulated areas, Zheng Changhong muttered. as if trying to convince himself. Maybe he's in one of them, waiting for a return train. That had better be the case, Zhou Dehai said, giving him a deep look before leaving the room. Back on the 5th floor, Ye Miyue suddenly approached him. Teacher Zhou, Wang Xian, did he leave Rongqing? Zhou Dehai's heart skipped a beat, but he kept a calm expression. Why do you ask, Ye? That regulation, it wasn't there before. I only saw it this time when signing the contract. It must mean someone violated it, or the club wouldn't have added such a rule. Among the students recently signing contracts with the club, Wang Xian is the only one, right? Did he ask the club to arrange a certificate for him to leave Rongqing and go to those unregulated wild areas? You're really sharp, Zhou Dehai said, trying to deflect. No, Wang is undergoing special training. His progress is faster than yours, after all. He'll probably return by the time school starts. If not, he'll definitely show up for the martial arts exams in a couple of months. Your priority now is to train hard and stop overthinking. All right. Ye Miyue nodded, though her gaze lingered on Zhou Dehai as he walked away. She pulled out an old-fashioned phone, scrolling through the messages stored there. Ye Miyue, I've tidied up the training room for you. Wong Xien, does it feel small now? Ye Miyue, that's not what I meant. Ye Miyue, some of your clothes in the wardrobe have grown moldy. Wong Xien, take them out and wash them, especially my mom's clothes. Make sure to take good care of them. He'll check when I'm back. Ye Miyue hesitated. January 28th, 2025, 11:59 p.m. Ye Miyue, Happy New Year. Wong Xien, it's not happy. Ye Miyue, why? Wong Xien, I miss my mom. Ye Miyue, I'm sorry. Wong Xien, if you're sorry, wear my mom's clothes tomorrow and send me a selfie. It'd comfort me. Oh, and wear the black skirt. Skip the stockings, though they don't look good with that outfit. Ye Miyue hesitated again. A few days later, she sent a picture. Since then, there had been no reply. It was now February 25th. Ye Miyue sighed lightly. Most high schools had already resumed classes. As a student in the martial arts program, she hadn't fully started school yet due to club training, but it would only be a matter of days. She held her phone tightly, staring at the picture she had sent. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but her eyes betrayed a hint of worry. Just as she was about to put the phone down, it suddenly vibrated. Ye Miyue was momentarily stunned and quickly picked up her phone to check. The photo Wang Xian had taken was not great. Why did it only show the upper body? Where was the lower half? Friends should be considerate of each other, but playing tricks like this wasn't very nice, Ye thought. After pondering for a while, she typed a reply. Okay. Wang Xian then asked, by the way, can you register me with Teacher Zhou? I'm still out here for special training. Curious, Ye Miyue asked. When will you be back? Wang Xian retorted, why? Planning to give me another massage? Ye Miyue hesitated, her fingers trembling slightly. After a pause, she shyly typed back, I feel like I've made some progress in my practice lately. My technique should be better now. Wang Xian teased. Nope, you're still far from it. He continued, but if you wear the outfit from the picture, I might consider it. Ye Miyue froze for a moment. At first, she typed, no way. Then, after reconsidering, she deleted it and wrote instead, how about the one I wore the first time I visited your house? She hesitated again, her fingers trembling as she typed. Then when you're back, but before sending it, she deleted it again and finally replied firmly, no. Wang Xian chuckled and said, look at you, getting all flustered. I only said I'd consider it, not that I'd agree. Clenching her fists, Ye Miyue felt uneasy. Wang Xian said, all right, that's it for now. Back to training. Ye Miyue initially typed, where are you? But then deleted it, settling on a simple okay. 20 kilometers outside the uncontrolled zone, in a safe camp near Chengdu town. The camp was small but had all the necessary facilities. A tavern, convenience store, shopping mall, restaurant, inn, martial arts gear shop, and barracks. This was Chengdu camp. The train from the Rongqing border defense post ended here. Everyone here was a martial artist. In the tavern at Chengdu, Wang Xian sat at the bar, staring at a photo on his phone with an appreciative look in his eyes. The image showed Ye Miyue in a black short dress, mature in style, with the hem ending just above her thighs, accentuating her elegant curves. Unfortunately, the photo cropped out her face, showing only her upper body. Wang Xian thought to himself, terrible. How could she not include the lower half? Ye, you really don't know how to take photos. He sighed, lamenting that if he hadn't been in the Bone Blade tomb when he received this photo, he could have asked her to retake it. But now it was too late. Inside the ruins, the environment disrupted all communication signals. As soon as someone approached the ruins, their phone would lose service. Wang Xian had spent a month in the mysterious space behind the ruins' hidden door, and by the time he emerged, his phone was long dead. It had taken him an entire day of running, following the map to this camp, just to charge his phone and reconnect with others. As for the Bone Blade tomb, Wang Xian had stayed an extra day or two after leaving it, thoroughly clearing out the entire ruin, or more accurately, eradicating it. Clearing a ruin was no easy feat, but he ensured that no more mutant beasts would emerge from it in the future. Even the lowest level class ruins are exceptionally challenging. To clear a ruin, one must first understand the cause of its formation and complete tasks that often seem nearly impossible. Take the Bone Blade tomb, for example. On the surface, it appears to be in class ruin, but its true origin lies in the ancient cursed blade known as the bloodthirsty frenzy blade. To clear this ruin, not only does one need to locate the blade, but they must also take possession of it and become its wielder, an incredibly daunting task. Of course, not all class ruins are as complex or layered as the Bone Blade Tomb. Clearing a ruin requires more than just raw strength. It demands strategy and determination. When Wang Xian successfully obtained the cursed blade and eliminated all the strange beasts within the ruin, the terrain of the Bone Blade Tomb transformed, collapsing into a wasteland. He buried Long Yuan in the ruins and collected materials from the slain beasts before finally departing. However, Wang Xian was in no hurry to return. He decided to rest and recover for a few days. With the cursed blade in hand, he planned to continue hunting beasts to absorb spiritual energy and further develop his divine veins. Going back now seemed pointless. Moreover, he needed to accumulate a significant amount of battle merits to exchange for the military's exclusive martial arts and secret techniques. Secret techniques differ from martial arts. In his past life, Wang Xian's mastery of spear techniques allowed him to wield them freely as long as his cultivation level was sufficient. Secret techniques, however, require a fusion of memory crystals with the body to unlock their full potential. While he had mastered some secret techniques in his previous life, without the corresponding memory crystals in this life, he couldn't fully utilize them and would have to relearn them. Still, starting over had its benefits. It allowed him to plan his cultivation more effectively and maximize his potential. For instance, the military offered several secret techniques for blade and spear combat. Currently, Wang Xian's Butcher's Beast Dissection technique had reached 95 completion, and he estimated that the remaining 5 would take at most half a month to finish. Once completed, he would move on to other secret techniques, so he needed to prepare in advance. With this in mind, Wang Xian sent a message to Zheng Changhong from the club to report his progress, then headed toward the temporary military camp at the base. This camp not only ensured the safety of the settlement, but also monitored the unregulated large-scale area of Bug Valley Town. Additionally, it handled the clearing of battle merits and allowed warriors to exchange them for basic martial arts. As a national institution, the military was open to all professional warriors. When Wang Xian entered the camp, he noticed a familiar figure: 20 saber-toothed wolves and 2 double-head mutant wolves. Not bad. This young man is impressive. He managed to kill so many in just 1 month without even reaching the first realm, remarked a square-faced officer in the logistics room, smiling faintly at the aloof young man before him. Well done, the officer continued. 5 points for each saber-toothed wolf and 10 points for each double-head mutant wolf, for a total of 120 battle merits. The aloof young man raised his head slightly, his expression calm and indifferent despite the astonished looks from those around him, as if all of this were entirely natural. The camp was bustling with warriors exchanging their merits. After all, just dozens of miles away lay Bug Valley Town, a large area teeming with a variety of strange beasts. Wow, on average, killing a saber-toothed wolf every day? That's less than a first-tier vitality, not even 10 points. Killing one a day impressive. That means over 100 merit points. I'm almost at the second tier, and even in a month, I can barely reach that number. And look at his gear, it's worth millions, right? Take a closer look. A combat sword from Tianhong Military Arsenal, titanium alloy armor from the same place. Damn, even his boots are the kind that enhance agility, and martial arts feather step shoes. Those things can't possibly have no tier restrictions, can they? Probably worth way more than just a few million. But still, that's undeniably impressive, isn't it? The aloof youth shook his head slightly, ignoring the murmurs of the crowd. Suddenly, his gaze froze as he spotted a figure. Surprised, he said, "Aren't you from that ragtag squad?" His eyes landed on Wang Xian, full of astonishment. "You haven't returned to the city yet? You came here alone?" Wang Xian nodded. This youth was the same one he had encountered earlier at the Rome City Defense Bureau, the one who had told his squad not to venture into the Shadow Wolf Cave, claiming he would reserve the area for himself. Yet, despite his bold claim, it didn't seem like he had killed many. "You must be the rookie from that team, huh? Here to exchange merit points?" The youth suddenly smirked. "How many beasts have you killed?" "How many?" Wang Xian thought for a moment, then apologized. "I've lost count." The youth didn't press further and walked away, clearly not believing Wang Xian could have killed many. Wang Xian made his way to the logistics office. "Young man, are you here to exchange for merit points?" a military officer asked, glancing at him with a smile. "Just hand over the materials from the beasts you've killed as proof." Wang Xian nodded and casually flipped over a large sack of spoils he had been carrying. In the next moment, heaps of bone fragments from saber beasts and shattered blades from blade puppets poured out like cascading snowflakes, spilling continuously from the sack. Wang Xian shook the sack in his hand, which was filled with materials he had scavenged from the blade burial grounds. He had collected 5 sacks in total, but 2 had torn open, leaving him with 3 fully packed ones. 2 of these were left at the end since they were too large to carry easily, while he brought the lighter one to see how much merit it could fetch. If it wasn't for these 3 sacks of materials, he could have reached the Worm Valley camp much earlier. With no better option, he decided to start with the lighter sack and see how much merit he could exchange for it. If it wasn't enough, he would return tomorrow to trade the rest. Nearby, the officer stared intently at the snowflake-like materials, his eyes wide with astonishment. Other warriors glanced over as well, their breathing quickening. Judging by the materials, they were clearly from the Blade Burial Grounds. Although the site was relatively safe, wasn't this amount of materials a bit excessive? Upon closer inspection, there were over 100 pieces, most of which were broken blades. These broken blades were weapons of the Blood Pool blade puppets, which had a life force of around 60 points and were no easy opponents. Could this haul have been collected by an entire team? How could one person have killed so many? Even if I had a month, I might not manage it, and there's nowhere to replenish supplies in the ruins either. The surrounding warriors couldn't help but gasp in amazement. A cold and aloof young man turned his head, frowning as his gaze fell on the sack. Inwardly, he thought, I assumed it was filled with junk, but it's all exotic beast materials. Is this ragtag squad really that capable? Wang Xian spent over a minute emptying all the materials from the sack. The officer, now sweating slightly, thought to himself, hold on, let me calculate carefully. He summoned 2 soldiers who immediately began sorting and tallying the materials. Despite their quick hands, it still took them a full 5 minutes to finish. Approximately 76 bone fragments, 2 of which were from high-grade disintegration beasts, and 83 broken blades from blade puppets. Each bone fragment could be exchanged for 4 merit points, high-grade fragments for 6 points, and each broken blade for 7 points. The total came to 889 merit points. This result caused the surrounding warriors to collectively gasp. It was more than what an average small squad could earn in a month. However, Wang Xian frowned slightly, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Military secret techniques were incredibly powerful, with basic battlefield combat techniques requiring about 2,000 merit points to redeem, and the most common secret techniques costing at least 4,000 points. For most squads, it would take half a year of hard work to afford even one secret technique. Time wasn't too much of an issue, though, as Wang Xian thought to himself. I still have 2 more sacks. He prepared to make a phone call to have the inn deliver the remaining sacks, which would take about 10 minutes. What? There's more. The officer, who had just begun to relax, tensed up again, his eyes widening in disbelief. Are you running a materials trade business? While the Blade Burial Grounds are just an ordinary grade ruin, the sheer number of beasts there can still be life-threatening. They'll send someone to get them. Realizing the scale of this haul, the officer immediately dispatched 2 soldiers to the inn. The soldiers worked efficiently, driving to the inn and returning within minutes. Thud, thud. The 2 sacks hit the ground heavily, once again making everyone's hearts race. Wang Xian's actions even made the cold and aloof young man tense up, unable to suppress his nerves. How could there possibly be so much? He couldn't help but cast a doubtful glance at Wang Xian. A small team at the initial cultivation stage, no matter how skilled, could never truly clear out all the beasts within a ruin. The officer remained silent for a moment before calling over 2 soldiers to tally the gains. In less than 5 minutes, the second sack was calculated to have 969 battle merits, while the third reached an impressive 1,324 points. To everyone's surprise, the soldiers also discovered a double-edged weapon. This was an ancient weapon used by the rare active blade puppets of the Bone Blade Burial Grounds. One of the sorting soldiers exclaimed, "We need to double-check the value of these battle merits. About a month ago, someone exchanged for one of these, and it was worth approximately 120 points." The officer took a deep breath, and the surrounding warriors were stunned. Although 120 points wasn't an enormous amount, it signified the rarity of the material. An active blade puppet? Isn't that an A-grade beast? Someone asked. Not necessarily. The active blade puppets of the Bone Blade Burial Grounds are extremely rare, appearing only once every decade or so. Rumor has it that some of them are nearly as strong as grade beasts, capable of easily wiping out several small teams, another replied. Are there really active blade puppets in the Bone Blade Burial Grounds? I need to check it out. A cold, aloof young man entered, his eyes fixated on the damaged, double-edged weapon. With his extensive knowledge of ruins, he knew that such a weapon was not something a team of initial-stage martial artists could handle easily. He looked at Wang Xian. Are there really active blade puppets in the Bone Blade Burial Grounds? Wang Xian nodded. Yes, there are. Aside from Long Yuan, 2 active blade puppets have appeared in the Bone Blade Burial Grounds. The first was taken down by Xiaorong's team, but the second one was much harder to kill. Interesting. I must see it for myself, the aloof young man said calmly, clearly having made up his mind. To him, the Bone Blade Burial Grounds seemed far more intriguing than the Shadow Wolf Cavern, which had felt somewhat challenging for him. Wait. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before advising. You'd better not go. What do you mean? The young man frowned. If you go to the Bone Blade Burial Grounds, you probably won't find a single beast left, Wang Xian replied cryptically. The young man froze, feeling a sense of déjà vu. What the? Isn't that what I said earlier? I've already cleared out all the beasts in the Bone Blade burial grounds, Wang Xian said, his tone reserved. He then turned to the officer. Also, I need to report that I have eradicated the Bone Blade burial grounds and grade ruin. From now on, no large numbers of beasts will appear there. The officer was stunned, his gaze vacant. The surrounding warriors were equally speechless, leaving the room in complete silence. After a while, the officer's forehead began to bead with sweat. He swallowed nervously and asked, "Did you just say you eradicated the Bone Blade burial grounds and grade ruin?" Exchanging beast materials for battle merits was standard procedure, but eliminating a ruin required formal reporting to the military headquarters, even for grade ruin. Moreover, the Bone Blade burial grounds had a long history, and calling it grade ruin was an understatement. I don't believe it. The aloof young man couldn't hold back anymore, shaking his head in disbelief. Killing so many beasts was already hard to fathom, but eradicating a ruin? That was absurd. He rushed out, eager to fly to the Bone Blade burial grounds immediately to see for himself. Wait, the officer said thoughtfully. I need to report this to my superiors first. The Bone Blade burial grounds is no ordinary ruin. Also, I need you to provide a detailed explanation, and I'll have to send soldiers to investigate the site. No problem, Wong Xien replied calmly. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in a military uniform with a commanding presence entered the logistics room. His shoulders bore 2 bars and a star, clearly marking him as the leader of this military camp. Who removed the blade grave of bones? The middle-aged man's sharp gaze swept across the room, finally resting on Wang Xian. This is Chief Zhao. The officer was about to explain, but Wang Xian had already nodded slightly and began to recount the details of the blade grave of bones. He spoke at length about the legend of the Gravekeeper, the historical origins of the X-class beast Long Xiaotai Zhu, the true identity of Long Yuan, and the mysterious hidden gate. All of this information was documented in the club's archives, except for any mention of the bloodthirsty blade. After all, if this cursed blade were exposed, it would undoubtedly be classified as a high-risk item and forcibly confiscated and destroyed. As for why he could control the blade, it involved the star refining technique, which was too complex to explain. He simply stated that he defeated the last Gravekeeper, Long Yuan, destroyed the hidden gate and the tomb, and completely eradicated the ruins. This explanation was reasonable enough after all. With the Gravekeeper dead, the ruins disappearing was a logical outcome. Long Xiaotai Zhu, a legendary beast of myth. Chief Zhao nodded thoughtfully. The information you've shared will be verified through multiple channels. It will take about a day, and once confirmed, you will be rewarded. He looked Wang Xian up and down, his brows furrowing slightly. You said you're a contract warrior for the Skyblade Club? You look quite young. A First Realm warrior. Yes, Wang Xian replied calmly. Interesting. Chief Zhao smiled meaningfully. A day later, Wang Xian returned to the same place. It's been confirmed the blade grave of bones has indeed been completely removed. The officer's face was filled with astonishment. There are almost no traces of any beasts left, except for a small number of iron-eating bugs near Broken Blade Cliff. In reality, when Wang Xian had planned to hunt the iron-eating bugs at Broken Blade Cliff, the moment he revealed the bloodthirsty blade, those bugs scattered in panic, leaving him no chance to act. Otherwise, he could have acquired even more materials. Clearing grade ruin earns you 5,000 battle points, plus a third-class merit medal, the officer said, handing over a magnetic crystal card. Here are your total points 182. He was inwardly astonished. This amount was equivalent to what an average team might accumulate in a year. Even second and third realm warriors rarely achieved such a feat in a single mission. When did the Skyblade Club manage to recruit such an extraordinary first realm warrior? It was like finding a hidden treasure. Wang Xian took the magnetic crystal card and headed straight to the military camp's battle logistics area. Here, various secret techniques and martial arts were available for exchange. He recalled how, in his previous life, it had taken him 3 years of hard work at a regular university to save up 2,000 battle points to exchange for the 1,000 army spear technique. And now, in just 1 month, he had earned 8,000 battle points and a third-class merit medal. At the logistics area, he decisively chose 2 secret techniques, stacked wave force and thousand-fold strength. Both were highly suitable for warriors below the third realm. Among them, stacked wave force was particularly remarkable. This technique allowed the power of consecutive strikes to build up continuously, making it the perfect complement to Wang Xian's flowing blade technique. The first technique, flowing stream, emphasizes seamless, continuous movements, akin to a rushing stream cascading forward. When combined with the wave stacking force, the power of each strike increases exponentially. The final move, roaring wave shakes the world, originally amplifies strength by over 5-fold. However, with wave stacking force, 5 consecutive strikes unleash hidden power, elevating the strength to nearly 10-fold. In terms of raw power, it rivals advanced martial arts techniques. Most importantly, this secret technique is not only compatible with the flowing blade method, but also adaptable to many other martial arts. The only drawback is its difficulty in training. It requires practicing over 1,000 slashes daily in a high-pressure water environment for at least 100 days. This demonstrates the extreme challenge of mastering it. Interestingly, many spear techniques from the past could also benefit from this secret technique. However, the opportunity to learn it never arose in the previous life. Now, with this technique in hand, not only will the flowing blade method grow stronger, but his spear techniques will also gain a significant boost. As for thousandfold force, this secret technique is equally remarkable. By pushing the physical body to its limits, it enhances a martial artist's maximum strength. For instance, if a martial artist's peak strength is 10,000 pounds with a life force of 10, mastering thousandfold force can increase that limit by 10, reaching 11,000 pounds. Don't underestimate this seemingly minor 10 increase. Serves as the foundation for the power of martial arts. The stronger the foundation, the more devastating the techniques become, much like a video game's base attack stat before any multipliers or bonuses. This additional 10 makes the martial arts performed significantly stronger than those of others. Secret techniques that enhance maximum strength are incredibly rare. Some advanced vitality cultivation methods can achieve this over time, but even with the star body refinement technique that Wang Xian practices, which absorbs cosmic energy and already provides a higher base stat than others, thousandfold force remains indispensable. Unlike techniques that specialize in a single martial art, these two secret techniques enhance all forms of martial arts. Training for thousandfold force is relatively simpler, involving prolonged weight training over the years. The more weight carried, the more the body is pushed to its limits, and the more the benefits of thousandfold force are felt. In his past life, Wang Xian had also studied this technique, a legacy of the old martial era. He murmured softly, "Not all weight training can be called thousandfold force. This technique is the culmination of wisdom from predecessors. Every detail, when to train, how much weight to use, how to distribute the weight, breathing techniques during training, and the duration requires a meticulous combination of experience to form a complete secret technique. Only by using memory crystals can one constantly monitor their training state and make real-time adjustments. Random weight training without this precision risks nothing but injury." Although Wang Xian had trained in this secret technique in his previous life, the conditions back then were vastly different from the present. As a result, the training process will change with the integration of the memory crystal. Indeed, many secret techniques vary based on the individual's fusion process with the memory crystal, making them impossible to replicate unless two identical individuals existed. Now that he has acquired these two secret techniques, the most crucial one is undoubtedly the wave stacking force. Wang Xian's journey of cultivation began with absorbing the spiritual energy stored within the demon blade, aiming to cultivate 5 divine meridians. He planned to travel to Chengdu town and other ruins in search of suitable places to practice the tidal wave technique. At the same time, he hoped to comprehend a higher level of the flowing water sword technique. The spiritual energy accumulated in the blood-drinking mad blade was expected to help him cultivate 5 divine meridians. However, the remaining Ren and Du meridians would require significantly more spiritual energy, necessitating the hunting of hundreds of exotic beasts or a few higher-level ones, such as Clevel or Blevel beasts. Yet, faced with these formidable creatures, Wang Xian realized his current strength was insufficient to confront them. A month later, in a small hut at the Chengdu camp, Wang Xian was shirtless, standing upside down on the ground, with the blood-drinking mad blade resting quietly beside him. As spiritual energy surged continuously from the blade into his body, the powerful energy rampaged through his meridians, tearing and reconstructing them. A distinct crack appeared along his back, marking the path of a meridian. Each meridian contained destructive power, and the excruciating pain was beyond imagination. As the spiritual energy poured in, the color of the blood-drinking mad blade gradually faded until it completely dulled, signifying that all the energy had been absorbed by Wang Xian. 6 radiant and crystalline divine meridians emerged within Wang Xian's body, and an immense cosmic energy filled his entire being. At this moment, he felt his vitality soaring, with his life force value skyrocketing from 10 to 50. It was as if starlight shimmered in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he realized that the enhancement brought by each newly cultivated divine meridian far surpassed the first, given how low his vitality had been back then. If he could successfully cultivate the Ren and Du meridians, his life force would approach 100. With just over 2 months left until the martial examination, Wang Xian decided to begin training in secret techniques. Fueled by his surging strength and the blood-drinking mad blade in hand, he was filled with anticipation for the martial arts and secret techniques awaiting him. As Wang Xian stepped out of the inn, he didn't rush to leave, but instead began inquiring about the surrounding ruins at the camp. He learned that cultivating the technique, stacking wave force, required an environment with high water pressure, and the ruins were the ideal choice. The pervasive, baleful energy within the ruins could aid cultivation, while the various environmental factors created the necessary high water pressure, making it suitable for his training. Through his inquiries, Wang Xian discovered that the waters of Tiger Roarpool were heavy water with a higher molecular mass, earning it the name Gravity Pool. The waters were turbulent, occasionally forming whirlpools, making it a perfect location to practice stacking wave force. However, Tiger Roarpool had been classified as a grade large ruin, with the deepest core area reaching an infection level of 70. Even martial artists at the 4th or 5th realm would struggle to stay there for long without proper protective gear. Moreover, the pool was home to the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord, a beast at the peak of grade. Even martial artists at the 6th realm would find it difficult to handle. Wang Xian gathered this information from the camp's military division. Stacking wave force was an incredibly powerful secret technique, attracting many martial artists eager to master it. Yet, the difficulty of cultivation was apparent. Even those who possessed the technique found it extremely challenging to achieve mastery. If 4th or 5th realm martial artists struggled to train in Tiger Roarpool, it was even less feasible for someone like Wang Xian. Despite this, the soldiers at the camp were willing to assist those dedicated to their training. A few days earlier, a 6th realm martial lord had ventured into Tiger Roarpool specifically to deal with the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord. As a result, the pool's depths were currently free of the fearsome beast. However, entering the core area remained a daunting task. Even a well-equipped 4th realm team would find it difficult without sufficient gear, personnel, and supplies. Given Wang Xian's current 1st realm strength, merely stepping into the pool's outer areas would likely result in being devoured by sea or grade beasts. After hearing this, Wang Xian smiled faintly. He understood that with the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord gone for now, he had a window of opportunity to enter the core area and train. However, the pool's core was the Mountain Lord's regular bathing spot, with even higher infection levels, making cultivation there incredibly challenging. Some suggested he head to the Star River Cascade, an grade ruin managed by the City West Defense Bureau. Although its effects were far inferior to Tiger Roarpool, it was at least safe. Wang Xian nodded but thought to himself that changing locations was out of the question. He had his own ways to protect himself in Tiger Roarpool. The infection levels posed no threat to him. In fact, they could accelerate the development of his divine veins. He was well aware of his current strength. He might barely handle a C or grade beast, but he stood no chance against the hordes of creatures in a grade ruin. 3rd realm beasts had vitality exceeding 1,000 points, while 4th realm beasts surpassed 10,000 points, whereas his own vitality was still in the double digits, a massive gap. Avoiding direct confrontation was the wisest strategy, and he already had a plan in mind. Wang Xian smiled faintly, his gaze shifting toward the direction of the Worm Valley town. As a high-level martial artist, he knew that possessing powerful martial artifacts could block the perception of exotic beasts. However, such artifacts were incredibly expensive, and he couldn't acquire one anytime soon. Fortunately, modern martial artifacts weren't the only way to shield oneself from these creatures. He recalled hearing about a primeval cicada that had recently appeared in Worm Valley town. This exotic beast was renowned for its exceptional stealth abilities. While its combat strength was not particularly high, its concealment skills had troubled many alien warriors. On the battlefield, martial artists often refined these cicadas into scouts, sending them into dangerous territories. Once a primeval cicada died, its outer shell could be stripped and draped over a martial artist, forming a thin membrane that blended seamlessly with the environment, effectively concealing them from stronger entities. Feeling confident, Wang Xian knew that dealing with a primeval cicada would be effortless for him. He boarded a return train and, after a 7 to 8 hour journey, finally arrived at Worm Valley town. Decades ago, this was a small town in the southern part of Western Shu. Over time, it was overrun by exotic beasts and transformed into a beast-infested town. Many native insect species were corrupted by a sinister aura, turning into terrifying exotic creatures such as the iron-armored beetle, the sound-weaving spider, and the corrosive moth, causing immense trouble for martial artists. The town's terrain was intricate and chaotic, with dense puppet ferns entangling the old, dilapidated buildings. A gray, eerie mist hung in the air, exuding a chilling sense of danger. Wang Xian moved with agility, weaving through the buildings and occasionally pausing to survey his surroundings, until he stopped in front of his target. It was the primeval cicada. From several hundred meters away, he spotted the crimson blood lily, a plant that the primeval cicada favored as its resting place. Wang Xian didn't act immediately. Instead, he placed his fingers to his lips and blew a sharp whistle, producing a sound reminiscent of a cicada's call that resonated through the air. On alien battlefields years later, many novice martial artists had been humiliated by the primeval cicada's elusiveness. Eventually, Earth's martial artists developed methods to counter this creature, discovering that ancient vocal techniques could lure it out. As Wang Xian's whistle echoed, it wasn't long before a response came: a cicada's cry laden with murderous intent, sharp enough to pierce a martial artist's psyche and drive them mad. Facing the primeval cicada's sonic attack, Wang Xian remained composed. With a light tap of his toes, he unsheathed his blade and leaped across the 100-meter distance, striking with precision. The blade wave cut through the air, locking onto its target. In his mind, he visualized the cicada's structure as if performing a flawless dissection. The misty haze shattered in an instant as Wang Xian landed and sheathed his blade. Just a few meters away, a faint slash appeared on the silver-white, tumturlong exotic beast. As he approached, the wound deepened, and finally, the cicada's body split in two, its innards spilling out. Wang Xian felt a sense of satisfaction with the power of his secret technique. The primeval cicada, nearly an 11 beast, had been effortlessly dispatched. This was the true prowess of his perfected butcher's dissection technique, a devastating blow that completely overwhelmed its target. Wang Xian shook his head, thinking to himself that if this were a practical combat test for the martial arts exam, using his skills in dissection would make killing those exotic beasts raised by the military feel as effortless as playing a game. He pulled out a small knife and methodically peeled off the shell of a taigu cicada, a creature that had appeared in the Worm Valley town just a few months ago and had yet to be discovered by others. The nearly tumturlong cicada shell was translucent and felt almost weightless when draped over his body. Beyond the shell, the dissected corpse of the taigu cicada contained several valuable items. For instance, its resin could temporarily shield against sonic attacks. If confronted with the Scarlet Blood Tiger Lord, consuming the resin would at least provide temporary immunity to its tiger roars and other soundwave assaults, buying Wang Xian enough time to escape. High-level exotic beasts often unleashed an aura attack that could paralyze martial artists. For low-level martial artists without powerful protective gear, a single roar could mean certain death. With the cicada resin, Wang Xian could temporarily fend off such attacks, making escape far easier. Once he was ready, he departed from Worm Valley Town and headed straight for Tiger Roarpool. If he chose to take the train, he would need proof of higher-level martial artist status, as the train wouldn't stop at Tiger Roarpool otherwise. Traveling directly, however, meant leaving his fate entirely to chance. Most martial artists wouldn't dare to do what Wang Xian was doing, venturing alone as a first-rank martial artist into a class large-scale ruin. Nor would they prepare as thoroughly as he had. The moment Wang Xian stepped into Tiger Roarpool, he immediately sensed the overwhelming malice in the air, far surpassing that of any other area. This was undoubtedly a class ruin. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he cautiously walked through the forest, already cloaked in the cicada shell. As soon as he entered, countless pairs of shadowy eyes swept over him, lingering for a few seconds before moving away. The taigu cicada shell was indeed a formidable asset on alien battlefields, as even 3rd and 4th rank exotic beasts couldn't detect him. Wang Xian took a deep breath, silently relieved that his plan was working. He advanced step by step into the depths of the forest, instinctively employing the Hunyuan breathing technique. His body carefully absorbed the wandering spiritual malice in the ruins, purifying it through his spirit veins before integrating it into his energy channels. The absorption had to be slow, as any sudden surge of energy would alert the exotic beasts. Training here for 3 to 4 months could potentially refine one of his meridians, but the prolonged exposure posed too great a risk, and Wang Xian had no intention of taking such a gamble. Time passed slowly until he reached the core area, where the shadowy gazes abruptly disappeared. The absence of exotic beasts in the core area didn't surprise Wang Xian. The Scarlet Blood Tiger Lord, as a peak-class exotic beast, claimed this territory as its domain. Highly territorial advanced exotic beasts wouldn't tolerate the presence of others in their realm unless they summoned them intentionally, which, in this case, worked in Wang Xian's favor. Before long, Wang Xian arrived at the heart of Tiger Roarpool. The pool's water shimmered in a crimson hue, yet it wasn't murky. In fact, it was surprisingly clear. The red color came from reflections of something at the bottom. Wang Xian's gaze shifted to the lowest-lying dark pool. He didn't rush to enter, but instead searched the surroundings for a cave. The dark pool was the Scarlet Blood Tiger Lord's lair, and at this moment, the Tiger Lord was likely locked in battle with that 6th-rank martial artist. Wang Xian had to quickly find an escape route in case the Tiger Roar Mountain Lord returned. After some searching, he finally discovered a highly concealed small cave located between the core and outer regions. The cave was narrow, barely large enough to accommodate 2 or 3 people. If the Tiger Roar Mountain Lord came back, Wang Xian could don the ancient silkworm garment, hide in the cave, hold his breath, and wait for the right moment to escape. The Mountain Lord's roar seemed capable of devouring everything, and the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord would never suspect that such a hidden, dark spot existed within its own territory. Proceeding cautiously, Wang Xian couldn't help but recall the arduous experiences he had faced on the alien battlefield years ago. After preparing himself, he leapt into the depths of the pool without hesitation. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped his entire body, as if an invisible force was crushing him, far more terrifying than the tenfold gravity chamber. The resistance of the heavy water made it nearly impossible for him to swing his weapon, as though his whole body was glued in place. Only by continuously wielding his weapon underwater and feeling the oppressive force of the heavy water could he transmit this sensation to his neural pathways, accelerating his integration with the secret techniques. As he descended deeper, the weight on his hands grew increasingly pronounced, but so did the speed of his cultivation progress. For martial artists in the first or second realm, such an environment would undoubtedly be a monumental challenge. Yet Wang Xian remained undeterred. Divine Vein activate. He channeled spiritual energy throughout his body, and the boundless cosmic energy surged into his limbs, ensuring he could replenish his spiritual reserves at any moment without concern. With the aid of the divine vein, Wang Xian smoothly practiced the overlapping wave force, using this opportunity to delve deeper into the flowing water blade technique. He understood that achieving the realm of returning to simplicity required a profound recomprehension of blade techniques, reaching a level of enlightenment. This enlightenment manifested as the creation of a move that encapsulated the essence of the entire martial art. Since everyone's understanding of martial arts differed, the ultimate moves they created varied as well, making the realm of returning to simplicity notoriously difficult to achieve. Wang Xian's extensive experience in combat with formidable opponents gave him an understanding far beyond the martial concepts of his time, especially compared to the old martial traditions. Finding his truth within a foundational blade technique was not particularly challenging for him. He meditated and practiced underwater, taking advantage of the overlapping wave force training and the unique geography of the Tiger Roarpool to create ideal conditions for cultivation. After several days, wave after wave rippled through the water. Gentle drizzles turned into streams, and raging tsunamis were all still water. Water could be me, him, you, the mountains, the trees, the wind, the clouds. There is no fixed form for an army, just as water has no fixed shape. Softness in liquid form, rigidity in solid form, and illusion in gaseous form interwove endlessly, ever-changing and full of vitality. Amid countless waves, Wang Xian's movements alternated between the agility of a fish, the steadiness of a turtle, and the ferocity of a shark, as though he had become one with the pool's waters. Until one moment, his eyes suddenly snapped open, as if he had grasped universal truths. The form ceased, but the intent continued. Sharpness flowed seamlessly. He realized that by harnessing the natural timing and terrain as his blade, he could transform the forces of all things into a source of power. Wang Xian silently recited in his heart, "The blade doesn't cut with its edge, and stillness isn't found in appearances. This is the truth. I've discovered the ultimate essence of the flowing water sword technique. 3,000 water forms." As the thought concluded, he swung his blade, as if countless rivers converged into the sea. The pool's water fused with the demonic blade, forming an unstoppable force. The boundless water forms transformed into waves of blades, ever-changing and powerful enough to trap and annihilate anything in their path. Wang Xian smiled in satisfaction. This move not only encapsulated all the characteristics of the flowing water sword technique, but also trapped his enemies, subjecting them to endless, shape-shifting blade waves until their demise. With further refinement, it could reach the realm of ultimate simplicity and perfection. He took a deep breath, sensing that the progress of his overlapping wave force had reached about 1 or 2%. Such progress in just a few days was astonishing. Even if it wasn't perfected within 2 months, its power would still grow steadily with time. What's that crimson glow down there? Wang Xian suddenly noticed something unusual below. He dived a bit deeper and discovered a pile of remains. His expression turned serious as he thought to himself, the remains of a beast? At the center of the remains, a glowing, round object caught his attention. Though it emitted no energy fluctuations, it seemed extraordinary. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to uncover the massive beast remains to investigate further. As soon as he touched the remnants, a fierce roar echoed from the distance, filled with boundless rage, like the fury of a beast whose territory had been invaded. Wait, isn't the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord currently entangled with that 6th realm martial sovereign? Could it have sensed this? Wang Xian's mind raced as he realized the peculiar nature of these remains and the glowing object. There was no time to figure it out now. His expression shifted, and he immediately began ascending toward the surface. However, before Wang Xian could fully emerge from the water, he suddenly heard a loud splash, as if something heavy had plunged into the depths of the pool. It resembled a boulder sinking into the water, brushing past him on its way to the bottom. He focused his gaze and was stunned to see a graceful woman holding a long sword of icy blue, her face as pale as snow. Her eyes were dazed, and she wore a tight-fitting black martial robe. A distinct claw mark tore through her right shoulder, exposing a large area of fair skin. One ascending, the other descending, their gazes met underwater, and both froze in shock. Wang Xian's heart raced as he thought, could she be that 6th realm martial sovereign? His pulse quickened. Was she struck down by the enraged Crimson Blood Mountain Lord? Meanwhile, the woman's shock stemmed from her own thoughts. This is the lair of the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord, the most perilous spot in Tiger Roarpool's depths. How could there be a man here? Wang Xian paused for only a second before swiftly grabbing the woman's wrist with lightning speed. The moment his long, slender fingers touched her skin, he felt a faint chill. The woman's eyes widened in shock, but she instinctively remained still. In one fluid motion, Wang Xian draped the taiga silkworm cloak over both of them. This special garment, crafted from the Tumderlong ancient silkworm, was as light as air, yet capable of shielding 2 or 3 people. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, then led the woman into the dark waters of the pool. They quickly sank to the muddy bottom, using the soft sediment as cover. Through the semi-transparent silkworm cloak, the woman could feel its strange texture, but she understood the situation and stayed perfectly still. Moments later, a crimson-red glare swept from above, scanning the depths of the pool as though trying to pierce through the darkness. The two of them held their breath and stayed motionless. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Xian peered through the murky water and caught sight of the massive shadow overhead. It was unmistakably the form of the Qishua mountain lord. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. By the 13th breath, the enormous figure finally began to move away. Yet Wang Xian remained vigilant, not moving a muscle. Several minutes later, the woman furrowed her brows and signaled with her eyes that the Qishua mountain lord might have left. Wang Xian shook his head and continued to wait. Sure enough, moments later, the Qishua mountain lord silently returned, patrolling above the water once more. It even dipped its head into the pool, carefully searching for any hidden intruders. Only after an exhaustive search yielded no results did it unleash a deafening roar and leave the area. Once the threat had truly passed, Wang Xian brought the woman to the surface, whispering, "Follow me." He led her quickly toward a hidden cave he had discovered earlier. The woman, her cheeks slightly flushed, followed close behind. Inside the cave, Wang Xian sealed the entrance with prepared stones and retrieved a luminous pearl from his belongings to light the space. The cave, already stocked with emergency rations thanks to his extensive experience in wilderness survival, became a temporary safe haven. Under the glow of the pearl, the modestly sized cave revealed its sharp, defined edges. The woman's appearance and figure were also fully illuminated in the soft light. Her long hair was tied up high, and her soaked martial robes clung to her graceful, curvaceous form. Sitting on a rock, she exuded the unique allure of a mature woman. Yet her exquisitely beautiful face bore an icy expression, and her frost-like eyes contrasted starkly with her warm, voluptuous silhouette. Her injuries left her looking slightly fatigued, adding a poignant touch to her beauty. "You're the 6th realm martial master sent to investigate the ruins at Tiger Roarpool?" Wang Xian asked, breaking the silence as he adjusted his clothes. The woman nodded lightly. "The Qishua mountain lord is only at a brank peak, isn't it?" Wang Xian pressed further. "With your 6th realm martial master strength, you should have had a good chance of defeating it. Even if you couldn't, how did you end up injured?" The woman paused in thought before answering slowly. "I fought the Qishua mountain lord for several days and nights. At first, I had the upper hand. These past few days, I've gradually suppressed the Crimson Blood Mountain monarch, intending to wear it down slowly and take it out without injury. However, just now, it suddenly launched a desperate counterattack, as if determined to trade its life for mine, catching me completely off guard. Although I took a hit, it also suffered significant injuries." The woman's voice was as clear and melodious as a spring, yet carried a hint of seriousness. She frowned slightly, seemingly puzzled by the sudden aggression of the Crimson Blood Mountain monarch. With a soft sigh, she speculated, perhaps it realized that if the fight dragged on, it would eventually perish at my hands. Out of desperation, it chose to risk it all. She hadn't considered that the creature's intelligence had reached such a level. Wang Xian silently wondered if it had something to do with him uncovering the bones at the bottom of the pool and finding that glowing object. The Crimson Blood Mountain monarch was likely connected to it, and, sensing its treasure had been taken, was driven into a rage. At that moment, the woman turned to Wang Xian, her gaze sharpening as she asked, "What's a first-realm martial artist like you doing in a place like this?" Having just emerged from the water, the woman seemed baffled by Wang Xian's presence. She couldn't help but take a deep breath, her expression momentarily dazed as she muttered to herself, "Have the young martial artists of my country become this bold? Are you from the post-2000 generation?" Wang Xian froze for a moment before offering an awkward smile, tacitly admitting it. Without counting his past life, he was indeed 19 years old, making him part of that generation. The woman's appearance gave no hint of her age, but as a 6th realm martial arts expert, unless she was an extraordinary prodigy, she was undoubtedly much older than Wang Xian. She shot him a glare, her sternness surpassing that of a schoolteacher. With a sigh, she remarked, "Bold doesn't even begin to describe this is sheer recklessness. Even the oldest of post-2000 martial artists would only be 25 at most. Reaching the 4th realm by then is impressive, and the 5th realm would mark a genius. Yet even if one managed to reach those realms, venturing here alone would still be considered foolish. But since you're from the post-2000 generation, I suppose I can understand a little, the woman added with an exasperated tone. After all, this generation was full of audacious youths with wild ideas, capable of attempting all sorts of outrageous things. What do you mean by that? What's wrong with being from the post-2000 generation? You owe an apology to all post-2000s in Longhua. Wang Xian coughed lightly, choosing not to argue further. You're probably from 2008 or 2009, right? The woman shook her head slightly, sighing. The younger they are, the bolder they get. By the way, what was that thing you draped over me earlier? It seemed to block the crimson blood mountain monarch's senses. An ancient cicada's shell, Wang Xian replied. Ancient cicada? Isn't that a newly discovered type of exotic beast? A flicker of curiosity crossed the woman's eyes, indicating she had some knowledge of it. Wang Xian gave her a brief explanation of the ancient cicada's characteristics. I see the woman nodded in understanding, her expression softening slightly as a faint smile graced her face. The icy demeanor she had earlier now carried a touch of gentle beauty. She glanced at Wang Xian, her eyes filled with intrigue and amazement. Inwardly, she thought, the ancient cicada was discovered barely a month ago, and even the Exotic Beast Research Institute hasn't fully figured it out. Yet this first-realm martial artist already knows so much. Wang Xian thought for a moment and decided to briefly explain what he had encountered at the bottom of the pool. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly and took a light breath, as if realizing it might be a tiger's soul spirit core. Curious, Wang Xian asked. I know a little about spirit cores, but what is a tiger's soul spirit core? He had indeed never heard of such a thing before. The woman replied, your university grades weren't great, were they? Wang Xian thought to himself, though reluctant to admit it, that his academic performance in university had indeed been lacking. The woman continued, the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord is no ordinary exotic beast. She explained slowly. It is an ancient beast with historical significance. In the martial arts major at university, there's a required course called the History of Exotic Beasts on Blue Planet, which covers this topic. Throughout history, our long kingdom has had many ancient beasts. These creatures are not the same as modern exotic beasts. They fed on human martial artists. Among these ancient beasts, some were neutral, some protected certain regions, while others remained hidden in the mountains. The Crimson Blood Mountain Lord was one such tiger beast, secluded in the mountains, cultivating by absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth. She went on. According to historical records, the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord belonged to the lineage of the Panshan tigers in the southwest of the Long Kingdom. Later, when the vital energy of heaven and earth was revived and exotic beasts emerged, the condensed malevolent energy began to corrupt many of the ancient beasts native to Blue Planet. The Crimson Blood Mountain Lord was one of them. After becoming an exotic beast, its body underwent mutations, and due to the conflict with its own cultivation, it had to seek places where malevolent energy gathered ruins that contained spirit cores. University courses mention that ruins of level or higher typically contain spirit cores. Spirit cores are concentrated sources of malevolent energy, essential for the cultivation of exotic beasts and the origin of many large ruins. The spirit core in this place has been influenced by the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord's cultivation over the years, tainting it with its own bloodline and mutating it into a tiger's soul spirit core. Once a spirit core mutates, it accelerates the gathering of malevolent energy, causing the contamination in the area to rise rapidly. At the same time, the Tiger Soul Spirit Core establishes a connection with the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord. By disturbing the Tiger Soul Spirit Core, you essentially tampered with its lifeblood. The woman paused, as if understanding why the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord had suddenly gone berserk. Wong Xien nodded thoughtfully, silently contemplating the importance of knowledge. In his previous life, he had fought fiercely on alien battlefields and had extensive knowledge of extraterrestrial beasts. However, his understanding of the mutated beasts native to Blue Planet was quite limited. After being reborn, he had focused heavily on studying the humanities, aiming to gain a deeper understanding of Blue Planet's history and the origins of its mutated beasts. In modern times, the status of humanities was no lower than that of martial arts studies, as many advancements in martial techniques required the involvement of numerous researchers. Nowadays, creating a martial art no longer entailed the lengthy, painstaking process of trial and error by the martial artist alone, as it did in ancient times. Instead, such tasks were handed over to martial research institutes for optimization and refinement. For instance, the Hunyuan breathing technique, which he had developed in his previous life, was only rolled out after extensive experimentation and validation by the state. Other industries, such as the manufacturing of combat gear, also relied heavily on the support of academic research. At this moment, the woman paused in thought, her mind returning to the mutated spirit core of the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord. With the support of the Tiger Soul Spirit Core, it likely had no fear of engaging in prolonged combat with her. Her previous methods of defeating it were now unlikely to succeed. After all, before mutating into a beast, the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord had already been a formidable ancient creature. Its mutation had made it far stronger than ordinary mutated beasts, which was why it had claimed the roaring tiger pool as its domain. Suddenly, the woman coughed a few times, her cheeks flushing red, with even her pale neck taking on a faint crimson hue. She quickly retrieved a small blue vial from her waist, opened it, and poured its contents into her mouth. The light blue liquid emitted a pure energy and medicinal aroma, but unfortunately, there seemed to be very little left. As she tilted the vial, it was soon emptied. Wang Xian glanced at the woman's wound, where crimson blood flowed like molten lava. His mind recalled the description of the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord he had heard on the train, and he warned her cautiously, "Your injury seems quite serious." The woman turned her face slightly, adjusted her torn clothing, and nodded faintly. She replied in a low voice, "It's not too serious, I just need some time to recover. The Crimson Blood Mountain Lord is probably searching for me right now. After a while, when it can't find me, it will return to the cold pool. Before coming here, I learned that it usually stays at the cold pool for only 2 to 3 days before heading out to patrol. When the time comes, we can look for an opportunity to leave. He'll return to deal with it next time." Wang Xian fell into deep thought, his mind filled with doubts. The strength of a 6th realm martial artist was extraordinary. At this level, one could unlock the 6-fold genetic chains of martial talent, granting a body of immense power, a unique domain, boundless potential, and unparalleled respect. Martial artists of this level were not to be underestimated, earning the title of martial sovereign. However, with the Tiger Soul Spirit core, the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord might be even stronger than what had been described in the train broadcast. Nowadays, the wounds caused by the claws of the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord are perilous. Once its blood seeps into a warrior's body, combined with the malevolent energy contained within, even a martial sovereign might not emerge unscathed, let alone those without healing abilities. Wang Xian took out some hidden rations and handed a portion to the woman. Inside the cave, a temporary silence fell, broken only by the faint sounds of chewing. After finishing the food, the woman fell into a deep sleep, her hand tightly gripping her longsword. However, she woke up shortly after, her body trembling slightly, as though caught between cold and heat. Her eyes were still as frosty as snow, but her cheeks had flushed red clearly. Her injuries had worsened. "Your wounds have been contaminated by the blood of the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord." Wang Xian mused aloud. "I know a bit about him from what I heard along the way. His blood." The woman suddenly looked up, her sharp gaze locking onto Wang Xian. Yet, within that sharpness, there was a strange flicker, almost like a spark. "Wang Xian, you don't need to concern yourself." Her gaze swept over him, as if seeing through his thoughts. She gritted her teeth and spoke. But this wasn't a matter of willingness, it was a matter of survival for both of them. "I have a way to help you," Wang Xian said bluntly. "But it might require me to offend you a little." "No way." Her cheeks instantly turned crimson, and her voice thundered with rejection, firm and unyielding. "Absolutely not. Listen to me. If it's no, then it's no. There's no need to keep discussing it," Wang Xian said calmly. "But if we don't address this, we're both going to die here. If your injuries aren't treated, there's no way you can leave this place. The blood of the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord is on you. The Taigu Cicada cloak can conceal your presence for a time, but as your injuries worsen and the tiger blood permeates your body, your aura will become impossible to hide." The woman understood this all too well, otherwise she would have left long ago. She gripped her frost-covered longsword tightly, her legs shifting slightly as she glanced at the young man before her. His appearance was decent, his youthful features carrying a hint of boyishness, yet his eyes reflected a composure far beyond his years. However, his actions seemed anything but composed. This boy, no older than 20, exuded an enigmatic contradiction in his demeanor. "Healing your injuries is actually quite simple," Wang Xian shrugged. "All it takes is neutralizing the negative effects of the malevolent energy in the tiger blood. With your extraordinary talent and physique, even without any medicine, you could recover fully from such severe injuries in no more than a week." "Then there's no other way," he continued. "I have plenty of methods to leave here. But if I disturb the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord, I might not be able to continue training in this place." His plan was simple: help her recover, then find a way to have her take down the Mountain Lord, allowing him to train here undisturbed for a couple of months. The woman's grip on her sword tightened, as if she were struggling internally, weighing her options. Finally, she spoke, her voice hesitant. "Tell me about yourself first. Let me understand who you are, not too detailed, just about your family." Seeing her reaction, Wang Xian briefly shared his story. When she heard that his parents had died years ago defending their city, leaving him an orphan raised by a third uncle, and that he had grown up training alone, a trace of sadness and pity flickered in her eyes. "You truly are a pitiful soul," she murmured. "All right then." After a long moment of thought, she lowered her head, her voice filled with reluctance. Her grip on the sword slackened slightly, but she quickly added, "We must both forget this ever happened, and you're not allowed to speak of it to anyone. If you can promise me that." "No problem," Wang Xian nodded. "Then let's begin." The woman's voice was as soft as a whisper, no longer laced with sternness but carrying a hint of vulnerability. Wang Xian stepped closer, and the woman trembled slightly, inhaling the unfamiliar scent of a man. She closed her eyes, as though resigning herself to fate, her posture akin to a fish on a chopping board, awaiting its fate. In the next moment, Wang Xian reached out, tearing the fabric around the wound on her shoulder, and leaned in to suck at the injury. Ah! The woman's body jolted, her eyes snapping open in confusion as she looked at the head buried against her shoulder. What are you doing? Wang Xian lifted his head, his mouth stained with tiger blood. He licked his lips and said matter-of-factly, sucking out the tiger blood. What else? This is good stuff. It might even help me cultivate a divine vein. The woman's eyes softened ever so slightly, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks like the first bloom of spring. Is this what you meant by offending me? Wang Xian had been craving this tiger blood for a long time. The essence of a great mutant beast, derived from the ancient and powerful creatures of Blue Star, had undergone mutation. The tiger blood contained a trace of spiritual energy. Though faint, it was extremely pure. As for other thoughts, Wang Xian wasn't entirely without them after all. He was a man. However, he didn't know this woman well, and initiating an intimate relationship out of the blue clearly went against his principles. Moreover, the woman was a six-realm martial master. If she regained her composure and demanded accountability afterward, he would be at a great loss. A woman's chastity is valued, but does that mean a man's chastity isn't? That logic didn't sit well with him. Wang Xian wasn't about to suffer such a loss. As for desire, what a joke. Having honed his willpower and physical control through the 8 realms of ancient martial arts, he had long mastered himself. A mere second thought was nothing. He would make sure his body knew who its true master was, and who called the shots. His will was his own, not dictated by heaven. Whether soft or firm, he decided. How do you feel? Wang Xian asked. Huh. The woman froze for a moment, her mind seemingly struck, turning into a chaotic mess. But soon, years of mental discipline helped her regain her composure. She murmured, though her gaze grew increasingly complicated. She hadn't expected this young man to act this way. Had she misunderstood? Wait, no, something wasn't right. Realizing something, she quickly said, No, you must spit out that tiger blood immediately. The blood is filled with intense spiritual energy. You're only a first-realm warrior, and you've already absorbed a significant amount of energy just by being here. If you ingest the tiger blood, the energy will invade your body, and you won't survive. Before she could act, Wang Xian firmly pressed her shoulder and didn't respond. She tried to stop him, but he ignored her and lowered his head to take a sip. Her body froze, as if a white serpent had been seized by its vital point, leaving her unable to move. In truth, the wound below her shoulder was already starting to fester, and the crimson tiger blood emitted a searing, metallic scent that completely masked her natural fragrance. This act of drawing blood was far from any sensual experience. For an ordinary warrior, even a single sip of the tiger blood would cause their organs to rupture under the impact of its spiritual energy. After all, the tiger blood carried the will of the Scarlet Blood Mountain Lord. The essence of the blood, its vital energy and spirit, was a force to be reckoned with. Yet as the blood entered Wang Xian's body, his divine veins began to circulate, and the tiger blood was seamlessly absorbed into his powerful spiritual network. After several cycles, the energy was fully assimilated. Feeling the spiritual energy within him grow stronger, Wang Xian was quite satisfied. Still, it wasn't enough. If he could use the blood-drinking mad blade to directly slay the Scarlet Blood Mountain Lord and absorb its essence, transforming it into spiritual energy breaking through the Rin and Du meridians would be effortless. Unless, of course, the Scarlet Blood Mountain Lord fought to the death, choosing mutual destruction and self-detonation. In that case, the blade's effectiveness would be significantly diminished. As Wang Xian continued to draw the tiger blood, the woman's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes misted over, and she let out a soft, involuntary sigh. However, as the tiger blood was rapidly drained, she gradually calmed down, her emotions turning increasingly complex. She couldn't understand why this young man would act this way. He hadn't taken advantage of her vulnerability, and he even risked his life to save her. People often said young men were ruled by their impulses, but he seemed completely unaffected. Especially when she saw the unwavering determination in his gaze, there was no doubt about it. He simply wanted to drink blood. Wang Xian focused intently on the wound, his gaze so pure it was almost unsettling. His eyes were devoid of any impurities, carrying only a simple, unwavering concentration that made the woman's heart stir slightly. He carefully drew the last mouthful of tiger blood, but this time, the sensation was entirely different. It lacked the nauseating stench it once had, and was replaced by a refreshing fragrance, as if it embodied the purest essence of life itself, an aroma so captivating it could drive anyone mad. Wang Xian felt a flicker of emotion in his heart, and looked up to inspect the wound. The discoloration had faded significantly. He nodded slightly and retrieved several bandages from his adventure supplies, meticulously wrapping the woman's shoulder. With her constitution, As long as the tiger blood was purged, she would recover fully after a short rest without the need for any medicine. The woman struggled to open her eyes, her gaze falling on the young man. She noticed that his eyes were shut, and his cheeks were unnaturally flushed, clearly a sign of being tainted by malevolent energy. Yet to her astonishment, a faint, almost imperceptible glow flickered around him. In the blink of an eye, his complexion returned to normal, as if the malevolent energy had never affected him. "You're immune to the malevolent energy?" she asked, forcing herself to sit up, her voice soft but filled with curiosity. "Could it be that you possess a unique martial talent?" She was aware that only a handful of people in Longwa possessed such rare and extraordinary abilities. "No," Wang Xian shook his head. "It's just that my body is a bit different." The woman furrowed her brows and pressed further. "Then what is your martial talent?" Her curiosity about this young man grew stronger. "I don't have any martial talent." His words left the woman stunned. She immediately reached out and placed her hand on Wang Xian's wrist, a faint icy blue glow emanating from her palm. After just a few seconds, she murmured in disbelief, "There really isn't any." As someone deeply knowledgeable about martial talents, she knew that by channeling her own innate power, she could sense the latent martial abilities within someone else. While this method wasn't as precise as advanced instruments and couldn't determine the exact strength or type of talent, it was more than sufficient to confirm its presence. At that moment, a swirl of complex emotions surged within her. She didn't feel disdain, rather. She felt a deep sense of injustice and pity for this young man. She closed her eyes, overwhelmed by a surge of anger. How could the heavens be so cruel as to deny such a boy any martial talent? Suddenly, everything became clear. Why would a lonely, unprotected boy risk his life to train in a Blevel relic site? What kind of force could drive a first-realm martial artist to such extremes? It was the purest longing for martial arts. Yet, for someone so passionate about the path of martial arts, fate had cruelly denied him any natural talent. Even if he dedicated his entire life to relentless training and exhausted every resource, at best, if he had exceptional aptitude in the old martial ways, he might barely reach the fourth or fifth realm. Without such aptitude, he would likely remain trapped in the first or second realm for his entire life. These thoughts brought a mist of tears to her eyes. Wang Xian, noticing her on the verge of tears, was utterly baffled. "Huh, I didn't even do anything to you. I just drank a bit of tiger blood. Is it really that serious? You're already crying?" "It's okay." The woman opened her eyes, sensing her unusual state. She quickly put on a smile and changed the subject. "By the way, did you come here to practice the tidal surge technique?" For a young man without any talent in martial arts, this was undoubtedly a heavy blow. "Then let's not bring it up again," Wang Xian nodded. This secret technique was typically chosen by martial artists at the third realm. "You're starting too early," the woman said, her tone laced with concern. "That's true, but starting early is necessary. Otherwise, there won't be time to practice this when I move on to more advanced secret techniques," Wang Xian replied. "You use a blade?" the woman asked. "Yes," he confirmed. "The blade suits you. Most blade techniques emphasize internal energy," she added. "You have that energy within you. Practicing blade techniques will surely yield twice the results with half the effort. You've chosen the right path." Yet, the more she spoke, the heavier her heart felt. "You're practicing the Heavenly Frost Divine Sword style, aren't you?" Wang Xian asked. The woman looked surprised. "You actually know this style? A mere first-realm martial artist, and you know about styles, even this specific sword style." This only confirmed how tirelessly the young man must have absorbed martial knowledge, sacrificing sleep and rest to pursue his path. The woman sighed softly in her heart. Wang Xian nodded. He was well aware. Upon reaching the third realm, martial arts tended to branch into different styles. Why was swordsmanship so highly revered in this era? It wasn't because sword techniques were easier than other forms of martial arts, but because there were far more options available in swordsmanship. The ultimate techniques of sword styles were all of the nation-defending level, and in the Long Kingdom, such sword techniques were the most abundant. With more options, naturally, more people chose swordsmanship. Martial artists had diverse talents, and if one's abilities didn't suit a particular style, they could switch to another, offering greater flexibility. The Heavenly Frost Divine Sword style was an exceptionally powerful swordsmanship school. In his previous life, Wang Xian had faced off against a martial god of this style, and he was mostly at a disadvantage, ultimately losing after hundreds of moves. If it's the Heavenly Frost Divine Sword style, Wang Xian pondered aloud. "Once you've recovered, perhaps we can try to take down that Crimson Blood Mountain tiger together." Hearing this, the woman's eyes widened in an instant. Wang Xian recalled that within the Tianshuang Divine Sword lineage, there existed an advanced sword technique known as Guihan. This swordsmanship was immensely powerful, capable of silencing all things and turning the ordinary into ice. Upon hearing this, the woman grew even more astonished and nodded slightly in agreement. She said, "Indeed, such a technique exists. This move emphasizes striking the enemy in a single blow, gathering momentum before unleashing it, piercing the clouds with one strike, and enveloping all in frost and destruction. Its power is immense. If my injuries were fully healed, I could indeed use this technique to slay the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord. But this move requires time to gather momentum. The Crimson Blood Mountain Lord is no fool. He won't just stand there and let himself be struck. Even a single breath's time 3 to 4 seconds to gather energize far too long for a 6th realm martial artist. Even a 1st realm martial artist's movements have millisecond level reactions. 3 to 4 seconds would be plenty of time for the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord to tear me to shreds. Wang Xian pondered for a moment, thinking to himself, I should be able to hold it off for a few seconds. However, he could only think of a way to manage 2 or 3 seconds at most. The woman couldn't help but question, you're not joking with me, are you? Forget a 1st realm martial artist, even a 3rd or 4th realm martial artist wouldn't dream of controlling a level beast, which is comparable to the peak of the 5th realm, for 2 or 3 seconds. Besides, you lack martial talent. Let's give it a try? If it doesn't work, we'll just run for it. Wang Xian replied with a grin. Once your injuries are healed, with my ancient cicada garment, getting away together shouldn't be too hard, right? The woman thought it over for a moment and ultimately didn't refuse. She reasoned to herself, once my injuries are healed, taking one person out of the ruins will still be a breeze. Thus, she decided to trust Wang Xian this once. Although she didn't believe it would succeed, in fact, she was certain it would fail. Was there anything wrong with a young man yearning to witness the power and majesty of a level beast? No, there wasn't. Not only that, but she also wanted to grant this young man his wish. A sense of unease and guilt drove her to ensure his safety. A few days later, the woman's injuries healed even faster than Wang Xian had imagined, astonishingly fast. There was only one explanation for this, an extraordinary martial talent. Wang Xian boldly asked, what is your martial talent? The woman hesitated for a moment before replying softly, it's nothing extraordinary. Wang Xian's heart stirred, and he smiled, saying, the way you said that makes me think it must be extraordinary. He had a general sense of what the woman was thinking. Perhaps she was worried about hurting his pride. Over the past few days, Wang Xian had noticed that, despite the frost that often lingered on her face and the icy coldness in her eyes, like an unyielding glacier, her heart was mature and considerate of others. It wouldn't happen to be the Tianchuang sword heart, would it? Wang Xian asked casually. The Tianchuang sword heart was a top-tier martial talent possessed by the founder of the Tianchuang divine sword lineage, hence its name. The woman's expression changed instantly, but quickly returned to normal. Wang Xian's heart skipped a beat as he silently mulled it over. Such a top-tier martial talent could only mean one thing: hereditary talent, the legacy of a martial god. Even if she didn't reach the martial god's level in the future, achieving the 8th realm would undoubtedly be effortless. In the days that followed, Wang Xian and the woman devised a detailed strategy. As for how he intended to control the beast, the woman didn't ask, and Wang Xian didn't elaborate. When the time came, she only needed to unleash the Frost Return sword to show her opponent its power. The location was set to be within the depths of the dark pool. Wang Xian decided to dive to the bottom of the pool to touch the Tiger Soul Spirit core. The first target of the Scarlet Blood Mountain Lord would undoubtedly be him, leaving the woman unnoticed. She would then prepare her strike from the side, waiting for Wang Xian to restrain the beast before delivering the fatal blow with a single slash. The simpler the plan, the less likely it was to fail. However, the woman initially disagreed, finding the plan too dangerous. She pointed out that the moment the Scarlet Blood Mountain Lord saw them, it would undoubtedly unleash its blood roar. Frowning, she said, you may have the ancient cicada cloak, but under its roar, you won't even be able to move. You'll be paralyzed with fear, your blood surging uncontrollably, possibly to the point of bursting. And I wouldn't be able to prepare my strike at close range either. That roar is something even I need to use my energy to resist. I have a way, Wang Xian said mysteriously. What way? The woman pressed. You'll find out when the time comes. The two spent several days planning, and after half a month of preparation, the woman's injuries had healed. She spent over 10 days meditating, reaching her peak state with a significant improvement in her mental discipline. Meanwhile, Wang Xian took advantage of the Scarlet Blood Mountain Lord's absence to don the cicada cloak and train at the bottom of the dark pool. Let's go. The two stepped out of the cave, the dim light casting a shadow over them. The woman exuded a cold, frosty aura. The icy sword in her hand radiated a chilling brilliance, and the coldness in her eyes seemed capable of freezing everything around her. As they reached the edge of the icy pool, the woman asked softly, what exactly is your plan to resist the Scarlet Blood Mountain Lord's blood roar? By eating something, Wang Xian replied. What kind of thing? The woman asked curiously. Open your mouth first, eat it, and I'll tell you after, Wang Xian said cryptically. The woman hesitated for a moment, but eventually opened her mouth slightly. In a flash, Wang Xian tossed a lump of insect resin into her mouth. The resin was milky white, and her face flushed instantly. The icy frost on her flawless cheeks melted slightly as she stammered. What is this? It's the resin of the ancient cicada, Wang Xian explained. All right, I'm heading down now. Hey you. Before she could finish, Wang Xian had already leapt into the dark pool, diving straight to the bottom. Before long, he reached the remains at the bottom and spotted the tiger's soul spirit core. This was a treasure, he thought. With his remaining 12 meridians, refining them would likely depend on this core. Taking a deep breath, Wang Xian recalled the woman's words about the core containing immense baleful energy, though he wasn't sure how to unlock it. If he could absorb its energy, he could refine at least half of his 12 meridians. As he lightly touched the core, the waters around him began to ripple violently, as though a great beast was approaching from the distance. The strange beast, born from an ancient mutation, was indeed extraordinary. Holding the tiger's soul spirit core, Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He couldn't sense any baleful energy from it, only a crimson glow emanating from the core. The method to use it must be unique. Before long, he surfaced and was met with the sight of a giant beast standing atop the pool's surface, its crimson eyes staring coldly at him. For the first time, Wang Xian faced the Scarlet Blood Mountain Lord directly. The beast was as massive as a small mountain, towering like a giant tree. Its massive tiger-like body was covered in dark red scales, with crystalline bone spines lining its back, and its tail burned with an eerie, blood-red flame. This crimson blood mountain beast, though dwelling in the icy depths of a cold lake, seemed entirely unaffected by the freezing temperatures. Its eyes glowed with a molten red hue, swirling like lava, and with each breath, it exhaled a dense, blood-colored mist. When its claws swiped through the air, they tore open space itself, leaving ripples in their wake. When it noticed the human warrior standing before it, it was momentarily stunned. This intruder, daring to trespass into its territory, was so weak that it could hardly believe its own eyes. It even momentarily ignored the woman floating in midair. In the next instant, the crimson blood mountain beast let out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. An invisible, blood-red shockwave burst forth from its mouth, sending the waters of the cold lake surging several meters high. Yet Wang Xian only narrowed his eyes calmly, not even blinking. He had already consumed the cicada resin, rendering him completely immune to the beast's sonic attack. As for its overwhelming aura of menace, he dismissed it entirely. The woman in midair was stunned to realize that she, too, was unharmed. Raising her long sword, its tip radiating a cold brilliance akin to the first light of dawn, she felt a storm of thoughts churning within her. The blood roar had no effect? Could the cicada resin of the primordial cicada truly be this miraculous? Even more astonishing was how meticulously prepared this young man was, protected by the primordial cicada's silk armor for safe travel and equipped with resin specifically targeting the crimson blood mountain beast. Clearly, he had anticipated all of this and could retreat unscathed at any moment. At that very moment, the crimson blood mountain beast abruptly turned, finally noticing the woman in midair. It was clear that it now sensed a mortal threat. Though a beast of extraordinary intelligence, it could not escape the fate of defeat. Wang Xian slowly drew his bloodthirst blade and plunged it into the water. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Since you don't take me seriously, don't blame me for what comes next. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and within them, it seemed as though flowing water was swirling. As the blade left its sheath, all the water in the cold lake gathered onto its edge. Flowing water blade technique 3000 water forms. The moment the blade sliced through the water, countless counter-rotating whirlpools appeared on the lake's surface. The bloodthirst blade no longer emitted the hum of metal. Instead, it roared like rushing rivers. The demonic blade transformed into an ocean, its whirlpools weaving a celestial net, condensing the lake's waters into an enormous, sky-darkening aquatic prison. With one strike, the water prison enveloped the crimson blood mountain beast entirely as it lunged toward the woman. Every water blade carried the terrifying intent of a tyrant's blade, a force that dominated all and annihilated everything in its path. The crimson blood mountain beast roared furiously, but the blade's will and the water prison held it in place. Though it was only restrained for 2 or 3 seconds and suffered no direct harm, the woman in midair was left utterly dazed. What kind of martial art is this? It looks like the flowing water blade technique. But no, that technique doesn't have such a move. Could this be the pinnacle of mastery? The woman, though shocked, did not falter in her stance. The frost-infused longsword in her hand continued to gather its chilling power, the frost-laden light at its tip distorting the surrounding space. Roar! The caged crimson blood mountain tiger let out a furious bellow as endless water blades coiled around its limbs like serpents. Though it managed to break free in an instant, the water blades seemed inexhaustible, pouring forth from the watery cage in an unending stream. Wang Xian, having executed a single slash, had already retreated to the edge of the frigid pool, knowing the upcoming battle was no longer his to fight. 1 second, 2 seconds. The 3000 water phantoms technique he had unleashed drew upon the natural forces of this cold pool. Without this environment, such a feat would have been impossible. The ultimate essence of the flowing water blade technique lay in its ability to harness the power of nature, transforming the momentum of all things into a source of attack. Here, amidst the endless flow of the cold pool, its power was amplified to an extraordinary degree. The continuous waters of the pool lent such strength to this strike that no first-realm martial artist could hope to replicate it. Only a master of higher realms, one who had gained insight into the forces of heaven and earth, could fully exploit the environment to maximize the technique's potential. Otherwise, in any other location, Wang Xian doubted that the 3,000 water phantoms could have restrained the enraged Crimson Blood Mountain Tiger for even 1 or 2 seconds. This place was her training ground, but it could just as easily become her burial site. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Xian focused on the mountain tiger, which had already broken free from its watery prison. For seconds had passed. In midair, a faint glimmer of frost radiated from the woman's chest, its brilliance cutting through time and space, staining the heavens with its icy glow. Her dark hair turned completely white with frost in that instant, and the light at her sword's tip, like a frigid sun, began to rise. The sword intent she exuded reached its pinnacle, vast and overwhelming. In the next moment, her blade descended, returned to frost, a single strike that burned the sky with icy embers. Her clear voice resounded across the heavens as the sword's edge carved an icebound river across the sky. The Crimson Blood Mountain Tiger, which had just broken free, was instantly buried beneath the radiant ice river, its head severed in one decisive stroke. The might of a sixth-realm martial master was fully displayed in that fleeting moment. Her frost-white hair danced in the air, lending a touch of vitality to her otherwise cold, prison-like demeanor. Without it, one might mistake her for the sword itself, rather than a living person. Tian Shuang divine sword style. Wang Xian stroked his chin, nodding in quiet approval. As one of the most powerful sword styles of his past life, it was almost flawless, apart from its high demands on innate talent. Without sufficient aptitude, it was impossible to master the formidable martial arts and secret techniques of this school. As the woman slowly descended, the frosty white of her hair gradually faded, returning to its original color. She gazed at the distant corpse of the Crimson Blood Mountain Tiger, her expression complex. It was over. The beast she had battled for days and nights had been vanquished so effortlessly. Though it was her own hand that struck the final blow, she knew she couldn't have done it without the assistance of this seemingly insignificant first-realm martial artist. After all, it was he who had devised the plan, simple, yet brimming with courage and resolve. No ordinary first-realm martial artist would dare face a peak-grade creature, one comparable to a sixth-realm master. What astonished her most, however, was the flowing water blade technique in its return to simplicity form. A self-created martial art, its ability to harness the forces of the cold pool had managed to confine the Crimson Blood Mountain Tiger for a full 4 seconds. A young man, not even 20, possessed such extraordinary talent in martial arts. Had fate closed one door for him only to open another? At this moment, the woman's emotions were complicated. No one understood the significance of that strike better than she did. That sword strike must have drained all your strength, right? Wang Xian came over quickly and said, "Hey, race the plan. You should go rest for a bit. As for me, just in case, they'll deal with the corpse of the Qishua Mountain Lord to prevent it from regenerating or pulling off some sort of second phase." The woman felt a faint warmth in her heart. This young man was surprisingly thoughtful. However, while that sword strike was indeed powerful, it hadn't completely exhausted her strength. If it had, how could she have escaped if things had gone wrong? Of course, there was still a noticeable gap in her energy. She pondered for a moment and replied, "As long as the Tiger Soul Spirit Core hasn't merged with the Qishua Mountain Lord, it can't achieve the second phase you're talking about." "I have a question," Wang Xian asked, sensing the woman's deep understanding of local beasts, which bordered on encyclopedic. If the Tiger Soul Spirit Core is so important, why doesn't the Qishua Mountain Lord just consume it and refine it within its body? "Because consuming it might cause its body to explode," the woman explained calmly. "The intensity and purity of the malevolent energy within the spirit core can only be safely absorbed by those who have reached a level in cultivation. Once consumed, its power would increase dramatically. If it were to consume the core at a level, it might directly ascend to S-level as a beast. Right now, it's at the peak of B-level, so naturally, it wants to wait until it reaches a level to consume it. Local beasts are different from extraterrestrial ones. Even their instincts follow a gradual, methodical progression, reflecting their ancient heritage. Even after becoming beasts, this deeply ingrained nature prevents them from recklessly taking risks with their cultivation." "I see. I've learned something new," Wang Xian thought to himself. In his previous life, he hadn't attended a good university and lacked knowledge. In this life, he was determined to study hard and learn more. Still, as long as the Qishua Mountain Lord remained in this area, it would continue to resonate with the Tiger Soul Spirit Core, increasing the concentration of malevolent energy in the region and indirectly aiding its recovery. Killing such beasts in a high-concentration secret realm was far more difficult than dealing with them outside. Wang Xian nodded. Earlier, Bai Hongtian had easily slain the Wind King Falcon, but if it had been in its level mega-secret realm, things wouldn't have been so simple. Beasts also had the advantage of their terrain. Alright then, you go rest while I dismember and crush the Qishua Mountain Lord's corpse, just to be safe. Wang Xian grinned and strode toward the massive, mountain-like body. The woman gave a soft acknowledgement without refusing, instead feeling a deep sense of admiration. This young man was even more cautious than she was. Wait, something occurred to her, and she handed her frosty longsword to him. The Qishua Mountain Lord's bones and tendons are no ordinary matter. Normal blades won't be able to dismember or crush them, especially since it's completely frozen right now. Use my sword. This is a 6th-tier martial artifact. You may not be able to wield its full power, but the sharpness of its blade alone should be enough to cut through the Qishua Mountain Lord's body with ease. Wang Xian paused, took the sword, and glanced at it briefly without saying much. As he looked at the frosty longsword in his hand, he lightly ran his fingers along the blade and praised, "What a fine sword. You're as meticulous as ever, big sister." He turned and walked away, unaware that as his fingers brushed the blade, the woman's cheeks turned slightly red, and her body seemed to tremble faintly. A trace of bashfulness flickered in her eyes, as though she wanted to say something but held back. In the end, she remained silent, watching the young man approach the Qishua Mountain Lord's corpse. It was time for me to cultivate. Before Wang Xian lay the towering corpse of Qi Shueshanjun, whose head had been severed with a single strike. That strike, radiating a chilling brilliance, had instantly frozen the entire body, turning it into what appeared to be an ice mountain from afar. The power of that sword was evident. Even with the bloodthirsty blade, it would have been nearly impossible to pierce through the icy layer and extract the essence and energy from the body. Wang Xian gently swung the frost sword in his hand, creating a crack in the icy surface of the corpse. A surge of bloodthirsty energy poured out from Qi Shueshanjun's body. Wang Xian drove the sword deeper into the corpse, penetrating it by several inches, causing blood to slowly seep out. The body, transformed by its unique energy, was indeed extraordinary. Without this sword, Wang Xian thought to himself, even with Qi Shueshanjun reduced to a corpse, it would have been nearly impossible to break through its defenses for cultivation. The bloodthirsty blade, though a demonic weapon, depended heavily on the strength of its wielder. Furthermore, limited by ancient forging techniques, its sharpness lagged behind modern combat tools that had undergone countless refinements. However, its functionality remained unparalleled. This was a rare opportunity. The corpse of Qi Shueshanjun might just help me unlock the hardest to cultivate run and do meridians. With a decisive motion, Wang Xian plunged the bloodthirsty blade into the crack. Instantly, streams of essence and energy were absorbed by the blade, sending a tremor through his entire body. Pure energy coursed through the sword into him. Perfect. Activating his starry sky body refining technique, Wang Xian guided the flow of energy into the Ren and Du meridians, the two most critical channels among the 8 extraordinary meridians in traditional martial studies. It is said, when the Ren and Du meridians are unblocked, all other channels will follow. These 2 meridians run through the entire body and connect to the 12 primary meridians. Only by unblocking the Ren and Du meridians can one establish a complete energy circulation, ensuring abundant vitality and a continuous source of power. Moreover, it would enable the cultivation of multiple advanced martial arts without limitation. Wang Xian knew that once the Ren and Du meridians were unblocked, even if his strength had not yet reached the 3rd realm, he could rely on a robust internal circulation to practice higher-level martial arts. This was the reason he had mastered several national-level martial techniques in his past life, while only at the 8th realm. Normally, advanced martial arts not only required proficiency in 3 techniques, but also demanded a foundation of 3rd realm strength. Without it, attempting to practice such arts would not only be slow but also fail to unleash their full potential. The more powerful the martial art, the greater the vitality it required. Some advanced techniques even served as the foundation of entire schools of martial arts, with difficulty levels far exceeding the ordinary. Time passed swiftly as Wang Xian alternated between using the frost sword to break through the icy layers and the demonic blade to draw out Qi Shueshanjun's essence. Within his body, the Ren and Du meridians were visibly being reconstructed. Days later, a woman opened her eyes within a cavern, exhaling a deep breath of turbid air. She wondered to herself, how has he managed? Stepping out of the cavern, she looked into the distance. The once mighty corpse of Qi Shueshanjun had been reduced to a skeletal frame, its flesh completely stripped away and its tendons and joints meticulously disassembled. Like a butcher carving a beast? She mused, her thoughts lingering. Walking over, she saw the young man standing by the edge of the icy pool, meticulously cleaning the frost-covered longsword. His movements were precise and deliberate. She cleared her throat softly, and Wang Xian turned around, smiling as he approached her, clearly having finished his task. He handed the long sword to the woman and asked, "By the way, you have the tiger soul core, right?" The woman took the sword, her brows slightly furrowed, and replied seriously, "This item is extremely dangerous. As per protocol, such objects must be handed over to the military, who will then pass them on to the major exotic beast research institutes." However, she paused for a moment before continuing. "Since this plan was your idea, I won't be the one to turn it in. You can take it to the military yourself." Wang Xian immediately understood her intention and couldn't help but admire her. As expected of elder sister, he thought. This tiger soul core was essentially proof of a grade ruin, or more precisely, proof of clearing one. Without it, the infection level of tiger Roarpool would quickly decrease, and even if the exotic beasts weren't eradicated, they would flee to other ruins. With this core, Wang Xian could earn a significant amount of military merit. Tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, would be within reach. Clearly, the woman intended to leave this credit for him. Wang Xian felt a twinge of guilt, knowing he hadn't contributed much to the effort. However, there was no way he would hand over this core. He calculated in his mind even though his 12 primary meridians were not yet activated, it was only a matter of time. With this tiger soul core, he could accelerate the process of transforming his 12 primary meridians into divine meridians. If he handed it over, who knew how long it would take to slay enough exotic beasts to make up for it? Opportunities for military merit would come again. If the military asks, just say you encountered me in the ruins, the woman said calmly. Tell them I gave it to you. They won't question it. Wang Xian was deeply moved. Elder sister had thought everything through, even down to this detail. It was true if someone claimed that a mere first-realm martial artist had cleared a grade ruin, no one would believe it, and the military would certainly investigate. With her statement, it would be an entirely different matter. Of course, I never intended to hand it over, nor will I rely on this connection, Wang Xian resolved silently. Also, even though you lack martial talent, the woman said softly, there's always a chance you might awaken someday, so don't lose heart. Wang Xian simply smiled without responding. Have you ever heard of divine artifacts? She suddenly asked. Wang Xian was slightly taken aback, his thoughts racing. Of course, he had heard of them. Divine artifacts, officially known as divine true objects, were said to possess the power to alter the very rules of the world. Their origins were untraceable. Some believed they came from beyond the heavens, while others thought they were ancient relics of Blue Star, buried under the sands of time. Decades later, the resurgence of vital energy would be confirmed to have been triggered by the influence of one such divine artifact. However, at this point in time, research on divine artifacts was still scarce, far from the extensive investigations of the future. When divine artifacts became widely recognized, the very structure of Blue Star would undergo a seismic transformation, and martial artists would experience a revolution in their martial talents. With the emergence of divine artifacts, countless factions on Blue Star began studying them, and organizations and conglomerates dedicated to containing these artifacts sprang up like mushrooms after the rain. But all of that was still decades away from unfolding. At that time, Wang Xian had just returned from the battlefield on an alien star, only to learn that the divine artifacts had once again reshaped the entire blue planet. He knew very little about these artifacts, only that in that era, many martial artists relied on them to reach the pinnacle of their craft, altering their destinies and earning the envy of others. Reflecting on the past, he remembered that the Chun Corporation, under Chen Yuding's control, had focused its main business on collecting and researching such artifacts. As one of the top financial conglomerates of the time, they naturally couldn't miss out on such an opportunity. Wang Xian also knew that Chen Yuding had used these artifacts to cultivate several grandmasters of the seventh realm. Now, she was renowned for her vast knowledge and insight, ranking among the foremost figures of this era. Never heard of it, Wang Xian replied. In any case, the woman murmured, although martial talent cannot awaken naturally after birth, there might be a possibility with the help of certain external forces. However, such resources are exceedingly rare, though there's always a sliver of hope. Perhaps it gives the youth something to hold on to, she thought to herself. Wang Xian nodded but remained indifferent. He was confident that if he mastered the stellar body refining technique to its peak and achieved the stellar martial body, he could easily rival the most powerful tab-level martial talents in the world. Also, the woman hesitated for a moment before pulling out a specially crafted token from her pocket. You're still young. I don't know which university you attend or if you even attend one, but if you want to get into a good university, I happen to have some connections at this school. With this token, you can go to Tiandu Capital Martial University this September to audit their training courses. Auditing won't grant you a degree or access to university resources, but you'll be able to use many of their training facilities. Tiandu Capital Martial University is one of the top 5 martial arts universities in Longhua. Wang Xian thought to himself, I do plan to go to Tiandu Capital Martial, but I'd like to get in on my own merits. Without martial talent, though, getting admitted would be extremely difficult. Still, for a 6th realm martial sovereign to have connections at a top institution is only natural, especially someone so well-versed in knowledge. She might even be a guest professor there. He accepted the token, contemplating, if I truly can't get in through the entrance exams, this token will at least allow me to enter Tiandu capital martial. I should get going now, the woman said, holding her long sword. Her gaze turned distant as she took a few light steps forward. Suddenly, she asked, by the way, we've spent nearly a month together, but I still don't know your name. My name is Wang Feng, Wang Xian replied. Wang Feng. She softly repeated his name a few times. Aren't you curious about my name? If fate wills it, we'll know each other. If not, it's better to part ways as strangers, Wang Xian said. The woman's body trembled slightly. Her frost-like eyes lingered deeply on the young man before her, as though trying to etch his image into her memory. As a sixth realm martial sovereign, she could see through the boy's attempt to disguise himself, though it was subtle. Closing her eyes, she turned and transformed into a streak of sword light, vanishing into the clouds, leaving only the faint sound of a frosty sword's hum. My name is Luo Shuang, she said. After Luo Shuang left, Wang Xian did not leave Tiger Roarpool. Instead, he seized the opportunity to continue practicing the overlapping wave technique at the bottom of the pool. Gradually, he adapted to the changes in his body brought by the activation of 8 divine veins, and his vitality began to stabilize. Unlocking 8 divine veins was already a realization of Wang Xian's plan for his own strength. With the assistance of the Tiger Spirit Core, opening 12 divine veins in the future would no longer lack the support of spiritual energy. The death of the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord made Wang Xian's cultivation in this core area much smoother. While training, he also utilized the corpse of the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord, selecting a few suitable pieces of bone blades. He tirelessly polished them day and night with his bloodthirsty blade, mainly to craft throwing knives for personal use in emergencies. The tiger bones contained intense malevolent energy, and some of the bone spurs were extremely sharp. The strength of this material was no less than the 3 throwing knives he had previously forged at great expense. However, due to the material's extreme hardness, the polishing process required time, and the number of throwing knives he could ultimately craft depended on the circumstances. Additionally, Wang Xian cut off a section of the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord's fractured spine and gradually honed it into a 3-meter-long bone spear using the demonic blade. On the alien battlefield, where combat armor and weapons were consumed rapidly, the ability to craft temporary weapons became a basic skill for every warrior. Although weapons made from the bones of exotic beasts lacked the additional special abilities of modern technological processing and couldn't fully utilize the material's potential, as long as the spear was sturdy and functional, it was sufficient. The spine of the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord met Wang Xian's requirements for a spear. As a traditional martial artist, his expectations for combat equipment were not high, and the strength of the spine was naturally up to standard. The spiritual energy contained within the spine also aligned perfectly with the demands of his martial techniques, creating no conflict and even achieving seamless integration. Wang Xian had initially intended to try the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord's meat, but ordinary flames couldn't cook it, and it was impossible to chew raw. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, if I were at the 8th realm, I could crush it into pulp with one bite. After all, this was the corpse of a peak-grade exotic beast, a treasure trove in itself. Unfortunately, with his current strength, he could only make use of about 1 or 2% of it, crafting some bone spur throwing knives and a bone spur spear. The rest would have to be reported to the military at the camp, so they could transport the mountain-like corpse back for thorough examination. And so, more than a month quietly passed. In the bone-chilling waters of Tiger Roarpool, a figure emerged from the depths, holding a simple, ancient-looking bone spear. The spear was entirely silver, its surface glimmering with a radiant sheen, while its tip emitted a cold, star-like glow. The figure wielded the spear like a shooting rainbow, landing on the icy pool and causing waves to surge several meters high, as though threatening to overturn the heavy waters of the pool. The spear's tip descended like a meteor, and with a thunderous boom, the pool erupted into a massive wave over 100 meters tall, revealing the pool's bottom. The waves formed a swirling vortex, leaving a massive crater at the bottom, resembling a fallen meteor. The figure stood steadily on the spear's shaft, shook his head, and withdrew the deeply embedded spear from the pool's floor, carefully wrapping it up and stowing it away. He then casually executed a few moves of the Thousand Army Spear technique and the Cloud Dragon Spear technique, returning to a state of profound simplicity. After experimenting with a few self-created moves, Wang Xian realized that the durability of the bone spear was just passable and didn't significantly enhance his spear techniques. To outsiders, this weapon didn't even qualify as a first-tier martial combat gear. It was merely adequate due to the hardness of its material. Feeling a bit helpless, he took out 2 throwing knives. The knives were palm-sized, shaped like crescent moons, making them perfect as concealed weapons. These 2 bone-crafted throwing knives were far sharper than the 3 he had forged earlier. Unfortunately, despite over a month of effort, he could only manage to carve out 2 using his magic blade. If he had the Frost Longsword, he could probably produce dozens with ease. However, with throwing knives, quality mattered more than quantity. Having one or two well-maintained ones on hand was sufficient. The ripple force technique had also been fully mastered, but without the Tiger Soul Core and the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord, the concentration of malevolent energy in this area had noticeably decreased, and the cold pool's effectiveness for cultivation had diminished as well. Both secret techniques had been perfected, and his progress in training was satisfactory. As for thousandfold strength, Wang Xian touched his arm, feeling the weights bound to his wrists. These weights, now replaced with a new batch, were still made from the toe bones of the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord. The extreme weight of these bones made them suitable for training thousandfold strength. There were no shortcuts to mastering this secret technique. Currently, he had all 8 of his divine meridians active, and his vitality was nearing 100 points. To train effectively with weights that matched the demands of thousandfold strength, the requirements were quite high. He would need to replace them again after returning. Overall, Wang Xian took a deep breath. His training trip had come to an end. Judging by the time, it should now be mid-May, with the martial exams approaching. He decided to head back. Setting out from Tiger Roarpool, he returned to the camp and first reported the general situation of Tiger Roarpool to the military headquarters there. After waiting for a while, although Wang Xian didn't intend to hand over the Tiger Soul Core, the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord's corpse could still be exchanged for some battle merits. He reported everything truthfully, as it was likely that the 6th Realm Martial Lord had already informed the military in advance. After understanding the situation, a military officer informed him that assisting the 6th Realm Martial Lord was commendable, and the Crimson Blood Mountain Lord's corpse could be exchanged for battle merits. However, by the time they had retrieved the corpse, it had already been dissected, so it could only be exchanged for about 10,000 points of battle merits. As a peak-class exotic beast and a relic boss, its value could have been worth tens of thousands of points, but only if he had killed it himself. Still, Wang Xian felt that earning 10,000 points was already a good deal. If he were to exchange the Tiger Soul Core, it could have been worth over 100,000 points. Such a large amount of battle merits could be traded for top-tier martial techniques, but they wouldn't be of much use to him since his current strength wouldn't allow him to train in them effectively. Those 10,000 points. Wang Xian suddenly asked, "How much does the secret technique Weapon 6 hexagrams cost?" The officer gave him a surprised look and replied, "Weapon 6 hexagrams is a rare secret technique. It costs 50,000 points. Without at least 3rd or 4th realm strength, it's impossible to practice, and it also has specific requirements for weapons." Wang Xian nodded, thinking to himself, well, forget it then. This secret technique was incredibly powerful, but in his previous life, he had learned it too late and hadn't had enough time to master it before his demise. In this life, as long as he could learn it during university, that would count as a success. What about advanced blade techniques? Wang Xian asked casually. The officer smiled and said, advanced blade techniques require a military rank and are not generally available for ordinary martial artists. Wang Xian shrugged, accepting the reality. Advanced martial techniques were typically only accessible at universities. After all, martial arts of this level had destructive power that was far too dangerous to be freely distributed. In that case, he'll take the secret technique defensive arts, Wang Xian decided. Defensive arts cost 4,000 points. It was a defensive secret technique that required constant combat with exotic beasts and martial artists to enhance the bonus resistance to various martial techniques through extensive battles. It was perfectly suited to his needs. Do you have any weapons here? What types? Wang Xian asked. Swords, he thought after a moment. Ye Miyue's vitality should have already surpassed 10 points, making her a first-realm martial artist, so she could also make use of martial combat gear. With the martial exams approaching, having a weapon at her side would be beneficial for her. Whether martial combat gear was allowed in the exams was another matter entirely. Having been away from home for so long, Ye Miyue was likely still busy with household chores, as the winter break agreement they had made was long overdue. Giving her a sword as a reward she probably wouldn't refuse, Wang Xian thought. A first-tier martial combat sword cost 1,000 points each, which wasn't too expensive. Outside the military, such a weapon would cost at least tens of thousands. Most martial artists could afford first-tier martial combat gear, and exchanging battle merits for it was relatively more cost-effective. Wang Xian browsed through the options and selected 2 swords. One had a blade of pale silver, somewhat resembling his bone spear. The other had a blade of crimson red, similar to his magic blade. Stroking his chin, Wang Xian felt that both swords were of good quality, but wasn't sure which one to choose. In the end, he decided to let Ye Miyue pick for herself. He took out his phone, snapped a photo of the 2 swords, and sent it to her. In Rongqing, at number 7 high school, inside the martial arts training room, Zhou Dehai glanced at his watch. He clapped his hands to get the attention of the students practicing their stance training in the room and announced, "All right, today's stance training is over. Now, I have a few important things to share with you." The students straightened up, their faces showing a sense of relief, and gathered around him, eager to hear what he had to say. Zhou Dehai continued, "First of all, this year's aptitude test will be held at the end of May, specifically 3 days from now. The venue will be at the Martial Arts Research Institute in Rongqing. Several other high schools will also be participating in the test. At these words, the eyes of the 40-plus students lit up with excitement, and their expressions became increasingly fervent. Zhou Dehai went on. Before the test, the Martial Arts Research Institute will organize the first 2 parts of the martial arts exam: the academic test and the evaluation of skill level, martial arts intensity, and vitality. The academic test has a total score of 700 points, but it only accounts for 10 of the martial arts exam. If you score a perfect 700 in the academic test, you'll earn 70 points in this section of the martial arts exam. Skill level is capped at 3 stages, with each stage worth 100 points, for a total of 300 points. Martial arts intensity peaks at the supreme level, with each realm worth 200 points, for a maximum of 800 points. Vitality testing has a full score of 900, where the highest vitality level is 90, equivalent to the peak of a first-realm martial artist. Each vitality point equals 10 exam points, Zhou Dehai explained in a calm tone. The second part of the martial arts exam has a total score of 2,000 points, accounting for 30 of the overall score, which means a maximum of 600 points. This is the key aspect. He tapped on one of the training room's practice dummies, his gaze sweeping firmly across the students. This year's martial arts exam scoring remains unchanged from last year. At this stage, your skill levels and martial arts intensity are already set, and improving your scores in these areas is nearly impossible. The only way to increase your score is by boosting your vitality. Each additional vitality point earns you 3 more points. And what do these 3 points mean? They could place you ahead of thousands of others in the province. Just 1 point of vitality can create a difference of thousands. Imagine what 2 points could do. Therefore, in the coming days, you only need to maintain your skills and martial arts foundation while focusing all your efforts on increasing your vitality. Every improvement will yield significant rewards. Having coached several batches of students, Zhou Dehai was already well-versed in the pre-exam process. Suddenly, Zhou Shuquan raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, skill levels only go up to 3 stages. What happens if someone reaches the 4th stage?" "The 4th stage?" Zhou Dehai chuckled and shook his head. "That's practically impossible. The 4th stage involves a higher level of power utilization, such as absolute control, extreme bursts, and energy cultivation. To perform 4th stage techniques, one would need to be at least a 3rd-realm martial artist. Otherwise, the physical body simply couldn't handle it. Right now, all of you are at the 2nd stage of skill level, and being able to approach the threshold of the 3rd stage is already commendable. As for the 4th stage, it's not something you need to dwell on. Of course," he added, "if someone truly achieves it, they would naturally receive an extra 100 points. Has it ever happened in history?" a curious student asked. "Our country, with its vast land and rich resources, has indeed produced such martial arts prodigies, but they are exceedingly rare, perhaps one in a decade." Zhou Dehai replied with pride, a certain figure flashing through his mind. "So it's actually possible," exclaimed Pang Sandow in surprise. "What about martial arts intensity? If someone surpasses the supreme level and reaches the legendary return to simplicity realm, each realm is worth 200 points. If someone achieves return to simplicity, they would naturally earn an additional 200 points," Zhou Dehai said with a slight smile, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Zhou Dehai paused for a moment, understanding that reaching such a level was far more challenging than mastering the 4th stage of technique. Among the current martial arts progress, the most outstanding students were Ye Miyue, Xia Xiqing, and Chen Yuding, who had achieved remarkable mastery. To reach the pinnacle, it would take at least several months, perhaps even more than half a year of dedicated practice. Zhou Dehai thought to himself, it was unwise to hope for the ultimate simplicity just yet. At that moment, a figure flashed through his mind. The students nodded in agreement, as if they had heard rumors that someone from Yizhong had already achieved a peak level in martial arts. One student interjected, "I've heard of him, He Yiming. At Yizhong, they call him He Shun. His mastery of the swift wind sword technique has already surpassed the pinnacle. It's truly terrifying." Zhou Dehai frowned slightly and said sternly, "Basic martial arts emphasize steady progress. Reaching the pinnacle is only a matter of time. Don't compare your martial arts with others. What you should focus on is improving your vitality." "Teacher," Xia Xiqing asked, "is it really possible for someone to reach 100 vitality before awakening? Right now, most of us have vitality levels around 30 or 40, and only Yes has exceeded 50. As he spoke, several students turned to look at Ye Miyue. Since the winter break training began, everyone's practice routines had been similar, and even the meals provided by the school and clubs were roughly the same. Yet, without using any supplements, Ye Miyue's vitality growth far outpaced theirs. Xia Xiqing was puzzled. Logically, with his innate vitality as high as 1, his potential growth should have been faster. However, over the past few months, his vitality had been gradually surpassed. Zhou Dehai continued. The techniques reaching the 4th stage, martial arts returning to simplicity, and vitality reaching 100 are equivalent to a second-realm martial artist. These phenomena have occurred in the history of Longhua. The students exchanged glances, finding it hard to believe. Zhou Shuquan exclaimed, reaching 100 vitality before even entering university or awakening talent that already makes someone a second-realm martial artist. Their body must be like that of a mythical beast. How strong would they have to be? The world is vast, and there's no shortage of wonders, Zhou Dehai said with a serious expression. At that moment, Ye Miyue suddenly asked, Teacher, has any student managed to achieve all of these at the same time? Zhou Dehai was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and said, No, that hasn't happened. Surpassing the national full score in just one of these 3 assessments is already incredible. To exceed all 3, that would add an extra 120 points compared to others, and the value of each point would be immeasurable. He thought for a long time, but couldn't recall anyone who had achieved all of these simultaneously. Throughout the many years of Longwo's martial arts exams, it seemed nearly impossible for anyone to accomplish this. After finishing this topic, Zhou Dehai moved on to discuss the awakening test. He paused briefly before continuing. The awakening test is quite unique. Based on the strength of the awakening, a low-level talent scores 100 points, a mid-level talent 200 points, an advanced talent 400 points, and a king-level talent 1000 points. Beyond that, forbidden talents and martial god talents are not scored. Instead, students with these are directly admitted to top universities. Direct admission? They don't consider other scores. Even though the students had a general understanding, hearing it confirmed by their teacher still left them astonished. That's right, Zhou Dehai said calmly. Students with king-level talents are usually given priority admission, so exam scores are not as critical. For other categories, as long as the scores aren't too low, it's generally fine. As for the last 2 types of talent, scores don't matter at all. The top 5 universities will compete to recruit them since such talents are rare and only appear in Longhua once in several years. What if someone has no talent? Zhou Shuquan asked. No talent means 0 points, Zhou Dehai replied. Talent accounts for 30 of the total score, which means you're already 30 points behind others. But it's not just about those 30 points. Without talent, it's usually very difficult to become a martial artist, so missing those points hardly matters. Zhou Dehai thought for a moment, then looked at the students who were engaged in heated discussions. Smiling, he said, without talent, unless your overall score is exceptionally high later on, the top 5 universities won't even consider you. However, some first-tier schools, like the 985 institutions, still offer programs related to traditional martial arts, so it's not entirely impossible to pursue martial arts. That being said, Xia Xiqing interjected, without talent, wouldn't you be at a huge disadvantage in the practical combat assessments later? The scores wouldn't be very high either, right? Zhou Dehai nodded slightly, agreeing. That's true. Once your talents awaken, you'll only have a few days to adapt before the most important practical combat assessment of the martial arts exam. This assessment is led by the military and overseen by grandmasters. We'll talk more about it when the time comes. The martial arts class students listened with a mix of excitement and anxiety, both eager and apprehensive about the upcoming exam. After class, Zhou Dehai called out to Ye Miyue. Yi, stay behind. I have a few questions for you. Teacher, what is it? Ye Miyue responded. In the past 3 months, has Wang Xian contacted you? How's he doing now? Zhou Dehai asked in a low voice. Ye Miyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head and answered, Not yet. He hasn't been home? Zhou Dehai pressed further. I don't know. Ye Miyue replied, her voice growing quieter. Enough. Stop pretending in front of your teacher. Zhou Dehai waved his hand dismissively. The school keeps an eye on every martial arts class student. Haven't you been going to Heilong Community frequently after school? That's where Wang Xian lives. Do you think I wouldn't know? I was just cleaning up. Ye Miyue stammered, her ears turning red. She then added, He hasn't come back. I haven't heard from him. Not even you have heard from him. Zhou Dehai scratched his head anxiously. This won't do. I need to discuss this with Zheng Changhong. That kid. He said he'd only miss 1 winter break, but now he's been gone an entire semester. Although there wasn't much left to teach in the 2nd semester of senior year, Zhou Dehai still felt uneasy. After the teacher left, Ye Miyue thought for a moment before heading toward Heilong Community. With the martial arts exam approaching, her mind was filled with the teacher's words. Her steps felt heavy as she walked. Just then, her phone vibrated softly. She picked it up and saw that a long-missed profile picture had finally lit up with a message. Before she had a chance to read it carefully, a smile unconsciously spread across her lips. Holding her phone tightly, she began to run, her steps growing lighter with each stride. Wong Xien? Pictures, which one do you think looks better? Ye Miyue, who had just jogged for a while, picked up her phone to check the messages. In the 2 pictures, there was a sword in each, seemingly martial arts gear, but the surroundings didn't look like a store. She glanced at the time the message was sent and realized it had been a few hours. She had been training at school earlier and didn't have her phone with her. Ye Miyue thought to herself, the one on the right. I guess when are you coming back? Wang Xian replied, Why? Are you planning to give me a welcome party? Of course not. It's just that the martial arts exam is coming up, and teacher Zhou keeps asking about you. Ye Miyue quickly clarified, and then went on to explain the detailed rules of the martial arts exam, as teacher Zhou had asked her to pass them along. Wang Xian teased, if you're planning a welcome party, make some braised beef with potatoes and stew some pork knuckles. Oh, and you should wear that outfit you sent me a picture of before. I want to see it in person, and maybe you can give me a massage while you're at it. Hey, are you even listening to me? Ye Miyue gripped her phone tightly, her fingers turning slightly pale as a hint of unease crept into her heart. When will you be here? She asked. Around noon tomorrow, Wang Xian answered. Ye Miyue calculated the time, took a deep breath, and decided to head to the market to buy groceries in advance. What are those two swords you sent me pictures of? She texted again. They're for peeling apples, Wang Xian replied, leaving her speechless. Ye Miyue thought for a moment and sent another message. Don't waste money on unnecessary things. Are you my mom now? Trying to control me? Wang Xian joked. Hands on hips. Ye Miyue, she responded with exasperation. Wang Xian continued. If you want me to stop spending, sure, but you'll have to wear one of my mom's outfits first before you can lecture me. Otherwise, why should I listen to you? After buying the ingredients at the market, Ye Miyue headed straight to Heilong Community, Wang Xian's home. After a moment of hesitation, she finally decided, fine, as you say. Alright then, wear that black spider-patterned bodysuit in the wardrobe, and you have to send me a full body photo once you put it on, Wang Xian demanded, catching her off guard. Ye Miyue opened the wardrobe, rummaged through it, and quickly found the black spider-patterned bodysuit. Although the outfit didn't reveal anything, it was so form-fitting that it perfectly outlined her curves, making it daring to the extreme. How could this possibly be something your mom used to wear? She asked, flustered. My mom's personal little hobby. So, are you wearing it or not? Wang Xian replied nonchalantly. Fine, but you can't waste money. After sending the message, Ye Miyue's face flushed as she held the outfit and dashed into the bathroom. She had no choice. Martial arts gear must be expensive, and he didn't even use swords. A while later, Ye Miyue sent a message. At that moment, Wang Xian, sitting on the return train, stared at the photo she had sent, momentarily stunned. She actually sent it? In the picture, Ye Miyue had her long hair tied up high, wearing the black spider-patterned bodysuit that was impossibly alluring. The large spider emblem on her chest was stretched and distorted, and the white web-like lines on the outfit twisted from her chest downward. The tight outfit perfectly highlighted her waistline, while her hands were clasped together over her abdomen, partially covering the white web pattern there. However, the coverage was minimal, and her long, slender legs were even more captivating than a real spider spirit. Paired with her beautifully flushed face, it was simply mesmerizing. Wang Xian gazed at the picture, fully satisfied, and murmured, not bad. Ye Miyue quickly said to Wang Xian, don't you dare spend money on that sword just now. Wang Xian replied nonchalantly, I want. Hearing this, Ye Miyue let out a sigh of relief. The two chatted for a while, continuing their conversation until midday the next day. After finishing her morning exercises, Ye Miyue hurriedly prepared lunch and only nodded in satisfaction once she saw the sumptuous spread on the table. At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock startled her, causing her heart to skip a beat. She walked to the door and saw Wang Xian carrying a long, staff-like weapon on his back and holding a rectangular box resembling a sword case. It had been 4 months since they last met during the winter break. Wang Xian's appearance hadn't changed much. His face still carried that same lazy smile. As Wang Xian stepped inside, he waved at the stunned Ye Miyue. What are you daydreaming about? Oh, Ye Miyue snapped back to reality. She was about to untie her apron and take the box from Wang Xian's hands, but suddenly stopped, her cheeks flushing slightly as she withdrew her hands. Wang Xian handed the box to her and glanced around the room, noticing quite a few changes. The room now had numerous small decorations, giving it a lively atmosphere, and even the balcony had several new potted plants. These were additions Wang Xian had never made himself. Still, the room remained clean and tidy, which pleased him. No one likes coming home to a dusty mess, after all. After putting his things away, Wang Xian walked over to the dining table and took a deep breath. Your cooking's definitely improved. Ye Miyue approached with the box in her hands, but as she took a few steps, she noticed a distinct sword-shaped emblem on the box. What's this? She asked curiously. Why don't you open it and see for yourself? Wang Xian replied with a grin. Ye Miyue opened the box to reveal a long sword with a pale silver sheen. The blade was both ancient in design and modern in craftsmanship, exuding a cold, sharp aura from its already sharpened edge. She immediately realized this was no ordinary sword. It was a high-quality combat weapon. Ye Miyue stammered. Didn't you promise me you wouldn't waste money? Why did you still buy it? Wang Xian pulled out his phone, smiling. I only promised not to buy the one you mentioned. I never said I wouldn't buy another one. He pointed at Ye Miyue teasingly and added, what? Did you think I was going to give this to you? Dream on. I bought this for you to peel apples with. And only with my permission can you use it. Ye Miyue thought for a moment, then nodded and sat across from Wang Xian. As he ate, She began recounting her experiences over the past few months in her martial arts class, including the rules for the upcoming martial arts exam. After listening, Wang Xian was surprised to learn that Ye Miyue's vitality had increased to 59 points. Her progress was 20 points above the class average, undoubtedly the cumulative effect of practicing the Hunyuan breathing technique. After observing for over half a year, Wang Xian was almost certain that the Hunyuan breathing technique significantly boosted students' growth, with its effects becoming more pronounced over time. If Ye Miyue had started practicing it when she first entered high school, her vitality might already be close to 100 points, a truly terrifying achievement. In a few more days, your vitality should increase further, reaching over 60 points, Wang Xian remarked, shaking his head in amazement. With 60-plus points, you'd be unbeatable at 7th high school and easily meet the baseline for the top 5 elite universities. But at first high school, that would only be average. He recalled that this year's candidates at first high school included several monsters with vitality scores reaching the maximum of 90 points. Even the martial arts champion of Western Shu came from Rongqing First High. Oh, by the way, your classmate Chen Yuding, she took almost a month off recently, Ye Miyue mentioned, her tone tinged with concern. She's asked me about you a few times, but since I didn't know where you were, I couldn't tell her. Wang Xian nodded thoughtfully. Chen Yuding really is persistent. But what was she doing during her leave? Was it some kind of special training as well? You've been undergoing intensive training these past few months. I'm afraid you might have forgotten most of your liberal arts knowledge, Ye Miyue said softly, her eyes filled with concern. Even though the liberal arts section only accounts for 70 points, it's still important. Wang Xian appeared relaxed. Not too bad. Most of the second semester of senior year is spent reviewing old material. I've saved study materials on my phone and go through them whenever I have free time. After a brief pause, he added, getting a perfect score might be tough, but scoring over 60 out of 70 shouldn't be a problem. Thinking about how he had only scored 20 or 30 points in the liberal arts section in his previous life, he couldn't help but show a faintly embarrassed smile. After listening to Ye Miyue's detailed explanation of the martial arts exam rules, Wang Xian mused, so, before awakening, the highest possible score is 790 points. Last year, the admission scores for the 5 top universities were just over 1,000 points. Ye Miyue said knowingly she was well-versed in these numbers, as they were mentioned by the teachers almost daily. Wang Xian suddenly understood. No wonder they say that if you awaken a king-level talent, the top universities will all fight to recruit you. He quickly calculated. A king-level talent alone gives you 1,000 points, multiplied by 30, which is 300 points. Add some effort in the other sections and the practical combat assessment, and it's easy to surpass 1,000 points. Besides, with the boost from a king-level talent, a high score in the practical combat exam is practically guaranteed. As the conversation turned to talent awakening, Wang Xian keenly noticed Ye Miyue's evasive gaze. Are you worried that your talent might be too weak to score high? He asked. Ye Miyue shook her head, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. The score isn't the main issue. It's just that if my talent is too weak, the gap between us might grow wider and wider in the future. She stole a glance at Wang Xian. Don't worry, Wang Xian said with a grin. I told you, you're definitely going to awaken a king-level talent. Ye Miyue couldn't help but laugh. I don't believe you, she replied, though inwardly she thought, if you were to awaken a king-level talent, that would be easy to believe. You are just that amazing. How about we make a bet, then? Wang Xian suggested, a mischievous smile creeping across his face as he glanced at Ye Miyue. Ye Miyue instinctively tugged at her apron, her hands moving protectively in front of her. If you awaken a king-level talent, Wang Xian began, pointing at her with a smirk. You'll have to give me a massage right here. He motioned toward her hip. Ye Miyue's face instantly turned bright red, and she quickly shielded herself. That's out of the question. Well, if you don't awaken a king-level talent, Wang Xian said, feigning disappointment, then he'll give you a massage instead. Ye Miyue's face grew even redder, and she shook her head vigorously like a drumstick. All right, let's change the condition. Wang Xian relented. If you awaken a king-level talent, you'll wear that outfit I sent you earlier and give me a massage. That's reasonable, right? Ye Miyue hesitated for a moment. Compared to the earlier suggestion, this one, though the outfit in question carried a certain playful undertone, seemed slightly more acceptable. And give me a kiss while you're at it. That's not asking too much, is it? Wang Xian added confidently. After all, the probability of a king-level talent awakening is incredibly low. Ye Miyue thought it over again. Indeed, the odds were very slim. Wang Xian said, that sword, I'll give it to you. Is that enough? Ye Miyue lowered her head and pondered for a while before nodding slightly. Seeing this, Wang Xian was secretly pleased. People of Longhua always preferred compromise. If I directly stated my intentions, she would definitely refuse, so I approached it differently. This young girl, still so naive. A few days later, the Martial Arts Research Institute in Rongqing hosted an important examination. The institute, established by the state to study various martial arts and talents, was an enormous facility spanning thousands of acres, even larger than most universities. Each province typically had at least 3 such institutes. As a significant city in the Western Shu region, Rongqing naturally had its own martial arts research institute, following Huayang City. This institute served as the examination site not only for Rongqing's senior high school students, but also for martial arts students from nearby cities. The modern martial arts examination system had become highly advanced. Liberal arts students could complete all their tests in a single day, whereas martial arts students had to undergo various evaluations involving equipment to test their skills, martial techniques, and vitality. The staggered schedule ensured fairness in the assessments. Since the exam content was fixed and couldn't be leaked in advance, the order of assessments varied across schools. Traditionally, the first school would start the exams, followed by the fourth, and finally the seventh and other schools. Holding his exam admission ticket, Wang Xian stepped into the sprawling Martial Arts Research Institute. In previous years, Rongqing had over 200,000 martial arts examinees, while Huayang City had more than 300,000. The Southwestern Research Institutes also accommodated another 200,000 to 300,000 examinees. Combined with hundreds of thousands of liberal arts students, the total number of candidates exceeded 1 million, making it a massive event. The institute was located far from the bustling city center and was accessible via a dedicated subway line. During the exam period, Rongqing's subway system provided special services to transport students from various schools to the institute. Researchers in white coats were stationed throughout the institute, guiding the examinees with an occasional hint of nostalgia in their expressions. Following the instructions on his admission ticket, Wang Xian entered room 7 on the 3rd floor of Building B to begin a full day of liberal arts testing. For martial arts students, the 700-point liberal arts exam consisted of only 3 subjects: Blue Star Comprehensive History, Basic Science Projects, and Political Cultural Language. Having studied diligently in this lifetime, Wang Xian felt confident while answering the questions, believing he could easily secure 65 points. After the liberal arts exam, the focus shifted to the most crucial part for martial arts students, the martial arts exam. Conducted by schools as units, students from each class would gather and proceed to the main building of the institute, the Martial Arts Tower. The Martial Arts Tower had 9 floors, symbolizing the 9 realms of martial arts. Each floor was as large as 10 or more football fields, perhaps even bigger. Wang Xian marveled inwardly, feeling that this single floor was equivalent to nearly half the size of a high school campus. By the time 7th High School arrived, it was already the afternoon. Earlier that morning, 1st High School and 4th High School had already completed their exams. As expected, 1st High School lived up to its reputation. Rumor had it that someone there had achieved a 4th rank skill level. His name was Ye Miyue. His vitality was at maximum, his martial arts mastery was unparalleled, and his swordsmanship had even surpassed the full score. Upon reaching the 4th rank, he would undoubtedly dominate any battle and unleash his peak potential. Wang Xian's cousin, who attended 1st High School, was truly remarkable. There was also another standout, Lin Ao, whose vitality was near perfect, approaching 100 points. Unfortunately, he reportedly fell just 3 points short of reaching the martial arts exam's upper limit. In comparison, Tan Tianzi from 4th High School had a vitality score of 98 points and had surpassed the 3rd rank in skill. Though he hadn't reached the 4th rank, his knife techniques were similarly close to perfection. Meanwhile, Su Rong from 1st High School was even more exceptional. She specialized in spear techniques, a notoriously challenging discipline, and she was the only student to have achieved mastery in spear skills. Across the entire Western Shu region, how many students could reach such mastery in spear techniques? 1st High School was brimming with talent. Even 4th High School had someone like Tan Tianzi. But what about 7th High School? On the 1st floor of the martial arts building, thousands of 7th High School's martial arts candidates were lining up to await their evaluations. The assessment results were genuine and precise, known only to the examinees at first. However, once the scores were announced, teachers would undoubtedly inquire, and students wouldn't hide their results. After all, the final rankings would be made public, and schools could access the records. At that moment, it was finally 7th High School's turn. Leading the group, Principal Xia, accompanied by other school leaders like Zhou Dehai, cleared his throat and addressed the students. Everyone, your homeroom teachers have already briefed you on everything you need to know. Now, proceed in an orderly manner according to your class arrangement and enter the examination hall. In the crowd, Chen Yuding quietly fixed her gaze on the figure ahead. Countless thoughts raced through her mind, and she couldn't help but wonder. He hadn't shown up in a long time, claiming to be undergoing special training. But was there really a training condition better than what the club offered? Beside her, Li Zihong smirked slightly, seemingly indifferent to Wang Xian's abilities. Even if he was better than them, just how much stronger could he be? Chen Yuding's eyes remained on Wang Xian. Since the start of winter break, he had almost completely distanced himself from the martial arts class, and no one knew what he had been up to. She thought to herself, hadn't she also taken a month off for special training? Perhaps it was the same for him. What are you smiling about? Li Zihong noticed her expression. You must be way ahead of everyone else in the martial arts class. He tried to sound casual, though there was a hint of flattery in his tone. Qin Yuding shook her head and replied, "As for me, at best, I'm on par with Ye Miyue." Li Zihong immediately countered, "That's already impressive. Ye Miyue's progress in the martial arts class has been extraordinary, especially in her vitality. Her innate vitality wasn't even that high, and yet Xia Xiqing barely has 50 points. Xia Xiqing's family is wealthy and provides far better resources than the rest of us students." Li Zihong continued analyzing. Even with a level contract with the club, he's at most on par with Xia Xiqing. How could he possibly surpass him by so much? Xia Xiqing's innate vitality is double that of Ye Miyue's. He frowned, seemingly puzzled by the disparity. Qin Yuding said nothing more, her eyes still locked on Wang Xian. It wasn't until Wang Xian turned around, seemingly sensing her gaze, that he nodded at her without saying much. Suddenly, Qin Yuding asked, "Do you think Ye Miyue's rapid vitality growth might have something to do with Wang Xian?" Li Zihong shook his head repeatedly. What connection could there be? Vitality improvement is solely tied to personal daily practice. No matter how much help someone else provides, it's just resources and money. Ye Miyue already signed a contract with the club. She doesn't lack any of that. Qin Yuding smiled faintly and said no more. Indeed, no one but her would think that way. As the students began filing into the examination hall, it was nearly time for Class 4's turn. The exam venue was a closed-off space without invigilators, relying instead on an intelligent monitoring system. Of course, there were researchers acting as external proctors backstage, overseeing the system's operation. Inside the venue, there were over 100 individual testing rooms resembling high-tech arenas. For each assessment, examinees had to complete the required tasks in these arenas, with results generated on the spot. Any issues could be resolved immediately. At that moment, Zheng Changhong was in the backstage area of the second-floor testing rooms in the martial arts building. Every year, the Skyblade Club donated funds to the researchers, which made him an honorary researcher at the Martial Arts Institute. He was invited to serve as an examiner and had access to some students' results in advance. Meanwhile, Minister Zhao from the Chengdu Divine Sword Club, along with experienced teachers like Zhou Dahai, were also serving as backstage monitors. Most of the monitors were researchers from the Martial Arts Institute, though occasionally, university professors were invited to help during peak exam periods. Zheng Changhong kept his eyes glued to the holographic monitoring screens, filled with anticipation. On the screen, the situation of each student in the testing rooms was clearly visible. As one of the three components of the martial arts exam, the total score was 600 points. These three assessments, compared to talent awakening and actual combat evaluation, were the foundation of a martial artist's strength and held great importance. "Old Zheng, you don't need to look anymore," said Minister Zhao with his usual hearty voice. "None of this year's candidates can surpass He Yiming in terms of scores, not even the students from Huayang No. 1 High School." Huayang No. 1 High was one of the two national key high schools in Western Shu. He Yiming, with his mastery of fourth-level techniques and unparalleled swordsmanship, achieved a perfect vitality score of 90 and a total of 630 points, exceeding the full score by 30 points. Even the other top candidates, such as Lin Ao with 561 points and Su Rong with a perfect 600, couldn't compare to the results from No. 4 and No. 7 high schools. Zheng Changhong glanced at him indifferently and asked softly, "Did He Yiming pass the beginner-level holographic intelligent beast challenge during the winter break?" Minister Zhao's smile froze for a moment as he responded reluctantly, "That doesn't mean Mush managed to pass it later anyway." "So did he pass back then?" "Well, no. Sorry, but someone from No. 7 High did pass." Zheng Changhong seized the opportunity to counter mercilessly. At least he was a whole winter break ahead of the others. Minister Zhao retorted indignantly. "So what? The martial arts exam evaluates overall competence," he added angrily. "And besides, the beasts in this year's combat test aren't just saber-toothed wolves. Even if he passed, could he surpass He Yiming? Could he even surpass Lin Ao? Their scores are no guarantee." Zheng Changhong smiled faintly, thinking to himself, Wang Xian's martial arts skills must have reached the pinnacle. He's just lacking in fourth-level techniques and vitality. Vitality might be uncertain, but his techniques definitely won't fall short of He Yiming's. He continued, "In my opinion, even if he doesn't surpass them, the scores will at least be on par." "Keep boasting," Zheng Changhong said without further argument. Ever since Wang Xian returned, he had received a message, unstoppable. Don't worry. That level of confidence left him no reason to doubt. Meanwhile, outside the exam venue, most of the students who had finished their tests gathered together, discussing the content of the assessments. Tan Tianza from No. 4 High School leaned against the railing, his gaze fixed intently in the direction of No. 7 High. "Brother Tan, who are we waiting for?" a student nearby asked. "Waiting for someone's results," Tan Tianza replied. "Someone from No. 1 High? Haven't all their scores been released?" The students began to chatter, marveling at the staggering scores. "No, someone from No. 7 High," Tan Tianza said, his eyes deep with thought. You mean Wang Xian? As far as I know, he didn't seem to train at the club at all during the entire winter break. A friend from number 7 High told me Wang Xian didn't appear to train the whole semester. No one knows where he went. In terms of training conditions, no one should surpass those with access to 2 clubs, right? Tan Tianzi smiled faintly and didn't answer. Even now, his mind replayed the scene from that day, the brilliance of that single strike. It was a strike that surpassed second-level techniques. Even with his current mastery of third-level techniques, he couldn't replicate it. Deep down, he had a premonition that Wang Xian's results would leave him astonished. Surpassing number 1 High? Not impossible. At the same time, over at number 1 High's area, as the earliest school to finish testing, the students had plenty of free time. Most were enthusiastically discussing the test content or watching with amusement as students from other schools walked out of the testing rooms, dejected and downcast. To them, it seemed like a source of entertainment. When discussing the upcoming awakening and practical combat evaluations, Su Rong, one of the few female academic stars at number 1 high school, seemed somewhat distracted. In the group, a student said to the aloof Lin Ao, "Ling, you've made great progress this semester." Lin Ao tilted his head slightly and responded indifferently, "My strengths don't lie in these 3 assessments. I'm only good at practical combat." Hearing this, Su Rong glanced at Lin Ao and couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh please, everyone knows you went outside the city during winter break to hunt exotic beasts, right? With a whole team of martial artist bodyguards, you killed a few saber-toothed wolves and double-head wolves in Shadow Wolf Cave, and now you're acting all high and mighty. Without those bodyguards, would you have dared to go alone? What a joke." A figure flashed through her mind, the image of Wang Feng from the Skyblade Club. Rumor had it that he single-handedly took down a living blade puppet in the Bone Blade tomb and stayed behind alone to cover the retreat of 2 teams. No one knows what happened afterward, but it was later reported that the Bone Blade tomb was cleared out, thanks to Wang Feng, who even killed hundreds of great exotic beasts. A newcomer to the club, barely a couple of years older than them, had achieved something so incredible it was terrifying. Having witnessed the prowess of young warriors outside school, Su Rong suddenly felt that these school assessments were trivial in comparison. Amid the crowd, a bespectacled boy muttered, "Practical combat is built on the foundation of these 3 assessments. Without a solid foundation, all talk of combat is meaningless." Lin Ao glanced at him, pursed his lips, and said nothing. He couldn't argue with He Yiming's words. He Yiming's strength spoke for itself. After all, just in terms of scores on the 3 assessments, He Yiming surpassed him by 69 points. It was likely that no one in the entire western Sichuan region could outperform He Yiming. "Not necessarily," He Yiming said, looking up at the sky. He added calmly, "There's always someone better out there. Perhaps someone from number 7 high school." The students from number 1 high school scoffed at this. In Rongqing's martial arts school circles, number 7 high school was seen as being far beneath them, practically inconsequential. There was no way number 7 could surpass number 1. He Yiming said no more, but his thoughts drifted to half a year ago, when he had lost in a street challenge to a student from number 7 high school. That student had already mastered the precise control technique required for 4-stage combat skills back then. Without mastering that technique, achieving 4-stage skills would be impossible. Number 7 has started. A student pointed toward the testing room. Although they couldn't see the scores, as top students, they could gauge the results just by observing the expressions of those walking out of the room. At that moment, they saw Xia Xiqing, a well-known student from number 7 high school, stepping out of the testing room with a heavy expression. It was clear he hadn't done well. "How did it go?" a teacher from number 7's first class asked anxiously. Xia Xiqing replied quietly, "My skill level has reached 3 stages, but I failed to perform properly and only tested at a 2-stage level." The teacher sighed. "Performance under pressure is part of one's strength. Based on this, your score is only 375. Getting into one of Longgua's top 5 universities will be difficult unless you awaken a king-level talent. Otherwise, you'd have to hope the admission cutoff drops by over 100 points this year, and even that's unlikely." Xia Xiqing nodded and glanced around at the other classes. His eyes landed on Wang Xian, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. He wondered how many points Wang Xian would score. Wang Xian stepped into the testing room. The space was small, with a central platform that immediately drew attention. The platform was equipped with various intricate instruments, while the walls were painted a plain white, creating a stark and monotonous atmosphere. The silence in the room was almost oppressive, as if an unknown challenge could arise at any moment. Wang Xian's candidate ID was 19-17202-506-0-20711, and as an examinee, he needed to be fully prepared for the upcoming skill assessment. He ascended the platform and closed his eyes, taking a moment to immerse himself in the familiar atmosphere. In his previous life, he had faced 3 similar challenges in such an environment, but the results had been disastrous, leading him to attend a bottom-tier university. Wang Xian reached for a blade from the weapon rack beside the platform as the testing program was generated. His task was clear. Using basic sword techniques, he had to defeat 10 AI combatants one by one. Each AI opponent had a specific strength threshold for defeat, and it was up to him to figure out the correct approach. As soon as the instructions were given, the first holographic combatant materialized on the platform. Its face, generated by AI, was expressionless, and its body moved with a set combat logic and standard footwork. The assessment required Wang Xian to identify the weaknesses of these AI opponents using basic sword techniques and strike with precise force. The more accurately he controlled his strength, the greater the damage inflicted. Once the accumulated damage surpassed a certain limit, the AI combatant would vanish, signaling a successful challenge. However, as the number of AI opponents increased, so did the difficulty, demanding higher levels of skill from Wang Xian. Typically, candidates with 3 levels of expertise could only defeat the 5th AI combatant, while the 6th required a mastery of 4 levels of skill to progress further. This challenge bore some similarities to the street challenges Wang Xian had once participated in, but it was far more demanding. Unlike static devices that merely measured force, these AI combatants were dynamic and retaliated with calculated attacks. Every time Wang Xian was struck, his vitality diminished, impacting his condition. Thus, even with 4 levels of skill, a lack of practical experience could hinder his performance, leaving him with a score equivalent to only 3 levels of expertise. Indeed, the martial arts assessment was a true test of endurance and skill. Yet, for Wang Xian, it all seemed surprisingly straightforward. The first AI combatant charged at him, but with just a glance, Wang Xian identified its weakness, its right ankle. Observing its running speed and the subtle sway of its movements, he calculated that a single strike to the ankle with a force of 230 pounds would render it incapacitated. Too much force might destroy its entire foot, while too little would merely slow it down. With precision and elegance, his blade flashed, and the first AI combatant disappeared instantly. This was the essence of combat experience. With every strike, Wang Xian showcased the progress he had made during the winter break, where his swordsmanship had reached the 3rd level. His movements on the platform were as swift as lightning. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, effortlessly handling the challenges that came his way. Later, after experiencing the Grave of Bones, Wang Xian reached a state of returning to simplicity while meditating in the icy pool, mastering the flowing water blade technique. Already skilled in numerous advanced techniques, he had achieved the 4th stage of blade mastery, making everything seem effortlessly simple. That is, until he encountered the final AI warrior. This opponent posed a slight challenge. The AI warrior had an impressive vitality of 90 points, with no apparent weaknesses, thick skin, and tough flesh. Defeating such a warrior didn't appear overly complicated. It required only 1 strike that surpassed the limits. The so-called strike beyond the limit meant delivering a blow with a force exceeding 90,000 gene. Each point of vitality corresponded to a strength limit of 1,000 gene, making 90 points equal to 90,000 gene. Incidentally, 90 points was the maximum score for vitality in the martial examination. In other words, to defeat this AI warrior, Wang Xian had to unleash a force of 90,001 gene. That extra bit of force was the key to success. However, surpassing the limit was no easy feat, as it typically required the extreme burst of mid to high-level techniques. While the vitality limit represented the physical limit of a martial artist's body, it didn't necessarily define the weapon's limit. A weapon, as an extension of a martial artist's body, could, with the proper techniques, release power that exceeded the body's physical limitations. This was the essence of the extreme burst within the 4th stage of blade mastery. Wang Xian had precise control over his vitality, maintaining it steadily at 90 points. With a single strike, the final AI warrior was instantly reduced to a pile of data. The battle concluded, leaving Wang Xian feeling somewhat unfulfilled, thinking the AI warriors in the martial examination were far too easy. If the AI warriors had been generated from the databases of top universities, capable of incorporating data from grandmasters or martial gods, it would have been far more intriguing. Unfortunately, this was nothing more than a one-sided display of dominance. The skill assessment was complete, and the score was being calculated. Total time, 1 minute and 30 seconds. No mistakes, not struck once. The system detected that the candidate had achieved the peak of the 4th stage of mastery, perfectly executing techniques with absolute control over extreme bursts. Your score is 400. Would you like to rest? The cold, emotionless data voice asked. Wang Xian replied, no need. Next test. The next test was for martial arts comprehension. Please select a martial art. Wang Xian chose the flowing water blade technique. The selected martial art for assessment was the flowing water blade technique. The arena environment suddenly transformed, and the sound of a rushing, endless river echoed in his ears. The simulated environment felt incredibly real. The test required performing the flowing water blade technique at Xinglong River. Xinglong River, located in the Dragon Kingdom, was said to be the place where the creator of the flowing water blade technique meditated day and night, ultimately developing this blade art. Wang Xian chuckled softly, raised his blade, and unleashed a strike. The blade roared as if shaking the heavens and earth, producing a dazzling arc of light with an awe-inspiring presence. Given that this was an assessment, The simulated terrain likely adhered to the standard parameters of the flowing water blade technique. At this moment, the surroundings no longer mattered. What truly mattered was the effect of the blade technique. This strike, embodying the essence of simplicity, seemed to transcend even the creator's original mastery. As Wang Xian's blade descended, 10 consecutive waves of blade energy cascaded down like waterfalls in an overwhelming display of power. The surge of tenfold power overturned the entire Xinglong River, creating waves as towering as 10 mountain gates, each one higher than the last. Eventually, the waves merged into a massive, all-encompassing tide. Originally, the wave-cleaving blade technique could deliver 5 strikes, each with 5 times the wielder's strength. However, upon reaching the return to simplicity realm, the power doubled, allowing for 10 strikes. This strike alone had yet to incorporate the wave-stacking force. If it were to be added, the power would be unimaginable. Wang Xian thought to himself, estimating that it may have been somewhat exaggerated. Sure enough, as the strike was unleashed, the arena's alarm sounded, and the Xinglong River simulation vanished instantly. A few seconds later, the arena returned to its original state. The detection results revealed that the examinee's flowing blade technique had surpassed the pinnacle level and reached the return to simplicity realm. Martial arts at this level required the practitioner to comprehend an entirely new move based on the original technique. The system prompted, "Please demonstrate." Wang Xian immediately understood this was no longer the AI conducting the evaluation. It had been manually taken over by staff in the background. This was because martial arts at the return to simplicity level could not be assessed by AI. The reason was simple. There was no database for the flowing blade technique at this level. Even if there were, each individual's comprehension of return to simplicity was unique, making it impossible to evaluate using someone else's insights. Naturally, this required manual judgment. Gathering his blade with focused intent, Wang Xian swung again in the next moment. Instantly, a torrent of water engulfed the entire arena, and a massive cage of water shattered the high-tech arena into fragments. Meanwhile, in the backstage of the second floor of the martial arts hall, a researcher watching the scene couldn't help but curse. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? They actually managed to comprehend a move of this level. This was the return to simplicity realm. Damn it, after all these years, this is the first time I've seen a martial arts technique in the Rome City exam reach this level. Alright, full marks for you. The detection chamber is broken anyway. Wang Xian looked at the red alert on the detection screen, along with the message, "Your martial arts assessment is complete. The evaluation report will be generated in the adjacent detection room. Please proceed to the next room for the vitality test." Helpless, Wang Xian exited the room for now. At the same time, in the adjacent detection room, another student, Long Biao, the martial arts committee member of class 4 who also practiced blade techniques, emerged with a puzzled expression. "What happened to you?" Wang Xian asked. "I don't know. Just as I was leaving, the arena's light screen suddenly displayed my results, saying my blade technique had reached the return to simplicity realm." Long Biao replied, looking bewildered. "But my previous martial arts assessment only showed minor achievement. This has to be some kind of joke, right?" Before he could process it, he was ushered out of the room. "By the way, how did your test go?" Long Biao asked Wang Xian. "I'm not sure. The detection room malfunctioned before I could finish. They told me to complete the remaining vitality test in your room," Wang Xian said as he entered the detection room Long Biao had just vacated. Long Biao nodded. However, as Wang Xian walked into the room, Long Biao suddenly froze, a thought striking him like lightning. He stared at Wang Xian's back in disbelief. "You," he stammered, unable to form a complete sentence, his face frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Wang Xian entered the detection room and recalibrated his exam ID and name. "Please proceed with strength, speed, and endurance tests," the system prompted. The evaluation of vitality is relatively fixed, including basic tests such as strength, speed, and physique. Through countless experiments by martial artists, it has been determined that the limit of punch strength, under normal conditions without any enhancements, is finite. Exceeding this limit would indicate the use of martial gear, secret techniques, or martial arts. Wang Xian, however, had no intention of activating his divine meridians, as his vitality had already reached 100 points. Once the Ren and Du meridians are cultivated into divine meridians, spiritual energy circulates through the 8 extraordinary meridians, reaching every part of the body, significantly boosting vitality. Wang Xian estimated that his vitality might be at 100 points or perhaps slightly higher. With this in mind, he threw a punch. The force measurement device's numbers fluctuated wildly for over 10 seconds before finally stabilizing at 101,000. Wang Xian glanced at it and instantly understood his vitality was 101, which closely matched his estimation. In class 4, Cui Xingyan watched as students gradually returned, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Most of the students had performed decently. Long Biao, however, responded absent-mindedly before suddenly recalling something. He asked, "Teacher, How did the other students in the class perform? Especially Li Zihong and the others who joined the martial arts class. Cui Sanyan glanced at Li Zihong and the others, replying, "They're doing well." Li Zihong's vitality reached 30 points. His second-tier peak skills and slightly accomplished techniques scored decently, and his talent is promising. His practical performance was also impressive. He could get into a 985 university. He continued, Zhou Shuquan performed better than Li Zihong. Though getting into a top-tier university might be challenging, he could easily pick any 985 university. Cui Sanyan's gaze shifted to Chen Yuding, who stood out like a star among her peers. Her score surpassed Xia Siqing's, with third-tier techniques, mastery in martial arts, and 60 vitality points, earning a total score of 445. In the martial arts class, her performance was second only to Ye Miyue. Her progress rate was only slightly slower than Ye Miyue from class 9. Long Biao remained silent. At that moment, Cui Sanyan suddenly asked, "By the way, I saw you speaking with Wang Xian earlier. Why did he go to your testing room?" Long Biao gave a bitter smile, momentarily at a loss for words. When you're young, encountering someone truly extraordinary can leave a lasting impression, one you might never outgrow. He had caught a glimpse of something remarkably in astonishing mastery of martial arts, a fleeting moment of brilliance that seemed to return to the basics. In his heart, he wondered, could a student really achieve such a level of martial arts mastery during the martial arts exam? Just then, Wang Xian emerged from the training room. The evening had arrived, and the golden hues of the setting sun bathed him, casting a faint golden glow over his figure. Wrapped in this golden light, he walked back to the class, his gaze filled with curiosity. Cui Sanyan's breathing quickened, his heart pounding with excitement as he eagerly anticipated Wang Xian's response, hoping it might rekindle his faith in this world. "Not bad," Wang Xian said with a nod. Then, after a brief hesitation, he added, "How many perfect scores?" 3. Cui Sanyan exclaimed, slamming his hand down in excitement and shouting, "That means 600 points? Third-tier techniques, peak mastery, 90 vitality points. This is fantastic." The surrounding students were filled with both envy and astonishment, thinking to themselves that Wang Xian, who had once caught the attention of even a grandmaster, had truly lived up to his potential with such an exceptional performance. "Wait a minute," Long Biao suddenly interjected. "It's impossible for you to have only 600 points." Everyone froze, unsure of his meaning. Long Biao continued, "Your martial arts level has already reached a state of returning to the basic show. Could it be just 600? At that moment, Long Biao felt an overwhelming sense of pride, as if sharing in the glory. The last time he had felt this way was during a grandmaster's martial arts demonstration. And now, he felt the same pride for his school. Our 7th high school actually has such a genius? I'm in the same class as a genius. His heart swelled with excitement. Did Wang Xian's scores come out? How many points? A perfect 600. From a distance, Principal Xia approached with a group of school leaders, clearly having overheard something. He was grinning from ear to ear. As for the score, Wang Xian thought for a moment. The result from the testing room was 723 points. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone froze in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. The martial arts building, backstage on the 2nd floor. Zheng Changhong stared at the results displayed on the screen and couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement, even more so than when he awakened his advanced martial soul talent, the Tsongshan Blade Bone, years ago. 723 points. Old Zhao, do you know what this means? This is an unprecedented score in the history of Longhua. Absolutely unparalleled. 3 categories exceeding the limits. 4-stage mastery of techniques, a martial arts realm of returning to simplicity, and a vitality score of 101. A warrior like this, not even Zhou Tianlong, the greatest martial god of his time, achieved such heights. In recent years, the best anyone could hope for was breaking the limits in 2 categories at most. Zheng Changhong laughed so hard, he almost choked, his emotions indescribable. It felt like playing a gotcha game, expecting to pull an SR, but ending up with an ultra-rare SSR. He thought to himself with exhilaration, this is a gold mine. Beside him, Minister Zhao of the Divine Sword Club stared blankly at the glaring results on the screen, instantly losing all interest in monitoring the other students. In disbelief, he thought, how is this possible? How can a student reach such heights? He turned to his friend, his face full of confusion. How did this guy manage to come across such an outstanding prodigy? Even in Longhua's Divine Sword Club, they've probably never encountered such a genius. You've definitely hit the jackpot for the rest of your life. His tone carried a hint of envy. How about it? Has Wang Xian's score come out yet? Tan Tianza asked patiently, finally seeing a scout from 4th High rushing over to report. Among the various schools, there were always some connections, cousins. Siblings, someone would always have access to 7th High's intel. The scout, panting heavily, stammered, It's out. His face flushed, and he stuttered, 7 what? Tan Tianza asked anxiously. Wait, that's not right. The full score is only 600. Where's this 7 coming from? The scout continued. Apparently, 3 categories exceeding the limits. 723 points. The students from 4th High widened their eyes in disbelief upon hearing this. No way. Let me calculate. 3 categories breaking limits. 4 stage techniques. Vitality reaching 101? That's impossible. Without awakening a talent, how could someone train their vitality to this level? It must be fake, right? Forget Rong Chengho in the entire Western Shu region, or even all of Longhua, could achieve this. They exchanged stunned glances, their hearts filled with shock. The last person to break 2 categories was Yun Tianyang from Tiandu City's affiliated high school. That year, he became the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam. Now, it said he's close to reaching the 6th realm, and he's not even 30 yet. Terrifying. What kind of awakened talent could such a peerless genius possess? Even with the lowest level talent, his future would undoubtedly lead to becoming a grandmaster or even a martial god. There's no way they could even compare. Tan Tianza was momentarily dazed, but a growing sense of exhilaration ignited within him. His eyes flashed with fervent light, and his whole being seemed to come alive. To be in the same cohort as such a genius, and perhaps even compete in the upcoming practical exams, would be an experience to remember for a lifetime. He couldn't help but laugh aloud. First High. It was already dusk, and the hustle and bustle on the school campus gradually faded. Most of the students at number 1 high school had left by now. To them, it seemed impossible for anyone in Rongqing, or even the entire western Sichuan region, to surpass Ye Miyue's scores in the 3 assessments. At best, someone might match his score or exceed it by a few points, but there was simply no real competition. Panting heavily, a student came running over, his face flushed red. Lin Ao glanced at him curiously and asked, "What's up with you? Why are you in such a rush?" In truth, Lin Ao had been ready to leave for a while, but noticing that Ye Miyue seemed to be waiting for something, he decided to stay a bit longer out of curiosity. "Something big just happened," the student managed to say between gulps of air. "There's a guy at number 7 high school named Wang Xian, and his score is ridiculously high." Lin Ao couldn't help but chuckle. "How high? 600? 700? How much?" Lin Ao froze, startled by the mention of 700. Just then, Su Rong interjected, 720. Lin Ao quickly processed the number, realizing that such a score could only be achieved by surpassing the maximum limits in all 3 assessments. Surpassing the limits in just 2 would never yield a score of 720, it had to be all 3. 723 points. Vitality, 1011 point above the max, the student said in a hushed voice, his excitement palpable. The score is already spreading like wildfire. The researchers aren't denying it, so it must be real. Lin Ao was incredulous, exclaiming, "That's insane. How could anyone be that far ahead?" The staggering gap in scores left him scrambling for excuses to soothe his bruised ego. To be over 200 points ahead after the first assessment? Damn it, I'm supposed to be a genius. Wong Xien. Su Rong murmured the name under her breath, surprised that number 7 high school could produce such a prodigy. In decades of martial arts exams, this has to be a first. I've never heard of anyone surpassing the limits in all 3 categories. It's unbelievable. Among the crowd, only Ye Miyue remained silent, a faint smile playing on his lips as if deep in thought. "Man, you're starting to feel like a stranger to me," Zhou Shuquan said half-jokingly, pointing at Wang Xian. "How did you improve so ridiculously fast? Just half a year ago, you were a nobody. I could beat you easily. Or were you just hiding your strength all along, waiting to drop a bombshell during the martial arts exam?" "Maybe I was reborn," Wang Xian replied with a grin, privately musing to himself. The world destroyed, the martial god returns to save. If this storyline isn't half bad. Reborn. Zhou Shuquan frowned, finding the concept a bit cliché. "If you were reborn, then tell me what does my future look like? You marry your teacher and live like a king," Wang Xian teased. Zhou Shuquan's eyes lit up as he gasped. "No way. Are you serious? You might actually be reborn. That aligns perfectly with my dream scenario. So how many kids do I have?" 3. Wang Xian replied, inwardly wondering if Zhou Shuquan could really end up with 3 kids. Zhou Shuquan shook his head emphatically, dismissing the idea. "I swear, I'll either have no kids, or just one at most." "But your wife's first pregnancy is triplets, 2 girls and a boy," Wang Xian thought to himself, amused. He couldn't help but feel that while Zhou Shuquan might not be the strongest at number 7 high school, he was certainly living the most relaxed and carefree life. There was no need to interfere with someone who was already doing so well. "Could it be that student Yi influenced you?" Zhou Shuquan speculated, his expression thoughtful. Wang Xian paused, then smiled without denying it. "You're not wrong, she did influence me, but that was in another lifetime." He quietly watched as Ye Miyue walked into the testing room, his heart filled with curiosity about what kind of abilities she might awaken. He had a good sense of what most of his classmates would awaken, but Ye Miyue remained a mystery to him. Sensing Wang Xian's gaze, Ye Miyue glanced back at him briefly before lowering her head and stepping into the room. Meanwhile, Chen Yuding was also watching Wang Xian, her expression unreadable but tinged with a faint smile. 723 points. She murmured to herself, her eyes glimmering with anticipation, as though looking forward to the talent awakening ceremony the next day. As the sun set and its golden light faded, the glow that seemed to envelop Wang Xian disappeared along with it. Chen Yuding, what are you mumbling about? The class teacher, standing nearby, noticed something unusual. Nothing. Chen Yuding replied with a faint smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I was just thinking about tomorrow's talent awakening. What kind of talents will our classmates awaken? Wang Xian, what about you? What talent do you think you'll awaken? As the day's assessments came to an end, Chen Yuding's words seemed to ignite the curiosity of the entire class, sparking a lively discussion. Martial talent, an eternal hot topic, was not only a frequent subject of media coverage, but also the best chance for countless students to change their destinies. Low skill levels? No problem. As long as you awaken a good talent, the future holds endless possibilities. Lacking aptitude for martial arts? It doesn't matter. An exceptional martial talent can lead to mastering unparalleled techniques, even surpassing others. Low vitality? No need to worry. With the use of talent, extraordinary power can instantly enhance a martial artist's vitality, allowing them to outmatch their opponents in the blink of an eye. In real combat assessments, facing the threat of exotic beasts, martial artists without talent are almost defenseless. Even if great exotic beast can easily overpower a group of first-stage martial artists. But with talent, the situation changes drastically. Isn't this the very definition of defying fate? I hope to awaken a weapon soul talent, to transform my hand into a sword and nurture it with my body. Maybe something like a blade formed by my fingers. A physical enhancement talent would be great. It makes cultivation so much easier, building on the experience of those before us. Personally, I hope for something related to the eye's illusionary sight. Sounds cool. Isn't it said that at higher levels, illusionary sight can grant a slight ability to see through things? Hey, what are you planning to do with that? Come on, don't overthink it. I just want to study medicine. With that talent, I could become a legendary master of medical arts. How about an elemental talent? Something like swift lightning. Once I master the advanced thunderclap sword technique, combined with the talent's amplification, I could unleash unstoppable power, clearing everything in my path. TCH, you guys are such amateurs. Even in your daydreams, you can't aim higher. Please, for that weapon soul talent, why not go straight for a king-level talent like the Myriad Armaments Tomb, where your body transforms into countless weapons? A simple finger blade is nothing. And for the physical talent, how about a king-level talent like Thousand Tribulation Bones capable of regenerating broken bones, making you immortal and indestructible? As for elemental talents, go for something like Nine Heavens Thunder. Forget that mediocre thunderclap sword technique. By the 7th stage, you could directly master the nation-defending sword technique or the supreme divine sword thunderflow style, instantly surpassing others. If it were me, I'd keep my expectations modest. A mysterious forbidden talent, like White Steed Passage. A single moment would feel like an eternity. 10 days of my training would be equivalent to 10 years of your hard work. The students grew more animated, their debates becoming increasingly fervent. Wong Xien. Suddenly, Chen Yuding called out to the usually quiet Wang Xian. What kind of talent do you want to awaken? Me? Wang Xian pointed to himself, looking puzzled. I don't think you'll awaken anything. I just want to rely on myself. His response was unexpected, and his unwavering gaze revealed his determination. Relying on yourself won't lead to new paths, Chen Yuding said, shaking her head. The current 9-stage system of the Martial Alliance is built entirely on the foundation of talents. She wasn't wrong. Without talent, forging a new path was almost impossible. The existing 9-stage system and countless martial arts schools were all constructed around individual talents. Without a suitable talent, many things were simply unattainable. Take martial arts schools. For example, if your talent aligns, you can learn their techniques with ease. Schools like the Frost Divine Sword style or the Divine Sword Thunderflow style require corresponding talents to master them effortlessly. Wang Xian smiled faintly, indifferent to the idea of talent in martial arts. He understood that many advanced martial techniques were not reliant on inherent talent. However, Chen Yuding curiously pressed on. Don't you want to awaken some kind of talent? Whether it's a physical attribute, a weapon soul, natural elements, or even a rare beast form talent, or perhaps something more profound, like a talent involving space, time, and causality. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if she yearned for such abilities herself. Wang Xian remained unconcerned and shrugged. I don't have any particular expectations for talent. I've been walking the old martial path and don't know much about the new martial system. Even if I were to awaken a talent, merging the two systems wouldn't be easy. After all, my cultivation in the old martial arts has only reached the 8th realm. Talking about fusion is premature. He understood clearly that if he were to have any talent, he would have sensed it by now. Since there was none, it didn't matter to him. Aren't you worried that Ye Miyue might awaken a powerful talent? Chen Yuding asked. a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes. Why would I be worried about that? Wang Xian looked at her, puzzled. Shen Yuding didn't answer, only offering a faint smile, her gaze hinting at some complex emotion. I got 474 points, Ye Miyue messaged during their chat. Little weakling, I got 723, Wang Xian replied. Tomorrow's the big day talent awakening. Don't forget our bet. Ye Miyue playfully reminded him. Does a high score mean you'll awaken a powerful talent? Wang Xian countered. I saw the class group chat, and everyone's speculating about what amazing talent you'll awaken tomorrow. Ye Miyue's tone carried a hint of expectation. Talent has nothing to do with scores. It's entirely random. It might be related to genetics, but even that's not guaranteed, Wang Xian explained. In any case, I might not awaken anything remarkable, or I might not awaken any talent at all. That's nonsense. How could you not have any talent? Ye Miyue messaged from her bed, her body slightly tense, as if she were suppressing some hidden fear. After a pause, Ye Miyue hesitated before typing. There's something I want to tell you. Go ahead, Wang Xian replied. She typed a message into the chat box. If you awaken a powerful talent, will I still be able to give you massages in the future? But in the end, she didn't send it and deleted the text. Instead, she typed another line. If the talent I awaken isn't that great, can we just count the bet as your win? Her cheeks flushed as she edited the message, but she still didn't have the courage to send it. After some thought, she typed yet another message. Once our talents awaken, we'll have to submit our college preferences early. Which university are you planning to choose? But staring at the message, she felt it was a bit premature to ask. Finally, after much deliberation, she simply sent, "Good night." Wang Xian waited for over 10 minutes, full of confusion. That's all you wanted to say? He scratched his head, put down his phone, and stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Compared to Talent Awakening, Wang Xian was far more interested in the practical assessment, as it was the official exam for martial arts students. Every standardized testing region included an additional question on the exam, and completing it would yield a significant bonus score. Even without any innate talent, it was still easy to score high in the practical assessment. Combined with the current scores, securing a spot at Jingwu University was almost a certainty. However, the additional questions were always exceptionally challenging. In previous years, almost no students from any region managed to perfectly solve the extra tasks in the practical exam. If given the chance, he would like to give it a try himself. The next day, June 3, 2025, the second session of the martial arts exam began, marking the moment of talent awakening. The order of awakening followed the sequence of number 1 high school, number 4 high school, number 7 high school, and then other schools. The location was the large plaza of the Research Institute, where a towering 20-meter triangular structure called the Awakening Tower stood at the center. The interior of the tower was connected to the 4th floor of the martial arts building, specifically the talent research room. Surrounding the base of the tower were hundreds of cylindrical platforms, each linked to the Awakening Tower and referred to as Talent Awakening platforms. These platforms could not only activate a martial artist's latent talent, but also correct and restore damaged talents, offering comprehensive functionality. Many martial artists with impaired talents would come to the Martial Arts Research Institute for recovery and rehabilitation. At this moment, on the top floor of the martial arts building, Bai Hongtian stood alongside a man in military uniform, overlooking the swarm of students gathering below. The man in uniform had a peculiar expression as he remarked, "Old Bai, I must admit, I'm surprised you're serving as the practical exam proctor this year. Is it because of that student you've taken an interest in?" Bai Hongtian replied, "You could say that." The man pressed further, "Is it because of Xiaoxi?" Bai Hongtian chuckled, "Not entirely. Honestly, it's purely because I admire him. Besides, didn't you check yesterday's scores?" The man nodded, "I did. Truly remarkable, this will shake the entire Western Shu region in a few days." He laughed heartily and continued, "But personally, I'm more impressed by He Yiming. That kid, all on his own, took the train from the West City Defense Bureau to the F-class relic, Xinghe Waterfall, secretly honing his skills. Who knows how many exotic beasts he's slain. His accumulated combat achievements have surpassed 1,000 points in my records. A high school student managing to achieve that much." Bai Hongxian's expression turned serious. If that's the case, the practical exam might not pose much of a challenge for him. On top of that, the man in uniform stroked his chin with a satisfied look. He also trained in a secret technique, the Meteor Sword Radiance, at the Divine Sword Club in advance. Although he hasn't mastered it completely, he's made significant progress. Furthermore, from the military, he redeemed a technique called thousand-fold gravity and has been training under constant weight for years. Bai Hongtian seemed to catch on to something and asked, "Did you give him special treatment?" The man in uniform defended himself confidently. "I followed all official procedures just alone. I'll have to pay it back later." Bai Hongtian pondered for a moment. According to the information I received from the Skyblade Club, Wang Xian also went out for training 6 months ago and practiced a secret technique, but his progress remains unknown. Even the club isn't clear on how far Wang Xian has advanced. He hasn't returned to the club for training since winter break. However, judging by his performance in yesterday's exam, his progress must be exceptional. Let's hope that kid awakens a decent talent today. Bai Hongtian thought to himself. At this moment, as beams of light began to shine from the awakening tower below, various dazzling talents gradually revealed themselves before the countless students. When a talent awakens, the dormant power within the body is activated, often accompanied by varying degrees of unusual phenomena, depending on the type of talent. At this time, a dragon-shaped pillar of light shot up from Ye Miyue's body, spiraling in the air before converging on his right arm and forming a dragon-shaped pattern on his palm. His awakened talent was Wandering Dragon's Graceful Hand, a high-level innate talent. When he used his right arm to perform any martial technique, it would grant him an exceptional boost to his agility, reaching a state described as strength surging like 1,000 weights, sword flowing like a wandering dragon. Looking at the dragon on his palm, Ye Miyue nodded slightly, secretly pleased. A high-level talent was already an excellent one. Currently, in the entire number 1 high school, the best talent was at the high level. Talents weren't about being the highest level, but rather about being the most suitable. Otherwise, awakening a talent that only worked with blade techniques when one wasn't skilled with blades would be truly frustrating. Even his current Swift Wind sword technique, a foundational swordsmanship emphasizing agility, would benefit far more from perfect compatibility with his talent than from a talent that was merely powerful. Descending from the awakening platform, he looked around and saw a towering beam of light rise from Su Rong's position. Another high-level talent. Ye Miyue nodded slightly, understanding that Su Rong was the strongest person in the school besides himself, even surpassing the proud Lin Ao by a considerable margin. He hadn't expected her talent to be so powerful as well. It appeared to be the rare beast-shaped talent, Winged Sky Feather. On the awakening platform, a pair of ethereal wings appeared behind Su Rong, gently lifting her into the air. For a low-level martial artist, such a feat was impossible, but with a talent, it was another story. Winged Sky Feather enhanced any martial technique and had a much broader application than his talent. Even at the first level, it allowed her to fly, albeit for a short time, putting her far ahead of many martial artists. Ye Miyue then turned to look at Lin Ao's position and was momentarily stunned. A king-level talent? On Lin Ao's back, at the location of his spine, a radiant sword light emerged, blazing like a rainbow and dazzlingly brilliant. It was the king-level weapon soul talent, Crimson Sun Sword Spine. Ye Miyue chuckled, thinking, a spine as a sword, nurturing the blade with one's body. This not only provides a significant boost to most sword techniques, but also allows the spine to be drawn out later as a divine weapon to slay enemies and further refine the sword. Weapon soul talents, where the weapon and the body were one, were incredibly formidable. Although slightly inferior to his own talent in overall versatility, Ye Miyue's talent was a better match for him. Is this the first king-level talent? He wondered. As Lin Ao's king-level talent manifested, his back seemed to radiate like a blazing sun, brilliant and blinding. A king-level talent appearing at number 1 high school was within many students' expectations. Even if there was only one, it was more than sufficient. In contrast, number 4 high school had no king-level talents at all, and only 2 or 3 high-level talents. Most were mid or low-level. Only Tan Tianza awakened a high-level natural talent, Azure Flame Stream, which allowed him to control azure flames, making it well-suited for many fire-related blade techniques. Finally, at number 7 high school, the first high-level talent unsurprisingly appeared in Xia Xiqing. It was the high-level talent, Flame Bone. Wang Xian observed Xia Xiqing's crimson-limbed form, identical to what he remembered from his previous life. Despite being a high-level talent, it possessed the rare dual attributes of natural elements and physical embodiment. This unique combination had earned Xia Xiqing an exception to be admitted into one of the 5 great universities of Longhua. Wang Xian remembered this vividly. Compared to Xia Xiqing, the talents of others seemed relatively unremarkable. Wang Xian, you'll awaken your talent a bit later. Principal Xia stood in class 4, trembling with both excitement and anxiety. He and the homeroom teacher, Cui Sanyin, were equally on edge, uncertain about what kind of talent Wang Xian would awaken. Anything's fine. The level of talent doesn't matter, Wang Xian responded calmly, his gaze sweeping toward the principal. I'm not nervous, you're the one who's nervous, principal. Soon, the students began descending from the awakening platform, their faces reflecting a mix of emotions: joy, disappointment, excitement, or shock. Chen Yuding stepped forward. Wang Xian recalled that in his previous life, she had awakened a mid-level talent, Soft Bones. As he was lost in thought, a sudden, intense beam of light erupted from Chen Yuding, shooting straight into the sky. This isn't a mid-level talent, this is a king-tier talent. Wang Xian was stunned. Beside him, Principal Xia was ecstatic, overwhelmed by the emergence of a king-tier talent. Wang Xian fixed his gaze on the luminous figure, contemplating. The heavenly enchantress physique, so this terrifying king-tier talent had appeared. It was one of the strongest talents within the realm of physical embodiment. Every part of the body could adapt to various martial arts techniques, even those with extremely harsh requirements, without suffering negative effects. Its immense potential allowed for rapid cultivation and compatibility with most martial arts styles. Even more astonishing, as martial arts knowledge increased, the physique would evolve, altering its genetic makeup and enhancing personal charisma. This talent was thus deemed heavenly enchantress. In later generations, people speculated that if one with this talent harbored malicious intent, they could bring chaos and calamity. Conversely, with a benevolent heart, they could bring prosperity to the world, even enchanting mythical beasts and defeating them effortlessly. From mid-level to king tier, that's quite the leap, Wang Xian murmured, narrowing his eyes as he watched Chen Yuding, now seemingly shrouded in the ethereal shadow of a celestial maiden. Under the glow of this mysterious light, she instantly became the center of attention for all the students. Wang Xian's gaze flickered slightly, as if deep in thought. The second king-level talent has finally emerged. As one of the most powerful innate abilities, the peerless demon body, once fully developed, possesses strength comparable to forbidden talents. Compared to Lin Ao's king-level talent, Chen Yuding's ability is undoubtedly much stronger. On the training ground, everyone was astonished and buzzing with discussion. In previous years, the number of king-level talents in Western Shu rarely exceeded 3 or 4, yet now, 2 have appeared in Rongqing. Principal Xia couldn't stop smiling, feeling immense joy inside. Chen Yuding, a standout in the martial arts class, has now awakened her king-level talent, marking a true rise for 7th high school. While it may not yet completely surpass 1st high school, with Wang Xian, their ace, still unawakened, the future remains uncertain. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Yuding stepped off the field with an expression of excitement yet calmness, as if silently saying, "I'm just as surprised as you are." Class teacher Cui-san, filled with anticipation, asked, "Chen Yuding, what is your talent called?" He could sense the strength and phenomena of the ability, understanding that it must be a king-level talent, but he knew little about the peerless demon body. Only Bai Han Tian, standing nearby, looked serious, harboring silent concern. Such a talent, if not properly guided and nurtured by the nation, could lead to a dangerous path in the future. In history, there have been strong individuals who awakened this talent and truly brought chaos to the 9 provinces. Bai Han Tian murmured, and the military officer standing next to him nodded in agreement. In ancient times, such a talent might have brought endless calamities. Source of disaster or extraordinary heroine? Wang Xian pondered. If the Chen Yuding of his past life had possessed such a talent, he wondered what kind of person she would have become. But in this life, things might be different. Her greatest weakness in the past was her lack of talent, and now that this has been remedied, her future achievements could reach new heights. Life is unpredictable, and fate works in mysterious ways. Wang Xian shifted his gaze toward Class 9's area. In comparison, Chen Yuding's king-level talent did not excite him as much. Instead, he was more intrigued by the uncertainty surrounding Ye Miyue. Talents are fixed, but mutations might occur due to factors like absorbing spiritual energy or other cosmic energies leading to evolutionary changes. However, such probabilities are extremely rare, with the most likely cause being a divine artifact. And nowadays, divine artifacts are extraordinarily scarce. If Chen Yuding's talent was altered by a divine artifact, then there's only one explanation: she's also been reborn. Wang Xian speculated to himself, shaking his head and deciding not to dwell on it further. At this moment, Chen Yuding was discussing her talent briefly with her teacher and classmates, her gaze occasionally sweeping toward Wang Xian's position. She smiled faintly before continuing. This talent isn't particularly strong at this stage. It can unlock the first phase of the genetic lock, which is only effective against grade beasts for now. Since it's just awakened, I can only perform some basic applications, so it's not very useful yet. Teacher Cui nodded thoughtfully and said, "This talent doesn't impose any restrictions on martial arts. You'll need to train diligently and master several combat techniques. The true power of a talent lies in how the user wields it." Teacher Cui paused for a moment, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. "You must never stray from the right path." Chen Yuding gave a humble smile and replied, "Don't worry, teacher, I won't. Even if I were to lose my way, I believe there will always be someone strong enough in this world willing to pull me out of the mire and help me turn over a new leaf." Teacher Cui half-jokingly responded, "Why does it sound like you're predicting you'll go astray in the future?" His tone held a trace of dissatisfaction, as if to say that one shouldn't rely on others to save themselves. "Teacher, you know me well," Chen Yuding said softly. "Although I used to be a bit vain, I've matured a lot since joining the martial arts class." Teacher Cui nodded slightly, seemingly acknowledging her growth. "People change. You should have confidence in yourself." At that moment, the campus was bustling, with students coming and going around the awakening platform. Zhou Shuquan, looking a bit dejected, said, "It's a pity my talent is just average. All I awakened was an intermediate illusory eye." His eyes sparkled faintly, as if an illusion was flickering in his pupils. Wang Xian noticed the subtle smile on his lips and sensed the joy he was trying to hide. Yes, Zhou Shuquan's talent is indeed this. Later, he became a renowned master in the field of healing. Actually, this talent is quite powerful in martial arts as well. It allows one to see the flow of their opponent's energy pathways, making them nearly invincible in battle. But it requires strong combat aptitude to utilize fully, otherwise, it can only serve as support. It seems that among the students of Class 9, everyone besides Yue is eagerly anticipating what talent Ye Miyue will awaken, Zhou Shuquan remarked, pointing in a direction. He continued, and let me correct you, isn't an ice queen. Wang Xian glanced at his phone, recalling their previous conversations. Her aloofness stemmed more from social anxiety and a reluctance to engage with others, though there were likely other psychological factors at play as well. King level, perhaps, Wang Xian speculated. Zhou Shuquan scoffed, seemingly skeptical. You don't need to have so much faith in Ice Queen Yi, do you? If Chun Yuding awakens a king-level talent, I think the ancestors of our 7th high school would be celebrating in their graves. And if Yi Ice Queen also awakens a king-level talent, Principal Xia might need to check if his family's ancestral tomb is on fire when he goes to pay his respects. If you were to awaken a king-level talent, that would be more believable. Otherwise, wouldn't that just make Qin Yuding so proud her nose would be in the sky? Wang Xian countered. Given the current Qin Yuding, I don't think she'd be that arrogant, Zhou Shuquan said, scratching his chin thoughtfully. It seems she's changed quite a bit over the past few months. Could it be that losing you as her loyal admirer triggered her awakening? At that moment, the students of Class 9 began stepping onto the awakening platform. Wang Xian said no more and instead watched with keen interest. Ye Miyue walked up nervously, reporting her exam ID and name. As the awakening process began, she put on the device and sat down quietly. A mechanical voice sounded. Candidate 0707. Your heart rate has exceeded 120 beats per minute. Please calm down and try to relax. Ye Miyue took several deep breaths, but her heart remained restless. But her heart continued to race. She attempted to use the Hunyuan breathing technique, standing still and trying to calm herself, but the tension remained unbearable. The more she tried, the more anxious she became. Candidate 0707. Try to imagine a scene or something that brings you peace. Don't panic. Awakening talent varies from person to person, the backstage staff instructed calmly. This is a common occurrence. Even students with excellent prior performance feel nervous when stepping onto the awakening platform. Only a few manage to regulate themselves effectively. Ye Miyue froze for a moment after hearing this. Suddenly, a figure surfaced in her mind, followed by a series of images that caused her cheeks to flush faintly. Good. Your heart rate has returned to normal. I'm sure your teachers have already explained the precautions during awakening, so there's no need to worry. Once you're ready, you can press the awakening button on your helmet. Taking a deep breath, Ye Miyue reached out and pressed the button that would alter the fate of countless candidates. The moment she pressed it, the world seemed to transform around her. The awakening platform beneath her erupted with a sharp, dazzling cold light, like a solitary moon suspended high in the sky, illuminating the vast, desolate earth. A freezing sword aura descended from above, as if freezing the entire world into an eternal, frigid night. The scene left everyone present in stunned silence. Even Bai Hongtian, standing in the martial arts building, parted his lips slightly in shock, while the military-uniformed man beside him froze in place. The piercing chill turned the scorching June Plaza into a realm of autumn and winter in an instant. Wang Xian from Class 4 witnessed the extraordinary spectacle. Staring at the overwhelming and unparalleled phenomenon, his heart suddenly cleared, and a serene smile appeared on his face. A true tri-elemental soul weapon, the solitary moon, frozen abyss, eternal silence, sword constitution. As the saying goes, sword chi freezes 3,000 miles, the solitary moon sinks, burying the stars in its depths. At that moment, the world saw the manifestation of a truly forbidden talent. Life is unpredictable, like a sausage wrapped in another. Although he had anticipated many possibilities, Wang Xian never expected Ye Miyue to awaken a forbidden talent. Forbidden talents are the most powerful abilities in existence. The so-called martial god talents that came later are not truly defined by their initial strength, but by the potential to be called a martial god talent only if one becomes a martial god. The strength of martial god talents varies, but if passed down, they inevitably grow stronger. Those destined to become martial gods always push their talents to the pinnacle. Even if the talent starts at an intermediate level, it can become immensely powerful through ultimate refinement. However, martial god talents are not guaranteed to be inherited. Undoubtedly, the strongest talent can only be the forbidden talent. It represents the pinnacle of its kind, unrivaled among peers, a future martial god, the nemesis of mythical beasts, and an inevitable companion of calamities. Many grandiose terms could be used to describe a talent of this caliber. The Eternal Silence sword body, the last known wielder of this talent, was the first-generation grandmaster from a century ago. That grandmaster fell at the young age of 25, but left behind countless legendary achievements with the eternal silence sword body, battling martial gods at the 7th realm, mastering state-level combat at the 6th realm, and creating sword domains at the 4th realm. Records of forbidden talents are rare, but every martial artist knows them by heart, because such talents are extraordinarily unique and astonishing. Moreover, these talents are documented in literature textbooks. The last time a forbidden talent appeared in Longwo was several years ago. With a population of over 1 billion, it takes years for even one to emerge. Even if we only consider high school students with awakened talents, the odds are staggeringly low. At this moment, Wang Xian began to understand Ye Miyue's death in her past life. The word forbidden in forbidden talent signifies a power deemed unacceptable by the heavens, too overwhelming to be tolerated. To temper her through countless hardships, she is bound to face calamities. The previous wielder of the eternal silence sword body perished at the 7th realm for this very reason, never reaching the martial god level. Wang Xian even began to suspect that the Wind King Falcon's attack on Rong City might have been a calamity triggered by Ye Miyue's latent forbidden talent, but that was a century ago. In modern times, things might be different. He glanced around. All the students stood frozen in awe, their eyes fixed on the celestial phenomenon in the sky. The eternal silent sword body is the king of innate talents, possessing both weapon spirit and profound attributes. The so-called sword body means treating one's body as the sword and one's soul as its essence. With the mysterious rules governing it, anyone cultivating swordsmanship with this talent is destined to become a martial god. The previous Red Sun sword spine was merely a youthful, incomplete version of a sword body. A true sword body allows the entire body to transform into a sword, with even internal organs brimming with boundless sword energy. Physical strength would surge exponentially during cultivation, to the extent that even low-realm martial artists would not dare to approach recklessly. A single touch could freeze one's marrow with eternal silence sword chi, causing instant death. The word forbidden is no exaggeration. Even breathing and exhaling are infused with sword energy. A casual breath could freeze an entire city, plunging rivers and mountains into icy silence. In his past life, Wang Xian had encountered several martial artists with forbidden talents. Back then, even at the 7th realm, he struggled to hold his own against a fellow 7th realm forbidden talent martial artist, barely managing a draw despite giving his all. Wang Xian gazed at Ye Miyue, who had just stepped off the awakening platform, and silently mused to himself. This is what a true conceptual martial artist looks like. He's so invincible, it feels almost exaggerated. As long as she's protected from any premature demise, she'll remain an unstoppable force. As the strange phenomena gradually dissipated, Wang Xian felt a slight tinge of disappointment, but it was quickly overshadowed by a sense of joy. After all, he had encountered many martial artists with forbidden talents in his previous life, and he carried a quiet confidence in his heart. He knew that as long as he mastered the stellar body refining technique he had created, his future would not be inferior to those with forbidden talent. She might even surpass them. He suddenly recalled Ye Miyue's reaction when she saw he had no talent. A small smile crept onto his face as he thought to himself, would she turn her back on me right away, or give me some dramatic 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank speech? Just then, he felt a gaze upon him. Turning slightly, he locked eyes with Chen Yuding. Her expression carried a playful and teasing look, and Wang Xian instantly understood what she had in mind regarding Ye Miyue. As the phenomena faded away, the once quiet square erupted into a frenzy. People began discussing the forbidden talent's manifestation, speculating that it might be the eternal silence sword body, a concept Wang Xian had read about in textbooks. In that fleeting moment, under the moonlight's glow and clad in frost-like radiance, Ye Miyue's figure resembled a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, leaving everyone awestruck. Ye Miyue from 7th High, the top student in the martial arts class Ye Ice Queen. She's so cold that she scares away most of her admirers, the students chattered among themselves. But Wang Xian couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. Beside him, Zhou Shuquan muttered in a low voice, forbidden talent, huh? That's like having cheat codes if you end up awakening some low-level talent. The gap might be too big. What if Ye Ice Queen starts distancing herself from you? Wang Xian's heart tightened at the thought. After all, Chen Yuding had already been a painful lesson. He didn't want to endure another emotional setback. Silently, he vowed to himself, I can't just escape the tiger's jaws only to walk into the wolf's den again, can I? Zhou Shuquan said, Wang Xian, if that's the case, what if I have no talent? Would she just kick me out on the spot? Wang Xian smiled and nodded slightly, as if he wasn't surprised. Zhou Shuquan continued, fewer and fewer people are awakening. Most of the students at number 7 high school have already awakened. Wang Xian, go ahead. At this moment, Principal Xia walked over, exuding a confident aura and speaking in a relaxed tone. The level of talent doesn't matter to you. Whether it's Master Bai, the teachers, or even myself, none of us care what kind of talent you awaken. Don't put too much pressure on yourself because of student Yi. Wang Xian nodded and headed toward the awakening platform. All eyes were on him now, especially those of top students like He Yiming from number 1 high school and Tan Tianza from number 4 high school. Meanwhile, Chen Yuding was staring intently at Wang Xian, her breathing growing rapid, as if she was both worried and expectant. Surrounded by the crowd, Ye Miyue pushed her way through to get a better view from afar. Bai Han Tian watched Wang Xian with a faint smile, observing his calm and steady steps. It was clear that Wang Xian wasn't affected by external pressure. A young man who had grasped the martial arts philosophy of embracing life through facing death wouldn't be easily shaken. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take that crucial step and cross that threshold. As Wang Xian stepped onto the awakening platform, he yawned, listening to the AI's intelligent prompts. He put on the equipment and, with practiced ease, pressed the button. Beep. This time, the world didn't change because of him. The awakening platform remained silent for a long time. Candidate 0711, please try again. Put down the equipment and retest. The backstage staff hastily took over the monitoring controls, their voices filled with urgency. Something was clearly off. How could a genius with a score of 723 not awaken any talent? Wang Xian shrugged and followed the instructions to try again. Beep. Inside the awakening platform, there was only a faint sound. The light screen in front of him displayed the same words. Sorry, you have no martial arts talent. In his previous life, seeing those words had been a harsh blow. He had lingered on the awakening platform, dazed, until someone reminded him to leave, and he had stumbled out like a soulless shell. This time, however, Wang Xian simply smiled and walked out of the awakening platform with confident strides. The sun was shining brightly outside, but the atmosphere at the scene was heavy with silence. The results of talent awakening were evident from the platform, and everyone could see that no changes had occurred when Wang Xian entered. It could only mean one of two things, either a low-level talent or no talent at all. As Wang Xian returned to his class, many of his classmates remained silent, their gazes complicated. Chuaisen finally spoke, his voice trembling slightly. He had a hunch about the result, but couldn't bring himself to confirm it. As a teacher, his perception was much sharper than that of the students. During the moment of awakening, Wang Xian's body emitted no extraordinary energy fluctuations, leaving only one possible conclusional talent. There were indeed 2 or 3 students in the martial arts class without talent, but this was Wang Xian. Just as Wang Xian was about to shake his head, Chen Yuding suddenly stepped forward. Teacher, wait a moment. I need to speak with Wang Xian about something. Maybe you can ask him later? Chen Yuding grabbed Wang Xian's arm without giving him a chance to refuse and led him away from the bustling square into a shadowy, secluded alley between buildings. Her gaze was deep and mysterious, as if concealing countless secrets. What's the matter? Wang Xian asked bluntly, his brows slightly furrowed. Chen Yuding spoke slowly, her voice low and steady. You haven't awakened your martial aptitude. Wang Xian paused for a moment, then admitted calmly, that's true. Suddenly, noticing the enigmatic expression on Chen Yuding's face, he smirked. What, are you planning to mock me? Chen Yuding shook her head, her voice softening to a near whisper, like the faint murmur of the wind. Wang Xian, I have a way to help you awaken your martial aptitude. These words hit Wang Xian like a hammer, leaving him momentarily stunned. His eyes locked onto Chen Yuding's face, searching for any hint of deception. Yet, he quickly composed himself, waiting for her to continue. Chen Yuding spoke each word with deliberate precision. I only have one condition. You have to attend the same university as me and stay with me from now on. It'll help you awaken your martial aptitude. And not just any aptitude, at least high level, maybe even immediately, right now? For any aspiring martial candidate, such an offer was impossible to resist. Even though Chen Yuding's claim sounded outrageous, who could turn down the chance to awaken martial aptitude? The allure was so great that even a grandmaster might be tempted. Besides, her condition didn't seem particularly demanding. However, the smile on Wang Xian's face gradually faded. He stared directly into Chen Yuding's eyes and replied firmly, Chen, you're sacrificing too much. So, I'm sorry, but I refuse. Why? Chen Yuding's voice suddenly rose, tinged with hoarseness. What exactly are you rejecting? Do you have any idea what you'll face when you walk out of here? Without martial aptitude, your classmates, those teachers, the school leaders, even that grandmaster they won't treat you the same anymore. Even with your score of 723, it means nothing. Without aptitude, it's a 0. You won't get into the top 5 universities in Longhua. You'll fall from the clouds straight into the abyss. Even Ye Miyue might not treat you the way she used to. Your future becoming a martial god will be impossible. I'm trying to help you, don't you understand? Wang Xian quietly observed the frenzied, incredulous expression on Chen Yuding's face. The scene reminded him of his final moments in his past life, when she had worn the same expression: madness, disbelief, and an inability to comprehend why someone would make such a foolish choice. He sighed softly and calmly explained, first of all, we're already even. And secondly, he turned and began walking out of the alley, his voice resolute. You underestimate me. The path to becoming a martial god lies beneath my feet. It's only a matter of whether I choose to walk it. Martial aptitude? It's just another view along the way. With that, Wang Xian walked away without looking back. Chen Yuding stood frozen, staring at his retreating figure, her jaw clenched in silence. Once again, she had miscalculated. But this time, there was a trace of familiarity and obsession in her gaze. Back in the classroom, Wang Xian was instantly surrounded by his classmates. Zhou Shuquan patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming in amazement, "Dude, you really shocked me. Scoring 723 without martial aptitude? You're incredible." Cui Sanyan walked over, sighed, and then smiled. "Wang Xian, don't lose heart. The road is long even without aptitude. Getting into a good 985 university will still lead to a bright future. With your 723, plenty of top universities will be eager to have you." Grandmaster Bai also approached, speaking earnestly. "The road ahead won't be easy for you, but paths are made by walking. It may be difficult, but it's not impossible." Wang Xian smiled and nodded without replying. Just then, a figure dashed toward him from across the room and threw herself into his arms. A shy yet determined voice rang out, "Wang Xian, I'm here to keep my promise." Before the words fully settled, the girl closed her eyes and gently kissed Wang Xian on the cheek. The blush on her face spoke louder than words. The scene left the surrounding students in stunned silence, their emotions a mixture of envy and admiration. All eyes were on Wang Xian, filled with complex emotions. From the alleyway, Chen Yuding emerged and caught sight of the scene. She froze momentarily and then muttered under her breath, "Damn it." It was unclear whether she was cursing herself or someone else. But then, a smile broke across her face, one of acceptance and understanding. Wang Xian looked at Ye Miyue in front of him with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Her promise had been that if he awakened a king-level talent, she would kiss him, but he hadn't expected it to happen in front of a crowd. Wang Xian thought to himself, a kiss on the cheek? That's nothing. However, he understood why Ye Miyue had done it. Perhaps she wanted to comfort him after seeing that he hadn't awakened any martial arts talent. Her boldness caught him off guard, especially since someone like Ye Miyue, who was socially anxious and shy, might muster courage in private, but to do so in front of everyone, that required immense bravery. Ye Miyue. It buried her face in Wang Xian's shoulder, her heart pounding wildly. When she saw him walking out from the awakening platform, the silence of the crowd made her want to rush up to him. But she was called away by Chen Yuding, which only heightened her anxiety. When Wang Xian returned calmly, her emotions, excitement, worry, and relief overwhelmed her. She didn't know where the courage came from, but she broke through her inner restraints. And in the moment she kissed Wang Xian, her mind went completely blank. Once she came to her senses, she was so embarrassed she couldn't face anyone. Thankfully, she was wearing shoes, so no one could see the small divots her nervous toes had dug into the ground. "You've got some nerve, kid." Cui Sanyan pointed at Wang Xian with admiration. "Quite the talker, aren't you?" Even Master Bai couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It was no wonder why Young Shi liked him. Ye Miyue let out a soft sound but didn't dare join the conversation. Still, after hearing Wang Xian speak, her embarrassment eased a little. In the crowd, Li Zihong watched Wang Xian with envy. To be honest, when he first saw Wang Xian walk off the awakening platform, Head felt a bit relieved and even wanted to mock him. But on second thought, he realized that his own intermediate level talent, combined with his score from yesterday, couldn't even come close to Wang Xian's 723 points. A martial artist who had awakened talent scoring lower than someone who hadn't awakened any talent was utterly disheartening. As he glanced at the silent classmates around him, Li Zihong thought to himself, "I'd better keep my mouth shut." Among the students from number 4 high school and number 1 high school who had already awakened their talents, the discussions gradually subsided. Who would dare to speak lightly on the matter? Number 1 high school had He Yiming, with a total score of 630. Even with the addition of advanced talent points, the total only reached 750. Yet Lin Ao, with a score of 561, achieved 861 when combined with his king-level talent. Then there was Chun Yuding, who scored 450, but with her king-level talent, her total also soared to 750. Only these three could be mentioned in the same breath as Wang Xian. Others, even with their talent points added, could not compete. Who would dare to speak? At that moment, Ye Miyue, possessing a forbidden talent and shining like the brightest martial arts star in Western Shu, suddenly threw herself into Wang Xian's arms. Li Zihong thought to himself, earlier, when Chen Yuding had called Wang Xian aside, she must have intended to mock him harshly. But in Ye Miyue's presence, any such words seemed utterly powerless. Li Zihong couldn't help but reflect. Even if Wang Xian hadn't awakened his talent, his lowest option would still be admission to a top-tier martial arts university, akin to the 985 level schools. For most students, that was already the pinnacle. Thinking of this, Li Zihong felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Those people only had to make a slight move to make the gap between them and him feel insurmountable, suffocating even. Yesterday, he had only been astonished by the score of 723. But today, With the addition of talent points, he realized the vast disparity between himself and them. Without martial arts talent, it was nearly impossible to become a high-level martial artist above the 5th realm. Even with advanced talent, who could guarantee they'd reach the 5th, 6th, or even 7th realm as a grandmaster? In the end, most people would just linger on the same path. For people like Ye Miyue, Lin Ao, and Tan Tianzi, only by surpassing Wang Xian in the final practical scores could they truly claim to have outperformed him. Li Zihong understood that talent was constant and unchanging, and true geniuses were inherently proud. If someone said they surpassed another purely through talent points, the other might not accept it, and even they might not recognize it themselves. At this moment, Lin Ao, who had achieved the highest score thanks to his king-level talent, knew that the practical assessment was the true test. Lin Ao smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping past Ye Miyue and Su Rong before finally landing on Wang Xian. He was well aware that unless he surpassed them in the practical assessment, he couldn't claim to be stronger. After all, that was his forte. Beside him, Ye Miyue smiled subtly but remained silent. He had no idea what kind of battles Lin Ao had faced during his disappearance this semester, but he was certain they couldn't compare to the number of beasts he had slain. His mindset was incredibly strong. Su Rong glanced into the distance at Wang Xian, pondering. Ever since he stepped off the awakening platform, his expression hadn't changed at all. Just look at our martial arts class at number 1 high school. How many students haven't awakened their talents? His expression was as if the sky had fallen. Speaking of scores, including the talent score, mine is only around 720, and it's actually 3 points lower than his. Thinking of this, she suddenly rubbed her cheeks hard. If her performance in the practical combat was subpar, her total score might still end up lower than his. Su Rong's expression shifted. If that really happened, it would shatter her confidence. However, Ye Miyue mused, his vitality is at 100 points, his martial arts realm has reached the stage of returning to simplicity, and his skills are at the 4th level. If we can fully utilize our talents in the upcoming battles, we should be able to surpass him in terms of vitality. At the same time, our talents can help offset the gap in martial arts realm and skill levels. In other words, Ye Miyue looked at the group seriously. In the upcoming practical combat assessment, we should be on the same level as Wang Xian unless he teams up with Ye Miyue. Forbidden talents are no trivial matter. Lin Ao interjected. He want team up with Ye Miyue. Why not? Instinct. A strong man's instinct. Lin Ao smirked coldly. Throughout history, there haven't been many men willing to rely on women to achieve success. Su Rong scoffed. That's nonsense. Our Longwa has female warriors too. They have husbands and children. By your logic, their husbands and children wouldn't count as men. That's not what I meant. If you ask me, Su Rong continued, Wang Xian should team up with Ye Miyue. They'd make a great team for the practical combat assessment. Ye Miyue shook his head. That's not going to happen. With a forbidden talent, Ye Miyue doesn't even need to participate in the combat assessment. Besides, Longwa has precedence. Those with forbidden talents are prohibited from casually teaming up with others for battles, especially during the initial awakening period when they haven't fully mastered their powers. If they lose control, it's not the beasts that would be harmed, but their teammates. Su Rong thought for a moment, then slapped her forehead. I forgot about that. Makes sense. That forbidden talent is just too overwhelming. If you lose control even slightly, you could end up killing your own people. These rules exist for a reason. In fact, if it weren't for these regulations, Wang Xian might have considered teaming up with Ye Miyue. It wasn't about relying on her. He was simply worried that this inexperienced girl might struggle against the beasts and fail to use her powers effectively, which could hurt her chances of scoring well. In the early stages of a forbidden talent, the power is so immense that it might completely drain the user's energy after just 1 or 2 uses. If not used properly, it could backfire. In the practical combat assessment, this could result in lower scores compared to some mid-level or high-level talents. Unless, of course, someone was there to guide her. That said, with a forbidden talent, the practical combat assessment was more of a formality. Whether she participated or not didn't really matter. Still, it would be beneficial for her to gain some experience. Most likely, tonight, the admissions offices of the 5 top academies in Longwa would be reaching out to Ye Miyue. As the sun set, the day's talent awakening ceremony came to an end. That evening, all the students received an email from the Shishu military district. The email detailed the arrangements for the practical combat assessment taking place in one day, including the location, requirements, scoring criteria, and more. The practical combat assessment was typically initiated by the regional military departments and organized in collaboration with schools. It served as the final unified examination for students about to become martial artists. It was night. Ye Miyue and Wang Xian were discussing their future university choices. Wang Xian could immediately tell that Ye Miyue was considering applying to one of the top 5 universities in Longwa. With the awakening of their talents, all students were required to register their preferences online. Wang Xian, after 2 rounds of assessments, had a clear understanding of his own abilities. In planning to go to Tiandu Jingwu, Wang Xian stated. Ye Miyue asked in surprise, why? Wang Xian paused before replying. because Tiandu Jingwu teaches a lost school of spear techniques. In the future, it disappeared because no one could inherit it. Back then, my spear skills had reached their peak, and I regretted that such an extraordinary technique had vanished before I could learn it. This time, I'm determined to master it. However, Wang Xian had another important reason in mind. An old man who had been significant to him in the future was also at Tiandu Jingwu. That man had died early, but he had been Wang Xian's mentor in spear techniques on the alien battlefield. If possible, Wang Xian hoped to prevent the old man's untimely death. There was yet another reason. Tiandu Jingwu held a treasure. About a year later, a student obtained it, went abroad to study, and ultimately defected to another country. Years later, this individual killed many Longwo warriors on the alien battlefield, leading to the loss of Longwo's position there. This caused a chain reaction of alien beast invasions, which nearly turned the once thriving Tiandu of Longwo into a living hell. Wang Xian had only learned about this from the old man on the alien battlefield, which was why he knew the details so clearly. Considering all these reasons, Wang Xian decided to attend Tiandu Jingwu, but he didn't want to share these thoughts with Ye Miyue. Instead, he casually said, I heard online that the massage therapy rooms at Tiandu Jingwu are amazing. I want to try them out. Ye Miyue sighed in exasperation. By the way, that kiss earlier doesn't count. Why not? Wang Xian asked curiously. The promise was for a kiss, Ye Miyue explained. Wang Xian chuckled. But you kissed my cheek, not my lips. Does that count? Ye Miyue froze. That's ridiculous. No way. If you're breaking your promise, don't blame me. Wang Xian teased with a mischievous grin. Fine, I'll agree. Ye Miyue finally relented. By the way, the day after tomorrow is the practical combat assessment. ITLL be held in the outskirts of Rongqing, at Qixia Mountain, divided into several zones. Will likely be placed in different zones. Don't use your talent powers recklessly. If you get lost, look for me. I'll leave markers along the way, Wang Xian reminded her. Got it. Ye Miyue nodded. Also, bring that sword with you. This time, the practical combat assessment allows students to bring up to 2 pieces of first-tier combat gear. No, Ye Miyue refused. Why not? Wang Xian asked, confused. They said there would be free weapons, didn't they? Ye Miyue countered. The free ones are terrible. They're basic weapons that get dull after a few hits on an alien beast. They might work for me, but not for you. The sword I gave you is strong enough to take down plenty of alien beasts, Wang Xian insisted. I don't want it. Ye Miyue remained stubborn. It's just a sword. They'll give you an even better one in the future, Wang Xian coaxed. That's not what I mean. Ye Miyue said, sounding helpless. I suggest you use this sword and wear it out during the assessment. Otherwise, they'll give it to someone else, Wang Xian threatened. You said it was a gift for me. Ye Miyue retorted angrily. What's yours or mine? If it's in my hands, it's mine. Wang Xian replied with a laugh. As the night deepened, their conversation was filled with youthful energy and subtle emotions. The challenges and opportunities of the future lay ahead of them. After replying to the message from the Tian Dao Club, Ye Miyue looked at the serious and expectant faces of the representatives of the 5 top universities in Longwa and said softly, Sorry, I choose Tiandu Jingwu University. The moment she said this, the representative from Tiandu Jingwu University immediately beamed with joy and responded enthusiastically, Great, great. As long as you join us, you can choose any conditions you want. He continued, In fact, your talent is exceptionally suited for one of our university's most renowned and top-tier swordsmanship styles. Ye Miyue was taken aback and asked, What swordsmanship style? The representative replied earnestly, The Tianchuang Divine Sword Style. It's one of the absolute top-tier swordsmanship styles of our time. There are very few people on Blue Star who would dare to claim it's inferior. With your talent, if you choose this style, you might even create your own swordsmanship style in the future. Standing on the shoulders of giants makes it relatively easier to carve out a path that suits you best. If you don't believe me, ask the others here. None of them would dare claim there's a better style for your talent. The representatives from the other 4 universities exchanged glances. Although they each had their own thoughts, none of them spoke up. After all, they had traveled from various parts of Longwa to Rongqing for the chance to recruit this forbidden talent. In their hearts, they admitted that Tiandu Jingwu University might indeed be a good fit for Ye Miyue, but nothing was set in stone. The power of forbidden talents, especially one as formidable as the sword body, lay in its terrifying adaptability. Most swordsmanship styles could be mastered. Thus, they felt it was still worth trying to win her over. Ye Miyue fell silent for a moment, not because of the representative's arguments, but because she was looking at her phone, reading her conversation with Wang Xian. Online rumors mentioned that Tiandu Jingwu had excellent massage and wellness facilities, and she was curious to try them out. But was that really the reason for her choice? Or was it because the university offered a swordsmanship style that suited her so well? At that moment, the representative from Qinglong University suddenly spoke up. Our university offers special admissions. If someone's scores fall short or they have unique talents in other areas, we can admit them through special arrangements. If Ye Miyue joins Qinglong University, we can offer special admission to Wang Xian as well. As a representative from a top university, he had clearly done his homework on Rongqing's situation before coming and had realized the close bond between these two. After all, they wouldn't have shared a public kiss otherwise. The representative from Tiandu Jingwu University looked slightly anxious and cursed inwardly. Using underhanded tactics, huh? Well, I guess that's the capital's university for you, always resourceful. But before he could say anything, Ye Miyue shook her head and said, "No, that's unnecessary. Wang Xian wouldn't accept special admission. He will rely on his own abilities to get into Tiandu Jingwu University." The five university officials were momentarily stunned. The tone of confidence in Ye Miyue's voice left them speechless for a moment. Her voice was firm and resolute. She was certain she would achieve the highest score in the upcoming practical assessment. The representative from Tiandu University frowned in thought, calculating in his mind. A student named Wang Xian had already achieved an incredible score of 723 points, but his talent test score was 0. This year, the admission cutoff score for Tiandu Jingwu University was 1056 points, slightly higher than in previous years. To meet this score, Wang Xian would need to achieve 333 points in the practical assessment. Since the practical assessment accounted for only 30 of the total score, the overall score required in the formal assessment was 1,110 points. Scoring over 1,000 points in the practical assessment was incredibly challenging, though not entirely impossible. However, Wang Xian's talent score was 0. According to the unwritten rules of top universities, students without a talent score must exceed the admission cutoff by an additional 10 to be accepted. This meant that while other students only needed 1056 points to gain admission, Wang Xian would require 1162 points. To achieve this, he would need to score 439 points in the practical assessment, ultimately reaching a total of 1464 points. This figure was astonishing. Last year's top martial arts candidate in the Dragon Kingdom achieved just over 1,400 points in the practical assessment. The university representative frowned, deliberating whether to report to the school and request the removal of the additional 10 requirement for Wang Xian. If approved, Wang Xian's capabilities might allow him to barely meet the cutoff and gain admission to Tiandu Jingwu University. However, the school would then face the challenge of providing additional resources for a student with no martial arts talent. This would include hiring specialized instructors in traditional martial arts and managing the potential risks associated with his training. The outcomes might ultimately fall short of expectations, making the investment disproportionately high compared to the potential returns. In this era, traditional martial arts experts were already rare, and finding a suitable instructor was exceedingly difficult. In contrast, some 985 universities still had martial artists practicing traditional techniques, who, while not exceptionally skilled, could adequately teach students. As a top-tier university, Tiandu Jingwu University was obligated to provide the best instructors for its students, which added to the complexity of the situation. The next day, on June 5th, students boarded the number 9 subway line in Rongqing. The final station of Line 9 was in the outskirts of Rongqing, with a stop near Qixiao Mountain, the location of the practical assessment, led by the Western Shu Military Division. On the subway, most students carried weapons, primarily first-grade protective gear. Even the most basic first-grade martial arts protective gear on the market ranged from 50,000 to 100,000 yuan, with higher quality gear costing significantly more, depending on the materials. Practicing martial arts was undeniably expensive. Wang Xian carried the bloodthirsty blade on his back. Its customized scabbard disguised the weapon as an old, unassuming broadsword. In contrast, many other students did not bring their own protective gear, planning instead to use the free weapons provided by the military. These students were mostly looking to team up and earn points collectively. Students from the martial arts class at 7th High School, however, had generally equipped themselves with genuine first-grade martial arts protective gear. After about an hour, the subway arrived at its destination. The students disembarked and boarded military buses to the assembly point in the outskirts. On the bus, Chuaisen carefully emphasized the key points of the practical assessment, reminding everyone that it was a closed-book test. Before entering Qixiao Mountain, no one knew what kind of exotic beasts the military might have prepared this year. But remember, don't get greedy. If you find yourself in a situation where you can't win, retreat immediately. Every year during the practical examination, there are always candidates who mistakenly believe they can defeat a beast, only to pay the ultimate price with their lives. Even though military rescue teams are on standby outside Qixiao Mountain, the practical exam is a matter of split-second decisions. No matter how fast they arrive, they won't be able to save you instantly from the clutches of a beast. The practical exam tests not only your combat abilities, but also your judgment and composure under any circumstances. Additionally, make full use of your abilities, especially the mid to lower level ones. Chui Sanyan's voice boomed like thunder, emphasizing that these abilities have minimal energy consumption for you and can be used multiple times with significant impact during combat. However, you must carefully manage the energy supplements provided by the military. There are only 3 bottles. Once they're gone, they're gone. That will be the most dangerous moment. As per tradition, the core area of Qixia Mountain will indeed feature real level beasts as the final, most challenging task. When facing beasts of this level, even the strongest among you should avoid recklessness. If you can form a team, do so. At this moment, a student suddenly asked, "Teacher, what about the bonus task?" Cui Sanyan waved dismissively and replied, "Don't even think about the bonus task. First of all, you won't even see it. Secondly, even if it appears, you won't be able to complete it on your own. One last thing time." Cui Sanyan's expression grew extremely serious as he continued. "The practical exam has a strict time limit. Once the time is up, you must leave Qixia Mountain. Make sure you allow enough time to exit, or your results will be voided. This is a standard rule, do not make this common mistake." In previous years, several students failed to exit on time, resulting in their scores being invalidated. The students all nodded, their expressions becoming more determined. The bus gradually entered the outskirts of the wilderness, where lush forests replaced the towering skyscrapers of the city. The raw, untamed atmosphere of nature began to permeate the air, and the students' blood seemed to boil with excitement at that very moment. Before long, the bus came to a gentle stop with the sound of brakes. In the distance, a towering crimson mountain stood like a giant before the gathered students. The first rays of sunlight fell upon the students as they stepped off the bus, casting shadows that were neither too long nor too short. As those shadows stretched out further, the annual martial arts practical examination was about to begin. At the base of Qixia Mountain, a heavily armed soldier patrolled back and forth within the makeshift camp. Candidates swarmed into the camp in dense formations, undergoing identity verification. Inside the camp, military personnel gathered with leaders from major clubs and universities. Wang Xian. As Wang Xian stood in line, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw Zheng Changhong from the Sky Blade Club approaching, holding a gleaming silver blade in his hand. Wang Xian stepped out of the line and greeted him. Zheng Changhong glanced at Wang Xian, his eyes landing on the ancient blade strapped to his back. With a deep sigh, he said, "I knew your equipment wouldn't be up to par. Luckily, I came prepared. Here, take this Lung Xiao." Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before taking the blade offered by Zheng Changhong. Upon closer inspection, he nodded in approval. It was indeed an excellent weapon. The blade was lightweight, yet carried a heavy edge, its surface shimmering with a piercing cold light. It was undoubtedly a top-tier first-grade combat weapon, capable of significantly enhancing a martial artist's blade techniques. The materials used were undoubtedly premium, with a value of at least 6 figures. "I didn't get a chance to talk to you after your awakening the other day," Zheng Changhong said earnestly. "But you seem unaffected, and your mindset appears steady. Don't worry, even if you lack talent, the contract with the club will still stand, and it'll apply to headquarters for a more advanced contract for you. Just focus on doing your best in today's practical exam." With that, he patted Wang Xian on the shoulder. Wang Xian nodded, understanding the gratitude behind the gift of the blade. Previously, he had declined the contract, allowing another classmate to seize the opportunity, which ultimately led to Ye Miyue signing it. For a club to secure a martial artist with a forbidden talent before their awakening was a rare stroke of fortune. If Wang Xian hadn't stepped aside, Zheng Changhong might have missed this chance altogether. On the first day of the martial exam, Zheng Changhong had been thrilled to see Wang Xian score 723 points, akin to pulling a limited edition SSR character in a game. But by the second day, he was stunned to realize that the SSR's potential wasn't as high as expected, only to discover an even rarer UR character shortly after. What's more, the UR and SSR had a synergistic bond. In just 3 days, Zheng Changhong experienced a roller coaster of emotions. He was determined not to lose Wang Xian and would go to great lengths to secure a higher-level contract for him. Wang Xian stowed the blade, silently recalling the exam rules that allowed carrying 2 first-grade combat weapons. It didn't matter now that he had this blade. He didn't plan to use the bloodthirsty Fury blade anymore. That cursed blade had a sinister aura, and if the military detected anything unusual, it could cause unnecessary trouble. The practical exam mainly involved grade beasts, and many weren't even true alien beasts, but rather local ones with minimal hostility. Using the cursed blade wasn't necessary. The Lung Xiao blade Zheng Changhong had gifted him was perfect. Even its name had a nice ring to it. Wang Xian gently stroked the blade's edge before returning to the line, drawing envious gazes. After all, not every family could afford to spend hundreds of thousands on a top-tier first-grade combat blade. This is already the highest standard first-tier combat gear permitted. Anything stronger would violate the assessment regulations and would not be allowed in the practical examination venue. Your identity has been verified, and your designated testing area is Zone 3 of Qixia Mountain. Here is your scoring wristband, which will monitor your location in real time. Satellites will track all your actions during the exam and record any instances of you being hit. If you remove the wristband voluntarily during the assessment, your score will be reset to 0. The rest of the rules and guidelines won't be repeated here. You should have already read them in the email. Additionally, when entering the core area of Qixia Mountain, the wristband signal will be disrupted. Any emergencies could significantly delay the rescue efforts of the patrolling warriors within the mountain's interior. Therefore, refrain from overestimating yourself. Accompanied by the voice of the intelligence system, Wang Xian passed through a checkpoint gate and put on a wristband resembling a watch. As the first rays of dawn lit the sky, Wang Xian followed the pathway of Zone B into the depths of Qixia Mountain. The practical assessment would last for one day. The military had provided a day's worth of rations and 3 vials of energy restoration serum. Each vial was sufficient to fully restore the vitality of a warrior with a life force level of 10. Most candidates had a life force level below 10, while only the elite students in martial arts programs could reach levels above 10, some even as high as 50. Those who reached 90 were rare prodigies, with fewer than 10 such candidates across all of Western Shu. For many top-tier students, the 3 vials of restoration serum were of limited use, as they might barely suffice for a complete recovery. Candidates who didn't form teams would enter the assessment alone. However, most students chose to team up, as it offered greater safety, albeit at the cost of reduced scoring potential. The military and schools encouraged teamwork, allowing students to combine their talents during the assessment. Thanks to the scoring wristbands, each participant's actions and contributions were calculated with precision. Only the truly exceptional students opted to take the assessment solo, despite the higher risks, as it offered greater rewards in terms of scoring. Before long, a faint light appeared at the end of the pathway. Wong Xien stepped forward, and the wristband immediately displayed the words, "Practical assessment begins." Glancing at the display, Wong Xien thought to himself, "Pretty smart." He didn't rush to take action. Qixia Mountain was divided into 3 zones. The first was the outer zone, structured in a circular layout, featuring various traps, dense fog, and toxic miasma, along with specialized puppets. Due to the vastness of the outer zone, candidates entering from different points were divided into 5 major subzones to disperse them. Once this layer was cleared, candidates would advance to the second zone, the inner zone. The challenges in the inner zone were much tougher, as exotic beasts began to appear, significantly increasing the difficulty. The final and most critical area was the core zone. Each zone had its own scoring system. For example, in the outer zone, triggering too many traps or spending excessive time in the foggy miasma would result in point deductions. Similarly, taking damage would also reduce scores. Safely navigating through the first outer zone was a challenge that many candidates had to overcome. Qixia Mountain was once an ancient battlefield, initially unregulated until extensive exploration by warriors led to its complete clearing and subsequent control by the military. If this was once an ancient battlefield, the first zone should primarily feature mechanical challenges, right? Mechanical puppets. Wang Xian walked leisurely through the forested mountain area, unhurried. After walking just a few steps, Wang Xian noticed a thick, white mist spreading around. Deep within the fog, a crimson light suddenly flickered, followed by an intense burst of gunfire. As expected, mechanical puppets. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Mechanical puppets were a type of mutated beast. Before the resurgence of vital energy, firearms dominated the era. As an ancient battlefield, this place undoubtedly concealed numerous firearms. Through the infusion of vital energy, the occupation by mutated beasts, and the erosion of malevolent energy, these firearms fused with local wildlife, transforming into mechanical puppets. At this moment, standing before Wang Xian was a mechanical black bear. Its body was decayed, yet a row of gun barrels extended from its back, spitting sparks. Its internal skeletal structure had been entirely replaced with steel reinforcements, and the intricate wiring revealed signs of extensive modification. Clearly, it was a creation of the military equipped with some level of intelligent programming. Its vitality wasn't high, approximately at a level of 10. For most examinees, it was manageable. However, as a combat assessment, the challenge was bound to be far from straightforward. Wang Xian didn't rush to attack. Instead, he dodged casually, taking his time to carefully observe. Within a few moments, Wang Xian noticed something unusual. At the heart of the mechanical black bear, there was a faintly flickering red vial, clearly a warning device. A thought crossed his mind. The difficulty of the assessment was becoming apparent. Real combat wasn't just about mindlessly killing monsters. A warrior also needed to use their intellect. Otherwise, wouldn't it be simpler to just fight AI-controlled beasts? Why bother setting up special mechanical puppets in such a complex environment? After exhausting themselves to defeat the mechanical black bear, examinees would inevitably trigger the heart's alarm. What followed would be an onslaught of mechanical puppets. With their sheer numbers, most would either suffer a crushing defeat and lose points, or, in the worst case, face outright elimination. How devious. Just imagine a team celebrating their hard-earned victory over the mechanical black bear, only to be swarmed by more puppets within seconds. Laughter would quickly turn to despair. That was the essence of the test. The deeper one ventured, the more mechanical puppets there would be. Even the top students, if they recklessly fought through a large number of mechanical puppets, would still face the challenge of conserving their energy for the 2 inner zones. Overexertion here would leave them with little vital energy for the later zones, resulting in lower scores. Most importantly, killing 7 or 8 mechanical puppets here might not even compare to defeating a single beast in the inner zones. The key to solving the problem lay in eliminating these mechanical puppets without triggering the alarm. Easier said than done. After considering his options, Wang Xian made his decision. For him, everything here seemed relatively simple. The test hinged on two critical aspects: skill and speed. The higher one's skill level, the more precise their control over power, reducing the likelihood of triggering the alarm. This was why the assessment placed such emphasis on a warrior's foundational skills. Speed was the second factor. The faster one passed through this area, the sooner they could enter the inner zones, thus earning higher scores. As an experienced combat prodigy, Wang Xian had deciphered the essence of this test the moment he stepped into Qishao Mountain. Now, there was no need to waste any more time here. Wang Xian sprang into action, drawing his blade, Lung Shao. In a flash, he became a streak of light, charging toward the mechanical black bear. As they passed each other, a sharp glint of the blade flashed, and the black bear's body froze abruptly. In the next moment, the mechanical black bear disassembled into neat fragments, leaving only the alarm device from its heart intact, which fell to the ground and buried itself in the soil. With a display of his four-stage blade technique and the skill of a master butcher, Wang Xian effortlessly dismantled the seemingly ordinary mechanical bear in less than a second. Immediately after, the score on his wristband began to skyrocket, unable to keep pace with his swift movements. He moved like a leopard in the jungle, dashing like a shooting star, and reduced each mechanical puppet he encountered to fragments with just a few strikes. Occasionally, he came across small groups of other examinees, but Wang Xian's speed was so overwhelming that by the time they reacted, the mechanical puppets in the distance had already been reduced to piles of orderly debris. In this manner, Wang Xian pushed through the dense fog. His wristband chimed with a notification. You have successfully passed the outer region of Qishao Mountain. Your completion time is 10 minutes and 35 seconds. Total mechanical puppets destroyed, 42. Based on the mechanical puppets' vitality levels, his score was calculated as 1-year vitality mechanical puppets vitality 100 total vitality of defeated puppets 37.8 points, rounded to 38. With 0 alarm triggers, 0 trap activations, and no deductions, he received additional 200 points for being the first examinee to clear the outer region within 30 minutes. He also broke the historical record for the fastest completion time in the first area of the Qishao Mountain Practical Assessment, earning another 200 points. At this moment, his total score had reached 438 points. Wang Xian glanced at his score and thought to himself, this isn't much. 42 puppets, just 42 strikes, with minimal energy expended. The scoring system for the practical assessment was quite intricate. Simply put, the higher the examinee's vitality, the fewer points they earned for defeating lower vitality beasts. For example, the mechanical puppets had a vitality of just 10, while Wang Xian's vitality was as high as 101. The difference, 101-10, equaled 91. The original score for 42 mechanical puppets should have been 420 points, but with the multiplier of 10.91, it was reduced to just 0.09, resulting in a mere 38 points. This system discouraged top-performing students from farming low-value creatures in the first layer. Triggering alarms would result in further point deductions. By reverse reasoning, the fewer points a top student earned in the first region, the more they were likely to score in the subsequent 2 regions. Conversely, the more efficiently and quickly one eliminated mechanical puppets and cleared the first layer, the greater the rewards. Clearing the first region within 30 minutes alone granted a 200-point bonus. Wang Xian felt a surge of satisfaction, hadn't expected time and speed bonuses in the assessment, let alone breaking a record. With 438 points, he considered it a decent result. Without dwelling on it, he turned his attention to the inner regions of Qishao Mountain, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. This next stage seemed to hold some intrigue. Meanwhile, at the central military camp of Qishao Mountain, the assessment had already begun. Commander Zhao watched the central holographic screen with a smile, observing the progress and the fluctuating scores displayed on another panel. The examinees, however, could only see their own scores. In the center of the camp, the real-time monitoring system was fully operational. The candidates' scores were instantly transmitted here via wristbands, and all score changes were visible at a glance. At exactly 9 o'clock, all candidates had entered Qishao Mountain. The deputy nodded in acknowledgement, and Bai Hongtian asked, "Did you change the exam questions this year?" "Yes," Commander Zhao replied, looking quite pleased with himself. The mechanism puppets in the first zone are programmed with the candidate's location data. As soon as they get close, the puppets attack. Trying to sneak through this area is simply impossible. Bai Hongtian inquired further, "Who's the fastest so far?" The deputy checked the data and replied, "It seems to be Su Rong." He switched the display to show Su Rong's feed, where she was seen flying through the air. He immediately chuckled. "Ah, got caught, haha, clever, but not clever enough." A candidate from last year also tried flying through the first zone. Do they think it's that easy? Most of the mechanical puppets this year are equipped with old-era anti-aircraft cannons, specifically to counter those who can fly. He waved his hand to signal the deputy to stop explaining and added, "This year's test is much harder than last year's. No one should expect to pass through the first zone in less than an hour." Bai Hongtian laughed and said, "Is it really necessary to make it harder every year?" Commander Zhao sighed. "We didn't have much choice. Last year, that little monster who cleared the first zone in just 25 minutes got our Shishu military district mocked by the other districts. That kid flew through the zone, so this time we made sure to address that. There were also a few who burrowed underground to pass within half an hour. This time, we added location tracking to the mechanical puppets, so even if they try to burrow, they'll be detected immediately." Bai Hongtian, "Outsmarting the candidate's talents is what we do best," Commander Zhao said smugly. "This year's practical exam is already a tier harder than the other district's tests, just based on the difficulty of the outer zone alone. Are you not worried the candidates will curse you in the future?" Bai Hongtian joked. "I looked at the questions for the next two zones too. Honestly, they're pretty brutal." Commander Zhao dismissed the concern, saying, "Not at all." Just then, the deputy's eyes widened as he pointed at the screen, stammering, "Commander, something's wrong. This is bad." Commander Zhao scolded him. "What's with the panic? Show some composure as a soldier." The deputy swallowed nervously and pointed at the screen again. "Someone's already cleared the first zone." Commander Zhao froze, then erupted, "Impossible. It's only been a little over 10 minutes since the test began. Even with cheats, that's too fast." "Who? Is it Ye Miyue? Even with her forbidden talent, she couldn't be this quick." "No, it's Wang Xian." "Who did you say?" Commander Zhao asked in disbelief. The deputy quickly pulled up the footage. "It's Wang Xian, let me retrieve the footage. I need to see what this kid is up to." Commander Zhao's expression shifted, and Bai Hongtian also paused, his interest piqued. The deputy quickly retrieved Wang Xian's combat footage, starting from the moment he entered Qixia Mountain to ensure nothing was missed. Everyone stared intently at the screen. The more they watched, the darker Commander Zhao's expression grew. By the end, he exclaimed, "This is unbelievable." The deputy, visibly shaken, stammered. The moment he entered, it was as if he saw through the test. He didn't even trigger an alarm with the first mechanical puppet he encountered. After that, he took down every puppet with a single strike, heading straight for the second zone without triggering a single alarm, and he didn't lose a single point. Time 10 minutes and 35 seconds, my god, that's insanely fast. Meanwhile, the second fastest candidate had barely completed 1/5 of the first zone. Commander Zhao's face turned red, while Bai Hongtian burst into laughter, momentarily at a loss for words. With just level 4 skills, it's impossible to flawlessly take down so many mechanical puppets without triggering alarms. This is like the legendary butcher dissects an ox technique. Each word seemed to be squeezed out of Commander Zhao's mouth. But he's just a high school student. How could he have mastered such an advanced secret technique to this degree? Was he raised in a beast's den or something? Commander Zhao sighed, his emotions a mix of pride, frustration, and embarrassment. He felt proud that Shishu had such an extraordinarily talented student, frustrated that the meticulously prepared test was so easily bypassed, and embarrassed because his earlier claim that no one could clear the first zone in under an hour was immediately disproven. "Actually, your prediction wasn't wrong," Bai Hongtian remarked, glancing at the data. "Besides Wang Xian, the next fastest is Ye Miyue. At his current pace, he'll take just over an hour to clear the first zone." "I don't believe this," Commander Zhao muttered, his eyes fixed on the screen. He issued an order. "Pull up Wang Xian's live combat footage. I want to see for myself how this kid handles the next zones. The next two zones are even harder, one tougher than the last." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.